Chapter 731. Accompanied by huge smoke rings, Mary Linda arrived as promised with a wooden lunch box. The lunch box was divided into 3 layers. In addition to the promised egg tarts, there were also larger pan tarts and egg tarts with matcha cream, and various fruits. Undoubtedly, these were Aunt Mary's new products. In response, Arthur expressed 100% approval. Not bad. This caramel is the best. Arthur, wearing an apron, directly followed his medium instinct, and took out the egg tart that attracted him the most from the lunch box, and put it in his mouth. The crispy and tender touch makes the taste buds open up all of a sudden, and better feel the sweetness and burnt taste inside, just like a gust of wind blowing suddenly in the hot afternoon. Although it is not cool, it is comfortable enough. Melinda accepted this evaluation with a raised corner of her mouth. Because she made the caramel tart. It is definitely not burnt. It is just a simple overcooking. And today's baked egg tart is just an accident, just a momentary impulse. It's definitely not made for Arthur to taste her cooking. Melinda was so sure in a happy mood. Arthur glanced at the smile on the corner of Melinda's mouth, and smiled in his heart. Why is food delicious? Besides filling the stomach, isn't it because of the thought? When such a thought comes from a lifelong partner, it needs to be felt carefully. Sugar turned into salt? It doesn't matter. Sweet or not, isn't it up to him? If he says sweet, then it is sweet. If he says delicious, then it is delicious. It is not some top-notch conspiracy. It is just a small gathering. Not that complicated. Arthur served the beef noodles he made. Most of the ingredients are ready-made in the kitchen. But Arthur is responsible for kneading and cooking the noodles, including seasoning the base. Try it. I made it myself, Arthur said. You can cook? You can't confuse sugar and salt. Right? Melinda looked doubtful. Although she had investigated Arthur before. And he really cooked when he was alone at home. Every time they met afterwards, they either ordered food from the private kitchen or ate ready-made food, which made it difficult for Melinda to believe in Arthur's cooking skills. But in fact, Arthur cooked very well. The soup was thick but not greasy. The noodles were chewy and tough. As for the beef, what more should I say? The chefs who were able to board the Orient were all carefully selected. So, after taking a bite, Melinda was stunned. Subconsciously, Melinda looked at Arthur again, and then took another bite. I put apples in the soup, so it won't be greasy. When kneading the noodles, I put egg whites. As for the beef, it's my own recipe, Arthur explained, and brought out a pot of beef noodles from the kitchen next to him. This was prepared for him. Looking at Arthur slurping the noodles, Melinda's blue eyes flashed with surprise. Arthur's cooking skills. No! Arthur's noodles are really delicious. But is that the point? No! Although Nanlos is a port city, there are delicious foods from all over the South County, but the staple food of the South County is still various breads and potatoes. Some of the islands use rice to make risotto. And pasta? There are some, but it is definitely not the noodle soup cooked by Arthur in front of me. This kind of noodle soup is more of a North County food. Especially the way of putting apples in the soup, it is a secret of the chefs in North County. Although there are no more industries in North County, as the missus of the long night in South Los, Melinda is naturally well informed. This lady can find more information from extremely subtle places, and use this information to be invincible. It was like this before. This time? It is no exception. Melinda looked at the lead box coffin. The moment she entered the cabin, the lady saw the lead box coffin. However, the lady did not ask. In fact, there was no need to ask more. After yesterday's experience, the lady knew very well what was inside. Lady of Pain. Or rather, something related to Lady of Pain. Plus the pasta from North County. Is there information about them hidden in North County? Unconsciously, Melinda began to speculate. Then, the lady asked with her eyes. Tell me. What? Arthur was stunned, but the speed of eating noodles did not slow down. Instead, he ate faster. The slurping sound made Melinda unable to help but pick up the bowl in front of her. Of course. What does the stuff in it have to do with Beijing? Melinda asked while sipping the soup. Arthur did not answer immediately, but drank all the soup in the pot with a gulp, and then wiped his mouth. Nothing. Arthur's eyes were so firm that it seemed like he was acting too hard. Melinda rolled her eyes immediately, but did not ask any more questions. The lady knew Arthur's honesty. If he could tell her, he would tell her. But now that Arthur did not tell her, He could not tell her. Or, he could not tell her. The lady glanced at the lead box coffin. Of course, it was because of this thing. But he could not tell her. But he had to tell her so much. So that she could send a message. Send a message to her cousin. Immediately Melinda guessed Arthur's intention. I knew you weren't so kind. And you invited me to dinner. You're really a bad guy. Melinda remembered clearly that when she left in the morning, the lead box coffin was not there. And now that she came back, the lead box coffin appeared. It was too obvious. I had no choice. Arthur spread his hands. Seeing this, Melinda's mouth curled up. She certainly knew that Arthur had no choice. The presence of Grandma Susan made it obvious that Arthur was not suitable to talk directly with her cousin. He would be constrained, and the lead box coffin had to be guarded by someone. Such a secret matter was naturally done by Arthur himself. So, Arthur found her. Because Arthur trusted her. For the sake of your subordinates, I will help you. Melinda smiled, indicating that she didn't mind being a messenger. Moreover, this lady didn't delay at all after eating a bowl of noodles. He left, watching the smoke drifting away again. Arthur smiled. Why did he like to cooperate with Melinda? In addition to Melinda's own strength, the most important thing was her intelligence. He not only liked this kind of smart collaborator, but also admired this kind of smart collaborator. It was so comfortable. The young Nanlo's medium stretched, yawned, and leaned back in the chair, as if he had fallen into a doze. Outside the port of Dordet, Grindelwald opened his eyes. Chapter 732. Grindelwald is in a dense forest camp by the river about 20 kilometers away from the port of Dordet. It is called a camp, but it is actually a temporary place surrounded by 2 fire pits and some simple arrangements. Because of his special status, Grindelwald has a tent of his own. When Grindelwald woke up, there was a low quarrel outside the tent. Tolan, what are you doing? At this point, are you still stubborn? There is no inland river god. No. Everything is fake. A slightly sharp voice, even if it was lowered, made the people who heard it, frowning. It was really unpleasant. Yes. What we need to do now is to leave the port of Dordet as soon as possible. That's right. The West Berlin Marquis has listed us as wanted criminals. The echoes came one after another. It was messy and very noisy. It was also very unpleasant to hear. When I gathered everyone, I said that those who are willing to come with me can wait here. If you don't want to, you can leave on your own. Tolan's tone was calm, not impatient or irritable. Unlike the previous Tolan was cautious and serious, but always gave people an impatient and unreliable look. But after last night's betrayal, Tolan seemed to have grown up overnight. Not only did he become calm, moreover, he was only one man against more than a dozen people. And he was not at a disadvantage. Leave on your own? The sharp voice made an even harsher laugh. Do you think we should just leave on our own? Question. The question in the middle of the night became even harsher under the night wind. The wind blew the tent curtain, and Grindelwald saw the other party. A tall and thin man with narrow cheeks and wearing overalls. At this moment, the other party stared at Tolan fiercely. Why do you think I joined your so-called inner river religion? Is it for faith? Bullshit faith. I joined for money, women. Now I have nothing, you want me to leave? It's not that easy. Hand over the money. I have calculated that. The contribution money in the church is at least 60,000 gold coins. Even if you don't take out all of it, but only take a part of it, it's enough. Now! These gold coins are ours. The other party growled. And those guys who had agreed before also stood behind the other party. These guys took out short swords and daggers from their arms, looking fierce. Not 6 gold coins. Not 60 gold coins. But 60,000 gold coins. A full 60,000 gold coins. Thinking of such wealth, these guys with ulterior motives began to breathe rapidly. They stared at Tolan viciously, and wished they could cut Tolan open and take out the gold coins right now. On the other hand, Tolan was on the other side. Except for Mr. and Mrs. Gwyn, there was no one else. It was not that there was no one else present, but most of the people present remained neutral. They looked at Tolan and the thugs on the opposite side. They retained a little awe for the inland river god, but they also had an inexorable greed for 60,000 gold coins. They were wavering. They wanted to continue living as members of the inland river god cult, but they also hoped to get enough money to start a new life. Contradiction. Because they are not willing to take risks. Especially when someone among them has already stood up. They are naturally happy to see it happen. They are choosing the safest way to see the final result of things. Isn't it the same for everyone? Alas! Mr. Gwyn shook his head, sighed, and took out a small musket from his arms. With the appearance of this musket, the shouting from the other side quieted down a bit. But the next moment, "What are you afraid of? He only has one bullet. Can he kill us all?" The narrow-faced man retreated behind the crowd and began to shout in a sharper voice. "Yes! What are you afraid of? Hand over the money. Hand it over." With one voice after another echoing, the voice became louder and louder, and the face became more and more ferocious. Tolan said nothing and drew his sword. For Tolan at this moment, he was not afraid of any battle, because he firmly believed that His Majesty nay existed. He was fighting for His Majesty. Even if he died, it would be the greatest honor. And if he could kill that disrespectful person before he died, it would be even better. Facing Tolan's gaze, the guy hiding behind the crowd felt a sudden shock in his heart. Subconsciously, he wanted to turn around and run away, but the wall of people in front of him gave him courage. He laughed and said loudly, "What can you do alone? No, there are 3 of you. Oh, didn't you bring a messenger with you? 4 people. Ha ha ha. You 4 want to fight 15 of me? Come on. I'm standing here. What can you do to me?" The other party's sharp voice became more and more arrogant. As if to increase his momentum, this guy took a step forward while shouting. Then, he stepped on a snake. Feeling the pain, the snake twisted and bit him. Dark brown, triangular head. Poisonous. Very poisonous. This guy only felt a pain in his leg, then, he began to have difficulty breathing, and then his eyes went black. Plop! This guy fell down. The people gathered around him were startled, and subconsciously, they went to check on their leader. And then, they were also bitten by the snake. Not just one snake like before, but dozens of tiny, fast-reacting, and extremely poisonous snakes. These snakes were arranged by Arthur in advance, just in case. The situation of the Inner River cult is not optimistic, or it can be said that it is really terrible. In such a terrible situation, anything is possible. The young Manlos medium never dared to bet on a person's kindness, but he really dared to bet on a person's malice. The former is unpredictable. The latter, he is sure to win. The snakes jumped up, and the crowd fell to the ground. The neutrals cried out in surprise. Tolan and the Gwyns were stunned. Then, the old man Gwyn shouted excitedly, "God has a shape, snake-like, extremely long and thick. God's breath, venomous. God's command, the snakes obey. Your Majesty. It's your Majesty." The excited voice was so high-pitched that the old man Gwyn's cheeks turned red, and the voice resounded through the night sky. The neutrals looked at each other. They saw horror and suspicion in each other. And Grindelwald would not give these consumables more time. After adjusting his clothes and hair, Grindelwald, with a pale face, walked out of the tent. He tapped the ground with his cane. His voice was calm and long. "Your Majesty, are you willing to truly accept them?" As soon as the voice fell, the inner river beside the dense forest began to roll. The next moment, a huge figure blocked out the sky and the sun. Chapter 733 God's Coming. Under the night, in the moonlight, the great snake Nidhogg stretched out his 40-meter-long body. Tolan and Mr. and Mrs. Gwyn knelt down immediately. The 3 of them had piety on their faces, with an extremely fanatical kind. However, this kind of fanaticism was different. After experiencing the betrayal of the original high priest Archisto, Tolan was already dead in despair at the time. If it weren't for Grindelwald's words of seeking the true God, this young priest had already gone to seek death. Therefore, the God of the inland river had already become the last straw for this young priest. In the name of faith, there is hope to survive. So, looking at the great snake Nidhogg, this young priest's enthusiasm is the purest. Pure as brilliant as life. And Mr. Gwyn's enthusiasm is more of a scholar's practice. That is a kind of seeking from books to seeing ecstasy in reality. Such joy is also fanatical, because it brings Mr. Gwyn unprecedented satisfaction. Moreover, this satisfaction is still spreading. Really, everything is true. My guess is indeed correct, Mr. Gwyn whispered to himself. The fanaticism in his eyes became stronger with such whispers. This gentleman seems to have found the meaning of his life. Mrs. Gwyn is much simpler. She loves Mr. Gwyn. She supported Mr. Gwyn's research. And children. For a long time, she and her husband had no children, which was the biggest regret. She had consulted doctors, but the doctors were helpless. Just when she was about to give up, someone told her that the gods could help her. So, she joined the Inner River God Church. For such a church, Mrs. Gwyn always had a little resistance. Her knowledge and education made it impossible for her to accept some of its actions. But after a long time, she got used to it. Fortunately, everything that happened in the port of Dordid made this lady alert again. Especially after learning from Tolan that Archisto had betrayed the church. All the abnormalities were caused by the betrayer and those hateful nobles. The doctrines of the Inland River Church were tampered by them. To be honest, when she heard the news, Mrs. Gwyn was surprised and relieved at the same time. Mrs. Gwyn blamed the original abnormality of the Inner River Church on the betrayer and the nobles. Afterwards, Mrs. Gwyn stood firmly on Tolan's side. For Mrs. Gwyn, the Inner River Church that has returned to the right track is her hope. Even in the face of numerous difficulties and dangers, Mrs. Gwyn will not back down. Because, in the eyes of this lady, all of this is a test. And now, after passing a test, she saw the true face of the gods. If she passes several more tests, can she really have a child with her husband? Yes. Right. Yes. Mrs. Gwyn's face became more determined, and the enthusiasm in her eyes surpassed her husband and Tolan at a visible speed. There are two things in the world that can make people risk their lives. One is sudden love. The other is maternal love. And unlike sudden love, which may encounter obstacles from some demons and monsters, when a mother wants to do something for her child, any resistance will not exist. The heaven and earth will lend their strength. Even if there are some obstacles, they will disappear in an instant. Because everyone has a mother. Grindelwald's eyes lingered on the three people. As the first established peripheral organization of black cats, Grindelwald naturally needs to carefully identify them, especially the leaders among them, who need to be carefully selected. Fortunately, all three of them passed. As for the rest, Grindelwald looked at the neutral crowd. These people were the largest. Similarly, they were the most frightened at the moment. It was not that they were timid. It was really that a 14-story-high giant snake suddenly appeared in front of anyone and began to stretch its huge body, which was enough to shock anyone. Especially, these people had offended such an existence to some extent. Forget about the panic. It really spread like a plague. Plop! Someone in the crowd knelt down. There was the first one, then the second one, and then a large group of people. Seeing this scene, Arthur, who was controlling Grindelwald, felt satisfied. Why did he let the big snake Nidhogg appear here? Wasn't it just for this scene? He wanted the entire Inner River Church. He needed to make the organization that belonged to the eldest son of the Old Lion of Inner Bay belong to him completely. He wants to do the work of a medium in the name of God. Therefore, the entire Inner River Church must have the top leaders loyal, the middle leaders serving, and the bottom leaders serving as cannon fodder. Your Majesty, please forgive their ignorance. They were just deceived. Grindelwald bowed slightly. Those neutrals who knelt on the ground immediately looked at Grindelwald with gratitude. Even though not long ago, they were still thinking about what benefits they could get if Grindelwald died. Facing the threat of death, they had already forgotten everything that had happened before. However, the next moment, these people became even more terrified. Because it was different from the usual snake hiss. But everyone could feel angry from it. The backs of the neutrals were wet with sweat. Even Mr. Tolland and Mr. Gwyn felt uneasy. Grindelwald frowned slightly. Then, under the gaze of everyone, the leader of the Black Cats straightened his back. In a more formal voice, he said, "This is not my request. It is the Lord's request. Your Majesty, you don't want the Lord to talk to you in person, do you?" Every word. His voice was clear. The hissing of the snake stopped. On the face of the huge snake, all the followers of the Inner River God cult saw a trace of awe. Awe? Who is the Lord God awful? Is there any existence that is worthy of the Lord God's awe? Many believers felt incredible. But because of this incredibleness, no one doubted the truth of this. And some well-informed believers had already unconsciously recited the name in their hearts. The medium of Nanlos, Arthur. Kratos. The silent recitation in their hearts made them extremely pious at this moment. Especially Mr. Gwyn, who couldn't help but whisper to himself, "I really want to see the demeanor of that gentleman with my own eyes." Then, he felt rude again. Immediately Mr. Gwyn prayed in a low voice. The low-pitched prayer quickly resonated with everyone. They chanted together. God has a shape like a snake, very long and thick. God's breath is extremely poisonous. God's command, all snakes obey. You are the king of all snakes. You are the master of the inland river. Your hissing is the surging waves. Your gaze is the place where the inland river flows. In such a prayer, the big snake Nidhogg calmed down. It looked at the believers in front of it, nodded first, and then slowly disappeared into the inland river. The gods accepted us? The believers of the inland river god looked at each other. Then, the next moment, everyone looked at Grindelwald. Chapter 734. Under the gaze of the crowd. Grindelwald smiled. Under the night, the smile on his pale face had an inexplicable warmth. Feeling this warmth, the believers present subconsciously moved closer to the leader of the Black Cats. Your Majesty, I have accepted you again. You were also deceived. So, you are innocent, Grindelwald said with a smile. Immediately, cheers appeared. Great. We are innocent. That's great. Many people burst into tears at this moment. Grindelwald kept smiling, looked around, and spoke again. Your Majesty has forgiven everyone's sins. But, what about the sins of our brothers and sisters? They are still deceived, and we should save them. Your Majesty can be magnanimous, but we cannot turn a blind eye. Such words immediately resonated deeply. That's right. There are still too many brothers and sisters who have been deceived by that abominable bastard. We need to tell them the truth. Yes, only in this way can His Majesty not be humiliated. If His Majesty is humiliated, it will be our shame. One person spoke, and the atmosphere gradually became heated. Grindelwald looked at this scene and said, Toland, your piety has won His Majesty's attention. His Majesty regards you as the closest person to him. You will set everything right as the High Priest. And I will also give you enough help. Immediately, Toland knelt on one knee in the direction where the great snake Nidhogg disappeared. Thank you for everything you have done for me. Your Majesty, I swear on my life and soul that I will definitely bring the church back to your command. No one can stop me. After the pious and fanatical words fell, Toland stood up again. The young high priest turned around. He looked at the believers. His burning eyes made everyone afraid to look at him. And they all bowed their heads. Your Majesty has pardoned everyone. But your Majesty is watching us. Let's move forward in the glory of your Majesty. We need to set off now. Inez territory, Bed territory, Inner Bay, Sidian Castle, all need us to spread the glory of your Majesty again. After saying that, Toland saluted Grindelwald. Then, he walked towards the outside of the port of Dordet without looking back. Everyone followed. Arthur, who was controlling Grindelwald and watching this scene, nodded with satisfaction. This was the result he wanted. Why did he reject Melinda's escort team? Because he had a better escort team. As for whether the inland river god cult could do the best, Arthur was not worried about it at all. Don't forget, before the inland river god cult became a church, it was called the Inland Waterway Mutual Aid Association. There were too many people who made a living along the inland river. There may not be any high-end combat power, but there are definitely enough people. And this is what Arthur needs. Because the development time is too short. Arthur's organizational structure has some deviation. When the mid to high-end combat power begins to make up, the middle-level executors and the bottom-level personnel are too scarce, and it is impossible to control more territories. Therefore, after learning about the organizational structure of the Inner River Church, Arthur made up his mind. The Lord of the Inner River can only be his pet snake Nidhogg. Feeling the affection from Nidhogg in the Inner River, Arthur smiled and comforted his little snake. Immediately, Nidhogg shook his body excitedly. The next moment, a huge undercurrent appeared in the endless Inner River. Arthur had to tell Nidhogg to stop immediately. Suddenly, the little snake expressed his grievance to Arthur. Good snake. This is an inner river. Although it is wide, it is not a real sea. If you move around, my ship will sink. I promise you. In 3 days at most, I will let you make a big fuss. How about it? Arthur promised the little snake. Then, the little snake nodded excitedly. For Nidhogg, who regarded Arthur as the closest person and a father and brother, as long as he could spend more time with Arthur, he would be happy. As for Arthur's promise, it believed it unconditionally. Sensing the emotions coming from Nidhogg, Arthur smiled slightly. I don't know how you guys prepared in the front. I have a big surprise for you. It's really big, Arthur said with some sarcasm. Afterwards, Nanlo's psychic continued to manipulate Grindelwald. The mission of this leader of the Black Cats is not over yet. After returning to the port of Dordet, this leader of the Black Cats bought some food from the food stall on the dock. The incident last night caused a lot of damage to the dock. But it did not become desolate. On the contrary, because of the reconstruction of the dock, it became more and more crowded. The West Berlin Marquis gave double the daily wages, striving to restore the Dordt port to its original state in the shortest time. Double wages are attractive enough for most people. With more people working, there are more snack stalls following the flow of people. Even if the construction site provides food, but it is not free. Snack stalls are more popular. Among the food Grindelwald bought, sausages and bread were the most popular. 2 sausages and 2 large loaves of bread were held in the left hand of the leader of the Black Cats, and in the right hand were 2 cowhide water bottles. One contained water with a little salt. The other contained pure wheat wine. With these foods, Grindelwald turned left and right and walked into an inn. Grindelwald pushed the door open and entered his own guest room. The door opened and closed, but the man in the room didn't care. Or rather, now nothing could concern Lucius. What would a guy who couldn't even tell the truth from the false in his own memories care about? Even life and death. He wouldn't care. Grindelwald looked at Lucius, who was sitting there blankly, and didn't speak immediately, but put the food and drink in his hand on the table next to him. When he left, the other party was sitting here. And now that he was back, the other party was still sitting here, apparently not moving. Eat something, Grindelwald said. Lucius ignored him. Immediately, the leader of the Black Cats raised his eyebrows. You have been sitting here. Have you peed your pants? As he said this, the leader of the Black Cats twitched his nose. Stunned, Lucius turned his head woodenly and looked at the man with pale hair in front of him. Out of shame, he wanted to refute it. But immediately, Lucius felt that it was unnecessary. He was not sure whether his memory was true or false. Even Lucius' name, he was not sure whether it was his name. There was no need. Immediately, Lucius was about to return to his stagnation again. At this time, Grindelwald spoke again. Do you want to get your real memory back? Chapter 735. Lucius suddenly raised his head, and a gleam of light appeared in his dull eyes. Grindelwald looked at Lucius and said slowly, Your memory is just confused, not deleted. So, what you need to do now is to identify it bit by bit. This is an extremely slow and difficult process. And I can give you some advice. A smile appeared on Grindelwald's pale face. At this moment, an inexplicable charm flashed on the leader of the Black Cats. That is a charm that is enough to attract quite a few immature, or mature, but confused people. Where does it come from? Maybe it is the unusual paleness. In the window at night, there is only a crescent moon shining. The brightness makes the pale hair and face bloom at this moment. The dust in the air is suspended around Grindelwald. Lucius instantly chooses to believe. As long as he can find his true memory, Lucius is willing to choose to believe. And when a person is willing, then everything became much easier. What advice? Lucius asked. God-killing, Grindelwald said softly. His tone and appearance were unusually relaxed. But Lucius was stunned. Why are you scared? Don't dare? Grindelwald lowered his head and looked at Lucius, with a playful look in his eyes. Afraid? But dare? Lucius nodded, and then shook his head. The young Avenger naturally knew how terrifying the gods were. But, young Avenger, what else is there to lose? Nothing. He lost everything. Even, he lost his memory. Such a life has completely lost its value. He has no idea what his life means. So, getting back his memory, maybe it can make him more meaningful? Maybe he won't feel so empty. No! At least, prove that I am not nothing. The dullness in Lucius' eyes completely disappeared, only determination remained. And Grindelwald was satisfied. The leader of the Black Cats clapped his hands lightly. Paw! Paw! 2 crisp sounds, and 2 figures came out from the shadows. Lucius was startled. Since completing the blood ritual, he not only gained amazing reaction and speed, but also excellent perception. Even Grindelwald's footsteps could not be hidden from him. But he could not sense the 2 people who appeared now. Even though the 2 of them appeared in front of him, his perception still could not detect them. It seemed that at this moment, he became a blind and deaf man. But a blind man cannot see. But he can see. This feeling was terrible. Lucius felt dizzy, nauseous, and wanted to vomit. In fact, the next moment, Lucius lay there and retched. After the fat man who came out of the shadows saw the scene, he couldn't help curling his lips. Rookie! In every aspect, I'm a rookie. Rookie in ritual completion. Big rookie in skills. The experience of fighting enemies is even more of a rookie among rookies. Speaking, the fat man curled his lips again. Iver, your requirements are too high. Anyone's growth requires learning. You are, I am, and this young man is too. Lucius raised his head in a slightly hoarse voice. The young Avenger saw a very ordinary face, a man with wrinkles and gray hair. This man stood there with a hunched back, just like the prematurely aged porters that the young Avenger saw at the dock. But a porter couldn't escape his perception. And, for some reason, the young Avenger always felt a sense of oppression from this man. Obviously, the other party was just standing there, not cold or sharp. But the young Avenger couldn't breathe well. I want to kneel down there. On the contrary, the fat man who was rude looked amiable. Ah, right. After all, he is your bleeding person, you will be magnanimous. However, this kid looks silly, are you sure you want to teach him? Iver hugged his shoulders and looked at Lucius, just like looking at the fried fish on his own snack stand. Simply put, it's just a dish. Yeah, I think he's pretty good. The same age as Alvin and Alma, Acker said tolerantly. Grindelwald added, if you want to regain your memory, you need strength. And strength cannot be generated for no reason. You need to train and fight constantly. Now you are a trainee member of the Black Cats. If you can successfully graduate from the two masters, I will consider making you a regular member. Grindelwald said to Lucius. He turned and walked out. Hey, I didn't say I wanted to train him, Iver shouted. It was the boss order. If you don't want to train him, please tell the boss. Grindelwald waved his hand without looking back, and his figure disappeared quickly. I will tell the boss next time I see him, Iver muttered, but his eyes were full of excitement when he looked at Lucius, with an expression of you are lucky, kid, but Lucius still approached Iver, instead of getting closer to the more amiable Acker. Lucius's intuition told him that it didn't seem very reliable, and that the mumbling Iver was safer than Acker. No, it was absolutely safe. In fact, the next moment, Lucius's intuition came true. Swish! A slight scar appeared on Lucius's neck. The scar was shallow, but it was already bleeding. However, Lucius had no idea how he got hurt. Actual combat is the best training. There are still 6 hours until dawn. During this time, you need to find where the attack comes from. If you find it, you will pass. If you don't find it, you will die here, Acker said with a kind face, and while he was talking, there was a scar on the other side of Lucius' neck. The young Avenger subconsciously wanted to run through the window, but before his body moved, a strong murderous intent locked onto him. Chilled to the bone. Suddenly, Lucius stopped moving. The venue is only this house. Also, my attacks include but are not limited to the eyes, ears, kidneys, heart, etc. You must be on guard, Acker added. Lucius could not hear any of this. The young Avenger had already started rolling back and forth in the room. The young Avenger wanted to avoid the attack, wanted to find where the attack came from. But it was useless. Rookie! Iver pouted again then. He walked out of the room. He certainly knew the entry process of the blood flow. So, he was not interested. Moreover, compared to this, the Shadow Stream Lord was more concerned about what was different about this kid. So he chose to observe secretly. After all, if he didn't have some extraordinary talent, why would the big boss go to the trouble of doing all this? It can't be sympathy. Right? Chapter 736. Impossible. How could it be sympathy? Iver shook his head repeatedly. Iver did not deny Arthur's compassion. That kind of compassion brought unprecedented tolerance. But I will never sympathize with Lucius. After all, the first principle of sympathy is empathy. But whether it is family, or the growing environment, or even a series of events afterwards, Iver did not see the common points between Arthur and Lucius. So, it's definitely not sympathy. Will the boss have a different life? For some reason, this thought came to Iver's mind. But immediately, this Shadow Lord threw this unreliable idea behind his mind. Then, he thought more seriously, what does the boss want to do? Pendragon sat on the side of the desk, playing with the chess piece with his claws. This is a chess piece of beast chess. Beast chess is a kind of, the main chess pieces are tiger, bear, dog, rabbit and mouse. The way to win is by arriving first and colliding the chess pieces. In South Los, not only children, some adults like this game very much. There are even special clubs. And under Pendragon's paw at the moment is one of the chess pieces. It is a mouse. Perhaps cats are naturally sensitive to mice. In a kind of animal chess, Pendragon chose this chess piece. The cat's paw fiddled back and forth. The chess piece flipped back and forth. The chess piece was completely out of control. And everything was arranged by the cat's claws. Finally, when Pendragon got tired of playing, he pushed the chess piece to the edge of the table with one claw, and then it fell to the ground uncontrollably. Snap! The invisible palm caught the chess piece. Then, the chess piece fell into Arthur's hands. When Pendragon saw this scene, he immediately controlled the airflow and slid out. But the next moment, he was grabbed by Arthur by the back of the neck. Pan, I've told you so many times. No playing chess, no touching cups. And no eating in the kitchen. Arthur held his cat and said loudly. Meow meow meow. Pendragon looked ignorant, as if he was a little cat who knew nothing. No doubt, Pendragon hoped to get away with it in this way. But Arthur was not fooled by his cat. As a punishment, 2 hands of nothingness, covered with water, began to wipe Pendragon. To make it more intense, the water is all lemonade. Pendragon, whose fur was soaked, subconsciously licked it. Then, the cat retched. Ha ha, feel the father's love, Pan. Arthur laughed out loud. Then, the young Nanlos medium put the chess piece back into the box, and arranged the rest of the chess pieces neatly. But this scene made the Lady of Pain in the lead box coffin sneer. Ha, hypocrisy. The sharp comments did not make Arthur feel uncomfortable. He, himself, thought he was a little hypocritical. But, saving is saving. Since he saved, he should save thoroughly. Hypocrisy. Since it has already begun, he should finish it well. As for more, maybe it is the fate of the chess piece. Maybe it is the pity for the avenger. Maybe Arthur saw himself at that moment. Who knows? Anyway, Arthur doesn't know. And using lies to trick Lucius to retrieve his true memory, to make Lucius become a little more normal? Arthur didn't feel guilty at all. He was hypocritical. As a psychic, what's wrong with being a little hypocritical? No problem. Placing chess pieces can be called kindness? Even if it's hypocrisy. The moral bottom line of you gods is really shockingly low. Arthur checked the chess pieces in the box, confirmed that there was no problem, then closed the box, turning around and looking at the lead box coffin. Faced with Arthur's denial, Lady of Pain sneered. You know what I'm talking about. Of course. I'm testing how far you can go after being bound by this cage. But to be honest, I'm a little disappointed. I gave you a chance. I exposed my black cats. Leaders in front of you. And you? You were indifferent. No. You're not indifferent. You really can't move. Arthur said with a smile. Damn aunt. You are playing with me? This is blasphemy. The Lady of Pain was startled. And then she roared in anger. In the mind of this lady with the title of God, Arthur is cunning and must be full of conspiracy. So she said hypocrisy? Because this lady did not believe that Arthur was saving Lucius at all. So, she completely believed what Arthur said now. What annoyed her even more was that she didn't even notice this. However, what annoyed the lady was still to come. Ants? You who were trampled under the feet of ants. What are you? Mayflies? And please use more accurate words. Playing with you? Not happening. I'm really not interested in your honor. And please be sure to face your appearance. And don't let my fiancée Melinda have any misunderstandings. As for blasphemy? Arthur's face suddenly showed a pure smile, as innocent as a child. Even in the lead box coffin, the heart of the Lady of Pain trembled. What are you going to do? The Lady of Pain whispered. What can I do? Of course, I will blaspheme you. Keely! As Arthur shouted, the husky-like death hound came out from the shadows, came straight to the lead box coffin, raised its hind legs, and poured the hot yellow liquid all over it. Ah! Stupid dog! Get out of here! Get out of here! Kill you! Arthur Kratos. I'm going to kill you! I'm going to make the Kratos family disappear completely. Ah! The Lady of Pain let out a sharp, uncontrollable howl, and the entire lead box coffin trembled. The Erhakili, who was being released, was startled. Then, when Erhakili found out that the Lady of Pain was just bluffing, a smile immediately appeared on the wise dog's face. Then, more abundant water column burst up. This time, the words of the Lady of Pain were already confused. It was no longer a simple common language, but also Tu-Fu language, mixed with medieval languages from hundreds of years ago, mixed together, and roared out. Unfortunately, no one listened. Erhakili was a dog, not a human. The only person in the top cabin was Arthur. But the young Nanlos medium had just walked out of the cabin with orange tea, putting the orange tea on the small table. The young Nanlos medium lay on the chair, looking at the starry sky above his head, and whispered in his heart, "It should be almost done." Chapter 737. Outside the shallow harbor of West Lond, somewhere on a hill, Silverhand Amont and his team are doing the final work of the ruins exploration. The mechanisms have been dismantled, and the valuable items have been moved onto the carriage, but it is inevitable that some will be missed. So, the team of 11 people, except for the team's deputy and 3 people who stayed on the carriage to guard the horses, the luggage and the harvest, the remaining 6 people were doing the final inspection under the leadership of Silverhand Amont. Looking at the murals on the tightly fitted rock walls, and the winged wall candles, Amont couldn't help but sigh. Although the Holy Age is criticized, the birth of some works of art is really amazing. Yes, like the Paladin relics found in Beth territory before. The treasures inside are amazing even when I think about it now. If it weren't for the bastard Wind Sword Deljo, we could have retired long ago. The Pathfinder, who was acting as a scout in the team, couldn't help but mutter. Such words caused the 2 people around him to nod repeatedly. Yes, that guy is really a fool. He dared to kill the nobles, one of them said. The other laughed. Moreover, in order to make up for the mistakes he made, he suffered a greater failure. I heard that our old opponent, Windsword Deljo, was severely defeated by the Nanlos psychic. I have announced that I will no longer accept any employment and will return to my hometown to retire. The sarcastic tone immediately made everyone around laugh. Even the Silverhand Amont was no exception. For the Windsword Deljo, Silverhand Amont was full of disgust, and was always on guard. The 2 sides were in a competitive relationship. Moreover, in Beth territory, and even in several nearby territories, the reputations of the 2 explorers were comparable. As a creature with a strong desire to win, humans naturally want to fight. In fact, after several fights, Amont knew that he was no match for his opponent. But he seemed to be lucky, as his opponent actually retired early. Then, the title of the first adventurer in Bethling would be his. Unconsciously, the corner of the mouth of this silver hand curled up. At this moment, "Captain, I have found something." The Pathfinder suddenly spoke. Suddenly, the people around him became excited. "You have to know that this relic is a relic that has never been visited. Perfectly sealed, and originally had many valuable items. And now there is a secret room. As we all know, the most valuable things are placed in the secret room." Amont, who originally thought that he was lucky, now felt that he was the son of destiny. Good things happened one after another. It was really a good feeling. Amont thought, so in his heart, he did not forget to remind his men. "Be careful." "Got it, Captain," the Pathfinder replied. Then, it was a 5-minute wait. With the crisp sound of the spring, the wall that had been tightly closed sank down. The next moment, the countless gold coins rushed out like a surging tide. Seeing this scene, the breathing of Silverhand and others became rapid. How many gold coins are these? No one can tell clearly. But there is one thing they are sure of. They have made a fortune. This time, as long as they make this one deal, they can retire. The 7 people were excited, but they did not slow down, and they quickly retreated, dodging the surging gold coins. With the strength of the 7 people, this behavior was really simple and easy in the past, but it was a little different at this moment, because the suction. The huge and weird suction came out of thin air. Little Silverhand Amont was about to remind the team members. The whole person froze in midair, and then was submerged by gold coins. Amont, who had a considerable reputation, lost his life like a rookie. The secret techniques, props, and skills imprinted in the depths of his soul seemed to be non-existent. As for the other 6 team members, they had been submerged long ago. On the ground, the deputy of the expedition team heard the noise and immediately brought people down. "Captain? Captain, hiss!" the deputy shouted, but the next moment, the sound stopped abruptly. Gold coins. Looking at the gold coins filling up in front of him, the deputy was stunned. The 3 people with the deputy were also stunned, and this determined their fate. A big mouth appeared silently behind them. Then, it swallowed it in one gulp. There was no resistance at all. Or rather, there was no resistance at all. The owner of the huge mouth kept spitting out his tongue, as if he was savoring it, and then, his mouth suddenly opened, the gold coins on the ground, along with the bodies submerged in them, were sucked into the huge mouth. Of course, there were also horses on the ground, The luggage and items were the same, all went into the stomach of this being. It seemed that nothing could stop this being from swallowing. After doing all this being hid in the darkness. This being did not choose to continue to wait here, but went to the white passenger ship described by the woman. The woman promised him great benefits. He can't wait. Outside the territory of Einhaz, deep in the dense forest, a traveler who was tied up was whimpering. Woo woo! But the traveler with his mouth blocked couldn't shout out even a word. He could only let the group of people wearing cloaks hold them above their heads and walk slowly. The dense forest was getting deeper and deeper. The night sky was covered by leaves. Suddenly, the cloaked person walking in front stopped. The leader took off his hood. He knelt down with a pious look on his face. In front of him, there was a stone statue that seemed to be half a person's height. Standing, or half squatting. The traces of time covered the entire statue. The original luxurious decorations had all disappeared, leaving only a rough outline of the facial features, hands and feet. However, facing this stone statue, the leader was extremely enthusiastic. Your Majesty, I have brought you a sacrifice. Following the leader's words, those cloaked people placed the innocent traveler in front of the stone statue. The leader cut the traveler's throat. Gulp, gulp. Blood gushed out, but it did not scatter, but all flowed toward the stone statue. A sucking sensation appeared on the wound on the traveler's neck. Almost instantly, the traveler was sucked dry. And this was not the end. The next moment, bang! The traveler whose blood was sucked dry exploded directly, and the scattered bones pierced all the black-robed people in cloaks, including the leader. Everyone looked at the stone statue in disbelief. But the passing of life made them watch helplessly, as their blood was sucked away. As it sucked a lot of blood, a faint fluorescence appeared on the stone statue. It was extremely hungry. It wanted more food. But it understood that it was exposed. Especially after the woman contacted it. It became unsafe. So, it killed to silence the witness. Although it was a pity. It had to be careful. The stone statue went deeper into the jungle with the help of the fluorescence. It had to be faster. It must not be caught by that guy. Chapter 738. Bet Territory, Bet City. After seeing off the last guest, the owner and his wife of Smith Tavern began to close. Mrs. Smith, the bartender, was a thin, not short young lady with her hair neatly combed back into a ponytail, revealing her broad forehead. Smith, put the stools in place, clean the table and go upstairs quickly. I should be able to try the fruit wine I brewed. Facing his wife's call, Mr. Smith, who was busy, froze. Unlike Mrs. Smith, who was tall and thin, Mr. Smith was tall and fat, with strong arms and broad shoulders, enough to make anyone give up. In fact, in the early days of Smith's Tavern, those street thugs had experienced what it was like to fall asleep with one punch and fall asleep immediately. After Mr. Smith beat 10 people at once, Smith's Tavern became peaceful. But even if Mr. Smith could beat 10 people at once, after hearing his wife's hint, his lower back also ached. Was it about the fruit wine? That was something that would make me kneel down. Just when Mr. Smith was using the lame excuse of I'm too tired today, I owe you one, to evade his wife, a vision suddenly flashed before his eyes. The vision was fleeting. But Mr. Smith had already seen clearly that he didn't have much left. No. It should be that in this era. It was rare for one of his believers to die. To be precise, he was sacrificed. He was sacrificed to another guy. That guy was very alert and blocked his sight, so he couldn't see clearly. However, this didn't prevent him from being relieved. That guy didn't want to be found. He didn't want to. He also resisted this era. But after he was crushed by the wheel of fate in the name of gunpowder, he gave up. Especially after he was picked up by his wife. He gave up completely. As the number of believers decreased, he gradually came to his senses. So, he knew what he wanted. He just wanted to spend the rest of his life with his wife. A quiet life. Of course, if anyone wanted to break the silence, he would smash their head. Do you want to leave, Beth? But Rachel likes this place very much. Besides, this pub is her hard work. Damn it! I have given up everything. Why do you still want to mess with me? Subconsciously, Mr. Smith clenched his fist. However, just as the wooden stool in his hand was about to break, Mr. Smith came to his senses. The process was very covert, but after 3 years of married life, Mrs. Smith had already discovered something unusual. Smith? Mrs. Smith asked. It's okay, I just wanted to ask, can I owe you this? Mr. Smith's voice became lower and lower. Because Mrs. Smith had a smile on her face. That smile was very formal and emotionless. This made Mr. Smith understand that this was his wife's refusal. If he didn't want to have any unexpected things in the food he ate in the next 3 or 5 days, he had better agree. Okay. I'll go taste the fruit wine you brewed in a while. Mr. Smith looked like he had no desire to live. Mrs. Smith smiled immediately. The formal smile disappeared. Okay. I'll wait for you. Dear, Mrs. Smith said as she walked upstairs. When she entered the bedroom and confirmed that her husband was still downstairs, Mrs. Smith's face darkened. Just now, her former friend, Mahalo, who was known as Lady of Pain, sent her a signal for help and promised her a lot of benefits. If it was 3 years. No. If it was 6 years ago, before she met Smith, she would have agreed without hesitation. But now? Impossible. She has Smith, her own business, and is trying to give birth to her next generation. Although her chance of pregnancy is very low due to her special physique, she believes that with Smith's bull-like physical fitness, their child will definitely be born smoothly. She didn't expect that a guy she picked up casually would be so strong. When she thought of her husband, Mrs. Smith couldn't help but curl up her lips. But immediately, the lady frowned. As a friend of the painful lady, she knew her style of doing things. If she didn't go to help, she might become a bargaining chip for the other party. No. Even if she went, it would be like this. Bet can't stay. Go. Leave quickly. Thinking of this, the lady poked her head out of the bedroom and shouted to her husband, who was dawdling downstairs. Roycio, if you don't finish the work in your hands within 5 minutes, you will get up 50 minutes later tomorrow morning. Okay. I'll be there soon. Hearing her husband's flustered voice, the lady immediately said, By the way, I heard that Newin is going to hold the Southern County Swordsmanship Competition. Should we go and see it? I've heard about it many times before, but I never had the chance to go. The lady knew very well how to persuade her husband. In fact, that's the case. Mr. Smith, who was thinking about how to avoid the limelight, immediately seized this opportunity. Of course, I have never seen any decent sword fighting competition. Besides, we haven't visited Newin seriously. How about we leave early and take a vacation for ourselves? Mr. Smith said. Yes. Dear, there are still 3 minutes. The lady nodded repeatedly and reminded her husband. Mr. Smith smiled bitterly. However, the gentleman immediately looked as determined as if he had joined the party. He also wanted to have a child, not only to continue his and his wife's bloodline, but also to protect his wife. He was always worried about what would happen. At least his wife was safe. It was a pity that his bloodline was too special, and the chance of pregnancy was greatly reduced. But it must be possible. Thinking in his heart, Mr. Smith locked the door and hurried upstairs. The night was getting darker. When the morning sun appeared again, the captain of the Orient, the first mate, began to inspect the ship again, while old John, the boatswain, directed the sailors to carry all the daily necessities on board. As the owner of the Orient, Arthur greeted Ekaterina Otto von Seiberling, who came to see her off. Next to the eldest daughter of the Marquis of Seiberling was the chief of the Marquis of Seiberling's guards, who kept a distance of 2 meters and provided protection throughout the journey. Thank you for seeing me off. Looking at Ekaterina, who was dressed up to see him off, Arthur said politely. He knew very well that, after the previous incident, the Marquis of West Berlin was going to take advantage of the situation and let his eldest daughter step onto the stage of West Berlin. Of course, in addition to this, there was also the announcement of the union of the West Berlin family and the Kratos family to the world. Arthur knew this very well. Similarly, the same was true for Ekaterina. So, the lady was a little reluctant, but for the sake of her family, her father, and herself, she still chose to walk towards Arthur with a fake smile. But the scene that happened next caught the lady off guard. She was stunned where she was. Chapter 739. Reason and emotion are like a pair of rebellious twins. They quarrel with each other, curse each other, and sometimes throw punches. But when the benefits are big enough, emotion will definitely give in. Because emotion, reason is right. Of course, there are surprises. There are, and many times. For example, love and affection. Love between men and women. Love between parents. Love between friends. These can make reason vulnerable. Admit your emotional failure. Unfortunately, Ekaterina has absolutely none of these feelings towards Arthur. Similarly, Arthur has none of these feelings towards Ekaterina. In Ekaterina's eyes, Arthur is a partner who maintains the dignity and interests of the West Berlin family. And in Arthur's eyes, Ekaterina is more direct, a chess piece. Not only is Ekaterina a chess piece, the other party's father, the West Berlin Marquis, is also a chess piece. So, when he saw Ekaterina approaching with an awkward smile, Arthur seemed to subconsciously take a step back. This step stunned Ekaterina. The eldest daughter of the Marquis of West Berlin stared blankly at the unnatural and unwilling? Arthur was unwilling. The eldest daughter of the Marquis of West Berlin was stunned at first, and then angry. She was stunned because of Arthur's attitude. She had thought about a lot, but she didn't expect Arthur to step back. Angry, it was also because of Arthur's attitude. She had clearly prepared herself to be bitten by the dog, but what happened? The dog even rejected her. What is this? Am I ugly? Or is it the rumored beauty of Melinda that overwhelms the world? How is it possible? It's not like I haven't seen her portrait. Just average. Yes, average. Ekaterina, with a surge in her heart, began to emphasize, and then, the eldest daughter of the Marquis of West Berlin felt a little puzzled. Even, a smile appeared on the lady's face. She felt herself funny. As the eldest daughter of the Marquis of West Berlin, Ekaterina had seen too many aristocratic tricks since she was a child, and she understood the meaning of he who wears the crown must bear its weight. She knew very well that, as she officially stepped onto the stage of the Marquis of West Berlin, her father's protection for her would begin to weaken. Although he was still her biggest supporter, she could only rely on herself at certain moments. Otherwise, there will only be rumors of not being decent, disrespectful, uninformed, foolish, and so on. Even if her father wanted her to inherit West Berlin, it would be very difficult. So, she had to try to get rid of these. But facing Arthur, she was not sure. Last night, Arthur impressed this lady too deeply. Not only his calm attitude, but also his confidence in controlling everything. And his strong strength. As the situation unfolded layer by layer, the lady had already begun to think of the worst. But when the time came, she suddenly realized that she had overthought. Isn't this funny? Of course not. She was not as funny as the Nanlos medium who would retreat in front of a lady, especially with his attitude last night, his confidence, and his strength as a backdrop. The contrast of this retreat made Ekaterina unable to believe her eyes. But her eyes told her, this is true. Subconsciously, the lady took another step forward. Instinctively, Arthur took another step back, and, his brows slightly frowned. Ha! Ekaterina laughed out loud. However, the training of aristocratic etiquette made the lady cover her mouth and nose with a folding fan, leaving only her emerald green eyes, staring at Arthur with interest. Are you afraid of something? As she said this, the lady took another step forward. This time, Arthur did not retreat. It's not that I don't want to retreat, but I can't retreat. There is an inland river behind me. And if I retreat further, I will fall into the inland river. It's not fear. Arthur shook his head first, and then said very straightforwardly, I'm allergic to women. Ekaterina's eyes widened. Obviously, the lady didn't expect Arthur to use such an excuse. However, although it was outrageous, the lady was a little envious. Is Miss Caesar nice? Yeah. Arthur nodded gently, the corners of her mouth curled up. Looking at that smile, Ekaterina suddenly understood what happiness meant. Before, she couldn't imagine what happiness would look like, but when she saw that smile, the lady understood. When you mention Melinda, when Arthur smiles, it's called happiness. Ekaterina, who originally only planned to go through the motions, suddenly envied the Ms. Long Night a little at this moment. The boat will set sail soon. Thank you for seeing me off. Arthur said goodbye and was about to leave quickly. This eagerness to get away from her made Ekaterina more envious. The lady knew why Arthur did this. It was love for the Lady of the Long Night. Unreserved. Expressing her unreserved love with actions. Unconsciously, Ekaterina's breathing became rapid. Although she grew up in a noble family full of intrigue, but it's not that Ekaterina has never seen true love. Her father, her mother is. But her mother is dead. Only her father is left, hiding in a place where ordinary people can't see and crying quietly. Although when he is outside, this West Berlin Marquis is treacherous and overbearing, but when no one is around, her father is really a nagging old father, not only telling her about the little things he had with her mother, but also telling her how to deal with some things. Like an annoying old man. But, it's very real. She originally thought that her father and mother were the only ones. But, she didn't expect there was another one. Arthur, Melinda. When will I meet a man who can be like my father? The lady thought, and unconsciously looked at Arthur. Arthur, yes. But not to her. She came too late. When this thought suddenly came up, Ekaterina was shocked then. He even said, "The Red Knight has deployed a lot of manpower and traps in the inner river basin of Ainha's territory. They were recruited by the Little Lion. Oh! And there are some other guys who have also joined in with the support of the local nobles of Ainha's territory. The Red Knight is the biggest river pirate along the inner river of Ainha's territory. He not only harassed Ainha's territory, but also Beth and West Berlin territory. The eldest son of the Old Lion really found him, moreover, after there were some more miscellaneous guys. It was really great." At this moment, Arthur was not worried about the number of enemies, but worried that the scene was not big enough. All the things in the early stage, were they all for this moment? Huh? Arthur exhaled slightly, his deep eyes sparkled with brilliance. The young face of the Nanlo psychic was full of smiles. He was going to make a big fuss. He wanted to let the world know. Chapter 740. Ekaterina had never thought that a person's smile could be so bright. The lady looked at Arthur's bright smile. Her eyes were full of doubts. Shouldn't he be worried? Shouldn't he be sad? Why was he so confident? The Red Knights are numerous, and many wanted guys to join them, especially the leader, who was an entry-level person 10 years ago. My father chased him twice. Both times he ran away. Ekaterina reminded Arthur. Yes. Arthur nodded again. The bright smile did not change, but the moment he turned around, the voice sounded again. There will be no more Red Knight in the future. The figure gradually moved away. Ekaterina stood where she was. The lady seemed to see the Nanlos medium last night again. Immediately, the lady swallowed back more words, just raised her arm and waved goodbye, until the figure disappeared in the cabin. The lady then asked the chief guard beside her, "Georges, do you think Mr. Kratos can successfully reach the inner bay?" She said she was asking others, but such words were full of self-questioning. Georges clearly felt the true emotions of his lady. Immediately, the chief guard of West Berlin said directly, "Yes." The neat answer made Ekaterina look back in astonishment. "Why?" "Georges, how can I know why?" "Miss, isn't this what you said?" But facing the inquiring eyes of his own lady, the captain of the Marquis' guards could only bite the bullet and say, "Because he is Arthur Kratos." The words were meaningless, but they made Ekaterina's eyes light up. "Yes, he is Arthur Kratos. He is a Nanlos medium. Aren't all mediums like this?" Ekaterina looked at the white passenger ship. The lady wanted to shout something, but suddenly she thought of the Ms. Long Night. Suddenly, the lady's heart stagnated. That kind of oppressive, sour feeling was very uncomfortable. "So, I look forward to it." Ekaterina shouted at the direction of the Vostok with the loudest voice she could. The voice startled the West Berliners on the dock. The voice attracted the attention of the people on the Vostok. But Ekaterina, who shouted this, walked briskly towards the carriage. She shouted. She felt happy. As for some people being unhappy, it was none of her business. Georges on the side was dumbfounded. As a traditional noble retainer, the chief guard of the Marquis of West Berlin did not understand what had just happened. Is it his fault? It is impossible. He was just following his lady's wishes. How could this be wrong? It is impossible. What happened? While the chief guard of the Marquis of West Berlin was thinking, a spy under his command came over and sent a secret intelligence about Arthur Kratos and the Kratos family. Unlike the superficial intelligence in the past, this intelligence was obtained through secret channels and at a great cost. Therefore, this intelligence is more in-depth. The chief guard of the Marquis of West Berlin did not think that this investigation was impolite. On the contrary, in the eyes of the chief guard of the Marquis of West Berlin, they did this for better cooperation in the future. However, the spy's face looked a little strange. He seemed to be hesitant to speak, with doubt in his heart. The chief guard of the Marquis of West Berlin looked at the information. On the first page, there was some information about Charlie, the oldest person in the Kratos family. After reading the text clearly, the Marquis of West Berlin turned green. How is this possible? Not only does he have 26 mistresses, and there were many noble ladies among them, there was even a lady who had committed suicide for him. He would rather take the dagger with his bare hands, cut his palm, and directly pierce his lower abdomen to prevent the lady from fighting for the dagger. This? Where did the love saint come from? The extremely traditional Georges' face was distorted. The things recorded in it, in the eyes of the captain of the guards, were impossible. What about cutting off his own legs and climbing through the window? What about blocking a sword for a lover? They all smiled to stop their lovers from crying. What about giving everything to their lovers, and preferring to beg, rather than wanting their lovers to suffer? This was beyond the imagination of the chief guard. But the chief guard did not think it was false. First, their channels could not have false information. Secondly, sincerity. Even if it was transcribed information, the chief guard saw sincerity in it. At this time, the chief guard thought of the appearance of his own lady. The alarm bells in my heart began to ring wildly. Now! Immediately! This news must be told to the Marquis. Otherwise, the inheritance of the West Berlin family will be cut off. The head of the guard immediately caught up with Ekaterina's carriage, and at the same time, he spoke secretly with the crystal. Many people saw this scene. The stalkers, who had ulterior motives, immediately guessed more. They immediately passed this scene back. Then, they watched the gradually receding Orient, with fierceness in their eyes. In the top cabin of the Orient, Arthur picked up a cup of orange tea with double honey, took a sip, and then added 2 spoonfuls of sugar. After taking another sip, feeling the sweetness, he nodded with satisfaction. After the Marquis of West Berlin conducts an in-depth investigation, he will probably discover the great achievements of Grandpa? TSK, maybe he already knew it, but just pretended not to know. Arthur is very clear about certain characteristics in people as hearts. People always like to play ostrich. If you pretend not to know, it means nothing happened. People are really complicated. Arthur picked up Pendragon, who had just come back from the kitchen, looking at the meat sauce on his mouth, while wiping it for the kitten. He said, "It will never be like a kitten, where even stealing food can be discovered." Pen? For some reason, Pendragon felt that Arthur was teasing him. But after careful thinking, he felt that it was not the case. Before Pendragon could figure it out, Arthur continued, "Pen, you must remember. Sincerity plus wealth, appearance, ability, even potential can be a sure win. But, if there is only sincerity, then you will definitely lose." Pendragon was even more confused. The kitten didn't understand such a complicated thing at all. And Arthur didn't explain more. Because the communication stone he placed on the table flickered. Arthur raised his lips, connected the communication stone, and a deep voice sounded. "Done, boss." Chapter 741. Inhas Territory, Pulte Port. As the best deepwater port in Inhas Territory, the prosperity here is no less than that of Dortmund Port in West Berlin, and it has a larger population, especially the production of high-quality leather, which has brought vitality to this port. Therefore, there are hundreds of ranches outside of Pulte Port. Not only fur, but also meat, especially beef, is welcomed by the whole South County. There is even a saying that the most abundant food is in South Los. But the best beef must be in Porter. At this moment, old Maha from Maha Farm, with his son Little Maha and a dozen of his men, was driving a donkey cart full of beef, wine, vegetables and fruits to a secret place outside Porter. "Father, is that gentleman really here?" Little Maha approached his father and asked softly. Old Maha did not answer immediately. Instead, he glanced at the guys behind him, confirmed that no one could hear him, then nodded slightly. "Here I am. This time, I will formally introduce you to this gentleman. Remember, don't make anything public." Old Maha pointed at the guys behind him and told his son. Although they were all old people in the farm, there were some things that were destined to be told only to the closest people. Even if it wasn't for his son to take over, old Maha would not tell his son about his relationship with the Red Knight. After all, providing information, selling stolen goods and the like, are not honorable. But if he didn't do that, how could a country boy like him earn such a large business? "Great! I can finally meet this gentleman. Red Knight, Red Knight." Little Maha cheered in a low voice, and kept repeating it in his mouth. Old Maha looked at his son and wanted to say something. But in the end, he remained silent. Old Maha knew why his son was like this. In fact, many young people in Inhas Territory were like this when they heard the name of the Red Knight. Although the Red Knight was a river pirate, the young people in Inhas Territory were more willing to regard the Red Knight as a chivalrous thief. That's right. It's the kind of chivalrous thief in the picture book. Many young people prefer to believe that the reason why the Red Knight has the title of knight is because of his various acts of chivalry. Even if he robbed a cargo ship, he would consider it as a good deed of robbing the rich to help the poor. And the person he killed? Of course he is a bad person. But what is the reality? As one of the dealers of the Red Knight, Old Maha knows clearly that the Red Knight is not a real chivalrous thief. And each robbery is not a so-called good deed. And the people who were killed are not all bad people. But looking at his son's longing look, Old Maha did not say this right away. Let him fantasize for a while longer. That's what Old Maha thought. Why did he become a dealer of stolen goods for river pirates? Isn't it just to make his family live a better life? It's no exception now. He hopes that this wealth can continue. As for his son's fantasy, just treat it as the last lesson. Thinking in his heart, Old Maha speeded up. 5 donkey carts turned and entered a narrow path. Then, a person holding a torch appeared in front of the path. Seeing the person holding the torch, Old Maha was stunned. Not a stranger. On the contrary, the person in front of him was an acquaintance. Sadie, one of the captains under the Red Knight. But Sadie's people have always been outside the headquarters. As one of the surprise troops, how did the other party appear here? What are they going to do this time? Knowing that the Red Knight would not easily summon his captain, Old Maha was shocked. However, the farmer, who knew the Red Knight's methods well, immediately shouted, "It's me!" The farmer didn't want to be shot like a hedgehog by arrows from both sides. Moreover, the farmer was sure that they had been caught up long ago. The person in front appeared with a torch, and the person behind must have caught up. Facts proved that the farmer's guess was correct. As the farmer stood up with his hands raised high, footsteps sounded behind him. The accompanying guys, Little Maha was controlled by someone. Facing the long sword and dagger hanging on their necks, these people turned pale. When they met the Red Knight before, it was always Old Maha alone. These guys had never seen a big scene. Although Little Maha's face was also slightly pale, there was excitement in his eyes. Same. What he saw was the same as what he thought. Just when the farmer's son was looking forward to the next scene, he suddenly felt a pain in the back of his head. Everything went dark. Don't worry, he just fainted. The man holding the torch saw Old Maha bending over, and immediately explained, "Captain Sadie, he's my son." Old Maha raised his voice. Well, so he survived. The big-faced man holding the torch, who had a dirty face and a beard, said so. Old Maha was stunned, then turned his head sharply to look. He saw that the dozen guys who came with him had already had their throats pierced by sharp weapons. This? Old Maha's voice was stuck in his throat. But Sadie shrugged nonchalantly. This is a real big deal. After this deal, we will retire. Not only me, but also Danny, and those 2 guys from Kamal are back. Kamal means to kill you too. After all, if we want to retire peacefully, we can't leave trouble like you behind. But the boss thinks you are reliable, so you have to retire with us. Sadie smiled, and put his arm around Old Maha's shoulders. The farmer was in a trance. Retire together? What about his farm? The farm he had worked hard for 20 years is just thrown away. And is the deal of the Red Knight so big this time? Not only the headquarters and Sadie's people, the other 2 captains are back? As a dealer of the Red Knight's stolen goods, Old Maha has a certain understanding of the composition of the Red Knight. The Red Knights have about 200 people. But these 200 people are only the main force, which is the Red Knights known to the public. But in addition, the Red Knights have 3 additional teams. Each team has 100 to 200 people. The leaders of each team are famous river pirates on the river. For example, Sadie is called the Skull Splitter. Danny is known as the Blood Axe. The most famous one is Kemal. Kemal the Killer is a person that everyone on the inland river fears. His reputation for cruelty is comparable to Greta, the Burning Wind, during the 7 Years' War. It is also because of Kemal the Killer that Old Maha does not think that the Red Knight is a real knight. After all, a real knight would not commit a massacre. Let's go and meet the boss. Then, stay here peacefully. After tomorrow, we will truly retire. Remember? You and your friends met river pirates. You all died, and your farm will be robbed by river pirates afterwards. So, you can think about what you want to take now, Sadie said with a smile. What can Old Maha say? The farmer could only smile bitterly. Where are we going? It won't be Nanlos. Right? Chapter 742. Hearing what Old Maha said, Sadie smiled mysteriously. Looking at this smile, Old Maha's heart was pounding. The farmer had a bad feeling in his heart. Could our target be from Nanlos? Who could it be? Could it be the Countess? The thought in his heart made the farmer almost suffocate. As a dealer of the Red Knight, Old Maha was not a stupid person. He had been able to detect that there was someone behind the Red Knight several years ago. But as a smart man, old Maha never asked too many questions. Nor did he inquire, but just did his job. He didn't want to get involved in any accidents. At this moment, it was the same. Looking at old Maha walking with his head down, Sadie said with a smile, "Let's go. You will know in a while." Old Maha was held by Sadie's shoulders and walked towards the camp of the Red Knight. Along the way, looking at those murderous river pirates, the farmer became more and more uneasy. Not only are there a lot of people, and there are too many new faces, it's definitely not just the Red Knight. There are other people involved. Damn it! They won't really attack the Countess. Will they? Old Maha lowered his head even more. Even if there is a crack in the ground, the farmer can get in immediately. Noble! Robbing a noble is a heinous crime. Nobles from all over the world will definitely investigate it to the end. Even if the Red Knight has someone backing him up, but who knows if that person will throw the Red Knight out as a discarded pawn? And if the Red Knight is thrown out, what about him? When the farmer thought of his own fate, his legs trembled, and he kept praying in his heart. At the same time, in the largest tent in the camp, Hazlitt was once again rehearsing this plan in his heart. Hazlitt, who is called the Red Knight, has a height and physique far beyond that of ordinary people. The red iron armor made his body look even more burly. He had a square face, a big bald head with thick stubble, and a scar from the left corner of his eye to the right corner of his mouth, crossing his entire face, making this Red Knight look even more ferocious and majestic. As long as I don't go into the water myself, facing the strange phenomenon of the Inner Bay River, using the artillery hidden on the hills on the shore, and those water explosive barrels, I will definitely be able to sink the Orient. It should be possible. The Red Knight was extremely grateful for his daily preparations at this moment. If he hadn't hidden 20 12-pound cannons and 200 water explosive barrels in the hills near the river just in case, he would probably be unable to handle the commission of the Little Lion of the Inner Bay at this time. After all, that was the South Los Medium who could control the Inner River. In just a few days, the strange phenomenon that occurred when the Orient left the port had already spread to everyone who was interested. Among them, the river pirates were one of them. It's not that the river pirates paid much attention to Arthur. Instead, the pirates were paying attention to the Inner River God cult. After all, many pirates believed in the Inner River God. Therefore, when they heard that the Nanlos Medium was the master of the Inner River God, these pirates, who believed in the Inner River God, were extremely angry. That is why the Red Knight was going to let these guys act as the vanguard. You must fight hard. Only if you fight hard, we will have a chance to escape. The Red Knight thought silently in his heart. Run away. After the Little Lion from Niwen issued the commission and paid part of the reward, the Red Knight was ready to run away. As one of the mysterious people, he knew very well how powerful the Nanlos Medium was. He knew, and the Little Lion from Niwen must have known it too. But under such circumstances, the Little Lion from Niwen still wanted him to intercept the Nanlos Medium. It was obvious that he was using his death to delay time. He didn't want to be such a discarded child. But he dared not disobey the Little Lion in the Inner Bay. So he had to run away. Sadie, Danny, Kemal, and old Maha are trustworthy. He must also take them with him to retire. In addition to them, Red Knight Hazlitt thought about the escape list. The number of people cannot be too many. But it cannot be too few. They must have enough self-protection ability. They must also take away enough property. Then, go directly to South Los, buy a boat and go out to sea, or hijack a ship and go out to sea. Of course, they are not going to be pirates, but to go to North County. Although the climate is cold, as long as you have enough money, you can live comfortably anywhere. Right? While thinking, the tent curtain suddenly lifted up. Hazlitt unexpectedly saw Danny, one of his trusted men. Danny was holding a box in his hand, with a smile on his face. Boss, I'll show you something good. Danny couldn't wait to come over. He looked like he was offering a treasure. Looking at the box in front of him, Hazlitt smelled a faint smell of blood, and immediately, the Red Knight realized that his subordinate had found a deserter or a spy. This had happened before. Hazlitt was no stranger to this. As for cutting off deserters and spies? Impossible. Those regular troops couldn't do it. Not to mention a river pirate like him. Therefore, the Red Knight took a casual attitude. He opened the box and said as he opened it, "Who did you catch again? Let me see." He stopped talking before he finished. The Red Knight looked at the head in the box. His eyes widened, because the box contained Kemal's head. Kemal, the Slayer. was another of his confidants. At the same time, it was also the sharpest sword in his hand. Now, he died just like that? The Red Knight looked at Kemal's unwilling look. It is completely conceivable that Kemal would not believe it until his death. Just like he is now. He also couldn't believe it. However, the Red Knight did not move at all. It was not that he couldn't. It was that he didn't dare. A dagger had been silently placed on his neck. Just when he was startled, the dagger appeared. Even if it was just a grab, it was enough to show the strength of the person who came. Friend, we can talk. Hazlitt didn't even look at Danny, but spoke to the person behind him. But the person behind him gave a non-answer. Black Cats. Sean, I bring you greetings from the contemporary Black Cats. Sean, who was born in the True Cat faction, said softly. Black Cats? Nanlo's psychic? When did Danny and Nanlo's get together? Hazlitt's heart trembled. This Red Knight didn't want to confront Arthur. But this Red Knight didn't expect that. Arthur sent people here early. What puzzled the Red Knight even more was that his men were actually turned against him. As if sensing the Red Knight's confusion, Blood Axe Danny said enthusiastically, The crown has come. The crown has come. This is, God has come. Chapter 743. Your Majesty? God. Hazlitt's heart skipped a beat. As a river pirate, also known as the Red Knight, Hazlitt naturally knew some secrets that ordinary people didn't know, so he was cautious and wary of the gods. And the fanaticism of one of his confidants, Blood Axe Danny, made the Red Knight's vigilance reach an extreme. Because it's coming. He clearly heard Danny said these two words. But he didn't feel the strong breath. Will we become the sacrifices of the one who came? Completely subconsciously, the Red Knight thought so. At the same time, footsteps sounded from outside. Tap, tap, tap. The friction between the soles of the boots and the muddy ground made the Red Knight feel excited. It was Sadie. Another slightly heavier footsteps, which came from his contact Maha. If it was Sadie, the Red Knight hoped that Sadie, the Skullbreaker, would give him a chance. He believed that Sadie could do it. In fact, if Sean was the only one among the Black Cats, then Sadie could really do it, but unfortunately, there were two people sent out by the real Cat faction, Black faction, to follow Arthur. In addition to Sean, there was another Bont. Bont was older than Sean. More experience. More skill. Perhaps, he has not yet reached the entry in the true sense, but with the various secret techniques of Cat sect, Black, Bont has already been infinitely close to this level. The tent curtain was lifted. The night wind blew outside. The candle flame trembled. Light and shadow intertwined. Sadie almost instinctively squinted, in order to adapt himself to the light faster. And at this moment, this skull splitter had a tiny blind spot in his vision. In this blind spot, a figure emerged silently from the shadows, and appeared like a ghost in front of Sadie and behind old Maha. The cat claws on his left and right hands were pointed directly at the necks of the two men. The cat claws are one of the unique weapons of the cat school. It is an extension of the iron glove and the sword blade. The fingers of the iron glove are replaced with a special slender sword blade. It not only retains the defense of the iron glove, but also brings the sharpness of the long sword. It can be said to be a weapon that can be used for both offense and defense, but it requires extremely high skills to use. However, after entering the Pioneer era, weapons like cat claws rarely appear, not only because cat claws require more time and energy than single long swords, spears, daggers, and other weapons, but also because after the cat cave disappeared and the cat faction completely declined, this kind of weapon that shows status has basically disappeared. Everyone just wants to survive. Something needs to be given up. The same is true for Bont. Although he spent 10 years to familiarize himself with the cat's claw, and finally made it a part of his body. However, Bont never thought of using this weapon. Until that night Amanda came to him a way to make Cat Pie Black reappear in front of the world. No. Not reappearance, but revival. Bont clearly remembered when Ms. Amanda said this, the look in his eyes. There was struggle, hesitation, and even more hope. So, he did not refuse. As one of the strongest among the remaining cats, Bont did not refuse. Having seen the glorious afterglow of the cats, Black, he wanted more members to feel that brilliance. He put on the cat's claws that he thought he would take to his coffin. He put on his cat's claws. He wanted to let the world know what the former cats, Black, was like. Therefore, in the face of Arthur's order, he executed meticulously, feeling the coldness of the person behind him. The cold and tenacious killing intent made Sadie, known as the Skull Splitter, raise his hands. Sadie had no doubt that if he hesitated a little, he would be killed. As for the old Maha, who was still holding his son, he knelt down directly. Surrender? I surrender. Don't kill my son. The kneeling old Maha protected his son under his body. Watching this scene, Hazlitt's heart kept sinking. The last support was also bound. Then he can only rely on himself. The river pirate known as the Red Knight certainly cannot have no trump card. In fact, Hazlitt has a trump card. And more than one. However, every use comes at a great cost. Therefore, it is better not to use it if possible. And now? Of course. He has no choice, he must use it. Sean, who was close to Hazlitt, clearly sensed the changes in the heartbeat of the Red Knight. As the only two major arcanas in the cat party, Black Sean, who is only 19 years old this year, is more than 40 years younger than Bont. He can be said to be a person with absolute talent in the cat party. Black. He is also favored by everyone, and can enter the rank at the age of 30. Sean's spirituality is much more active than others. So, Sean at this time immediately caught what Hazlitt wanted to do. Immediately, this black cat member spoke up. Sir, the Red Knight, we are not here for war. On the contrary, we are here for peace. You should have guessed who that His Majesty is. Right? The slightly soft voice did not let Hazlitt relax his vigilance. Especially when he felt the sharpness on his neck, the Red Knight sneered in his heart. However, the Red Knight's mind could not help but follow Sean's words. Almost instantly, the Red Knight blurted out, God of the Inland River? This is not difficult to guess. There are many gods in Nanjun, but the only one related to the Nanlos medium is the god of the Inland River. The moment he said this answer, the Red Knight felt relieved. Because, the Red Knight was sure that he would not be sacrificed. With the Inland Waterway Mutual Aid Association as its predecessor, the reputation of the god of the Inland River is quite good near the Inland River, especially compared with some beings who want to sacrifice people at any time. He is even more of a good man. But then, the Red Knight was startled. He was affected. Not directly, but induced. It was like hearing a kitten cry, and subconsciously wanting to go and see it. Sorry. For our better cooperation, I had to use some tricks. Cat pie. Cat cry. But I can assure you, I have no ill intentions. Saying this, Sean let go of Hazlitt. Bont, who was standing by, also let go of Sadie and old Maha. Hazlitt, who regained his freedom, was not happy at all. On the contrary, the Red Knight's heart began to beat violently. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. Chapter 744 Red Knight. When someone suddenly gives up the absolute advantage they originally had over you, don't think that it is kindness and mercy. Such a thought will only lead to your death. Because, when a person really does this, there is only one possibility. That is, the other party is sure to win. Hazlitt looked at Sean, who put away the short blade. Naive. This was Hazlitt's first thought. Especially the small round face, which made Sean feel like a baby face. It made him look even younger. At least, in everyone's eyes. It was hard to connect this baby-faced boy with the man who had just held the Red Knight hostage. Good evening, Sir Red Knight. Sean bowed slightly and greeted him. Yes. Hazlitt nodded. But the Red Knight's eyes were looking at the entrance of the tent. The tent curtain was lifted. A man in a cloak appeared. The scarlet eyes indicated the other party's identity as a blood clan dot. The last descendant of blood? Hazlitt cried out in doubt. Suddy, who unconsciously approached Hazlitt, stopped. The face of this skull splitter became extremely stiff. It's over. It's over. This skull splitter cried in his heart. This skull splitter was extremely concerned about the rumors about the last descendant of blood. It's not just because the blood descendant is rare and powerful every time he shows up, but also because they have a slight relationship with this blood descendant. Definitely just a slight relationship. They just accidentally discovered a tomb of the blood clan. It was absolutely unintentional. They just took what they should have taken. They didn't take anything they shouldn't have taken. As for why the tomb was empty, he didn't know. It definitely wasn't him. In his heart, the Skullbreaker tried his best to excuse himself. Therefore, when the descendant of blood looked over, a smile uglier than crying appeared on his face. Compared with his trusted subordinate Sadie, Hazlitt was not much better. In fact, his body was even more stiff. After all, most of the benefits in the tomb were obtained by him. including but not limited to secret techniques, props, and a large amount of gold coins. And that secret technique? The props have long become his trump card. But for other ordinary people, the trump card that can form a fatal blow. Is it useful against a real blood clan? It is probably useless. Because his trump card comes from the blood clan. How can it be useful to use the power of the blood clan to deal with the blood clan? Thinking of the rumors that some superiors of the blood clan have absolute control over the inferiors, for the first time, the Red Knight felt uneasy. It was at this moment that the Red Knight finally understood why the South Los medium showed up at such a perfect time. It was obvious that the other party had long been eyeing him. As for perfect time, it was just that he had accepted a commission that he shouldn't have accepted. And the other party closed the net in advance. Damn Greasa Hamlet. Hazlitt cursed loudly in his heart, but the action was extremely fast. The Red Knight bowed and saluted. Meet Mr. Auburn. With the appearance of Blood Descendant again and again, everyone already knew the real name of Blood Descendant, and even some subtle things were dug out. They were all related to Auburn. And because of such digging, everyone also understood the forbearance of Blood Descendant. The other party behaved completely in line with the personality of Auburn. Or performance. The other party was performing Auburn. Therefore, some people speculated that the real name of this Blood Descendant was not Auburn at all. But no matter what, people became more and more wary of this Blood Descendant. After all, most of the nobles, more or less, had divided the cake left by the Blood Clan. Even though at that time, it had been confirmed that the Blood Clan had no heirs. But now, it is enough to prove that it is wrong. The Blood Clan has not only heirs. Moreover, there are two of them. Thinking about the rumors about the Blood Clan in his heart, Hazlitt became more respectful. And this appearance made Arthur, who was controlling the Blood Descendant, instinctively feel that something was wrong. Hazlitt's performance before and after was too different. When he was held hostage before, although he was passive, he did not panic. And now? But he was really a little panicked. Could it be? Arthur had a guess in his mind, but, as a qualified psychic, Arthur immediately grasped this point, but he would not ask directly. He controlled the descendant of blood. Do you know why I came here? The cold voice made the temperature in the tent begin to drop. With the excuse of coming here on behalf of the Nanlo psychic, Arthur knew how to test the other party. To this end, Arthur prepared 3 plans. However, Arthur obviously overestimated the courage of a river pirate after his trump card was discarded. I know. You came here for the matter of the ancestor's tomb. I swear I never really coveted it. I just found it by accident. Moreover, I just borrowed some of the props and secrets. I just invested those gold coins for you. Now, it has earned more for you. Hazlitt spoke very quickly, with a hint of flattery on his face. Coincidentally, little Maha woke up at this time. The young man was in a daze, and his father covered his mouth and held him tightly in his arms without making any sound. After a few breaths, the young man could see everything in the tent clearly. The young man saw the descendant of blood, Hazlitt, Sean, Bont, and the trembling Sadie. Finally, the young man fixed his eyes on the descendant of blood and Hazlitt, because the two stood in the middle of the tent, and because Hazlitt's servility at the moment set off the descendant of blood. The young man looked at the scarlet eyes under the hood, and his whole body trembled with excitement. He saw it. He really saw it. Almost subconsciously, the young man began to struggle. The strength of the young man broke free from his father's restraints and rushed straight towards the descendant of blood. Little Maha. Old Maha was horrified. Looking at his son's back, the contactor followed him tumbling and crawling. Old Maha had already decided that, even if his son offended the descendant of blood, he would stand in front of his son. He would do everything he could to keep his son alive. If he couldn't survive, then he would die in front of his son. At least, he couldn't watch his son die in front of him. The son was running in front. The father was chasing behind. Finally, the son rushed to the front of the blood descendant, his face flushed with excitement, and his voice was trembling, asking, "Are you the Red Knight?" Chapter 745. The trembling voice of the young Maha brought the trembling heart of the old Maha. When the old father heard his son's words, he was really desperate. As the contact person of the Red Knight, the old Maha knew very well how cruel Hazlitt was, especially for those who dared to impersonate his name. He would never tolerate them. There was once a group of river pirates who pretended to be the Red Knights and robbed merchant ships. Even if they did it cleanly enough, they were still caught by Hazlitt. In the end, the group of more than 20 river pirates were all skinned by Hazlitt and thrown into the oil pan. This was what old Maha saw with his own eyes. He saw with his own eyes that in a moment, the impostors turned into charcoal. He didn't want his son to suffer such a fate. Even if Hazlitt didn't have time to pay attention to his son now. But what about afterwards? River pirates are not broad-minded people. Revenge after the fact, that is really the norm. Or double the revenge. Therefore, without thinking, the farmer said loudly, "Sir, your excellency, little Maha." The words were not finished. In fact, it can be said that the words came to an abrupt end. Because Hazlitt knelt on one knee, performed the valet salute to the descendant of blood, and said, "Sir Knight, you are finally here." This scene made old Maha stunned. What happened? What's going on? This shouldn't be the case? A series of questions appeared in the heart of old Maha. Old Maha thought that Hazlitt was no match for the descendant of blood, so he escaped, and then came back. Old Maha also thought that Hazlitt might be killed by the descendant of blood, and everything would come to an end. Even, old Maha thought that Hazlitt would not fight with the descendant of blood at all, and would just escape directly. But the farmer thought of countless possibilities. But he had never thought of the situation in front of him. He surrendered directly. This situation made the farmer stunned. As Hazlitt's contact, old Maha knew very well how fierce and cruel this river pirate with the name of Red Knight was, and how tenacious and indomitable he was. In his memory, Blood Knight had encountered more than one crisis. The most dangerous one was under the ambush of the Marquis Einhaz. Hazlitt's team was almost wiped out, and Hazlitt himself was chased by the Marquis for a month. But in the end, Hazlitt survived. Hazlitt was seriously injured at the time, and everyone thought that the Red Knight was finished. But just half a year later, a more powerful Red Knight was born. It was also because of this battle that Hazlitt was officially called the Red Knight. But such a Red Knight knelt directly in front of the descendant of blood. What is the charm of this descendant of blood? No. Yes. Is this descendant of blood really that strong? Old Maha carefully looked at the man in the hooded cloak, and when Hazlitt knelt on one knee, faced him with the courtesy of a squire, and called him Sir Knight. Arthur, who was controlling the descendant of blood, he understood the cause and effect instantly. A tomb robbery allowed the guy in front of him to obtain part of the inheritance of the Blood clan. And, using this as a trump card, he earned the name of the Blood Knight. This trump card is naturally powerful, but facing the real Blood clan, it is basically useless. So, this guy just surrendered. Connecting the previous words, Arthur made the most correct inference. Then, the young Nanlos medium manipulated the descendant of blood to make a gesture of hesitation. Seeing this hesitation, Hazlitt was overjoyed. The bet was right. The moment the descendant of blood appeared, Hazlitt knew that he was finished. He originally thought that the descendant of blood would not pay attention to himself, who was unknown. However, after accepting the commission of Grace Hamlet, the descendant of blood appeared. This shows how ridiculous his previous thoughts were. Yes, the descendant of blood may not have noticed him. But what about the Nanlos medium? The descendant of blood and the Nanlos medium are allies. If the descendant of blood really wants to know something, it is easy as long as he pays the corresponding price. Hazlitt has also heard about the rules of fair trade of the Nanlos medium. But this is enough to show that the appearance of the descendant of blood is normal and logical. After discovering that he was targeted by Glass Hamlet, the Southern Los medium directly pulled in his ally and informed him of some information about the legacy of the Blood clan. Then, everything along the coast of Einhaz territory was naturally averted. Not only did he resolve his own danger without spending a single soldier, but the descendant of blood in front of him might have to owe him a big favor. Is this the Nanlos medium? With a sigh in his heart, Hazlitt's posture became more humble. He lowered his head, took out a tool and a scroll of secrets from his arms, and held them high above his head. "These are the things you lent to me in order to arrange for a humble guy like me to do something for you. Now, the task you arranged has been completed, and they must be returned to their original owner. Please check them. You see, they are not damaged at all," Hazlitt swore and said, with a resolute attitude. It seemed that the blood descendant had really asked him to do so. Arthur was indifferent to this. Just like, you can't expect a pirate to be loyal. Pirates? It's the same. Moreover, sometimes, pirates are more cunning than pirates. Because, without the support of the vast ocean, pirates, who are not cunning enough, would have been executed by local lords long ago. Thinking in his heart, Arthur looked at the pirate calmly. His voice remained as cold as ever. What else? Hazlitt was even happier when he heard this question. He knew that he didn't have to die. As long as he could satisfy the blood descendant in front of him, it would be fine. Without hesitation, the pirate immediately said, "The gold coins you invested in me. In addition to the Dordet port in West Berlin, the Pulte port in Eindhoven, the Lawrence port in Beth, and the Inner Bay, in addition to purchasing some real estate in Nanlos. I also built a fleet for you called Liquor and Fennel." Arthur was surprised. Not because the pirates had a regular inland fleet. He was really surprised by the fleet called Liquor and Fennel. When his fleet began to trade, Arthur really studied the fleet on the inland river. It was definitely not some shady means to gain control, but normal business competition. Among them, there is the Liquor and Anise fleet, a medium-sized fleet that mainly transports liquor and spices. It is very profitable every time and very attractive. It is rumored that it has an affair with a big shot. But it was unexpected that it was a famous river pirate, Arthur thought in his heart, and continued to speak. What else? Chapter 746. Never trust those who rely on bloody, shady means to gain wealth. Half of what they say is lies. Especially when they hand over their wealth, they will conceal the most important things. In fact, this is true. Facing the scarlet eyes of the descendant of blood, Hazlitt's heart trembled. By the way, I also built 2 safe houses in Newen and Nanlos, which store enough medicines. Supplies? Hazlitt paused when he said this. Then, there was silence. It seemed that he had finished speaking. Arthur, controlling the descendant of blood, spoke again. Continue. I am in the Inner Bay. In addition to the original safe house, Nanlos also built an additional safe house, which not only stores medicines and supplies, but also some mysterious scrolls and small props. Hazlitt said this, and looked up at the descendant of blood. His eyes were full of pleading. Unfortunately, the descendant of blood turned a blind eye, and his words were still so cold. Continue. Hearing such words, Hazlitt really wanted to say that it was all, and that this was all he had. But when he thought of the attention paid to him by the Nanlos medium, the river pirate did not dare. In the end, the river pirate seemed to have lost his father, and said with dejection, I am in the Inner Bay. Nanlos also built a 3rd safe house. 10,000 gold coins were placed in each. Continued again and again. Old Maha, Suddy looked at Hazlitt, with surprise in his eyes. Neither of them thought that Hazlitt had hidden so much. The 2 knew about those properties. The 2 also knew a little about that fleet. But the safe house at the back, the 2 really didn't know. Especially in the Inner Bay, the 3rd safe house in the 2 places of Nanlos, there were still 10,000 gold coins stored. This was far beyond their expectations. Damn it, how much he has taken. Old Maha, Sadie cursed in her heart. Like pirates, river pirates, in addition to fixed salaries, also need to share the spoils after each harvest. According to their positions, the amount of merit, the looted materials will be converted into gold and shared among each other. Old Maha, Sadie was sure that what Hazlitt got was not enough to form a fleet after buying those properties. Not to mention, there are 6 safe houses. Old Maha in particular was even more certain that, in addition to his part-time contact person for the stolen goods, Hazlitt must have a full-time dealer. Who could it be? The 2 speculated. As for Sean, who had been watching from the beginning, Bod was extremely impressed at this moment. Not for the descendant of blood, but for their boss, Arthur Kratos. It was obvious that, from the beginning to the end, this blood knight was under the control of his young boss. Therefore, they were able to appear at the right time, and invited the blood descendant to appear very appropriately. And they were able to take down the opponent without bloodshed. No! Not taking down. Yes. Holding him. Looking at Hazlitt's pleading look. The 2 of them inexplicably thought of the donkey that had been pulling the millstone for a lifetime, but got nothing, and had to be killed and eaten by its owner. It was pitiful. Too pitiful. The 2 of them thought in their hearts, after looking at each other. They felt extremely relieved. The Red Knights in Einha's territory were monitored like this, so everything they did was definitely being watched. However, they abided by their duties, and did not do anything out of line. Therefore, their boss was willing to use a more gentle method to invite them. Of course, if they refused the invitation. Thinking of this, the 2 did not want to think about it anymore. It is really meaningless to think about something that has not happened yet. They will not do such meaningless things. And the 2 people left in the tent. Blood Axe Danny is still fanatical. Facing the assistant said by His Majesty, this believer of the god of the inland river trusts him unconditionally. As for Little Maha, Sir Red Knight is so powerful. As expected of Sir Red Knight. The young man's admiration is really beyond words. The expressions of everyone in the tent, Arthur saw everything from the perspective of the descendant of blood, and felt the fear in the hearts of Sean and Bont, 2 members of the real cat faction. Arthur expressed satisfaction. He had originally planned to find an opportunity to beat the two. Now it seems that it is not necessary. Therefore, Arthur controlled the descendant of blood to look at Hazlitt in front of him, under the flashing of torch eyes, and observing words and expressions. Arthur confirmed that the other party had nothing to hide. He immediately raised his hand and took out a scarlet gem. Okay. A short word, before Hazlitt could react, a red light appeared on the gem and enveloped Hazlitt. Ah! With a scream, Hazlitt fell to the ground. The red light flashed and disappeared. When the light faded, everyone gasped when they saw Hazlitt again. Not only did his burly figure become shriveled, but his thick stubble became even thinner. The whole person seemed to be withered. This. Old Maha, Sadie and Sean, Bont were all speechless. Even Danny, Blood Axe, Little Maha were shocked. But the real surprise for them had just begun. This is a punishment, do you understand? The blood descendant asked coldly. I understand. What could Hazlitt, who felt that he was about to die, say? Even, apart from the word understand, Hazlitt couldn't say anything else. He was too tired. He wanted to sleep. But the next moment, the scarlet light appeared again. It was just different from the previous sucking. This time it was giving vitality. Hazlitt recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a breath, the river pirate once again returned to the appearance of the previous Red Knight. No! It was stronger than before. The arms, thighs, torso, it was like a balloon swelling up. A faint scarlet appeared in Hazlitt's eyes. Of course, none of this was important. What was important was youth and vitality. In the tent, everyone could see that Hazlitt had become younger, from a middle-aged man to a young man. Hazlitt looked down at his hands in disbelief, and then subconsciously touched his face. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and mouth were gone. He felt the vitality of his body at this moment. And he almost cried. He was really young. He no longer had to shave his head to hide his gray hair. He no longer had to shave his beard every day to hide his aging with a thick stubble. Why did he want to retire? Of course, it was because of age. As his body grew older, it told him that it was time to retire. But now? No need. No need to hide it. He was really young. And all of this was given by the descendant of blood in front of him. Without thinking, Hazlitt knelt on the ground again. But this time, Hazlitt's name was changed. He shouted, Master! Chapter 747. Carrot and stick are the only way to tame a donkey. Similarly, this is also useful for people. In fact, it is more useful than for donkeys. Because most people are not as stubborn as donkeys, but they are smarter than donkeys. Arthur knew this as early as when he was in the welfare home. At that time, the nurse would give a candy to obedient children for taking a lunch break on time. But if they were noisy, not only would they not get candy, but they would also be spanked. Arthur was naturally very obedient, a good kid. So, he took a nap honestly, but he would bring up some topics before the nap, let those excited kids argue endlessly. Then, he could get a dozen candies. Arthur would keep half of them, to taste the sweetness. As for the other half, naturally, he would give it to those kids who were slapped on the palms, to get those kids sincere support, so that he could be in a convenient situation all the time. However, river pirates are different from innocent children. Children feel pain, know it hurts, and remember it. But river pirates? Without experiencing unforgettable pain, they can't remember it at all. Arthur, this man, is kind. In order to let Hazlitt have a good memory, the young Nanlos medium made Hazlitt feel absolute pain. Name, Night Blood. Type, jewelry. Quality, hero. Attributes, 1, sucking, 2, vitality. Requirement, none. Note, during the Holy Age, the Blood Grand Duke personally made this exclusive item for his 13 descendants. The Grand Duke hoped that his descendants could rely on this item to successfully avoid the pursuit of the church. But it was obvious that the young Blood clan at that time did not think so. They regarded it as their capital to establish merit and honor. In the next 100 years, in the territory directly under the jurisdiction of the church, they set off one blood tide after another. Absorb, with the person holding the orb as the center of the circle, within a radius of 2,000 meters. Creatures with a physical fitness lower than 1 will have their blood sucked. At the same time, as the radius is reduced, the physical fitness judgment value gradually increases. when there is only one creature as the target. A physical fitness judgment of 10 must be performed. Only when both judgments are passed can the creature be freed from being sucked. Vitality. The sucked blood will be converted into pure vitality to heal the injuries of the holder of the orb, or nourish the body of the holder of the orb. Current vitality value, 1024. Note 1. When using the suction, it will consume physical strength. Even if the vitality is replenished, it cannot cure fatigue. Anyone with spirituality can use this item, but only in the hands of the Blood Clan. This item can play a real role. When the Blood Clan uses this item, not only can the stored vitality be used to offset the physical strength that should be consumed, but the fatigue will be greatly reduced. It can also greatly increase the speed of absorption. And it can interrupt absorption at any time and increase vitality. Note 2. When absorbing, the target will suffer immense pain. Note 3. The blood of an adult can be converted into 4 to 5 points of vitality. Note 4. The upper limit of vitality is 99999. This gem was accidentally obtained from Delpok at the port of Dordet. Naturally, it became one of the permanent items of the Descendants of Blood. It's not that Arthur didn't want to use it. Arthur was also very envious of the vitality property of the gem Night Blood. With this gem, he would have several more lives. However, with the light bulb of Lady of Pain around, Arthur had to be careful. At least, before the other party died, he needed to make a clear distinction with Descendant of Blood. However, it was almost time. Arthur estimated that it would not take too long. That Lady of Pain was not someone he could tolerate. The other party will definitely escape the cage as quickly as possible. Maybe the other party's helpers are nearby now. Thinking in his heart, Arthur controlled the Blood Descendant and looked at Hazlitt, who showed obedience. After becoming young again and gaining more fundamental power, the other party was born with obedience from pain and gain. Arthur was sure that it only took a few more times, and the other party would be completely devoted. Unfortunately, he didn't have time. But he had a more convenient method. This is an advance reward for you. Do you understand? It was exactly the same, still so cold. But Hazlitt didn't care. His master was just taciturn, and developed such a tone because he spoke less. But his master was absolutely clear about rewards and punishments. And this was enough. I understand. This time, Hazlitt spoke loudly. Even in his heart, this former river pirate was still wondering what mission he had to do. The next moment, the former river pirate saw the contract. It was a contract for serving the Nanlos medium. I owe him another favor. You need to help him and repay the favor for me. This is the task for which you have received the reward in advance. The Descendant of Blood said. Hazlitt took the contract and examined it carefully. When he found that there were no excessive clauses in it, he was relieved immediately. It is my honor to serve the master. Without hesitation, Hazlitt signed his name. When Hazlitt signed his name, Arthur learned from the contract that this was the first time the other party signed a contract. This was the contract clause. In order to avoid some contract loopholes, Arthur added it on purpose. It was for Abel at first, but now it is much more convenient. At least, Arthur knew that Hazlitt in front of him was more cautious than he thought, and had not conducted any in-depth cooperation with the little lion. It should be a superficial mutually beneficial cooperation, or simply some commissions. Arthur thought in his heart, and continued to control the Descendant of Blood. After you complete the task in the contract, you will continue to operate in the inland waterway as a Blood Knight. Faced with this order, Hazlitt did not object. He wanted to retire before, because he felt that the traces of time forced him to retire. But now, he felt stronger than he was 20 years ago. In this situation, how could he retire? Yes, Master. Hazlitt bowed and replied. The Descendant of Blood nodded, and after his eyes swept over Sean and Bond, he turned into a cloud of mist and disappeared directly into the tent. Of course, the Nanlos medium did not forget to let the Descendant of Blood take away the Blood Clan props and secrets that Hazlitt had contributed. Sean, Bond looked at the Descendant of Blood. Both of them secretly felt nervous. That was a kind of psychological pressure caused by the difference in strength. However, the two qualified black cats did not forget the most important thing because of this. Sean took out a communication stone and handed it to Bond. Sean kept the communication stone, but Bond's spirituality was needed to open the communication stone. This was a small insurance. After all, the two could not predict the arrival of accidents. Fortunately, the mission was successfully completed. Thinking of this, Bond did not hesitate, picked up the communication stone and said directly, "Done, boss." Chapter 748. Facing something he already knew. Arthur. maintain the joy of the unknown. And the upturned corners of his mouth were naturally for the one in the lead box coffin. As for the answer? Of course. Okay, Bond. After a brief answer, the message tone went out. This was just a confirmation reply. Of course. The follow-up plan could not be discussed here. However, this was enough. Kratos, I think we can talk about it. The Lady of Pain in the lead box coffin said so. Do you think it's possible? You are in my hands now. You have lost your qualifications long ago. Arthur's words were full of arrogance, which paralyzed and stimulated the Lady of Pain. Arthur never believed that such a being would not have allies on paper, just as he firmly believed that, as long as the price was right, the other party would definitely sell out its allies. After learning in secret that the partners of the Lady of Pain were the old lion and the young lion, Arthur firmly believed this. After all, the performance of this Lady of Pain was full of provocation and temptation. Arthur knew what the other party wanted to do, just like what the other party wanted to do at this time. For his own goal, Arthur didn't mind cooperating. Do you know what you will encounter soon? Yes. The Red Knight. I know it very well. Arthur answered casually. What about removing the Red Knight? What do you know about Niwen? What do you know about West Berlin? Or, do you want to know more? The suffering lady began her speech. Arthur was too familiar with this kind of charlatan feeling. After all, he was a professional. Arthur even guessed that the other party would say something that seemed true or false. Or 9 true and 1 false. To provoke his nerves. Drag him directly into the trap. The trap is invisible, and once you step into it, you will not notice it. Because the trap itself is to conceal the real killing intent. For example, this Lady of Pain is a real reinforcement. And this is what Arthur wants. The young Nanlo's psychic has always wanted to confirm this. So, the next moment, Arthur's words became softer. He entered the professional state. Niwen, I know something, and you definitely don't know. I also know some things about West Berlin, same, you definitely don't know. Of course, the most important thing is, have you ever thought, why did you fail? Even, you fell into my hands. Arthur moved a chair and sat opposite the lead box coffin, with a kind of pride on his face that he wanted to hide, but couldn't hide at all. Bluff. Flashing rapidly. Everything seemed to be real. Seeing Arthur's smug look, Lady of Pain wanted to tear Arthur's face off. But, Lady of Pain also started to think. Why did she fail? Yes. Why did she fail? It shouldn't be. Why? The lady asked. I am a psychic. I believe in fair trade. If you want to know the answer, you have to bring something valuable. Of course. News is also fine. I am a very easy to talk person, Arthur said, crossing his legs, looking like he was sure of victory. I can give you a seat of my power. The kind without side effects, which will make your subsequent ascending the stairs smoother. With your strength, you have encountered difficulties in ascending the stairs now. Right? Believe me, it can help you. The Lady of Pain once again sold her power. This made Arthur laugh. Arthur had heard such words once before. The little lion of Gracia had refused. Like the little lion, Arthur absolutely did not believe that such power would have no side effects. However, unlike the little lion refused. But Arthur would not. There is a guy worth feeding. Oh, really? Then can you let me see your seed? Of course, not for me, but for the insect I raise. You know, it can't forget your taste, and it keeps telling me how much it misses you. Arthur was quite frank. The Lady of Pain was even more frank. I have split a seed. It's right next to me. You can come and get it. I swear, I can't control it at all now. As the lady spoke, she thought of the broken insect Arthur raised. In her hundreds of years of memory, there was no such insect, or even, she had no relevant knowledge, but her instinct told her that this insect was very scary. It even made her feel trembling. In theory, she should not have such a feeling. But when it really appeared, she couldn't help but want to explore the other party. Of course, if Arthur really opened the lead box coffin, she would definitely run away. You are not sincere, and you took me for a fool. Do you think I will open your cage? Arthur asked. Then what should I do? Of course, I will do my best to send the seed out. I believe that you can do it. After all, according to the information I got from that person, you have done it before. Arthur answered as a matter of course. And Arthur's words made the Lady of Pain hard jump. She had really done something similar before. But that incident, except him, no one knew about it. Did he betray me? The moment this thought came to her mind, the Lady of Pain began to become agitated. Even such agitation caused her body to tremble. Bang! The muffled sound in the lead box coffin made Arthur laugh in his heart. Arthur knew that. He guessed right. When the Lady of Pain took out the seeds as a bargaining chip, Arthur guessed that the other party must have some way to get the seeds out of the lead box coffin. Otherwise, the other party would never use this seed as a bargaining chip. The other party is not really stupid. Now, the other party's reaction tells Arthur that there is something else. Moreover, it is an extremely important matter. I caught a big fish. Immediately, Arthur's smile in his heart became more intense. Nothing is more joyful than an unexpected surprise. In order to firmly grasp this unexpected surprise, Arthur did not stop talking. That is another price. Let's talk about what you wanted to know in the first place. Why did you fail? Believe me, that person has nothing to do with this matter. The one who is related to this matter is another guy whom I hate very much. That person is obviously very important to Lady of Pain. If he is very important, he must be familiar with him. Arthur, who knows nothing about this, will not discuss this with the other party. If he wants to discuss, he must discuss a guy who the other party knows nothing about, but he is very familiar with him. No! Then make one up. Arthur thought so in his heart. And in the lead box coffin, there was a voice full of hatred. Is it her? I know. Chapter 749. Lies, the reason why people believe them, is because of the beauty in them. Just like when a person meets all your expectations, the other person is either a god or a liar. And Arthur? Definitely not a liar. Arthur is just a simple medium. So, Arthur knows too well how to make a person. No, let a demigod take it for granted. Because the Mrs. of Pain in front of her refuses to accept her failure. People will not accept their own failures, and will subconsciously make excuses for themselves. Gods are the same. In fact, gods will be even more excessive. After all, they're gods. Their arrogance is far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. The Lady of Pain in front of him, even if she was only a demigod, is the same. Arthur really didn't say anything. He just opened the door. After that, this Lady of Pain stepped directly into the trap. The voice from the lead box coffin changed from low to manic. That bastard is causing trouble again. Wasn't the lesson of the last 7 years' war enough? She deserves death. The appearance of the two key words 7 years' war, and she made Arthur subconsciously think of someone. Glaster, or Glaster, who was aliased as Witch Cleaver. This lady was really impressive to Arthur. Not only as the other party's multiple identities, but also because the other party has made contributions after death. With the identity of Corpse Gloucester and Ms. Anna's important nutrients, Arthur simply cannot forget the other party. Of course, Arthur is not sure whether the Lady of Pain is talking about the other party at this moment. So hey, are you deceiving me? I am a psychic. You should put away your tricks like this. You won't know her. Of course. It could also be him. Or it. Arthur's words were full of confidence, but it was precisely because of this overconfidence that Arthur's words became a little different. There was a kind of probing taste. Almost instantly, Lady of Pain grasped this different feeling. This lady, through the lead box coffin, barely sensed Arthur's appearance at the moment. There was nothing wrong with his face. Spiritual, also remained quite stable. It seemed that the temptation just now, it's just an illusion. But Lady of Pain doesn't think it's an illusion. Almost subconsciously, the lady began to think wildly. Arthur's test is to confirm the relationship between me and that guy? Why do you do this? There's no way the two of them can have any relationship. Right? No. If the two of them don't have a relationship, Arthur won't do this at all. Then what is the relationship between the two? Unconsciously, this Lady of Pain began to think more deeply, but in her mouth. She asked very quickly, "Do you think the reputation of the Witch Cleaver is small?" This kind of questioning was both a delay and a test. Almost at this moment, Lady of Pain tried her best to let her perception cover Arthur. As for whether Arthur would find out? Impossible. Lady of Pain was very sure of this. Her means at this moment had reached his level. Arthur was very strong, even stronger than ordinary people can imagine, but not yet at the level of him, and if not at the level of him, you wouldn't be able to sense these things. But this Lady of Pain will never understand what talent is. The talent that caused them to encounter disasters. At the first moment, Arthur sensed this spying. The young Nanlos medium frowned in a very cooperative manner. A hint of pain appeared in his deep eyes. Pain? Lady Payne knows too well about painful looks. Although it was only a flash, Lady Payne confirmed that Arthur was really in pain when he heard the name Kleber. Kleber had hurt the Nanlo's psychic. Impossible. This identity was just to provoke a war, and it was just one of the many identities of that guy. Wait! Suddenly, Lady Payne thought of another identity of that guy, Gilgic. The knight who escaped with the blood of the descendants of the Golden Lion family. The knight who guaranteed the blood of a member of the Golden Lion family. Of course, this is known to the outside world. As one of the people that guy once served, and one of the objects of verbal loyalty, this Lady of Pain knows more. For example, what that guy wanted to plan back then. That guy's plan was really whimsical. But it was very tempting. Therefore, many guys, all of them participated in it. The result? It was a failure. Of course. It was a complete failure. Not only did the fruits of victory get taken away by others, but those who participated in it died or went crazy. Although this plan failed. But obviously, that guy's other plan seemed to succeed. Without any hesitation, the Lady of Pain said a name. Eslin. Arthur's pupils shrank sharply. This time, even if the Lady of Pain didn't need to try her best, I could also feel it. The accelerated heartbeat, the shortness of breath, and spiritual shaking. All of these explain the influence of the name Eslin on this young psychic. And it was at this moment that this Miss Payne finally understood why the Nanlo's psychic in front of her would attack her. It was obvious that the Nanlo's psychic wanted to find that bastard. But he hit the wrong car. No! It was not a wrong car instead. When he went to the inner bay to seek answers, he solved some problems. Although this made the Lady of Pain feel a little humiliated, compared with knowing the secret of the Nanlo's medium. What did it mean? Arthur. Kratos. You actually have the blood of the Golden Lion family. No. Arthur denied it flatly. While speaking, he even stood up from the chair. This appearance made the Lady of Pain laugh out loud. I never thought that guy would create a monster like you. I'm afraid she didn't expect that although her son Eslin died in the 7 Years' War, her granddaughter actually ended up in South Los and married your father. It's really surprising. But even more surprising is you, Arthur Kratos. I finally understand why you are going to the inner bay with such a big fanfare. Shut up, Arthur shouted. However, this Lady of Pain couldn't stop at all. She even sang in an aria. You have to seek justice for your mother. You have to take back everything that belongs to your mother in the most fair and just way. Am I right? Chapter 750. A question, but no answer. In this regard, Lady of Pain was not surprised. The more the eloquent Nanlo's medium remained silent, the more it proved that her guess was correct. At the same time, the lady also knew exactly why she failed. It was because Arthur knew her too well. Based on her understanding of that guy, after suffering such distortion, his memory must be biased, and in order to make herself more normal, naturally, everything needs to be recorded. Among them she, the one who was once served, must be the most important. So Arthur knows her. So Arthur can defeat her. But the diary must be messy. Some key positions are missing. Therefore, after Arthur raised the strange insect that could cause real harm to her, she was still alive. She had not been fed the insect by Arthur. Even the appearance of the insect, devouring part of her body in front of her, also to intimidate her. So that she tells the truth of the past. So that's how it is. After learning the whole story, the Lady of Pain was completely relieved. She knew that she would not die. And it seemed that she could get a bigger benefit. Immediately, the former demigod laughed. Why don't we make a deal? You let me go, and I'll tell you the truth of the past. What do you think? You don't want your mother to be in limbo, do you? Arthur did not answer. He turned and left. At that moment, the young Nanlo's psychic seemed to have made up his mind and did not look at the Lady of Pain again. He did not even mention the previous bargaining chip seed. But it doesn't matter. What matters is that she has an absolute advantage. This time, she will not lose. Thinking of this, the Lady of Pain no longer hesitated. She decomposed a seed. Of course, this seed was not to be traded to Arthur, but to let her give more. The seed flickered, and the power inside penetrated the lead box coffin. Although it could not really affect the lead box coffin, it was enough to serve as a connection. At the same time, a layer of silent barrier filled the lead box coffin. This time, the lady contacted the old lion again. However, it was different from the previous exasperation. This time, The Lady of Pain is sure to win. Good morning, Sir Hamlet. Faced with this unhurried greeting, the old lion of Niwen was a little confused. In the old lion's cognition, the Lady of Pain is not a good-tempered person. Not only is her whole body full of distortion, her soul is also looking for pain in the distortion. How can she be a good-tempered person? Skinning for fun is not just a saying in the Church of Pain. Good morning, my Hedgelow. I thought our next contact would be many years later. Or even at the funeral of one of us. The old lion confessed the previous unpleasantness. After all, it was only a few hours. How could such a thing be forgotten? If possible, I would like to appear at your funeral. But, obviously, a wonderful accident broke this situation. The painful lady began to fight back with words. Although in the eyes of this Lady of Pain, this kind of counterattack is painless, she prefers to dig out the heart of the opponent. However, before she can't do it, she doesn't mind charging a little interest. Remember Eslan? You can't have forgotten your eldest son. Right? Although, he should be Don Hamlet as child in name, your appearance broke their original love. By the way, according to your human saying, it should be that girl who had an engagement with Don Hamlet. I met someone I really like again. And you? You also thought you found true love. You had secret trysts, you walked through the streets of Niwen. Finally, you young people couldn't resist the temptation, you ate the forbidden fruit. The person you love has your child. You are excited, you are terrified, you are at a loss. You want this child, but you don't want to lose your identity in the Golden Lion family. You become wavering, you hesitate. And fortunately, your brother Dorn, who is the same age as you, made the decision for you. He killed the unfaithful woman. But the child was taken away. The knight who killed the girl for him, Gilgic, was at a loss when faced with the premature child. The knight's creed prevented him from killing a baby. But he accepted Dorn's order. He was also in a dilemma at this moment. In the end, he chose to leave with the premature baby, and named him Eslan. The two hid in a remote village. Eslan never knew that his teacher was the murderer of his mother. Similarly, the knight Gilgic felt more and more guilty. The torture every day and night caused this powerful knight to die young. And you, my dear old lion, you were overjoyed at that time. You thought that wife and children was an excuse for revenge. And you began to make a big plan. Finally, when the 7 Years' War broke out, you completed your revenge. You killed your brother, the one whose talent far surpassed yours, Don Hamlet. But, did you know that your young son died on the battlefield? No. To be precise, your teenage son also died on the battlefield? And, did you know that he had also had an affair with a girl from the same village and had a daughter? This Lady of Pain seemed to be telling a story. However, the old lion's breath became rapid. And this is what the Mrs. Pain wanted. She concealed the key point of grasp. She just told the story in her own way. But it was enough. She stimulated the old lion. What do you want to do? The old lion asked in a deep voice. Do you know that your granddaughter also has a son? Do you know that your granddaughter's son is indignant about the injustice done to his mother? Do you know what your granddaughter's son is going to do? You know nothing. You only know that, in your palace, you continue to do those petty things. At this point, the voice of the Lady of Pain stopped abruptly. She took the initiative to cut off the communication. She knew that the old lion had taken the bait. What's next? Just wait. This time, she will definitely win. Arthur walked out of the cabin, walked along the terrace, and came to his own viewing platform, looking at the surging river. Then he gathered his half-long hair with both hands. An inexplicable smile appeared on his face. Finally, I was fooled. The sigh in his heart was full of Arthur's gratitude to Lady of Pain. The opponent now should be eager to contact the old lion in the inner bay. Right? Such a contact, for Arthur, is really great. Not only did it confirm his identity, but it also fired the first shot of his entry into the inner bay in a real sense. Of course, this is not enough. He must wait for some more time. In this regard, Arthur showed great patience and kindness. After all, he will definitely win. However, that will happen in a while. Now? Arthur looked at the text in front of him, and his mouth curled up. Chapter 751 Touch of Ignorance. In front of Arthur, the words that belonged to him were flashing rapidly after a night of fermentation. Your wisdom, alertness, and kindness spread throughout West Berlin. Your name also appeared in the surrounding territories, and the port of Dordet that you saved, the civilians, the merchants, under the propaganda of the eldest daughter of the West Berlin Marquis, became more grateful to you. XP plus 6,000. More people heard your name. XP plus 1,100. Just as Arthur expected, XP acquisition continued to be efficient. Seeing that the XP value had still reached 18,300 points, Arthur was full of expectations at this moment. He knew that he would soon usher in a bigger XP explosion, even the kind that exceeded expectations. After all, the old lion would not stand idly by. "Don't let me down," the young Nanlo psychic whispered to himself in his heart. And in the lion palace thousands of miles away, an old man with white hair and beard closed his eyes. He was rubbing his temples and the center of his brows. He placed his thumbs on his temples and his index fingers side by side on his brows. He was kneading them in a clockwise motion with great rhythm and muttering in a low voice, "I knew it! I knew it!" As he spoke, the old man with white hair and beard opened his eyes. Buzz! The air trembled as the old man opened his eyes, as if a sharp long sword had slashed down from the air. The guards guarding the bedroom of the lion palace, feeling the coming of the long sword very clearly. They, who had experienced many battles, subconsciously wanted to dodge. But they could not dodge at all, because it was too fast. It was so fast that it was unimaginable. Puff, puff, puff. Amid the sound of the blade cutting flesh and blood, all the guards in the lion palace, including the secret guards, were killed. However, the other guards of the lion palace did not feel any surprise or nervous. They just looked at their dead colleagues with a little pity. Then, they were full of enthusiasm. They couldn't wait. Everyone knew the dangers of being a guard in the bedroom. But everyone also knew that being a guard in the bedroom was the best way to rise. As long as the 3-year term was completed, you would be the absolute confidant of the master of the Leo Palace. From then on, his career was smooth. Just like Dilbak. This hidden player who was a reporter and editor-in-chief of the Moon News in South Los, was because he had served as a guard in the bedroom for the old Leo. Only then did he get rid of the original hidden main system, and was promoted to one of the 7 golden main consultants. At this moment, Deerback was hiding in the port of Dordet, looking at the Orient that was getting farther and farther away, and the communication stone on his body began to vibrate. Feeling the vibration of the communication stone, Deerback was excited, because this communication stone represents the owner of the inner bay. Quickly finding a safe place, Deerback knelt on one knee to connect the communication stone. "My Highness, good day." Excited, making his words tremble. "Long time no see, Dilbak." The voice that seemed to be branded on his soul, when it sounded in his ears, Dilbak's tears were almost flowing with excitement. "Everything is fine, my Highness. At this moment, I am secretly protecting Arthur. This Lord's strength is really beyond imagination. Do you know? The night before yesterday." Dilbak began to describe in detail everything that happened in the port of Dordet since the day before yesterday. The old lion did not interrupt his advisor. After all, this was what he wanted. He wanted to confirm some of his guesses from the side. About 10 minutes later, Dilbak told the old lion all the information he had seen, the information collected by his men, and some of his own speculations. "Very good, Dilbak. You have lived up to my expectations," the old lion praised. Dilbak became more and more excited. "Everything is your teaching," the old lion's advisor responded modestly. "Dilbak, remember, you and your people must do everything you can to protect Arthur Kratos. Except me. No. From this moment on, even my orders must be based on not harming Arthur Kratos. If Arthur Kratos is harmed, everything should be based on Arthur Kratos. You must remember this." The old lion issued an order that made Dilbak feel unusual. However, this loyal advisor did not ask any more questions. "Yes, Your Highness." With a firm and affirmative answer, the call ended. Dilbak immediately erased the traces of his presence here, got on the carriage, and chased the Orient. In the Leo Palace, the old lion confirmed more. First, and most importantly, he confirmed that Arthur was safe. The things he was most worried about, such as Arthur being kidnapped by the bastards of the Lady of Pain, did not happen. Even in the confrontation with the Lady of Pain, Arthur had a considerable upper hand. Although he could not understand the whole process, but a quick glance with Melinda, and some hidden information in the message, all revealed this. Thinking of this, the old lion's mood suddenly improved. Ha ha ha. Laughing loudly, the old lion stood up, took out a small human puppet from his arms, and threw it into the original chair. The next moment, an old lion appeared. As soon as this puppet old lion appeared, he rolled his eyes at the old lion before him. "What are you doing?" In his impolite words, there was also a hint of disgust. I need to ask you for something. The old lion said a little embarrassedly. Are you going to sneak out again? Do you know that the last time you sneaked out, the whole lion palace was going to explode? And is there any new store in Niwan? At first, the puppet old lion was so righteous, but then it turned into curiosity and yearning. No! I'm going to see someone. To see someone I must see. The old lion shook his head, and a bitter smile appeared on his face, which made the old lion frown, and it knew who that person was. Must go? We can. Must go. The old lion interrupted the old lion, with a very serious face, and the seriousness in his eyes, which brought a hint of momentum. A golden lion appeared behind the old lion, although he was sleeping soundly with his eyes closed. The whole Leo palace trembled slightly. Okay. Okay. You never listen to advice. I will try my best to delay your time. You should go early and come back early. I can't guarantee that your precious sons will do anything out of line after they find out that you are not there. After discovering the seriousness of the old lion immediately raised his hands. However, he did not forget to remind the old lion. In response, the old lion laughed. The owner of the inner base said word by word. I look forward to it. Chapter 752. Ain's territory, outside Port Pulte. A group of river pirates hid in the reeds by the river. While chewing dried loaches, Fitz looked at the hidden camp in the distance with envy. Fitz knew very well that it was the temporary camp of the Red Knight. There were not only many famous river pirates, but also a lot of barbecue and wine. I wonder if honey will be spread on the barbecue, Fitz said, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Then, there was a sound of swallowing saliva all around. Many river pirates looked at the half-eaten loach in Fitz's mouth and frantically poured water into their mouths, hoping to use the feeling of fullness from the water to temporarily forget their hunger. This scene made the leader of this group of river pirates, Nehemiah, frown. Subconsciously, Nehemiah wanted to scold his men. But immediately, the river pirate leader shut up. He thought of his current situation. He was no longer the leader of the 100 river pirates. The number of people he has now is the 6 in front of him. Including him, there are only 7 people. For river pirates, this is really the smallest number. However, Nehemiah did not lose heart. He believed that as long as this vote was successful, he would be able to form a team again soon. Moreover, all members would be equipped with muskets, so that even if they met those nobles, they would have room to turn around. As for the slaughterer Kemal, who caused him to fall into this situation, wait! I will definitely chop off your head. If you don't die, I will never die. When Nehemiah thought of that sudden encounter, he was indignant. It was obviously his first target, and he also gave up 1/3 of the goods according to the rules. But what was the result? That bastard slaughterer not only did not abide by the rules, after taking his goods, he directly ordered the bombardment to sink his ship, and also slaughtered his men one by one. Even the guys who surrendered were no exception. If it weren't for good luck, he and Fitz would have died. However, the sudden storm saved him and Fitz. It gave them a chance to start over. Even, they encountered a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The Orient. Nanlo's psychic. It is rumored that there are countless treasures on the Orient. Any ornament taken out at random is pure gold, and many ornaments are even inlaid with gems. As long as he gets one, we'll be able to make a comeback. As for the Nanlos medium, although a big shot offered a reward of 300,000 gold coins, facing such a high reward, Nehemiah was unmoved. This river pirate knew very well that beneath the world unknown to ordinary people, there were some terrible monsters hidden. Fighting those monsters, no matter how many lives he had, it would not be enough. So, he just wanted to fish in troubled waters. Of course, he couldn't say that in front of his men. Since you are willing to admit that I am the boss, then I will definitely let you know what it means to be. Puff! With the unique sound of the sword breaking through the air, the cold light passed through the neck of the river pirate boss. The voice stopped abruptly. The river pirates had no time to react, and saw their boss's head soaring into the sky. The new river pirates were directly shocked. Fitz shouted loudly. He attacked the boss. Kill him, and avenge the boss. The shouts were like thunder. But the footsteps retreated. It was not that Fitz was not brave enough, but that Fitz saw clearly the appearance of the person who attacked. No! To be precise, Fitz saw that the person was holding 2 swords. In other territories, 2 swords are just ordinary weapons. But in the Ain's territory, they have a different meaning. As everyone knows, the flag of the Ain's marquee family is a red-bottomed 2-sword flag. Simply put, those who use 2 swords in the Ain's territory are all from the Ain's family. As for outsiders, Most of them were hanged for the crime of offending. Fitz didn't dare to face a noble directly. However, immediately, the river pirate regretted it after running 2 steps. He saw a horse team. There were quite a few people in this horse team. About 30 people. When did they appear? Fitz was full of doubts. But he was immediately attracted by the dress of the members of this horse team. Based on their dress, the river pirate determined that most of them were soldiers. And the rest? Nobles. The gorgeous accessories and unique temperament that are different from ordinary people allowed the river pirate to determine that the young people at the front of the team are nobles. The river pirate didn't know why these young nobles appeared here, but instinctively he shouted, "Spare!" Puff! The sword pierced Fitz's mouth from the back of his neck, then, the long sword turned, and half of Fitz's head fell to the ground. Behind Fitz, a young nobleman curled his lips in disdain. Is this a river pirate? It's nothing special. Then, the young nobleman looked at the leading noble. The two had 50% similar faces, enough to show their blood relationship. In fact, it was also like this. Brother, is this the river pirate you are talking about? They don't have any martial arts, secret skills, and they are all cowards. As he said, the young nobleman also took a look at Fitz's body. Burton, you are facing only a group of the most inferior river pirates. And you almost let this guy escape during your surprise attack. Imagine what will happen if you face river pirates like the Red Knight. My father taught us not to be careless at any time. The young noble said this. But his eyes were vaguely looking at a lady on horseback beside him. The lady had a beautiful face. But her figure was outstanding. Even the loose hunting suit made it look like a tights. Especially with the slightly narrowed eyes. Rory always felt dry-mouthed. Then, the eldest son of the Marquis of Einhaz thought of the dowry of the only daughter of the Viscount Windsor, and immediately swore in his heart. This time, I must take down Windsor. Suddenly, the eldest son of the Marquis wanted to show himself more and more. However, immediately, the young noble told himself to be patient. Anyway, Carol, who brought shame to the Innes family, has been expelled. Even if Windsor had some relationship with him, he had cut off the relationship before. No one can threaten him anymore. So he can't be impatient. He has to take it slow. Follow the plan. Feeling that everyone's eyes were focused on him with the words just now, the eldest son of the Marquis immediately continued. Do you know why I suddenly chose to hunt today? As he said this, the eldest son of the Marquis showed a mysterious smile. This time, even the Lady Windsor looked over. Having achieved his goal, the eldest son of the Marquis no longer hesitated and said immediately, Because I want to invite you to watch a good show. The Red Knight fights the Nanlo psychic. As soon as these words appeared, the young nobles in the Innes territory showed surprised expressions. Needless to say, the Red Knight, as a noble in the Innes territory, this name is too familiar. As for the Nanlos medium, I have heard it often recently. But how could the two intersect? And even fight? Seeing the confusion of the crowd, the eldest son of the Marquis became more and more proud. Of course, all this is my credit. I have planned everything long ago for. As the tone lengthened, the confusion and doubts of the people around him turned into surprise and admiration, especially the eyes of the Lady Windsor, which showed a strange color, which made the eldest son of the Marquis feel more comfortable. As for the admiration of his younger brother Burton, the eldest son of the Marquis did not see it. The eldest son of the Marquis looked around at the young nobles in the Innes territory, and continued. In order for us to successfully enter the Innes stage. Chapter 753. Rory spoke in a high-pitched voice, with his arms spread wide, as if he had already stood on the stage of the largest theater in the Innes territory, and was receiving the worship of all the audience. As for the people around him? Naturally, they were also one of the audience. Nothing more than that, now they were just his helpers, playing a supporting role. His younger brother, the Lady Windsor he wanted to pursue, was like this. The only difference was the proportion of the role. Just like his younger brother. As a person with far more talent than him, Burton, who was highly regarded by his father, played the role of an enemy for a long time in his life. Until Carol appeared. That hateful distant relative not only had better talent than Burton, but also, in a sense, Innes territory really had a share of him. So, at that time, he felt like he was facing a great enemy. However, what he didn't expect was that Burton actually took the initiative to show him goodwill. At that moment, he also understood the true meaning of the phrase, there are no eternal enemies in life. For him, it was not as difficult as he imagined to truly control Ihard. Just like at this moment, The eldest son of the Marquis observed the expressions of the young nobles around him. That was a thought-provoking thought. Even Lady Windsor, the only daughter of Viscount Windsor, was no exception. This lady had no competitors. After Viscount Windsor passed away, she could inherit everything from him. But who doesn't want to gain more fame by themselves? As for the others, some are like Ms. Windsor. The other part, like him before, have too many desires for the inheritance. To put it simply, the people who appeared here today are all carefully selected by the eldest son of the Marquis. So, the eldest son of the Marquis is not worried about failure. In fact, this is also true. After they are both defeated, we will clean up the situation. If it is such a stage, I am very happy to do so. A young nobleman said. Yes, I think this stage belongs to us, it is perfect. Another young nobleman echoed. And such echoes spread rapidly. Only Miss Windsor was different. The lady frowned slightly, and did not speak at the first time. Therefore, everyone cast their eyes over. This scene made Rory dissatisfied. The eldest son of the Marquis knew very well that the woman in front of him did it on purpose. This lady likes this feeling of being in the spotlight. If it can also bring benefits, that would be even better. Ever since Carol was expelled, Windsor immediately drew a line with the other party, and the eldest son of the Marquis knew the other party's true face. Specific. I need a specific plan. If there is no specific plan, I will quit, Ms. Windsor said. And such words made Rory more dissatisfied. The eldest son of the Marquis only felt that the woman in front of him was trying to sabotage him in order to gain more power. These special audiences around him, one by one, might not have much power, and were not worth paying attention to. But when these people gathered together, they naturally became something that could not be ignored. And people who gathered such strength would also become different. Damn woman. You actually want to seize power. You are wishful thinking. Just wait. After today, I will definitely let you understand what it means to live a life worse than death. Rory cursed in his heart. After playing enough with Windsor, he decided to lock him up in the castle tower. And now? The eldest son of the Marquis smiled. Of course. The Red Knight hit a batch of artillery along the river bank, which was enough to cause considerable damage to the South Los Medium. After all, the Orient on the river was like a target to these pirates. After that, the large number of pirates, who came in droves, would make it difficult for the South Los Medium to deal with them. Especially the Red Knight, who should not be underestimated. Then, naturally, the people I arranged will appear. When the river pirates gain an absolute advantage, Kermer will take action and tell the Red Knight that we are the protagonists of this territory. In order to regain the leadership of the crowd, the eldest son of the Marquis had to reveal some information. Of course, the most secret part, the eldest son of the Marquis will not tell. For example, some of his transactions with Grisa Hamlet. However, even this is enough. Hiss. Kemal? Kelmer Kemal? A young noble exclaimed. The faces of the young nobles around him also changed. Perhaps among the river pirates, the Red Knight has a very high reputation, but in terms of fear, Kelmer Kemal is the one that people fear the most. This is especially true for the young nobles, who know some of Kelmer Kemal's achievements. Sometimes, they also play the role of robbers. However, most of the time, they are humane. And the Slayer Kemal? He is a completely inhuman guy. Seeing the expressions of the crowd, Rory was very satisfied. The eldest son of the Marquis immediately said, Of course, except for that Kemal, I don't think there is any other Kemal who will appear next to the Red Knight. Moreover, Kemal has another identity. Rory stretched out his tone. When everyone's attention was focused on him again, the eldest son of the Marquis continued with a smile. He is the confidant of the Red Knight. Not only him, Sadie the Skullbreaker, Danny the Blood Axe, are also the confidants of the Red Knight. In short, they usually keep to themselves. In fact, they are a group of people. And this, for us, is too beneficial. The Red Knight will never be on guard against the Slayer Kemal. After hearing this news, the young nobles present looked at each other in bewilderment. They really didn't know about this. And if this is true, awesome. Observing the changes in the expressions of the people around him, the eldest son of the Marquis knew that it was almost done. How about it? Are you willing to join me on the stage that belongs to us? The eldest son of the Marquis asked. Yes. Burton was the first to nod. Unexpectedly, Ms. Windsor was the second to agree. Yes. The eldest son of the Marquis glanced at Windsor, and his opinion of the woman in front of him became even lower. She is really profit-seeking. Will that fool Carol cry? However, He will soon be unable to cry. Thinking in his heart, the eldest son of the Marquis showed kindness to the Lady of Windsor, not only nodded, but also showed a standard smile. With the two leading the way, the rest of the people expressed their willingness to join. Suddenly, Rory was very proud. But what the eldest son of the Marquis did not see was that in the sleeve of the Lady of Windsor, a communication stone was flashing. Chapter 754. Inner Bay, Stormin. This inn, located in the dock area, has a long history. It is said that the first-generation owner bought the land here at the end of the Holy Age and built this inn, which originally had only 7 rooms. After more than 200 years of good development, Stormin has not only become a large inn with 40 independent rooms, 5 large dorm rooms, 3 additional courtyards, and 12 stables. Moreover, the Storm Inn also has its own special dish, Storm Feast. Rumor has it that the first-generation owner invented this dish to rescue others in a storm. Some people also say that the rescue people invented this dish to thank the owner. Of course, many people speculate that the name of the Storm Inn is also due to this incident. However, Carol knew that these were all fake. What rescue, what gratitude are all fake. The so-called Storm Feast, it was originally called the Eye of the Storm. Carol thought that a group of fish in a pie, with their heads held high and eyes open, was called the Eye of the Storm, which was somewhat appropriate. As for the Feast of the Storm? Please! It's not a carrot meeting. A dozen dead fish staring at you is creepy enough. If there were hundreds of them, Carol would probably draw his sword and chop the chef. There's news! Outside the suite, Jim walked in. Carol, stroking his 2 swords, raised his head. Hayes, who had been lying in Manta's arms eating grapes, paused. The reason why the Storm Hotel is called the Storm Hotel is because the fishing rod of the first owner was called Storm. It is said that once it is used, it will encounter stormy weather, which will make people go Air Force every time. Jim had told the news he had found out. Click! Callow's long sword was slightly unsheathed. Hayes even spit out the grape seeds at Jimmet without hesitation. West Berlin. I want to know the specific news about West Berlin. As Carol spoke, he drew his 2 swords with greater force, as if he would chop off your Kaji if Jim dared to talk nonsense again. No sense of humor. I betrayed my fiancée. Shouldn't you let me comfort myself in my own way? Jim said confidently. However, when he found that Carol's 2 swords were about to be drawn, he immediately said, Sir, we have won a great victory. Not only the shares of Dordatport, and he has gained a great reputation. The residents there are grateful to you. Jim said everything he knew seriously. This information was obtained with the help of his fiancée, the second daughter of the Marquis of West Berlin. As for the betrayal he mentioned, how is it possible? Unlike her 2 sisters, the second daughter of the Marquis of West Berlin was rebellious enough. After discovering that her father only used her as a tool, she immediately began to rebel quietly. With the appearance of Jimmet, the 2 hit it off immediately. Engagement was just a necessary step. After leaving West Berlin, those spies who had been developing secretly began to play a role in a real sense. At least, it was enough for Jimmet to understand part of the truth. Great. Carol smiled. Hayes rubbed his eyebrows. West Berlin won a great victory. Then what about the next Einhard? It will be difficult for Lord Beth. Why did you do this? The nephew of Count Beth spoke with a hint of confusion. According to Hayes' understanding, a small victory or no victory is the best. Because only in this way will Lord Ein has Lord Beth and the guys behind him not notice him, and then will it be easier to achieve the goal. At that time, whether he quietly exits or happily takes the stage, it will be easy. You are using your own thoughts to speculate on the adults again. How can you possibly guess what the adults are thinking? Looking at Hayes' thinking, Kaler sneered. For Kaler, he had never seen anyone more far-sighted than Arthur, and he firmly believed that Arthur must have his own considerations. And Jim, who had experienced it personally, also thought so. Looking at the expressions of the 2 guys who were the same as himself, Hayes became more and more curious about the Nanlos medium whom he had never met. The nephew of Earl Bet wanted to see what kind of person Arthur was. So he actually made these 2 arrogant guys willingly perform the Lionheart salute. It couldn't be a lie. Right? When this thought came to Hayes' mind, the nephew of Earl Bet immediately shook his head. Impossible. Others might be deceived. But Jim and Carol would not. If both of them were deceived, then wouldn't he be deceived too? So it's impossible. Hayes, who is also arrogant, will not admit this. Of course I can't guess. But I really want to know what the master will do in Einhaz. According to the time, the master ship should be arriving in Einhaz soon. Hayes swallowed the grapes handed by Manta in one gulp, and said with a smile, "I am also looking forward to it." Gimt, Kaler nodded at the same time. And at this moment, the communication stone in Kaler's arm suddenly lit up. "It's Windsor," Kaler explained. Gimt, Hayes had heard of this lady. She was considered a good friend of Kaler. Why did he say considered? That's because, when Kaler was still in Einhaz, this lady had expressed more than once that she wanted to invest in Kaler, and that Kaler would give her a long-term high return after the demand. After Kaler clearly refused, the other party did not give up. After a few exchanges, the relationship became familiar. Even after Carol was expelled, he kept in touch. Carol needed to buy the Einhaz territory from this lady, and the other party took the initiative to contact, which naturally meant important news. "So," Carol answered directly, "do you know why I suddenly chose to hunt today?" An unexpected male voice appeared. It was Rory. Carol confirmed it instantly. Then, the nephew of the Marquis of Einhaz immediately became interested. Not only Carol, Jim, Hayes were all like this. Even Hayes left Manta's arms and sat up. Time passed by. The three people's expressions changed from concentration to realization, and then from realization to surprise. Especially Hayes, who was even more shocked. "So that's it. The Lord actually wants to use this opportunity to capture all the young nobles in Einhaz territory. Nothing is more precious than saving lives in war." As expected of an adult, he even took Rory into consideration. "Really? Awesome." Hayes' sincere admiration made Carol's mouth curl up. "Believe it or not, what you have guessed now is just what the adult wants you to guess. The adult's real purpose is still hidden in a place you can't see." Carol, who had experienced it once, spoke with extreme confidence. How could the adult's purpose be seen through at a glance? There must be other purposes. Similarly, Jim also nodded in agreement. Yes, it must be like this. The discussion of the three did not continue, because the communication stone sounded. "Look, it's the Orient. He is coming." Chapter 755. A low shout immediately drew the attention of Rory and his group to the river surface. There, a white passenger ship was slowly approaching. Although they did not board the ship in the true sense, with their vision far beyond that of ordinary people, and the influence of their daily noble common sense, these young nobles could not help but exclaim, "Is that the sightseeing deck? Standing on the terrace of the top cabin and looking down, the view must be beautiful." The ram on the bow is in the style of the Holy Age." The words came one after another, and were ended by gasps of amazement. Many noble children looked at the companion who gasped, "I can be sure that, whether it is the holy song shape of the ram, or the iron and wood mixed material used for the ram, they are all in the style of the Holy Age, and it is most likely a relic from a ship in the Holy Age. After all, no matter how good a craftsman is, he can't create this sense of time." The noble young man sighed. Then, the noble young man sighed. "What a pity, such a complete sacred song is gone. I don't know if it can be preserved in a while. If possible, I want to collect it." As he said, the noble young man looked at Rory. For things that are generous to others, the son of the Marquis is never stingy. "Of course. If it is preserved, it is yours, little Tammy. I promise you." After hearing this promise, as the only son of Baron Tammy, little Tammy immediately bowed slightly to Rory. In response, Rory accepted it calmly. And the eldest son of the Marquis naturally thought that he had won the favor of Tammy. As the only son of Baron Tammy, one of the three barons in the territory of Einhaz, little Tammy was naturally what he wanted to fight for. Although a sacred song was worth a lot of money, he could get more. Why not? After a good start, the next step will be much easier. But that's for later. Now, we need to hide. You know, we are not the only uninvited guests. Saying this, Rory pointed to one side. Teams of people appeared on one side of the river. They were dressed differently. From their clothes, they were farmers, merchants, hunters, and their weapons were even more varied. From hoes to bows and arrows to muskets, but the only thing that is the same is the determination on their faces and the fanaticism in their eyes. Who are they? After hiding, little Tammy asked in a low voice. Members of the river cult. They came for the holy war, Rory explained. Of course, the son of the Marquis hid the most crucial part. For example, Grace Hamlet lost control of the river cult. For some of the things done by the eldest son of the old lion, Rory had heard some things before. But he didn't believe that he could control a sect. The eldest son of the Marquis didn't think that Grace Hamlet could do this. After all, He couldn't do it. But with Grisa Hamlet's self-affirmation, he had to believe that the eldest son of the old lion really did something big out of everyone's sight. But because of this, the eldest son of the Marquis believed Grisa Hamlet's words of revenge and his willingness to stand on his side for revenge. You know, this is a truly prosperous sect. If he had such a sect, and it was taken away by someone, he would definitely go crazy. In order to avenge that person, he would really give everything. He believed that Grisa Hamlet's special forces were among these people. The Nanlos medium took over my sect. But he could not fully control the people in my sect. There is a group of people who are loyal to me and are ready to listen to my orders at any time. For such words, the eldest son of the Marquis also believed it. Because, in the eyes of the eldest son of the Marquis, this is reasonable. If it were him, he would do the same. But Grisa Hamlet is really an idiot. He actually chose me as your partner, and even wanted to take back his own sect. It's really wishful thinking. I want the leadership position of the young nobles in Ina's territory. I also want the leadership position of the Inner River cult. All mine. The eldest son of the Marquis sneered in his heart, and his eyes were burning. So that's how it is. After suffering a loss in West Berlin, the Inland River cult actually dared to get involved? What a terrible belief! Little Tammy muttered. The people beside him also echoed. And in this echo, little Tammy exchanged glances with Burton without any expression. No eye contact, let alone staring. Just a glance. Most people would not care about such a moment. But Windsor, who had a bird's-eye view of the whole situation, saw this scene. The only daughter of the Viscount quietly broadcast live to Carol with a communications tone, while she was thinking about how to maximize the benefits. The young nobles with ulterior motives hid by the side. The believers of the Inland River Church, full of enthusiasm, walked straight ahead. Everyone was very tacit, and did not make any sound. Until, whoo! The continuous sound of horns began to echo along the banks of the inland river. In the unique desolate feeling, with the appearance of groups of river pirates, the atmosphere was filled with a sense of solemnity. And when the camouflage of the 20 12-pound guns hidden on the hill was removed, the solemnity reached its peak. Ah! What is that? Cannon! It's a cannon! River pirates! The river pirates are coming! On the Orient, there was a panic. At this time, no matter how the Captain Barry and the first mate Albert tried to appease them, it was useless. Even their sailors were a little at a loss. Almost subconsciously, the two looked at the sailor John. As the leader of the combat members on the Orient, the sailor John had a calm face. Old John had encountered too many things in his life. For him, the situation in front of him was nothing. It was just some artillery. He could ignore it. What really worried him was the inland river. Or to be more precise, under the river. There was an extremely terrifying existence watching here. But it was just a worry. After all, if you can't win, you can run away. For pirates, running away is not a shameful thing. On the contrary, running away, but not being able to escape, that is shameful. However, it is limited to one person. As for running away with the entire Orient, old John asked himself that he couldn't do it. So, the old pirate was very curious what Arthur would do. Everyone, please be quiet. Please don't forget, whose ship is this? Old John thought in his heart, and said to everyone. Immediately, the panicked crowd quieted down. Yes, this is the ship of the Nanlos medium. And, more importantly, the medium is on the ship. Subconsciously, everyone looked at the top cabin. Many people wanted to go to the top cabin, but they were afraid of bumping into the medium, so they could only wander anxiously at the gangway. Arthur slowly put down the orange tea in his hand, stood up and stretched, and then picked up the black coat beside him. He put it on carefully, checked it carefully, and confirmed that there were no unnecessary wrinkles, and then pushed the door out. Chapter 756. Countless pairs of eyes along the inland river were staring at the white passenger ship. When he saw a hint of black appear in the top cabin, Rory's breathing quickened a little. Come on. Come on. I'm about to step onto the stage. And the color of blood is far better than flowers. And you, Arthur Kratos' body, is my best step. Hot and fierce. This son of the Marquis is like a hungry wolf. Little Tammy beside him lowered his head slightly. This concealed the coldness and excitement in his eyes. The coldness was the killing intent. The excitement was the instinct of the hunter. The reason why he chose to cooperate with Burton, the second son of the Marquis, was not only because the second son of the Marquis took the initiative to find him, but also because he wanted to taste the blood of the superior. That taste should be different from those of the common people. Right? Burton lowered his body, holding the two swords with both hands. The hard touch of the hilt gave him great stability and confidence. If possible, he didn't want to either. But who made his brother press so hard? He had no choice. He didn't want to be the next Carol. When he thought of the relative, who was far more talented than him, but was ruthlessly expelled, the second son of the Marquis became more determined. Rory must die. If Rory didn't die, he would be unable to sleep or eat. And this time, it was an opportunity. Thinking of this, the second son of the Marquis began to adjust his breathing. Windsor, who was hidden in the crowd, watched all this quietly. The lady's brown eyes became more and more lively in the shadows. She found a way to maximize the benefits. The next moment, the lady looked at the Orient, at the black figure. Now, she just needed to test the quality of this person to make the final decision. Hurry up! Hurry up! We will never allow those pirates to harm Lord Kratos. Toland said in a low voice. His pace became faster and faster. Beside him, the followers of the Inland River God cult said nothing and hurried on their way. After seeing the real Inland River God, their gratitude to Arthur reached its peak. Because it was Arthur who helped them regain their true faith. Without Arthur, they would be deceived. This would bring shame to their faith. This would cause their souls to perish. When they thought of such an outcome, all the followers of the Inland River God cult shuddered. Fortunately, none of this happened. They were saved by Arthur Kratos. They were saved by the Nanlos medium. And now, it was their turn to rescue this lord. Look! The cannons! A sharp-eyed believer raised his hand and pointed. Suddenly, everyone saw the 20 12-pound cannons that had been removed from their disguises. The muzzles were pointed at the Orient. The Orient was going to be bombarded. This was unacceptable to everyone. What is this guy Danny doing? Didn't he say he would delay as much as possible? Torin, who was angry, immediately took out a scale. The new high priest was about to use some secret techniques left to him by the god. Apart from these secret techniques, he didn't know how to stop the bombardment. But at this moment... Wait! Mr. Gwyn suddenly stopped him. When everyone looked at him in confusion, Mr. Gwyn said very quickly, "Look at the muzzle." All of a sudden, everyone noticed something different. The muzzle was adjusting. From aiming at the Vostok to facing the sky? Everyone was stunned, having no idea what was happening. But the event that really surprised them had just begun. Boom! 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 20 cannon shots. But there were no shells. Just the roar of gunpowder. Like a salute. A figure in red armor walked out of the thick smoke of the cannon. The Red Knight. It's the Red Knight. And there's Sadie the Skullbreaker. That's Danny the Blood Axe. Many people exclaimed. Then, the exclamation stopped abruptly. Because all the river pirates on the hill, even the famous Red Knight Hazlitt, Skullbreaker Sadie, Blood Axe Danny, etc., all knelt on one knee. They lowered their heads. They said nothing. They seemed to be soldiers being reviewed. There was silence all around. Only the sound of the waves in the river remained. Salute. Just the sound of the cannon, it was really a salute. A young noble could not help but exclaimed. It was not that the young noble was making a fuss, but the scene before their eyes was beyond their expectations. Then, all the young nobles looked at Rory. Looked at the son of the Marquis. They were waiting for the son of the Marquis's explanation. What is the fisherman gaining after both sides are hurt? This is not like what the other party said. Forget about the stage. They are here now, just like clowns. Moreover, they are a group of clowns. And Rory was completely stunned. Impossible. This is impossible. How could these river pirates be so respectful to that Nanlos psychic? Rory, who had no idea what was going on, was in a state where he couldn't accept the reality and had lost the ability to think. He could only say subconsciously, "Wait and see. Don't be impatient." Such words, anyone could see, were just a perfunctory one. Or to be more precise, it was a delay. The eldest son of the Marquis had no other options. However, no one tried to expose the other party. As a noble, there were always some rules to follow. However, many people looked at the eldest son of the Marquis with a hint of sarcasm. Everyone makes mistakes sometimes. Don't judge the outcome by the success or failure of a moment. Burton spoke. The second son of the Marquis, who had always behaved like a teenager, stood beside his brother in his own way. However, these words deeply hurt the eldest son of the Marquis. Yes. Why not wait a little longer? Rory said, Wait a little longer, let's wait and see. Little Tammy also spoke. Immediately, Rory cast a grateful look at the only son of the Baron. Windsor, who was hidden in the crowd, looked at Rory as if he were a fool. How stupid are you to believe such words? And, can't you see the cooperation between little Tammy and your brother? When nothing happens, not only will your dignity be destroyed, you will also be committed suicide because you can't stand such a result. How stupid, Ms. Windsor commented in her heart. Even, many people have found something wrong. But before they can think about it carefully, a roar appeared under the inner river. Buzz! A huge vortex appeared on the surface of the inner river in a unique humming sound. Along with it appeared aura! A bloody, brutal aura. When everyone sensed this aura, their faces changed drastically, their bodies shook, and some people even fell to the ground. Only one person stood safely, as if a spring breeze was blowing on his face. Yes, Arthur. The young Nanlos medium's eyes were full of compassion, and he said softly, I gave you a chance. Chapter 757 Whitebird. The inland river runs through the entire Nanjun. Residents along the coast of Nanjun are naturally very familiar with the inland river, whether it is a calm inland river or a turbulent inland river. However, all the people of Nanjun have never seen the inland river at this moment. The waves are surging, layer upon layer, one wave after another, with a deafening roar, as if pulling people into a battlefield with drums pounding, and the waves are batches of fierce soldiers, with red eyes. He rushed towards them with murderous intent. He wanted to kill them. He wanted to crush them. Every person who collapsed on the ground was thinking this way. Especially when the vortex, an endless suction force surged out, and even formed a strong wind. The shaking Miss Windsor's face suddenly changed. This well-informed lady instantly thought of a legend. The Devourer Imola, an evil god who was once worshipped by barbarians, and was conquered by the church during the Holy Age. According to rumors, the complete Imola has an exaggerated body of more than 1,000 meters, and can eat 10 elephants in one bite. When the shadow attacked, it ravaged the territory of Einhas. At least 6 towns disappeared because of the Devourer Imola, and countless towns were affected. The towns that disappeared were eaten by Imola. The towns affected witnessed the scene of Imola devouring those towns. Suck. Open your mouth wide. The invisible suction force sucked it completely into his body, turning it into the best nutrients. In the worship of the barbarians, Imola was regarded as the embodiment of strength and wind. However, Imola did not really protect the barbarians. Instead, he treated the barbarians in Einhas's territory as snacks, eating a few of them alive from time to time. The tyranny of this evil god was far beyond imagination. In fact, many scholars believe that Imola had no IQ at all. But when the church attacked the opponent, it proved that the opponent had intelligence. But it was not enough. Maybe it was because of the huge body and natural strength, which made the opponent accustomed to directly solving the opponent, and thus lost the habit of using his brain. Maybe it was caused by some reasons. Windsor didn't know the specific situation. This lady only knew that it was the church's Holy Sword Knight who killed Imola at that time. This lady didn't believe the church's description of killing the god with one sword. In order to restore the situation at that time, this lady spent a high price to find the truth. But unfortunately, there are very few records. In the Holy Age, the ruling power of the church was beyond imagination. Any text that contradicts the records of the church is not allowed to appear. If it appears, burn it. The author and the recorder will be burned together. Damn the church. I knew there was an unknown truth in it. It was clearly recorded that he was beheaded. But he appeared again. This kind of violation of records is not surprising to Ms. Windsor, who has a vested interest in the Silver Age. However, this time, the lady would rather the Vatican records are true. Otherwise, she will die. You know, this is the Devourer Imola, the famous evil god in the rumors. At the moment of life and death, Windsor can't care about hiding anything. After the lady tried her best to stand firm, she said, "Be careful. This is the Devourer Imola. Bring out all your trump cards. Otherwise, everyone will die." As soon as the words fell, a layer of force field shield enveloped everyone present. If you want to gain, you must first be willing to give up. Windsor understood this sentence when he was 7 years old. At such a critical moment, you must show your sincerity. However, some people don't understand. After hearing the name of the Devourer Imola, several young nobles turned pale. Their legs trembled. When they were covered by the force field shield, these young nobles immediately took out life-saving items. or scrolls, or props. But the functions were the same. Get away from here. Get away from this dangerous, fatal place. As for the people around, they couldn't care about them. At this time, how could they care about them? Those with spirituality can clearly see the light on the scrolls and props. When the light dimmed, the young nobles disappeared on the spot, entered into the stomach of the devourer. Ah! The shrill roar quickly faded away. And Windsor looked disdainful. Do you really think that the devourer, who is revered as a god, can be so easily gotten rid of? The words of this lady made several people who were originally hesitant, and who were ready to follow suit after seeing someone run away first, stop their actions. They looked at each other, and finally, looked at this lady. Windsor, what should we do? Yes. Windsor. Windsor. Do you have any ideas? The panic made Windsor really want to slap these guys. Hands! Take out all your hands. Don't tell me you don't have any. Windsor had no choice but to repeat it. Then, the lady was dumbfounded. Except for the 3 guys who were swallowed. The remaining 7 guys' hands were all for escape, including Rory, Burton, and Tammy. Don't you have any courage at all? Why are you just thinking about running away? Even if you don't have an offensive trump card, you must have a defensive one. Right? Take them all out. Windsor yelled like crazy. And the lady's heart kept sinking. Because her trump card was also an escape one. A scroll that could quickly leave the original place and appear in a safe place 30 kilometers away, which was given to her by her father. Windsor didn't think there was anything wrong with this. After all, she is a girl. And she doesn't need to be brave. But the guys around her are really disappointing. Especially those who keep boasting to her about their bravery. Even if she knows it's fake, she still needs some support to support this character. Right? Who would have thought that it was all fake? However, fortunately, there are a lot of defensive props. One force field shield after another is superimposed on each other. Sister Windsor, what should we do next? Burton asked. Even at this time, the second son of the Marquis still wore his disguise. If it were normal, Windsor would definitely appreciate it. But now, Windsor was not in such a mood. She took a deep breath and said, Pray. As soon as these words came out, the people around were stunned. But Windsor pointed to the bow of the white ship. She stared at the black figure that walked out slowly. Said word by word, Pray. Pray that the Nanlos medium is as powerful as the rumors say. Pray that the Nanlos medium can defeat the devourer Imola. Otherwise, we will all become excrement. At this time, Windsor did not want to maintain her previous ladylike appearance. The lady had no confidence in whether Arthur could defeat the devourer Imola, so her fingertips touched the message stone again. At least at the last moment of her life. She wanted to tell that bastard Carol. Just when the lady was about to ignore it, Arthur's words came. It was a very gentle voice. But everyone present heard it. I gave you a chance. Such words, the tone contained in them, made everyone present stunned. The next moment, everyone's eyes widened. Their eyes full of disbelief. They saw a white bird. A huge white bird. Chapter 758. Arthur, standing on the bow of the Orient, stared at the huge vortex with his eyes. And his compassion became stronger. Ignore the dark world, look down on the earth, and listen to the eternal cry. Swift bird swordsmanship. Kai kai. In the soft singing, the bird's voice is high-pitched. With a cry, the sword energy takes shape. A white bird appears behind Arthur. The white bird is huge. When it spreads its wings, it almost covers both sides of the inland river. The white bird is sharp. When it raises its head, the infinite sword energy fills the universe. Buzz. 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 The sound of swords ringing one after another is not Arthur's sword. In fact, Arthur has no sword at all. His sword has long been in his heart. He stands there. The whole person is the king of swords. And the rest of the swords naturally have to bow down. The sound of swords comes from the swords of people around. The sword in the sheath trembles continuously. The sword out of the sheath droops unconsciously. That is respect and submission to the king. Of course, there were also those who refused to submit, or those who were unwilling to submit in their hearts. For example, Rory, under the protection of the force field shield. The eldest son of the Marquis got rid of the fierce aura of the devourer Imola. He stood up again and stared at Arthur fiercely and resentfully. The eldest son of the Marquis knew that he had lost all face. His performance was even worse than Windsor, the woman he had always regarded as a plaything. Can he be blamed for this? No. It's not his fault. He had tried hard enough. Arthur was wrong. That's right. The one who was wrong was the Nanlos medium. If it weren't for the other party, he wouldn't have stood here like a clown, enduring the ridicule and contemptuous eyes of others. Even at this time, no one paid attention to the eldest son of the Marquis. The other party still thought that he was being laughed at. So, when his long sword began to tremble, indicating his submission, the eldest son of the Marquis grabbed the hilt of the sword. He did not allow his sword to surrender. Buzz! Buzz! The shaking became more and more intense, but the eldest son of the Marquis also clenched it tighter and tighter. Then, crack! With a crisp sound, the eldest son of the Marquis' sword broke. And this crisp sound finally attracted the attention of the people around. Immediately, the eldest son of the Marquis' face twitched. Because the ridicule that he did not see just now appeared in reality. Looking at the smiles of the people in front of him, the eldest son of the Marquis felt a stinging pain in his eyes. Subconsciously, the eldest son of the Marquis lowered his head. This is not avoiding. This is temporary. I must take back everything that belongs to me. Thinking of this, the eldest son of the Marquis took out a scroll. This scroll is blazing. With the scroll as the center of the circle, it burns everything within a radius of 30 meters. Even steel will be melted. It can be called a rare high-level scroll. For such a scroll, Windsor naturally confirmed it at a glance. Rory, what are you going to do? Windsor spoke. What? Of course I'm going to hack you. You bitch. And you. A bunch of scumbags. Now, unlock the force field shield for me. Otherwise, turn to ashes with me. Rory went completely crazy and roared wildly. Are you crazy? Do you know what you are doing? Windsor was stunned. She knew that Rory was a fool. After several attempts, this lady was sure that the eldest son of the Marquis was not only vain, but also had no real brains, and was a guy who could not inherit the Inez territory at all. This lady even suspected that Carol was brought back because of this. Because Rory could not put any pressure on Burton. In other words, the Marquis had not given up on his eldest son. He hoped to rely on Carol to put pressure on his eldest son, so that he could grow up in the true sense. But the effect was not obvious. Instead, it pushed the eldest son of the Marquis into a deeper quagmire. It's not that the nobles can't use conspiracies. In fact, the nobles like conspiracies very much, because it saves time and effort and the rewards are huge. However, the premise is that you need to have the ability to bear the failure of the conspiracy. You have to swallow the bitter fruit. And like what Rory did at this moment, he has already pushed himself to the opposite side of all the nobles in Inez territory. Any normal person would not do this. Brother. Bang. Burton came over and was about to persuade him. But he was kicked down by Rory. Shut up. You bastard who robbed me of everything. If it weren't for you, everything in Inez would be mine. Rory roared. The face of the eldest son of the Marquis became extremely distorted at this moment. He thought of the situation that with the birth of Burton, the original attention of his parents to him completely disappeared. Every time he tried to catch up with his brother, his parents would always say, Burton has already done it. How can you do it? Again and again. Every time, such words hurt him. And when he tried to catch up with Burton in swordsmanship again, he thought he did well enough that time. That time, just as he expected, he won. For the first time in his life. He won his brother. But what did he get in return? Relying on the advantage of age, bullying your younger brother. What kind of skill is that? Burton, you should add 10 more minutes to your sword training every day. Rory was completely desperate after hearing his parents' words. He trained day and night. But he was bullied. And his brother, who trained day and night, only needed to add 10 more minutes? Why was it so unfair? From that time on, Rory gave up. He chose another way. Since he couldn't surpass the other party, then kill him. You? Carol, you are all damn bastards, Rory shouted. But his voice stopped abruptly. Because a dagger pierced the back of the eldest son of the Marquis. It was little Tammy. After the only son of the Baron snatched the scroll from Rory's hand, he took 2 steps back to prevent Rory from counterattacking. You don't think that after removing the force field shield, Rory will let us go? Right? He has done this. He will definitely kill us to silence us. Little Tammy's words were recognized by everyone. Burton was sobbing softly. The second son of the Marquis lowered his head, raised his right forearm to block his eyes, as if to block the tears, but the corners of his mouth could not stop rising. Almost no one saw this scene. Except Rory, who was lying on the ground. Sure enough. When Rory saw this smile, his heart began to roar again. The eldest son of the Marquis understood a lot in an instant. However, it doesn't matter anymore. Ha! Go to hell! With a wild laugh, the eldest son of the Marquis took out another scroll with raging flames and tore it into pieces. The red light was so dazzling in the eyes of the spiritual. Everyone did not hesitate and directly used the escape trump card. Entering the belly of the devourer meant death. Staying where you were also dead. But the former would die a little later than the latter. The instinct for survival made them choose the former. The flames burned. The light flashed. Rory and the guards were buried in the sea of fire. The remaining nobles entered the stomach of Imola. The devourer. Pitch black. The squeezing feeling brought by the peristalsis of the stomach. The corrosion brought by the rolling stomach acid. The most important thing is the feeling of life passing away. It almost destroyed the hearts of these nobles in an instant. When facing the despair, they were not much stronger than Rory. But they were lucky, because Arthur's sword was slashed. It cut open the inner river. It also cut open the body of Imola. The devourer expelled the darkness and brought them light. Each of them was extremely grateful. But someone suddenly exclaimed, "Burden, Tammy is dead." Chapter 759. Silent hissing. Tyrannical heart. Greedy soul. Countless different flesh and blood, in an extremely deformed way, composed the devourer Imola at this moment. Which looked like a snake. No, to be precise. It only looked like a snake in general, but snakes don't have tumors, don't have tentacles, and don't hang corpses outside their skin, just like one gallows after another rising from the ground. Every time Imola traveled underground, the corpses on the gallows will emit a hissing sound that only those with spirituality can hear. The hissing sound after another attracts those with spirituality to come closer. The hearts of these spirituality owners become twisted. In the end, they become food for the devourer Imola. Of course, Imola's favorite is the food sent by the strong ants. Each one is so delicious. Rich in juice, the power contained is also very considerable. However, with the arrival of the ant holding a long sword and claiming to be a knight, everything changed. That ridiculous ant actually wanted to persuade him. At that time, it was still him. It was sacred and inviolable. It was a member of the Supreme Being. So at that time, it swallowed the other party in one gulp, and then its stomach was cut open by the other party, its body was cut off, and the divine fire was extinguished. He became it. But there was not a day that it did not want to return to the clouds again. So it lurked, waiting for the opportunity. And it finally got the opportunity. Mikhail. This latecomer. Although he was just a latecomer, but for it, there was still a little trust because this latecomer wanted to return to the cloud more than it did. Even, it had become crazy. For this, Imola wanted to laugh twice. It hadn't laughed for a long time, unless it really couldn't help it. Even if he became it, everyone knows to stay away from the shadow. Not to mention the temple in the shadow. As a result, the latecomer went to the shadow regardless. What a fool. Ha ha ha. Imola laughed twice underground, and the 2,427 corpses hanging on its body laughed in unpleasant and hoarse laughter. Immediately, the soil under the ground rolled up. Then, it became dry. The ground was like flesh and blood, being devoured by these corpses. This made Imola twist his body in dissatisfaction. It didn't eat these. Although it was edible, it wasn't tasty. It wanted to eat real delicacies. Only real delicacies could make it return to the clouds. So, it sped up, from the hills outside the shallow port of Westron to the inland river. Of course, it bypassed the necessary towns. That holy sword 10, it still trembled with fear. Because, it didn't understand why its devouring was ineffective. Therefore, it became cautious not only because it was seriously injured, but also because of the holy sword can. Although everyone thought that the other party was dead, died in the shadow. But it did not think so. The holy swordkin could ignore its swallowing. How could it fall in the shadow? Impossible. The slightly cold water of the inner river washed its body. It shook the mud and sand on its body, revealing its reddish-brown skin. And those corpses were preying on the fish that dared to approach. They were all biting in the most primitive way. The scarlet drifted with the river. The faint smell of blood aroused more memories of Imola. I don't know why, countless memories that should have been forgotten appeared in Imola's soul. For this, Imola was extremely irritated. There were too many memories that it didn't want to remember, and many more that it had swallowed long ago, but they still appeared. This made Imola twist his body impatiently. His huge body immediately made the water in this section of the river turbid. Fortunately, this abnormality only lasted for a moment. After that, everything became normal. And Imola no longer had a chance to escape. Imola, when he was intact, understood the omen, but that omen was shattered by the Holy Sword Knight's long sword. Imola's body was also shattered. At this moment, Imola only thought that it was a bad memory. More? No more. The numerous flesh and blood squeezed the brain of this devourer. It made the other party fall into an indescribable state of indigestion. In this state, no matter how much it eats, it can't satisfy this devourer. It only knows to eat non-stop. And only by eating non-stop can it satisfy its instincts. Waiting all night. The prey appeared. When I saw the white ship, Imola was excited. Its intuition told it that, as long as it ate the man on the boat, it might really return to the clouds. So, without any hesitation, Imola took action. The aura that belonged to the devourer enveloped the scene. Suddenly, those ants lost their ability to resist. But why was that prey fine? Across the inland water, Imola stared at the black prey on the bow. From the other party's eyes, expression, it didn't find any clues. This made it uneasy, and even more angry. The uneasy came from those bad memories. In those memories, it faced the Holy Sword Knight. Similarly, the anger also came from there. Who do you think you are? Roaring in his heart, the devourer Imola opened his mouth. Endless suction appeared at the bottom of the inner river. Immediately, a supergiant vortex appeared. The water of the inner river was spinning rapidly. More importantly, the huge suction force formed a hurricane. A hurricane that went straight into the stomach of the devourer Imola. Become my nutrients, Imola roared. This was contrary to its hunting habits for more than 200 years. Since the Silver Age, Imola's hunting has been more silent and cunning. Such an uncharacteristic hunting is naturally because uneasiness. The increasingly strong uneasiness hit Imola's soul in a more ferocious way than the water in the inland river. It didn't want to admit it, but it had to admit it. As the black figure on the bow raised his hand, it seemed to really see the shadow of the holy sword tin can. When the other party swung the sword, he was also so calm and composed. And moved forward. Indestructible. Buzz. The sword blade trembled, and the birds chirped continuously. When the white giant bird appeared behind the black figure, Imola turned around and ran away without thinking. This swordsmanship. It was the tin cans. He is back. He returned from the shadow. Fear made his huge body sluggish, and then trembled, and his broken soul trembled under the heavy burden. Ikaros! The hideous roar resounded around the inner river, but the next moment, the sword flashed past. Everything became silent. Chapter 760. The endless and uninterrupted flow of the inner river was cut open. The ferocious monster, whose length was unknown, was cut open. The people standing along the inner river watched all this in amazement. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. Everyone's brain was blank. All of them were echoing one sentence. Is this something a human can do? Red Knight Hazlitt kept swallowing his saliva, trying to moisten his dry throat, but no matter how the Red Knight swallowed, his dry throat could not feel moistened at all. He only felt a dry and painful twitching sensation. Is this the opponent I'm going to face? Damn Graça. You want me to die? Bastard. The Red Knight cursed, and felt grateful from the bottom of his heart. To his current father, the descendant of blood. To Sean, the two black cats. Of Bont. If it weren't for them, I'm afraid he would be the same as that monster now. Thinking of this, the Red Knight no longer hesitated. Suddy, spread the news, say that Lord Kratos will always have unimpeded access to the inland river, and anyone who dares to block Lord Kratos' ship will be our enemy. Yes. After nodding, Skullbreaker Sadie turned and left. The Red Knight was frightened. Sadie the Skullbreaker was also frightened. In fact, in some ways, it was even more serious. After all, since last night, Sadie the Skullbreaker has never stopped being frightened. The visit of the Black Cats. Danny's betrayal. Kemal was killed. The appearance of the Blood Descendant. One by one, it happened so fast, it was too much for people to handle. Fortunately, it's over. Everything is over. The sudden sigh made the Skullbreaker suddenly feel very tired. Should I retire? Such a thought appeared in Sadie's heart. Almost subconsciously, Sadie stole a glance at the leader behind him. The young face hidden under the red armor was really desirable. He also wanted to be younger. And this was not impossible. Thinking of the descendant of blood, and thinking of the relationship between him and the Nanlos medium, Sadie knew exactly what he should do. He immediately worked harder. But Danny, the blood axe, ignored him. This devout believer of the inland river god just knelt on one knee and prayed in a low voice. As a believer of the inland river god, Danny stubbornly believed that it was with the help of the inland river god that the Nanlos medium was able to achieve such a feat. There were many people who thought this way in the inland river god cult. After all, not all believers were like Tolan. Gwyn and his wife were so rational. Or rather, Grindelwald, the leader of the Black Cats, left too deep an impression on them. Cut the sea with one sword. Is this the Nanlos medium? Tolan murmured in his heart. Inland rivers are also called inland seas. It is not an exaggeration to say that a sword cuts the sea apart. Of course, more importantly, someone really appeared who cut the sea with one sword. I'm afraid that the legendary hero is just like this. The sigh made Tolan a little absent-minded, but it was nothing compared to Mr. Gwyn, who was really in a trance. Ikaros? 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 How is it possible? How is this possible? Mr. Gwyn muttered in a daze, making Mrs. Gwyn worried, thinking whether she should feed her husband some feces to wake him up. As if sensing his wife's thoughts, Gwyn immediately came back to his senses. Does Ikaros know? The great man who was honored as the Knight of the Sword in the Holy Age. Not only is he the recognized swordsman of that era, but also one of the 27 heroes. Mr. Gwyn whispered to his wife about his discovery. Mrs. Gwyn didn't care about this. She just nodded in agreement. After all, for Mrs. Gwyn, as long as her husband was not really in trouble, it would be fine. Mrs. Gwyn didn't care. But Arthur did. Ikaros? Hey, it's Ikaros. If that's the case, it seems there is more room for manipulation. Mr. Gwyn heard the shout of Devourer Imola. Arthur naturally heard it more clearly. Like Mr. Gwyn, Arthur immediately thought of the Knight of the Sword. However, unlike Mr. Gwyn's shock and disbelief, Arthur had more practical ideas. You know, Knight of the Sword Ikaros, as the third of the 27 heroes, is the most mysterious, because of the disappearance for 100 years. Even, many people still doubt its authenticity. But for Arthur, it's really great. However, that's later. Now, Arthur lowered his head and looked at the living people in the body of the Devourer Imola. According to what Crow had just listened to, Arthur had already learned the identities of these people in great detail. The youngest son of Marquis Einhaz, the only daughter of Viscount Windsor, the only son of Baron Tammy. These young nobles are definitely a force that cannot be ignored in the territory of Einhaz. This is always the case. So anyone would make friends with them. But Arthur is different. The first person Arthur knew was Carol. Carol, who pledged allegiance to him and signed the Oath of the Lionheart. The eldest son of Marquis Einhaz is dead. Arthur asked his crow to confirm this. He is dead. And the second son of Marquis Einhaz, who indirectly caused all this. It seems that there is no need for him to live. That smile, Arthur didn't like it. And the other party's partner, the only son of Baron Tammy. In order to give Carol a better inheritance environment, let all of these disappear. The Swift-Bird swordsmanship, which had reached its peak and had a hint of divine power, was exerting its due power at this time. After cutting open Devourer Imola, the invisible sword energy, the visible sword light, mixed in that hint of divine power, destroyed everything of Devourer Imola in a very fundamental way. By the way, the invisible sword energy also swept across Burton and Tammy's necks. Then, the remaining flesh and blood of the Devourer Imola squeezed the bodies of the two. The strong stench of the Devourer and the corrosive blood made the two bodies disappear in an instant. 2 seconds later, the young nobles realized that something was wrong. Burton, Tammy is dead. The young noble shouted in panic. Hearing such shouts, Nanloz's medium showed more compassion in his eyes. And he couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that he was feeling guilty. However, Windsor lowered his eyes, and his eyes were shining. She knew that the opportunity she had been waiting for had come. Chapter 761. Windsor, as a girl, you shouldn't pay more attention to muskets and swords. Windsor, no matter how good a girl is at horse riding, she still has to get married. Windsor, your investment is good, but it's a pity that you are a girl. Windsor, you actually awakened your bloodline. It would be great if you were not a girl. When Windsor was young, every time she accomplished something, her father and mother would always say this. The kind of words of praise with regret. It's better not to say it. What she wanted was real praise. So, she became competitive. She wanted to be stronger than men. Whether it was strength, brain, or power, it was the same. The effect was naturally significant. She received unanimous recognition. Except her parents. Her parents still praised her with words of regret in their praise. Such praise really made her feel tormented. Especially her mother. She hated herself even more. She hated why she didn't give birth to a boy. But after seeing Windsor, she didn't have any real resentment. She just looked at Windsor with a caring look, asked about his well-being, and then sighed. This made Windsor feel more and more tormented. She even felt that she was going crazy. And at this time, her mother died. It was claimed to be an accident. In fact, it was suicide. Because of the huge pressure of not being able to bring a male child to the Windsor family, she chose to commit suicide. At that time, she could not understand why her mother did not choose to continue to be pregnant and give birth to a younger brother. Until she accidentally found her father crying alone with his lover in front of her mother's tombstone. She suddenly realized that her father's lover was the son of the old housekeeper of the Windsor family. That discovery made her father and his lover completely let go of everything. The two of them lived in seclusion in the cemetery of the Windsor family. This move was praised by everyone in the Inez territory. Windsor remained silent about this. She didn't know what to say or what to do. She began to live in a trance. Until the old housekeeper brought the news that Marquis Inez's nephew Carol had arrived. She had to deal with it out of etiquette. Then, she found something very interesting in the back garden of the Marquis's mansion. In order to avoid the stupid Rory, she saw Carol there. It is rumored that because of his extraordinary talent, the arrogant and conceited Carol was meeting with a male servant from the Marquis of Inez. The brief conversation was enough to make her understand that Carol was a disguise. Not only did he disguise his personality, but he also disguised his talent. This guy's talent was stronger than expected. He was like a wolf waiting for an opportunity. In this regard, Windsor unconsciously wanted to participate. She thought she needed to find something to do. For example, overthrow the Inez family, let the Windsor family take over. Or, being discovered by the Inez family, she would take the entire Windsor family to the grave. No matter which result, she would accept it. So, she started to act. Everything went very smoothly. 5 years. She prepared for 5 years. But just when she was about to start, Kaler actually ran away, because the Nanlo's psychic Kaler, who she favored, left the Inez territory. The 5-year plan was in vain. Windsor was not angry at all. The indifference in the lady's heart allowed her to continue waiting. Because she knew very well that some things could not be really solved by running away. With the two heirs of the Inez family, they would definitely attack Carol again. And Carol would definitely not passively defend. That time, it would be her chance. Knowing this, Ms. Windsor waited patiently. Then, she began to be curious about the Nanlo's medium who made Carol change his original mind. She consciously collected information about the medium. Incredible. This was her most intuitive feeling after seeing some of the information. It also made her suspicious. She always felt that the medium was like a most qualified actor, who appeared in the most appropriate place. And everything seemed to be arranged. She even thought that this was a conspiracy of the Einhart family. But Ms. Windsor didn't think so at this moment. Facing Arthur, who had killed the devourer Imola with one sword, the lady no longer had any doubts. Because, with the strength shown by Arthur, there was absolutely no need to make those arrangements. Those arrangements were just bluffing. And Arthur? He was the real deal. He was absolutely powerful. Of course, the most important thing was that Ms. Windsor felt that her plan could continue to be implemented. When a hand of nothingness lifted her up and floated towards the deck of the Orient, the lady did not resist at all, even the moment his feet stepped on the deck. He thanked him directly. "Thank you for saving me, Lord Kratos. If it weren't for you, we would have died in the mouth of the devourer like Rory, Burton, and little Tammy." There was a hidden meaning in his words. But it was in line with the dignity of the Inez territory. The young nobles present would never say such shameful things. Not only would it make them lose face, but also because Rory was dead. Such a statement would inevitably be considered slander by the Marquis of Inez. All the young nobles who survived looked at each other. And then they spoke in unison. "May they rest in peace." And Harlan and Daniel. "Sir Kratos, thank you again for your rescue. We will remember it forever." The young man named Little Yaquez stood up on behalf of Little Lelia and Little Leondesai. In the Inez territory, in addition to the Marquis Inez, there is also an earl, a viscount, 3 barons, and 4 lords. Among them, the Earl of Bernican's family has not awakened for several generations. It has already become withered. The Viscount Windsor family is represented by Windsor, and the remaining 3 barons of the 4 lords, little Tammy died, Baron Baron Harlan's sons and Darnell died in the previous retreat. Only Lady Windsor, little Akazi, little Lelia, and little Leonda survived. There is unspeakable sadness in the eyes of these 3 young people. There were 10 people traveling together, and only they were left, even if they had fights with each other on weekdays. But at this time, it was really a case of the rabbit dying and the fox mourning. The 3 young men subconsciously stood behind Ms. Windsor. Whether it was the family title or Windsor's performance just now, they made such a choice. Arthur accepted the thanks and said softly, "You can rest on the Orient. Believe me, everything is over." The young Nanlos medium said as he walked to the bow again, looking down at the waves rushing in the inland river, as if in silence for the victims just now. The swift bird sword intent mixed with a trace of divine power completely plowed the devourer, and it had already begun to dissipate. The water of the cut inner river surged back again. The river water covered everything. Of course, this is not the point. The point is the gold in the devourer's belly and the devourer's body itself. Arthur saw the golden color with his own eyes, and the desire from the bottom of his heart from the pet snake Nidhogg, who was hiding far away. In response, Arthur did not hesitate to say, "Go. Swallow it." Chapter 762 Ming. The giant snake Nidhogg is the strongest of Arthur's many pets. It is a genuine ferocious beast of the entry level, but with Nidhogg's huge size and command over snakes, it is enough to kill ordinary entry levelers in seconds at certain times. In addition, he treats him like a father or brother. So, if Nidhogg can be stronger, Arthur will be very happy. Remember to keep the gold. The rest, you can eat it. Arthur reminded Nidhogg in his heart. His Nidhogg immediately gave a cheerful, excited and confident answer. As a test subject of the crazy Master Geppetto, Nidhogg is the product of the fusion of multiple bloodlines. Therefore, it has long become instinctive to know what kind of bloodline can make him stronger. Nidhogg knew that as long as he ate the devourer, he would be able to reach the stairs he had heard of. No, stairs is a name for people. It should be a legendary mystical creature. A giant snake. Nidhogg. It is marked by its level, and anchored by the name given by Arthur. After the giant snake swallowed the devourer at a high speed, the 40-meter snake became thicker, and it looked like a gasoline barrel. A drowsy feeling came over him. However, Nidhogg still remembered Arthur's order. He began to fly backwards at a high speed, heading towards the inner river basin in West Berlin. It was safer there. After sensing his pet snake going away, Arthur breathed a sigh of relief. Arthur's intuition told him that this was one of his biggest gains tonight. As for other gains, Arthur's fingers tucked into his sleeves gently touched a dark red metal ring. This was one of the props that the Red Knight, Hazlitt, borrowed from him. Name, Blood Rebellion. Type, Ring. Quality, Hero. Attribute, Blood Armor. Requirement, not Blood Clan. Note, any force, organization, there are always 1 or 2 people who don't fit in a family. The Blood Clan is no exception. The Blood Drinker Heber is the one who makes the Blood Clan feel ashamed, angry, disdainful and hateful. Heber, who was once the most outstanding young man in the Blood Clan, was even considered to be the heir of the Blood Clan, and even the Blood Marquis praised Heber's talent and ability more than once, but such recognition did not stop Heber from slaughtering his blood relatives by trickery. Heber made this ring with the flesh and bones of his blood relatives. This blood drinker engraved a line of words in the ring. Do you think I will surrender? Blood Armor. Use the enemy's blood to create a set of full-body armor with a defense level of Major Arcana. Note 1. Forming blood armor requires at least 72 kilograms of ordinary blood, but when the blood owner has spirituality, the amount of blood required for blood armor is greatly reduced, but when the blood owner is an entry level, the amount of blood required is reduced again, and the stability and thorn characteristics of the blood armor will be activated. Steady will continuously absorb the enemy's blood for repair, increase the blood armor's defense level after the thorns are activated. Any attack you encounter will be reflected in the enemy's blood. Note 2. When the blood owner reaches the ascending level, blood armor will be likely to solidify as one of your talents. Note 3. When the blood owner is a demigod, blood armor will undergo a qualitative evolution. Similarly, it is also effective for the blood armor talent you have. Note 4. After blood armor is solidified as a talent, Blood Rebellion will enter a 720-day cooldown, needing to be bathed in moonlight or charged with gold. When it is bathed in blood again, The cooldown can be shortened. Note 5. When the person who is given the blood armor talent does not have spirituality. The moment he obtains the blood armor, he will awaken spirituality. Very interesting and magical item. This is Arthur's first thought after getting this item. After all, as his strength improves, Arthur's understanding of the world in front of him became more and more profound. But even so, Arthur still didn't understand how spirituality was produced. Not to mention giving a person spirituality. But blood rebellion can do it. This is quite interesting. You know, the son of the Blood Marquis had no talent, which caused such a tragedy, and the appearance of blood rebellion seems to solve this problem. But this blood rebellion needs, but it is not the blood clan. With the appearance of the Blood Marquis' son, who is not awakened, does it meet that condition? If it does, then the so-called trickery of the blood drinker Heber to kill his parents is questionable. Especially the words engraved in the ring, which makes Arthur think a lot. The blood clan? What happened back then? Arthur laughed in his heart. The intuition of the young Nanlo's psychic told him he was approaching the truth of the past. However, the flash of death intuition told him not to approach actively. There would be big trouble. Arthur was a person who believed in intuition very much. Immediately, he cleared his mind again, and just recalled another thing that Hazlitt returned. The secret technique, blood explosion. A secret technique that uses one's own blood as a trigger to detonate the blood of others. Very strange. It is the kind that is silent, and without any sound. But it is completely useless for people with spirituality. More than 10. Therefore, Arthur just flipped through it, and put it in his box of Athos. With the appearance of the better and more convenient prop Carmen's wristband, Arthur has put some less important items in the box of Athos. For example, some body bags that can effectively prevent blood leakage and spices to cover up odors. As an upright and kind-hearted psychic, Arthur always believes that he needs to take precautions before it happens. Just like this time, Arthur witnessed the river pirates on the shore, and the people of the river god cult dispersed. For the former, with Sean and Bont's guidance, Arthur believed that this group of river pirates could become his escort team. And for the latter, under Grindelwald's leadership, it has done well enough. The rest is to let it develop naturally. With his pet snake, Arthur never doubted that the Inner River Church would become his organization, and the integrated Inner River Church would bring about a qualitative change to his coastal trade. These are all good. Bad? Arthur looked calmly at the four people including Windsor, who were still in shock. Arthur could see that the three young men were really scared. And that lady? She was just pretending. A very good acting skill. If she works hard for another 100 or 200 years, she might be able to have 1% of his strength. Is the scene in front of me related to her? Arthur guessed in his heart. When Windsor and more than a dozen young nobles appeared, Arthur had the crows stare at them. At the beginning, Arthur thought the other party was just joining in the fun. But later, what happened surprised Arthur. He was not surprised by the quarrel between brothers. For the nobles, this kind of drama is not uncommon. What really surprised Arthur was that the protector did not show up. Based on Arthur's understanding of such nobles, even if it was an outing, for the safety of their children, they would have a protector secretly following them. But this time, there was no protector. Even when the person died, he did not show up. This is unreasonable. Unless... Boom! Chapter 763. The light suddenly appeared, illuminating the dense forest on the edge of Ina's territory, and the river in the basin. The scarlet color, rising from the ground, like a small sun. But it did not have the warmth of the sun. It was just a kind of coldness distortion. And the smell of blood? Even if you were far away from there, the faint smell of blood would penetrate into your nose. It was useless even if you covered your mouth and nose. It was a lingering smell. Ugh! Many people started vomiting, and even more people were unable to stand steadily. People looked at each other, at a loss, looking in horror at the place where the roar came from. No one knew what happened. Except Arthur. Faced with the sudden roar, especially sensing the two constantly fighting Stepicenters auras, two Enterers auras, and many major Arcana-level auras following the Stepicenter aura, after beating up another climber. The young Nanlos medium finally felt relieved. So that's it. It's not that I don't want to send out protectors. It's that I can't send out protectors. This kind of beating up is interesting. Arthur's eyes gleamed. In the perception of the young Nanlos medium, he could easily identify who the climber who led the beating up was. After all, that kind of sharp aura was exactly the same as Carol S. There is no doubt that the climber is from Marquis Einhaz. After confirming his identity, The remaining entrants and major arcana are naturally self-evident. The nobles in Ine has territory. However, the aura of another climber surprised Arthur. Because it was from the Blood Clan. The Blood Clan who reached the level of climber. Someone from the Blood Clan that was exterminated has appeared again. Or a climber. This water is a bit deep. While thinking about the depth of the water, the sound of bat wings flapping could be heard from the side. The descendant of Blood Auburn stepped on the back of a huge blood bat and appeared on the side of the Orient. The pale face of this descendant of blood was cold and arrogant, which was in line with the impression of the world. However, many people could see that the scarlet eyes of this descendant of blood looked at the Nanlos medium with a hint of complexity, even if it was only a flash. But this was enough for these people to speculate. Ms. Windsor narrowed her eyes. Sure enough, that breath is related to the Blood Clan. But the look of this blood descendant. Could it be that the Nanlos medium had already anticipated this? So, this Nanlos medium would rest for one more day at the port of Dordet? Involuntarily, Ms. Windsor began to associate. Also little Akazi, little Lelia and little Leondesai. However, unlike Lady Windsor, these three young nobles were both worried and expectant. They sensed the presence of their fathers. There was no doubt that something big was happening there. They were worried about their father's safety. They expected their fathers to bring back spoils. A contradictory and complex emotion filled the hearts of the three young men. But immediately, the three young men were attracted by the words of the descendant of blood. You guessed it right again. I lose this time. I will agree to one more condition without damaging my own interests. Guess? Please don't doubt the professionalism of a medium. This is divination. Moreover, we have cooperated so many times. When have I ever damaged your interests? We have always been mutually beneficial. Arthur replied with a smile. In response, Blood Descendant did not refute too much, but was about to leave, but was stopped by Arthur. Remember what I said to you? The young Nanlos medium's face became serious. This serious look attracted the attention of everyone around. What did he say? Was it about the explosion just now? Or about the result of the battle? Little Yakaz, little Lelia and little Leondesai scratched their heads and wanted to ask, but they didn't dare. That's right, didn't dare. Nanlos mediums have always had a reputation for mercy. But the Blood Descendants don't have that. The other party definitely doesn't mind killing a few people who dare to interrupt casually. Yeah, Blood Descendant nodded, then flew to the place where the explosion occurred on the bloodbath. Arthur stood quietly at the side of the ship, watching his partner go away. Since it's a double act, then he has to play the whole set. If he doesn't show this emotion, how will he intervene in the matter there later? His best Blood Descendant? In addition to being a sentinel for investigation, the most important thing is to give him a reason to intervene there. What will be there? Arthur was full of expectations. But on the surface, he still maintained a trace of worry. Sir Kratos, is what happened there troublesome? Ms. Windsor came over. Compared with the worries and expectations of little AKAs, little Lelia and little Leonda, this lady had no worries at all because her father was not there at all. Since she had her own lover, his father never left his side. It's very troublesome. If it's not handled properly, the entire Ida's territory will fall into the abyss. And more importantly, I promised the guy that I would not interfere in their family affairs at will. Arthur said with a helpless smile. Your friendship with Lord Orban is really admirable. But if something really happens that endangers the entire Ida's territory, I beg you to help the entire Ida's territory. After all, there are more innocent people here. As she said that, Ms. Windsor bowed and saluted. Little Akazi, little Lelia and little Leondesai, who were standing behind Ms. Windsor, also bowed and saluted. The three of them firmly believed that their fathers would win, but they could not help but worry. In this mood, the three of them chose to follow and salute. So, the three young nobles did not see Ms. Windsor, who straightened up one step ahead. The fist that was tucked into the sleeve was extended a little. Only 1/3 of the fist. But the faint luster between the fingers was enough for Arthur to understand what it was. The communication stone? The lady in front of him was talking to someone. And she was still talking for a long time. Who was it? Arthur guessed in his heart, but his face did not change at all. I tried my best. After all, divination is not omnipotent, it can't be completely correct. So, the young Nanlos medium was explaining, but the expression of little Leondesai on the side suddenly changed. Because the aura belonging to his father disappeared. Not only the aura of little Leondesai's father. The aura of those enterers and major arcana was also like a candle in the wind. At this moment, Windsor's eyes became brighter. Chapter 764. A low sob sounded on the deck. It was little Leon Desai. This young nobleman with a round face, brown hair, and a childish temperament staggered and leaned against the side of the ship after discovering that his father's breath had disappeared. Tears flowed unconsciously, but the daily teachings prevented him from crying loudly, so he could only grit his teeth and let the sobs sound. Seeing this scene, little Lelia subconsciously wanted to go forward to comfort him, but was stopped by Lady Windsor. The lady stopped little Akazi and little Lelia with one hand, and raised her other hand high, and slapped it hard. A loud slap. Then the lady scolded. "Why are you crying? Lord Leon Desai died in battle, which is the honor of being a noble, and as the son of a lord. Your crying is a blasphemy of your father's honor. For the honor of your father, for the sake of the Leon Desai family, you must go back now and gather all the people you can gather. We must stop those peepers for our fathers. The peepers from the inner bay." The lady grabbed the little Leon Desai by the collar without any hesitation, and slapped him viciously. The sobbing little Leon Desai was stunned at first. After realizing that he was slapped by Windsor, the young noble was angry. But after hearing what Windsor said, the young noble quickly came back to his senses. Looking at the fierce Windsor, the young noble could only admire him. He had not thought of this at all. He was not as good as Windsor. Not only little Leon Desai, little AKAs, and little Lelia also had such thoughts. Ms. Windsor struck while the iron was hot. "You go and inform other families. Although we don't know what happened, I think our fathers will definitely leave a backup plan to deal with such emergencies. At least, my father is like that. This Count Windsor, he?" Little Leon Desai, little AKAs, little Lelia were all shocked. "My father was depressed because of the accidental death of my mother, and he will not participate in what happened just now, but since it is related to the family honor, he will definitely go to the front line in person. With him, our pressure will be less." And, as she spoke, Ms. Windsor looked at Arthur. "Sir Kratos, I have heard of your principle of fair trade. Before, you helped the Marquis of West Berlin, and you obtained 40% of the operating rights of the port of Dordet. Similarly, if you are willing to help us through the difficulties, we are also willing to give us 40% of the operating rights of the port of Pulte. Please rest assured, even if these operating rights are not in our hands, I think no one will refuse now. If we cannot take them out afterwards, we are willing to use the assets within the family as collateral," Ms. Windsor said very sincerely. To this, little Leon Desai, little AKAs, little Lelia nodded repeatedly. Because the battle in the deep forest is still going on, and the breath belonging to the great arcana level has all disappeared. Simply put, their fathers are likely to have all died in the battle. Under this premise, let alone 40% of the operating rights of Port Pulte. Even if all of them are taken out, they will not object. After all, the management rights of Port Pulte are not theirs. As for not being able to take them out, they need family assets as collateral? That doesn't matter. The three of them knew very well that if they didn't solve the current troubles, their families would be wiped out, and they themselves might not survive. Arthur pondered for a moment. Then, he sighed. "Okay, that's fair. Let's sign the contract." The young Nanlos medium took out a contract. Write down everything that Ms. Windsor said just now, including resisting possible spying from the inner bay and helping to solve the unknown existence deep in the jungle. After confirming that everything was correct, little Leon Desai, little AKAs, little Lelia signed their names. After seeing Arthur and Windsor also sign their names, the three young nobles breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. "We will mobilize our troops now," little Leon Desai said. Just as the three were about to get off the ship and leave, Windsor spoke again. "Wait!" The three looked back in confusion. "There is also West Berlin. Although the Marquis was seriously injured, we still need to be prepared. At least one group of people should appear at the border to show our attitude," Windsor reminded. "Understood." The three nodded in unison. Then, the boat quickly sailed to the shore. Then, the three of them galloped back to Port Pulte. Arthur, Windsor stood on the deck and watched the three people go away. When the backs of the three young nobles became a small dot, Lady Windsor raised her hand and handed the message stone in her hand to Arthur. "Sir!" X3 shouted in no particular order. Arthur instantly identified Jimmet and Carol. As for the remaining person, Arthur knew the other person's identity after a little thought. Hayes, the nephew of Earl Bet, who also made Jimmet and Carol want to drag him into the water. No, what does it mean to drag him into the water? He is the one who persuaded him to join his own camp. Sir Kratos, I think you need to talk to Carol and the others. Saying this, Windsor moved. He did not leave the Orient, but he wanted to stay away from Arthur. For such a move, Arthur waved his hand to stop him. He would not let Windsor leave his sight. That would cause unnecessary danger. Yes, it is dangerous. Although the lady just acted very sincerely, he looked like he was doing it for Ina's territory. But in Arthur's eyes, he was still performing. He was even overacting because of his excitement. Why would the usually calm person get excited? Success? He was about to achieve unprecedented success. Arthur instantly had a bold guess when he joined forces with the other party to send out all the manpower in Port Pulte. The other party had a manpower in Port Pulte. A manpower that could instantly control the manpower of other families in Port Pulte. In addition to this, there are other possibilities. However, Arthur prefers this. Because, if it were him, he would not miss such a good opportunity. Immediately, the young Nanlos medium looked at the young lady in front of him and gave the most sincere praise. Ms. Windsor, you really surprised me. Believe me, I never lie. You really surprised me. Do you know? In you, I even saw a shadow of my fiancée Melinda. So, can you let me see your hidden hands? Suddenly, Ms. Windsor's palm trembled. Chapter 765 Boom. As Ms. Windsor's palm trembled, the light of the communication stone was faintly visible. Another, a communication stone. There is no doubt that, in addition to broadcasting live to Carol, this lady also broadcasts live to her own people. Snap! The two hands of nothingness cooperated with each other, and easily took the communication stone in their hands and handed it to Arthur. A friend of mine, the doctor, said that a useful trick should never be used only once. Arthur looked at the message stone in his hand, and his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a kind smile. Ms. Windsor did not listen to what Arthur said at all. But after the message stone was taken away, the lady stood there in a daze. There was astonishment and surprise in her eyes. And then she was calm. That kind of calmness was just like what people often say, 3 parts of ridicule, 3 parts of coldness, and 4 parts of indifference. All kinds of expressions were extremely rich. It was the kind that could not be concealed even if you wanted to. However, there was no fear. Maybe this is my end. Ms. Windsor looked at the kindness on Arthur's face, and she had no doubt that she would die in the next moment. She had planned for many years, and naturally thought about failure. Moreover, she was not opposed to failure. After all, the success rate of her plan was not high. As for resistance, if it was anyone else, this lady would definitely resist. But if this person was Arthur, the lady had no intention of resisting. The gap was too big. That kind of distance had already made people despair. But to the lady's surprise, Arthur did not act immediately, but kept observing the communication stone in his hand, as if the communication stone was not ordinary. But Windsor was sure that it was just an ordinary communication stone. After more than 10 seconds, Arthur suddenly asked, "Can you tell me the reason why you did this? Apart from ambition, I didn't feel that kind of emotion in you. But I felt very stubborn and strong. Can you satisfy my curiosity? If I satisfy your curiosity, I can live?" Ms. Windsor asked back, with a hint of impoliteness in her tone. When a person is not afraid of death, he is really fearless in many cases. Just like Ms. Windsor at this time. She just wants to die quickly. Because she knows very well that if she wants to live, then you will become a toy of the big guys. After that, you still can't escape death. It's better to die with honor than to die in humiliation after being toyed with. That's what Ms. Windsor thought. Arthur guessed this idea, so the South Low's psychic nodded seriously. "Yeah. Pendragon just expressed his curiosity about you to me. But curiosity is enough to kill the cat. And, as we all know, cats have 9 lives. So, if you can satisfy my curiosity, it's equivalent to saving my cat 9 times. With this premise, I can let you live," Arthur said seriously. And Ms. Windsor frowned. The lady thought Arthur was a psychopath. Whose cat would be curious? While thinking, the lady looked at Pendragon squatting on the deck. Then, the lady saw a curious cat face. Really curious cat face. "Is it a mystical creature?" Ms. Windsor asked. "Yes." Arthur nodded. "I want to prove that even as a woman, I can do the same things as men. No, I want to surpass the achievements and strength of most men." Ms. Windsor accepted the idea that a mystical creature can be curious. As the heir of a great noble, Ms. Windsor knows much more than ordinary people. Therefore, The lady changed her original intention to say more than any man's achievements and strength to the vast majority, because she had no confidence to surpass Arthur in front of her. The young Nanlos medium nodded again. So that's how it is. Arthur's voice was gentle. His expression did not change at all, and he quickly organized his words in his heart. Then, I'll give you a chance to prove it, he said. Miss Windsor was stunned. What do you mean? Proof? How to prove? Kill Marquis Einhaz? Is this guy really crazy? After the lady found that she could not follow the thoughts of the Nanlos medium in front of her, she could not help but think of those guys who were twisted because of the pursuit of strength. Those guys were just like the Nanlos medium in front of her, making people unable to figure out. Especially some guys with extremely strong strength, who were not as crazy as ordinary people thought. Instead, she acted quite calm. But in essence, she was crazier than one could imagine. Although Miss Windsor tried her best to conceal her inner thoughts, Arthur could tell what she was thinking at a glance. Arthur didn't care about this. Just because of Carol, Arthur would not choose to kill her directly. In addition, the power in her hand that could control the Einhaz territory was what Arthur needed most. Of course, in addition to these 2 points, Arthur had not expected that something like this would happen. In the evening, Earl Bernacon asked his butler to prepare a car, and went to visit Viscount Windsor's manor. This visit was extremely hasty. It was not in line with the etiquette of the nobility. More importantly, Viscount Windsor had always lived in seclusion, and had not seen anyone for a long time. After all, who would live in a cemetery? Even if the cemetery was built like a manor. After Viscount Windsor chose to live in seclusion here, with the son of the old butler, Miss Windsor had the entire cemetery renovated. The tombstones and the tomb chamber were naturally renovated as well. The most important thing was a building where her father could rest in peace. Moreover, the specifications were not low. In addition to the various fountains being replaced by various flower beds, and the lack of more servants, there were also buildings such as stables, wineries, cigar rooms, pipe rooms, and libraries. It can be said that, in addition to the cemetery, it is in line with most people's perception of manners. The valet of Earl Bernacon who delivered the letter was ready to be scolded by his master, but surprisingly, after the pale-faced and nice-smelling Viscount Windsor read the letter, he actually agreed to the meeting, and he also told the valet to be careful on the way back. This surprised the valet. He had never seen such a kind noble. Of course, he would never understand until his death why he had completed the task brilliantly. But he did not get any reward. Why the old butler stabbed him in the heart. Pierre is a good guy. The gray-haired, thin-faced Count Bernacon sighed. No matter how good the person who is charmed is, it is not safe. Butler Lin In, who is younger than the old earl but also middle-aged, reminded his master with a serious face. And at the same time, he did not forget to remind his master. Are you ready to convince that master? Chapter 766. Faced with the butler's question, Count Bernacon couldn't help rubbing his brows. For the old earl, he could draw his sword and fight 10 giants head-on, but he had no idea how to convince an abnormal noble. Especially when that abnormality had been imprinted in his blood, it was even more troublesome. He wanted to go home and play Gwent. Why did he have to go out and work even though he had retired? That guy had disappeared for so long. Why did he appear again? Hide well and wait until he dies. Wouldn't it be better to appear again? After all, at that time, he wouldn't have to worry about it anymore. As the old earl's servant, apprentice, Lin In, who had been with him for nearly 30 years, saw what his master was thinking at a glance. Immediately, the housekeeper Lin In said, Master, you are a demon hunter. Retired. Master, you are the last demon hunter master in Nanjun. Retired. Master, are you willing to be laughed at by the guys in North County? Retired. Master, are you going to forget the tradition of the Witcher? Retired. Facing the questions of his apprentice and servant, the old earl spread his hands, and gave quite affirmative answers again and again. He is retired. Why does he still do these things? If he does not follow the tradition, will he visit Windsor? Alas! Sighing, the old earl leaned back in his seat, and looked up at the roof of the carriage. The wooden roof, after years of wear and tear, had long become smooth, but not translucent. In a miscellany, he read that in the imperial era, some nobles would spend a lot of effort to polish wood, making it as beautiful as jade. When he was young, he also chose a pair of walnuts, and prepared to try this technique. Unfortunately, when he was about to finish, he was beaten to pieces by an ogre. Even though he finally skinned the ogre, and used it as a foot pad, it was of no use. After that, he was discouraged. However, he was not unhappy. After all, his Gwent skills were quite superb. And the ladies in the club were also very good. Even though he could not show his true face, his alias Old Bob was well known in Port Pulte. I have to cancel my appointment tonight. Lisa shouldn't be angry. Right? She invested in a store for me before, but I lost it playing cards. If she knew about this, she would be really angry. Right? The old Earl was thinking about the troubles he faced with his other identity. Ahem, teacher. Please be more serious. Lin coughed twice and changed his address. And this change also forced Earl Bernaken to be serious. The old Earl thought for a few seconds, then said, Lin, you will be the only demon hunter master in South County from now on. You have to. Teacher, there should be a limit to joking. As one of the demon hunters, I know my own strength very well. I am not good enough, and it is impossible for me to be a master at this time. Lennon's face became more serious. Count Bernaken immediately raised his hands, showing a surrender. Okay, the old Earl kept saying. And in his heart, the old Earl was thinking, why not just let Bernaken die? Anyway, compared to Bernaken, his alias Old Bob lived more freely. Decision. After this matter is resolved, he will let Bernaken die, then go to find Lisa, and start a new life with Lisa as Old Bob. After making a real decision, the old Earl sat up straight. Is Pierre's body burned? Burned. Before burning, I had smeared his whole body with holy salt. The silver sword also pierced his body again, until it was all burned. Seeing that the old Earl finally got serious, Lennon breathed a sigh of relief. However, when talking about Pierre, the butler's eyes still showed sadness. Pierre was carefully selected by him. Today's delivery of the letter is also a test. If he passes, Pierre will become his 17th apprentice. Unfortunately, Lennon took a deep breath and threw this melancholy out of his mind. May Pierre rest in peace. After the old Earl comforted him, he began to take out sword oil to apply on his two long swords. The steel sword and the silver sword were soaked with sword oil bit by bit. Lin, who was sitting opposite, was also like this. Moreover, the butler was silently preparing more curse seals. Compared with the old Earl, who was a master, if he did not prepare in advance during the battle, he would fall into the troublesome situation of cooling down. And this technique was also taught to him by the old Earl. Similarly, it was also the reason why the old Earl was called a master. Because the old Earl changed the original fighting style of the demon hunter. The curse seal has changed from an auxiliary to an indispensable part of the frontal battlefield. Master, we are here, the coachman said, and stopped the carriage. Similarly, this coachman is also one of Lennon's apprentices. Therefore, after the carriage stopped, the driver looked around vigilantly. In the driver's eyes, even though the sun had not yet set, the manor was already shrouded in thick fog, and it looked like the middle of the night. Especially the inexplicable things, which were stimulating his spirituality. Not only did it make his whole body weak, but it also made his temples ache. Relax. Go back to the previous fork in the road first. Wait for our news. The old Earl patted the driver on the shoulder and gave him instructions. The driver, as a disciple, did not refuse. Nor did he refute. He knew very well that if he stayed, he would only be a hindrance. The carriage went away. The old Earl then went forward and knocked on the door. Knock. Knock. Windsor? Windsor? Your old friend is here to visit you. The old Earl shouted loudly. Then, the tall iron gate opened straight open. The harsh friction sound of the door hinge was enough to show that this door was not often opened. The bats flying out of it were enough to scare off many timid people. Not to mention the sudden fog. It was no longer a spiritual vision. It was a real vision in the true sense. The thick fog surged from the depths of the manor, like a wave, covering the sky. The sunset in the evening disappeared in an instant. Only darkness and a touch of bright red remained. A figure in a bright red dress followed the fog and suddenly appeared at the door from the depths of the manor, sitting in front of the dressing table, gently combing her hair. The longer she combed her hair, the longer it got. And the longer it got, the more she combed it. In a breath, it piled up and spread towards the old Earl and Lennon's feet. The two of them remained calm and took a step back together. But the next moment, Lennon's face changed slightly. The housekeeper disappeared on the spot. The old Earl's face was full of helplessness, and he didn't even look at the figure combing his hair in front of him and disappeared directly. However, at the moment when the old earl disappeared, several more figures appeared. The leader, with 2 swords on his waist, the emblem of 2 swords on a red background on his cloak, trembled slightly with his steps. Looking at the strange scene in front of him, this person drew his sword directly. Clang. Chapter 767. 2 swords came out at the same time. The swords rang sharply. Clang. It was obviously 2 swords, but at this time, the sound of them being unsheathed was like one sound. The 2 long swords formed a complete circular sword flower between the hands. The blades flickered in the darkness. The sword energy burst out between the tremors. 2 2-meter-long half-moon-shaped sword energy overlapped to form a cross, and slashed towards the red-dressed long-haired woman at the gate of the manor. Buzz! Buzz! The piled-up long hair, the moment it sensed the sword energy, as if alive, shaking left and right, like thousands of snakes, piercing into the ground one after another, then arching up, forming one special barrier after another. And the trembling sound that penetrated into the ground formed waves of unique sounds, which included paranoia, stubbornness, madness, and hysteria. It was like a collapsed woman holding her head and screaming loudly. Invisible ripples. Immediately, it became visible. A white wave spread rapidly towards the 2 sword energies. But it was useless, because, above the 2 cold sword energies, a scorching white light burst out. The white light was blinding and dazzling. The white light was like the sun. The white light was destroying evil. In just a moment, the gray mist that surged like a tide was directly dispelled, and the evening sunset once again illuminated the manor of Viscount Windsor. And those hairs? Swish. Swish. The piled-up long hair, cut off by the sword energy, even if these long hairs are as tough as steel, even if these long hairs contain horrible negative emotions, they are cut off by the sword energy. The red-dressed woman is left sitting there facing the sword energy that is about to split her into 4, sighing. Why? Why force me? I just want to live a quiet life here with Ross. At first, it was just calm words. The voice was also a peaceful female voice. But when the second sentence came out, it became rough. And it became a male voice. But when the third sentence came out, the female voice appeared again and mixed with the male voice. Suddenly, the female voice that should have been peaceful became sharp, rough, sharp, and mixed with a kind of hoarseness. In short, it was extremely unpleasant. It made people feel uncomfortable after listening to it, and they would feel nauseous and vomit. Even if the people following the swordsman were extremely extraordinary, they would also feel dizzy at this time. When the red-dressed woman stood up, and the dressing table, stools, and other illusory things disappeared, these people were even more as if they were facing a formidable enemy. As for the 2 evil-breaking slashes, as the dressing table and stools disappeared, the 2 evil-breaking slashes also disappeared. This scene was beyond the cognition of these people. For them who were only at the Arcana level and the Great Arcana level, this was really incredible. In fact, even the leader, Marquis Einhaz, who had already ascended the stairs, could only glimpse a little bit of ascending the stairs. Undoubtedly, ascending the stairs. But this road? Twisted? Theophat's psychic order? No. 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 There is a shadow of Theophat's psychic order. But not all of it. There are also some secret arts of the Blood Clan. And some other things mixed in. Damn it! When did he become so crazy? Marquis Einhaz stared at Viscount Windsor, who was dressed in women-esque clothes, with a deep fear in his heart. For Viscount Windsor, Marquis Einhaz was quite familiar with him. At least, when the other party was still a man, Marquis Einhaz knew him better than his 2 sons. The other party's talent and family power made the Marquis have to be on guard, especially when the old lion of Niwen showed kindness to the other party. Einhaz certainly knew that the old lion did it on purpose, to sow discord between them. But he had to be on guard. But as Viscount Windsor began to get together with his housekeeper's son and stayed indoors, Einhard tried twice and only left the necessary people. Because it was true. The other party really put on women's clothes, put on powder and lipstick, and even learned to talk like a woman. The Marquis didn't know why the person he had always regarded as his opponent would change like this. But he didn't think such a person could still be his opponent. For this, he was thankful. But that was before. Now, the Marquis was even more thankful. It was too easy to control such an opponent. So, unlike the barons and lords who were facing a great enemy, the Marquis showed a smile that he thought was peaceful. The clear nasolabial folds were squeezed with such a smile, and the wrinkles at the corners of the eyes formed an impressive first memory. Long time no see, Windsor. I don't mean to disturb you. I just want to ask you, do you want to become a real woman? The speed of speech was neither fast nor slow, but the attack hidden in the dark stopped. Viscount Windsor, who was dressed in women's clothes, frowned slightly under his long hair. Really? The question was full of tentativeness. In fact, it was full of disbelief and excitement. So much so that the voice had a tremor. Of course. Marquis Inez nodded very affirmatively. The crow's feet at the corners of the Marquis' eyes disappeared as he continued to smile. Like a flower exploding, he said in a clear voice. The blood drinker has appeared. Surprisingly, it has been deep in the dense forest at the edge of Inez territory. According to the wishes of my ancestors, I need to hunt it. Similarly, its power is also what I want. I hope I can regain my youth. Marquis Inez touched the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. His words were full of frankness. Because, the Marquis knew that, if he had any secrets about Viscount Windsor in front of him, will lead to the failure of cooperation. After all this time, we need to focus on the other party. Or in other words, only the other party can really hunt down the blood drinker. After all, the other party is the descendant of the blood drinker when he was a mortal. The blood drinker Heber, a genius of the blood clan, but was expelled for patricide. This is known to the world, but many people don't know that when Heber killed his parents, he was a demon hunter. She is still a female demon hunter. And she is also a female demon hunter who gave birth to a son for Viscount Windsor's ancestor. This is absolutely certain. Just like when Heber was a blood clan, he was confirmed to be a male. Of course, when Heber became a blood drinker, he was assumed to be it, although Heber insisted that it was him. But his former demon hunter companions all called it, because it killed the father of its child. This is the behavior of a beast. So, it was called it. But these are not what Viscount Windsor cares about. Viscount Windsor only knows that his ancestor can switch between men and women at will. And this is what he wants. Where is it now? He asked. Chapter 768. Viscount Windsor spoke hastily. Marquis Inez smiled brightly. Everything is under control. After the Marquis gave his assurance, Viscount Windsor walked into the manor. He needed to tell Ross the good news. He had waited too long. Marquis Inez and 3 barons, for barons stayed outside the manor. They needed to give Viscount Windsor some time alone. Although this was a privilege for the ladies. But Viscount Windsor. I guess so. Leon Desai thought to himself, and looked at Daniel, Akaz, Laria, who were traveling with him. The 4 of them were from the same barracks. Their fathers were also from the same barracks. And their grandfathers? They participated in the 7 Years' War together. Then, they died together. So, the relationship between the 4 of them is extraordinary. Even with the stability, and in order to cooperate with the master of Inez territory, there was some gap. But at this time, they were still close. They could even communicate with each other through eye contact. Leon Desai, someone might die this time. Akazi, people always die. Lalia, it's mainly because we weren't the ones who died before. Akazi is a middle-aged man, with a serious face. In comparison, Lalia has a relaxed face. And Daniel, who is silent, is not really silent. The Lord is worried about his son. His son is not very talented. Although he has spirituality, he will never be able to awaken in his lifetime. This is too cruel for his son. If he didn't have spirituality, he could still stay away. But having spirituality, but not being able to grasp the real power is really tormenting. So, he came this time, betting his life. Blood drinker Heber. This is the opportunity. He took a deep breath, noticing the inquiring looks from his 3 former companions. Lord Darnell smiled. Darnell, for the sake of the children. This is what the Lord said in his heart. This is also the true thought of Leon Desai, Akazi, and Lalia. Their sons have good talents, but they have not awakened. They hope that their sons will have a better starting point. So, they came. Leon Desai, Juinjin has not forgotten. Right? Akazi, I remember. Lalia, how could I forget? Darnell, this time, I will be the top position. The remaining 3 were stunned. They had never thought that Darnell would have such a request. The top position is the front of the army. Simply put, when defending, it is the one that bears the most attacks. When attacking, it is the vanguard. 10 years ago, Darnell was always in the top position. But in the past 10 years, Darnell usually acts alone and is responsible for support as a ranger. Leon Desai glanced at the three barons on the side. Then he asked with his eyes, Leon Desai, have you thought it through? Daniel, I have. Yakaz on the side raised his palm. Lariat put it on without hesitation. Leon Desai followed closely. Then, the three of them looked at Daniel. The Lord did not hesitate, and put his palm on it. The four heroes of Einhas, gather again. Leon Desai laughed. Even the serious Yakaz smiled. Lariat shouted, we will be invincible. Such a voice was heard by Barons Tammy, and Harlan. But the three barons did not care. Even Baron Harlan, who had always been close to Daniel, did not show any reaction. At least, on the surface. But in his heart? A mob, waiting for death. You will definitely die. The fruits of victory. Only I deserve to share. Baron Harlan cursed in his heart. This time, following the Lord's call, the Baron brought all his assets with him. Not to mention the secret guards, personal guards, the items in the family's vault. And the scrolls are all fully armed. All of them. The Baron is full of confidence. He doesn't believe that the Harlan family's accumulation of 100 years can't hurt the blood drinker. As long as the blood drinker is hurt, and the blood drinker bleeds, they will win. Not only is Baron Harlan full of confidence, but Barons Tammy and Kama are the same. They are also fully armed, bring all the family assets and guards. They must also get a share of the spoils in this battle, because only in this way can their family move to a higher level, and they who make the family move to a higher level, naturally, they must get the honor they deserve. Their portraits must be placed in the center of the family mansion. Thinking of such glory, the three barons immediately became excited. All the expressions of his subordinates, and the slightest changes, were seen by Marquis Einhas. As for the discord among his subordinates, he was very happy to see it. Or, this was the result of his manipulation. Subordinates who were too united. It was not conducive to the rule of the Einhas family. Unity can be a demon hunter, but a demon hunter can never be a good lord. When he thought of his grandfather's words, the Marquis couldn't help but look at the shadow on one side. Then, he showed a contemptuous smile. Of course, he knew that Count Bernaken had arrived before him. He knew that Count Bernaken had made his situation awkward in order to save that fool Lin In. He also knew that Count Bernaken was not a nobleman at all, but a demon hunter in a nobleman's skin. So, you will eventually die in the fate of a demon hunter. Will you be killed by a monster? Or will you be pierced through the chest by a rusty pitchfork? Or will you die in poverty and obscurity in a cold basement? You could have been honored. Unfortunately, you gave up. When he thought about how he had been ignored by the other party for several times, the Marquis Einhas became more and more disdainful of the so-called Count's choice. Demon hunter? As early as after being incorporated by the church, it had completely fallen with the fall of the church. Even though it was not his own will at that time. Even now, some young people say that they have the honor of being a demon hunter. But is it important? It is not important. No lord will allow additional forces to appear in his territory. This is especially true for guys, like demon hunters, who are not very smart. The Holy Age is over. The Silver Age is over. The Pioneer Age has begun. But, there is still no place for demon hunters. When he thought of the 7 Years' War that opened the Pioneer Age, some local lords, in the name of demon hunting, promoted one stake after another. Marquis Einhas couldn't help but want to laugh. On those stakes, it wasn't just the common people who were burned to death, women who lived alone. A lot of wizards and demon hunters were also burned to death. Demon hunters burned to death at the stake. It's ridiculous. What a pity, it's not that era anymore. So, I've given you the chance to die a fateful death. You must cherish it. Marquis Einhas warned Count Bernaken. And the old count, who was pulling his apprentice, butler Lin In, out of the illusion, didn't pay any attention to the fallen demon hunter. It's not that he didn't want to pay attention. He just didn't have time. If possible, he wanted to pee on the other person's face, to make him sober up. But at this moment, the old count had a flash of worry in his eyes. It's going to be a big trouble. Chapter 769 Burning. Count Bernaken has guessed what Marquis Einhas wants to do. Rejuvenation. Or, regain youth. After all, they are too familiar with each other. In the past few decades, they are not only people who used to be hostile to each other, but also have some blood relationship. It can be said that, if there is anyone in the world who knows Marquis Einhas better than his wife, old Count Bernaken is definitely the first. Therefore, he was able to arrive one step ahead. And, he also prepared a statement that was in line with Viscount Windsor. However, he misjudged the strength of Viscount Windsor. What a terrible Windsor! Much more powerful than expected. Could it be? This is the power of love? The old Earl thought with a teasing look. Even if he was at a disadvantage. The old Earl did not get impatient at all. Decades of life experience had already told him that when the results were not really out, walking slower is not necessarily a bad thing. However, Lin In on the side was ashamed. This apprentice and part-time housekeeper believed that it was his own mistake that caused such an embarrassing situation. So, he wanted to make up for it. Almost subconsciously, Lin In looked deep into the manor. In addition to Viscount Windsor, there was also his lover, Rose. And Lin In's idea was very simple. To tie up Rose and let Viscount Windsor get back on track. Lin believed that with Viscount Windsor's feelings for Ross, this plan would definitely succeed. But just as Lin was thinking about how to make a move, his shoulders sank. The Witcher apprentice and part-time housekeeper looked up and saw the old Earl with a serious face. There are some things we can do, because it concerns our honor. There are some things we can't do, because that is my bottom line. When honor meets the bottom line, we should stick to the bottom line. Because once the bottom line is broken, we will no longer be ourselves. A layer of silent force field enveloped the old Earl before he spoke. Then, the old Earl spoke earnestly. The old Earl definitely did not want his beloved disciple to become like that bastard Einhas. Similarly, he did not want his beloved disciple to become a bastard like him. If it were not for his connivance. If he had tried his best to stop it at that time, maybe Einhas would not be what he is now. Right? In order to regain youth, he did not hesitate to cooperate with the blood drinker. That is right. It's cooperation. The old Earl was sure that Marquis Einhas would never kill the blood drinker, but would take his blood to regain youth. Then, of course, he would keep taking it. In the end, he became a monster like the blood drinker. Of course, he was a monster in his eyes. In the eyes of Marquis Einhas, it was probably a perfect promotion. After all, the opponent's Witcher's path has been cut off. Even if the opponent climbed the stairs. But the last step has been cut off after the opponent made several choices. If you insist on climbing, that's really a dead end. It's better to try another way. Thinking of this, the old Earl sighed. I understand, teacher. Lin In's respect for the old Earl made the apprentice and part-time housekeeper not go against the old Earl's wishes. Similarly, Lin In also felt ashamed of his thoughts just now. Although demon hunters do not have the doctrine that paladins do not allow them to attack ordinary people, it is not that demon hunters are not noble enough. In the Silver Age, those scoundrels with pitchforks caused more trouble to demon hunters than monsters. Often demon hunters did not die under the sharp teeth and claws of monsters, but died under the pitchforks of scoundrels. There are even examples of entry demon hunters being beaten to death because of their own beliefs. So, the demon hunters made changes. But they only targeted the troublemakers. For the innocent, the demon hunters should be vigilant and also observe goodwill. What should we do now? Lin In asked Viscount Windsor, who left with Marquis Einhas and others. The apprentice and part-time housekeeper believed that the teacher must have a way. In fact, it was true. We just need to get ahead of others, the old Earl said with a smile. He would not do not tying Ross. The old Earl thought that the act of just talking to Ross was no different from kidnapping Ross. In fact, it was even more excessive, because this was moral kidnapping. Given Ross's education, he would definitely agree. The old Earl believed this very much. But if he did this, what was the difference between him and that bastard Einhard? No. Although he could say with all his moral integrity that he was doing it for the other person's good and for justice, but what is the reality? Bullshit. For the other person's good, you shouldn't bother him. Letting him stay here safely is the best. As for justice, it's even more bullshit. He himself doesn't know what justice is. Lin. The old Earl suddenly spoke. What's wrong, teacher? Lin, who was rubbing his hands and waiting for the teacher's instructions, responded subconsciously. Help me take care of Lisa. She is a really good girl. Say such words, the old Earl suddenly attacked. Snap! A knife with secret skills made Lin In faint directly. The old Earl adjusted Lin In's sleeping position to make his apprentice lie more comfortably, and then arranged 2 force fields. 1 warning, 1 defense. After making sure that the warning force field was broken through, Lin In could wake up quickly, and the defense force field that followed could buy Lin In enough time to respond. The old Earl put away the props he didn't need. The scrolls and other items were put into Lin's pocket. Then, the old Earl arranged his two swords again. Then, he took out a bottle of potion from his arms. It was a conical bottle. The potion inside shone brightly in the afterglow of the sunset. Monster Hunter. This is the last time I will be called a monster hunter. Saying this, the old Earl drank the potion in one gulp and put on his wide-brimmed hat. The wide brim of the hat, it covered the old Earl's eyes that had turned dark because of the potion, and the veins on his forehead and temples. However, the wide brim of the hat could not cover the heat waves generated by the burning potion in the old Earl's blood. The next moment, whoosh! The flames rose and directly enveloped the old Earl, looking at himself wrapped in the flames. The old Earl, who once again felt the unprecedented power, estimated his remaining time. 1 minute? Enough. As he said, the old Earl whistled. In the shadows, the mount carrot that every demon hunter would inherit came out quickly. The sturdy horse stepped in small steps and came to the old Earl. Carrot rubbed the old Earl intimately. The next moment, the flames spread. Hiss! Carrot neighed to the sky and turned into a flaming warhorse. Then, the old Earl jumped on the horse. Without any hesitation, the man and the horse galloped towards the goal in their hearts. The flames surged and were invincible. Any existence in front of him could not stop a true demon hunter from moving forward, because he was moving forward for justice. Chapter 770. The rapid advance of Lion attracted the attention of 3 barons and 4 lords in the territory of Einhas. The secret guards and personal guards who followed him were even more nervous. Relax. That's not aimed at us, Marquis Einhas said with a smile. Viscount Windsor frowned slightly. Earl Burnican? The Viscount was a little unsure. Not only was Earl Burnican too strong at this time, but also because Earl Burnican was too fast. It was so fast that he couldn't believe it. That guy. Don't be confused. It's just a part of the Witcher's heritage. It's a potion. It's very useful. But it's also deadly, Marquis Einhas replied. For the Marquis, he had already guessed the scene in front of him. What other choice did that guy have except sacrificing himself? Oh, poor guy. The fateful death of the Witcher. I won't do that. The Marquis, who was more and more determined in his heart, he looked at the guards behind him and said in a loud voice, You must reach the designated location as quickly as possible. I and the others will go ahead. As he said this, the silver sword from the double swords on the Marquis' waist flew out. The Marquis jumped on his sword, shook his hand, and the rope fell into the hands of the 3 barons and 4 lords under him. As for Viscount Windsor, the Marquis believed that he could catch up. In fact, it is true. When the Marquis and his subordinates were chasing the man and horse in the flames at a high speed, Viscount Windsor's figure began to distort. The distortion was like the air under high temperature, but it was more intense. After each distortion, Viscount Windsor would leave a residual image in the original place. The residual image kept Viscount Windsor's forward appearance, but his face was dull. As the figure of Viscount Windsor moved forward, it distorted again and again, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. The color became lighter and lighter, until the bright red dress was about to completely fade, and turned into black and white. The first afterimage seemed to be inexplicably attracted, and began to move forward at a high speed and attached to the second afterimage, and the two merged into one. Immediately, the face became bright red, and there was some color. Then, the third, the fourth, and the fifth. When all 9 afterimages merged together, Viscount Windsor twisted forward again. Marquis Einhas watched this scene silently, the secret arts of the psychic order. However, some of the secret arts of the Blood Clan have been incorporated, different from the previous uncertainty. This time, Marquis Einhas confirmed Viscount Windsor's secret arts. Immediately, the Marquis thought in his mind about how he could kill the other party faster if the two sides fought. Allies? There are no permanent allies. Only eternal interests. However, that was after his plan was completed. Now, he was waiting for good news from the foolish demon hunter. He believed that the other party would bring him good news. Of course, it was definitely not to kill the blood drinker. The weakness of the blood drinker was always in his hands. A wild boar weighing more than 600 kilograms was rampaging in the dense forest. For this wild boar, there was no creature in the dense forest that could threaten it at this moment. Its brain was not fully developed yet, and it did not understand why it had grown into this shape in just one night. However, after killing the tigers and bears that it had to avoid on weekdays, it began to move towards the depths of the dense forest. It did not know why it was going there. It just instinctively felt that it had to go there. It seemed that there was something waiting for it there. More importantly, it was obviously very tired. But it still moved forward. It wanted to rest. But its body didn't obey. It ran from dark to dawn. It ran from dawn to dark again. The wild boar's consciousness had completely dissipated. What was left was just its instinct to obey the orders of the blood drinker. The abnormal wear and tear of the limbs and joints was replenished by the blood drinker using the rest of the wild boar's flesh and blood. If there was enough time, it could completely turn this gifted wild boar into a mystical creature, become the most suitable mount for it. But unfortunately, time is too tight. The accidental exposure made it have no choice but to give up on the other party. Damn bastard. At this moment, the blood drinker still did not forget to curse the Lady of Pain. If it weren't for the other party's talkativeness, how could it be exposed when it was perfectly hidden? In fact, the blood drinker suspected that the other party had done something that angered the heavens and the people, so he deliberately exposed it, in order to attract the attention of the demon hunters in Ina's territory. This blood drinker is quite clear about the strength of the demon hunters in Ina's territory. After all, it was once one of them. For that past, this blood drinker misses it very much. Not only because it killed the so-called blood relatives, but also because it found the real power in that past. Unique to it, a power that suits it. As for the incidental things in this past, it cares a lot. Because it hates. It killed its so-called husband, but its so-called son almost killed it, forcing it to become what it is now. Even though its current situation has exposed it to a deeper level of power. But this has not made it give up its hatred. It had already decided that, when it recovers, it will kill its own descendants to celebrate. However, that was a previous decision. Now, it is no longer necessary. It has sensed that its descendants are approaching. It sensed the disgusting feeling of blood connection very clearly. But what is even clearer is the breath of the demon hunter. Burning! Blazing! This blood drinker is definitely not wrong. It is the demon hunter. And a demon hunter who has truly embarked on the path of the demon hunter. The only difference from the demon hunter in its impression is that the speed of this demon hunter. How come it's so fast? The moment this question came to his mind, the blood drinker couldn't help but pause for a moment. Just as he paused for a moment, a ball of flame appeared behind the blood drinker. The next moment, the ball of flame went straight through. It went through the body of the wild boar. The moment the huge wild boar was cut into two pieces, it was roasted by the flames, and then shattered with the high temperature. And the blood drinker hidden in the wild boar's belly, the half-human tall stone statue that looked like it was standing, and half-squatting, was stabbed in the heart by the tip of the silver sword wrapped in flames. Ding! Chapter 771. The silver sword collided with the stone statue. A sharp and piercing sound burst out from the collision point, forming a visible ripple, spreading in all directions. In just a moment, all the trees within a radius of 100 meters turned into dust and scattered. Boom! The raging flames wrapped around the silver sword spread to the stone statue at the moment of collision. A 10-meter thick pillar of fire shot up into the sky. The stone statue was also brought into the air. And, locked tightly, the eyes of the statue glowed scarlet. Monster Hunter. Blood Drinker Heber seemed to be recalling, or talking to himself sarcastically, the power that belonged to the Blood Drinker, allowed it to break free from this bondage in an instant. However, the bondage was broken. Count Bernaken's attack arrived again. The old demon hunter who had just rushed past on his warhorse, turned his horse's head at an unimaginable speed, and completed a back-and-forth slash. Ding! This time, it was the vest. Blood Drinker Heber did not dodge. Or rather, he could not dodge. Even if you are burning your own life, how many times can you launch such an attack? Blood Drinker Heber asked. This time, there was no sarcasm. Only memories remained. The scarlet and cold eyes briefly possessed a little warmth. But distortion still occurred. Memories did not hinder Blood Drinker Heber's attack. After all, in its memory, it tore its husband, who burned his life, to pieces with its own hands. It was a long time ago. But now I think about it, I like the temperature of that blood. Blood Drinker Heber said softly. With these words, the distortion was completely completed. It was not a simple perception. It was a complete force field. In this force field, any speed faster than Blood Drinker Heber would be distorted to be slower than Blood Drinker Heber. But it was useless. The old Earl's speed did not slow down. On the contrary, the old Earl was getting faster and faster. As fast as lightning. As powerful as the wind. Ding ding ding. The afterimages brought a series of hitting sounds. But as the old Earl's speed increased, the afterimages completely turned into streaming light. The stream of red flames, bright hot, and the hitting sound turned into a sound. Ding! When this sound appeared, the field changed again. Under the fierce attack of the old Earl, ripples appeared one after another, overlapping rapidly. Before the previous ripple completely dissipated, the next ripple began to appear, and caught up with the previous ripple at a speed visible to the naked eye. The layers of ripples merged into one at this time. They gathered on the old Earl's silver sword. Light. The light composed entirely of ripples bloomed at this moment. Not dazzling, not eye-catching, but it was extremely heavy, as if the tremor of the earth merged into one at this time. This sword slashed fiercely on the surprised blood drinker Heber. The stone statue that had endured hundreds of slashes without any damage was directly shattered under this blow. Snap! The stone statue fell to the ground in 100 pieces. But the scarlet eyes did not disappear. In fact, they did not even dim. The eyes were still shining, and the voice continued. Evil breaking slash? No! This kind of evil breaking slash infused with one's own will is much more powerful than the ordinary evil breaking slash. Demon Hunter, you did a good job. Huff. Huff. With his heavy breathing, Count Bernicon was completely unable to answer. The feeling of exhaustion surged like a tide. The most important thing is vitality. Count Bernicon, who was originally a strong, spirited old man, now had gray hair that had lost its luster, and was falling off in large pieces, and his thin face was reduced to only a layer of skin, like a breathing skeleton. As for the flames that were burning before, only a thin layer remained, as if it would dissipate with a gust of wind. Seeing the old Earl in this state, blood drinker Heber was silent for about a second, and then chuckled. Humans are indeed fragile. After such a blow, you have completely lost the power to resist. You have become a fish on the chopping board. It is really ridiculous. As he said this, the shattered stone statues gathered together again. It did not recover as before, there were still traces of cracks on it. Sensing such injuries, there was no doubt that the date of complete recovery was greatly delayed again. Thinking that he would need to spend twice as much time to truly recover, the mood of this blood drinker Heber became worse. Do you still have a little blood? It belongs to me. Just treat it as an offense to me. When mentioning blood, this blood drinker Heber was no longer gentle. The other party had no so-called etiquette, and his rude words were mixed with the roar of a wild beast. Moreover, before he finished speaking, he could not wait to rush towards the old Earl. Ding! A very familiar sound appeared. It was still the collision of the long sword and the stone statue. The person who drew the sword was not the old Earl. It was Marquis Einhaz. The Marquis' swordsmanship was completely different from the old Earl's. Not only did it not emit that kind of shock wave, but even the sound was 3 points weaker. All the power was gathered by the old Marquis. All was put on. 2 long swords. Silver sword fast. Steel sword heavy. The 2 long swords attacked alternately. The former stabbed 10 times, while the latter would stab once, but the latter's stab was equivalent to the former's 100 times. Not only was it powerful, but also because the force of the former's impact was concentrated on the steel sword by the Marquis. After the blood drinker Heber was hit, the cracks on the stone statue became bigger. Almost subconsciously, blood drinker Heber pulled back. But at this moment, the force fed back by the heavy of the steel sword was concentrated on the fast of the silver sword. Accelerate! Accelerate! The silver sword slashed at blood drinker Heber at a speed 10 times faster than before. Suddenly, blood drinker Heber was entangled. And the next moment, an even heavier steel sword slashed at him. In the repeated cycles, blood drinker Heber was directly suppressed. The Einhaz family's secret art, double sword slash. Viscount Windsor, who was just a step slower, looked at this scene, and couldn't help sighing in his heart. The Einhaz family used double swords as their banner, because of the Einhaz family's double sword slash. Although it was rumored that this secret art was once owned by a demon hunter family, the Einhaz family would never admit such a rumor. At that time, they were in the Silver Age and did not want to be exposed that they, as a demon hunter family, had served the church in the Holy Age. Viscount Windsor knew this very well. But he knew even more clearly that blood drinker Heber was far more than that. Chapter 772. As a descendant of the blood drinker Heber, when he was a demon hunter, there are quite a lot of records about this blood drinker in the ancestral home of Viscount Windsor. It is precisely because of these records that he was able to find some secret techniques about the blood drinker Heber when he was a demon hunter in the cemetery of the Windsor family. In particular, there are some records that the other party is about to become a blood drinker. Viscount Windsor can be sure that those notes were written by Heber himself. As for why the other party left these notes in the Windsor family, Viscount Windsor didn't know. However, the Viscount knew that if he wanted to spend the rest of his life with Ross peacefully, he must have strong strength. So, he moved into the cemetery with Ross. There, he dug up one of the graves and studied the secrets carefully. As for the guilt towards his wife, it was also true. The other party is a good woman. He would go to pay tribute to her on the 1st and 15th of every month. He would tell her about some recent events. This naturally included his daughters. But, very rarely, since discovering his secret, his daughter has deliberately avoided communicating with him. For this, Viscount Windsor has no resentment. After all, he was wrong. However, although he knew this in his heart, it did not prevent the Viscount from feeling upset when thinking about these things. In order to divert the negative emotions, the Viscount looked at the field. He stared at the suppressed blood drinker Heber. He carefully sensed it. Ding ding ding. Clang clang clang. The silver sword of Marquis Inez was faster than the last one, and the steel sword was heavier than the last one. Wave after wave of feedback appeared in the body of the Marquis with the vibration. After being adjusted and distributed by the Marquis with the unique bloodline sword body of the Inez family, it was released in a more powerful way. Of course, this kind of adjustment and allocation is not infinite. The sword body also has an upper limit. Once the upper limit is reached, such an offensive will no longer exist. However, before that, the Marquis is confident that he can defeat the opponent. After all, his arrangements are not just these. He is waiting. Inez? Ha, Inez! My former partner. No, to be precise, the descendant of my former partner, your swordsmanship is much better than your ancestor. After generations of accumulation and transformation, do you finally have the so-called bloodline? It's just like raising a breeding pig. The blood drinker Heber was drowned by the storm-like attack. But it did not hinder his loud words at all. His high-pitched voice made the words even more rude. How did the world's first spiritual owner appear? No one can answer. But how to make a person more likely to awaken spirituality? But many people know. Looking for a partner with spirituality. As for blood, it is similar. Even more distorted. Because this is related to the issue of blood concentration. The nobles who once did not intermarry with others gave birth to countless deformed children, and even if everything looks normal, it is very likely that they are normal in appearance. Mentally, they have long been crazy. So, at the end of the Silver Age, many people choose to call traditional nobles breeding pigs. A completely contemptuous name. It can naturally anger the nobles. However, blood drinker Heber did not have the idea of angering Marquis Inez. It has found the law of Marquis Inez's double swords. No! To be precise, it remembered the law of its partner's double swords. Then, it found the current law from that law. Distorted force field. The next moment, the silver sword became heavier. The steel sword became faster. In just a moment, the Inez family's double sword slash was distorted. However, the heavier silver sword was more ruthless than the steel sword. Each strike was like the impact of a battering ram. Heavy and unbearable. The faster steel sword was faster than the silver sword. Each strike was like a seabird skimming across the water. Swift and unpredictable. After being distorted, the double sword slash became even stronger. Sir Heber, you don't think that the perfect double sword slash can't be done with the silver sword and the steel sword switching attacks? Right? If you can't even do this, then what kind of perfection is it? Marquis Inez had a kind and aristocratic smile on his face. And the silver sword in his hand was shining brightly. Evil slash. It's just an ordinary evil slash. But this ordinary evil slash made the blood drinker Heber dodge. Because, when the distorted force field of this blood drinker appeared, the distortion field of the Viscount Windsor also appeared. However, it was not aimed at the blood drinker or the distortion field of the blood drinker. Rather, it was aimed at the silver sword attack of Marquis Inez. The Viscount twisted a little of the damage onto his left arm. Immediately, blood flew. Suddenly, the silver sword was dyed red. The silver sword mixed with the blood of Viscount Windsor immediately had a different brilliance. And this was what frightened the blood drinker Heber. Because of the curse of parricide. When it faces the blood of its relatives and descendants, it will become defenseless, and even face real death. Puff! The silver sword of Marquis Inez pierced into the chest of blood drinker Heber. However, it was not on the side of the heart. The silver sword stained with the blood of Viscount Windsor avoided the vital points, and nailed blood drinker Heber to the ground. This scene was not beyond Viscount Windsor's expectations. The living blood drinker is what he needs. Of course, it is also what the three barons Tammy, and Harlan and the four lords Daniel, Akazi, Lelia, and Leonidas need. Marquis Ian has turned the hilt of the sword, allowing the blood on the silver sword to flow better in the body of the blood drinker Heber. Then, naturally, wait. As long as the blood on the silver sword flows from the opponent's body to the tip of the sword, and then drips, when the mission is complete. At that time, he will be young again. Marquis Ian firmly believes in this method. Not only the notes of his ancestors, but also the ancestors have done this before. And now, it's his turn. He will definitely make the Ian family glorious again. Thinking of this, the corners of the Marquis' mouth curled up. Viscount Windsor also smiled. It's easier than imagined, he can become her. After that, he will live a good life with Rose. Three barons, for lords, were also laughing. They saw their son soaring. Similarly, blood drinker Heber was also laughing. His laugh was brighter than anyone else present. A bunch of stupid pigs. How could I be hurt by the same method a second time? Blood drinker Heber once again became soft-spoken. It said these words. The next moment, Scarlet rose to the sky. Chapter 773. In the tent carriage pulled by two horses, Ian was drowsy while holding his two swords. Ola on the opposite side was also dozing off. Both of them were covered with scratches, especially Ian's back, which had deep scars that could be seen to the bone, and almost cut the young demon hunter in two. Similarly, Windsor and Elizabeth sat side by side in front of the carriage, in the position that was originally for the coachman. Both of them were also injured. But this did not prevent them from whispering to each other. From time to time, there was a crisp laughter. That was Elizabeth's laughter. Under the moonlight, Elizabeth's skin was so white that it seemed to glow, just like an elf under the moon, especially when she lowered her head and smiled, which attracted Windsor's attention. Of course, this was extremely cruel to the single Ian. And Euler was extremely cruel. Hey, I'm a seriously injured person. You are doing this, right? Ian strongly objected. Why don't you just get married? Ola rolled her eyes, expressing dissatisfaction. However, this time, the two did not wait for Windsor and Elizabeth to shyly cover up. Windsor held Elizabeth's hand, and the two looked at each other, with deep affection and concentration in their eyes, and their faces were filled with a smile called happiness. Wait! No way! Ian hard, Ola sat up straight. Even if the injury was affected, gritting in pain. Ian couldn't hide his surprise. You two? You two? We're getting married, Windsor and Elizabeth said. Ian was stunned. Euler also opened his mouth slightly. After a few seconds, Euler lay back down. I knew something was wrong with you two. I saw it when we first met. Yeah. Who would blush when they first met? Damn it. Windsor, who claimed that he would live alone until the end of his life, is getting married. And I am still alone, Ian muttered. However, the next moment, congratulations, Ian sincerely wished. Ola, who was standing by, touched his pocket and threw his wallet to Windsor. I have saved all my money, which is enough for a wedding. You? It's almost enough if you had mine. Ian expressed his contempt, and then threw his wallet over. The life of a demon hunter in this era was not rich, but it was much better than that of ordinary civilians. At least for the four young demon hunters, who had just completed an outstanding expedition, money was not lacking. So, the wedding was well done. There was barbecue, honey, white bread and beer. There was also music, flowers and dancing. Of course, the most important thing was the blessings of friends and elders. At the Windsor family farm, everyone spent a happy week. As friends and elders left, the farm became quiet. But Ian and Ola did not leave. We are lifelong friends. How can we separate? Your children will be my most beloved disciples. Ian and Ola determined the future with one sentence each. At least, that was how the two of them thought at the time. They thought that the four of them would guard this land like most demon hunter families, waiting for old age. He told the younger generations about his glorious deeds in his youth in front of the fireplace. Of course, bragging was a must. Otherwise, how could he highlight his greatness? Ola had even made up a story about how he had fought the Lord of the Abyss alone. Everything was beautiful. Until Ian, Ola, and Windsor completed another expedition, and the three returned overnight. But they found something wrong as soon as they arrived at the farm. The farm was attacked. There were broken limbs and shriveled corpses everywhere. Elizabeth, who had just given birth, disappeared. The child was placed in their shelter. When they opened the shelter, the child was still sleeping. But Elizabeth was still nowhere to be seen. The three anxious people began to search and inquire. Finally, they confirmed that a member of the Blood clan passed by that afternoon. As the owner of this land, the members of the Blood clan are arrogant and cruel. This is well known. A bloody ritual from time to time is nothing. And after the three people's investigation, they confirmed that the incident on the farm was done by members of the Blood clan. At this point, what else is there to say? Revenge. The revenge of the demon hunters has begun. The three demon hunters began to retaliate against the Blood clan crazily. Not only was the member who treated the farm with a bloody ritual skinned by the three, but also several direct descendants of the Blood clan were pierced by the three. But Elizabeth was not found. Windsor did not believe that Elizabeth was dead. Einhard, Eula did not believe it either. The three continued to search. They would never give up. Until she, Elizabeth, appeared in front of Windsor as Heber. A member of the Blood clan, Windsor thought it was a deception. She had some deception. But when she became him, there was no deception. He faced Windsor with the most sincere attitude. He hoped that Windsor could continue to live with him. For this, he could share his own ritual. However, what he waited for was Windsor's sword. The sword smeared with his son's blood. This sword caused him to suffer unprecedented backlash. The ignited divine fire was extinguished in an instant. The power he held was shattered. His reason was annihilated by anger at this moment. He killed Windsor with a backhand. After the death of Windsor, who was an important part of the ritual, the power was completely dissipated. But the extinguished divine fire was rekindled. It helped him resist the backlash in a different way. No! To be precise, those backlashes were expected curses. Since it was expected, he naturally had a way. Moreover, he did not want to die. He still had unfinished business. Therefore, he became it. He resisted the curse in its way. It became a stone statue. In the years that followed, it accepted the worship of those ignorant people, faith, relying on the power of faith to consume the power of the curse, while thinking about how to reduce his fatal danger, or even eliminate it. He knew very well that, as long as he was alive, some guys would not stop hunting him down. So, it endured more parasite curse, but reduced the scope of the fatal danger. From weapons stained with the blood of its descendants that would cause harm to it, it became the blood of its female descendants within 5 generations that would cause fatal harm to it. At the same time, the blood of any non-female descendant will cause fatal harm to the blood owner. For this distortion, it has no more confidence. However, after seeing this generation of Viscount Windsor, it knew it succeeded. The other party is obviously a man, but he is wearing a bright red skirt. This is the warning of the other party's spirituality. That spirituality gave the other party enough hints. Unfortunately, the other party does not understand anything at all. He only knows to enjoy the so-called love. Just like a beast following its instincts. What a foolish person. While sighing in his heart, blood drinker Heber smiled and spoke. A bunch of stupid pigs. How could I be hurt by the same method for the second time? The next moment, scarlet color shot up into the sky. Viscount Windsor, who had already climbed the stairs, exploded directly, turning into a sky full of scarlet color. Moreover, this bloody color was used by blood drinker Heber. Chapter 774. Unexpected. A shocking change. For Marquis Inez at this moment, this is it. Harvest, joy, expectation. At this moment, everything turned into accident. When Viscount Windsor was blown into a blood mist, the Marquis drew out his double swords without thinking, and the blazing light appeared again. Double sword slash plus evil breaking slash. Layer upon layer. Heavy blessing. Not slashing towards the blood drinker Heber. Instead, he slashed at the falling blood mist. This Marquis knew very well the power of a climber. Especially this blood explosion form. It was even more terrifying. Because that was the secret technique of the Blood clan. Under normal circumstances, blood explosion was hard to guard against. And with the climber as the trigger, it was even more terrifying. Until now, this Marquis did not know how the blood drinker detonated Viscount Windsor. But he knew that if he didn't stop the blood mist from falling, he would be dead. You retreat? Take that fool with you. Marquis Einhaz's two swords brought out one evil-breaking slash after another. And he spoke quickly. Under the blood explosion of the step climber, the subordinates in front of him would not be helpful, but only a burden. Once they were contaminated by the blood mist, these subordinates would become the nutrients of the blood mist. Then, it is to strengthen the blood mist. This is what Marquis Einhaz absolutely does not want to see. Especially that foolish Count Bernaken. Once the other party becomes the nutrient of the blood mist, he is really dead. Hearing the words of the Marquis, the three barons and the four lords immediately took action. The three barons turned around and ran, while the four lords went to carry Count Bernaken. However, unexpectedly the old count, who was already a dying candle in the wind, he stood up again. The old count looked at Marquis Einhaz, and a trace of trance appeared in his eyes. Teacher Zeppelin, why should we tolerate the Einhaz family? My teacher Euler, and the ancestors of the Einhaz family are friends. But even if they are friends, the Einhaz family is too much. But, I believe that teacher Euler will not choose the wrong friend, even if the descendants of the Einhaz family look like bastards. But I believe that, since they can practice the inherited demon hunter skills to such a level, he must have his own awareness. But teacher. Okay, you are not happy today. Teacher will take you to grill fish. It is to celebrate your completion of the trial. It was one afternoon, he completed the trial. He had a conversation with the teacher. At that time, he did not understand what the teacher said at all. Decades later, he still did not understand. He thought the teacher was wrong. The people of the Einhaus family, they are talented, but they are all bastards. Especially his friend, the current Marquis of Einhaz. He firmly believed in his own opinion. So, he stayed in Einhaz. He was watching that bastard Einhaz, and made up his mind to kill him directly if that bastard did anything out of line. He thought it would come soon. But after so long, he didn't notice it. Until this moment. He saw it, but he was full of doubts. Why don't you run? The old Earl asked Marquis Einhaz. With the opponent's strength, secret technique, it is not difficult to escape. Maybe it will cost some money, but those costs are bearable. Escape first, then make plans. Isn't that the most common way for nobles? Why doesn't this bastard Einhaz escape? The old Earl was puzzled. Run? This is the Einhaz territory. I am Marquis Einhaz. Why should I run? Marquis Einhaz slashed and consumed the blood mist with the evil breaker. He asked back. The sword blade broke through the air, and the sound was loud. Marquis Einhaz had a cold face, which was a matter of course, and a habitual persistence. Of course, the contempt for the old Earl in his words remained. The old Earl could hear and see this contempt. As always, the old Earl also despised the contempt of Marquis Einhaz. He looked down on him. And he looked down on him. At this moment, extreme contempt, another collision. However, it was not the past parting on bad terms. What was there was a flash of light. The old count saw it. Teacher, is this the enlightenment you are talking about? As expected, everyone in the Einhaz family is a bastard. Thinking silently in his heart, the old count, who had already burned his flesh and blood and was so skinny that he looked like a nobody, laughed loudly. When a person is alive, he has everything. When a person dies, he has nothing. However, there are always things more important than death. The old Earl said, and it burned again. Before, it was the flesh and blood that burned. This time, it was the internal organs, the bones, and even the soul. Boom! The flame shot up into the sky. The old Earl's evil-breaking slash was much more powerful than that of Marquis Einhaz, especially when the soul was burning. This slash dissipated most of the blood mist. And this was not the old Earl's full-strength attack. He only used 30% of his strength at the moment. The remaining 70% of the power? Part of it, the old Earl slashed at the blood drinker Heber again. The stone statue of the blood drinker Heber shattered again. This made the blood drinker Heber, who thought he had one, yell angrily. Damn it! Asshole! You are the descendant of Euler. Feeling this familiar skill, the blood drinker Heber confirmed the identity of the old Earl. But the old Earl did not dwell on the mistakes in the other party's words. His teacher, Zeppelin, is the disciple of Master Euler. He is just the grandson of Master Euler. Although he has the title of Master, he is totally unworthy. He is indecisive, greedy for money and lustful, lazy and gluttonous. How can he be worthy of the title of Master? Sensing the last part of the power in his body, the old Earl flashed and appeared in front of Marquis Einhaz, and raised his hand to put it on the shoulder of the Marquis. This is my last strength. I give it all to you. The path of Demon Hunter. I will open it up for you again. Now, you are the master of the demon hunter in South County." As he said this, the old earl raised his lips. It seemed that he had discovered something very interesting. When the old earl appeared beside him, Marquis Inez wanted to dodge. But the old earl was too fast, and he could not dodge at all. The Marquis clearly felt that the power of the demon hunter climber was rapidly pouring into his sword body. But it did not destroy his sword body. Instead, it pulled his sword body back to the path he once took. The demon hunter's path. No! It was not a roundabout way back, but it jumped from this dead end to the spacious demon hunter's path, and it pushed him to take another step forward. This was the goal that Marquis Inez had been thinking about to achieve with the help of the blood drinker's blood. At this moment, achieved. However, Marquis Inez was not happy. He did not need such charity. The Marquis glared at the old earl. The old earl laughed and said, "Are you not convinced? Hit me." But as soon as the words fell, the old earl vaporized and dissipated. The only one left was Marquis Inez, who had just raised his hand, but had not yet lowered it. Chapter 775 Master's Words. Absurd. When he raised his arm, wanting to punch Count Bernican, but the other party vaporized and dissipated, Marquis Inez was filled with a sense of absurdity. He couldn't believe that his failed plan had succeeded again. He couldn't believe that this success was achieved in this way. The relationship between him and Bernican was complicated. But in general, the two sides were wary of each other, alert, and planning. They can be called enemies. He confirmed this. He also believed that Bernican could confirm it. After all, for so many years, both sides always felt happy when the other side failed. But why would this bastard help him at this time? Marquis Inez was puzzled. The Marquis couldn't figure it out. And what was even more puzzled was the blood drinker Heber. Everything should have been as it planned. It has now successfully escaped and entered the deeper jungle. Continue to rely on time to fight against the curse, until it is fully recovered. But why? Why? It broke again. Unlike the first planned shredding, this unplanned shattering, for this proud blood drinker, is unacceptable. It is unacceptable psychologically. It is also unacceptable physically. The former makes it feel like it has been played with. As for the latter, feeling the pain caused by its shattering, the curse that had become stronger again, the blood drinker was furious. If it had only taken 100 years to wear off this curse before. But now, it needed more than just time. It also needed to give up some power. This was something the blood drinker could not accept no matter what. Its power was obtained with untold hardships, and it was the key to its future plans. How could he give up at this time? Thinking of this, the blood drinker completely changed his plan. It needed to ensure the integrity of its own power. Then it would give up its body. The next moment, the fragments of the stone statue on the ground began to dissipate. "Be careful!" Marquis Inez instantly noticed this change, while warning loudly, while locking the blood drinker with his sword body. In just a moment, the Marquis locked onto the other party. However, the two swords could not be cut. Because of Darnell, blood drinker Heber appeared in Lord Darnell's body. This noble, who was still standing in the upper position during the retreat, played the role of the rear guard, and was the closest to the battlefield. Naturally, he was also the first target of blood drinker Heber. In blood drinker Heber's mind, characters like this who were not even at the entry level were the easiest to control. It doesn't take too much time. Just one breath. And it can become Darnell. However, it was beyond the expectations of blood drinker Heber. Darnell, who was not strong, actually had a toughness far beyond imagination. "I am Darnell. I am a knight. I am a lord. I have real honor. I am one of the 4 heroes of Ida's territory." In the eyes of blood drinker Heber, these messages were ridiculous. But they kept attacking its will. Although it seemed like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. But it also blocked it. The original 1-breath control changed to 2 breaths. It also made Marquis Inez discover it. However, when he found that Marquis Inez did not slash out with his 2 swords immediately, this blood drinker laughed in Daniel's voice. "Ha ha, Marquis Inez, my lord Marquis, why did your sword become weak? You should have the noble demeanor? As a noble, at this time, you must consider the overall situation. Or, you received the Witcher's power inheritance and became like a Witcher again? You became nagging and cried from time to time?" Lord Darnell's face turned pale at this time. Even, it could be said to be gloomy. The words were full of resentment. After it discovered Marquis Inez's hesitation, it suddenly had a bold idea. It wanted Marquis Inez's body. Abandoning its original body, the integrity of power is guaranteed. But the power is infinitely weakened, and can only reach the level of the possessed person. Simply put, if it possesses an arcana level person, it will be arcana level. If it is an entry level, it will be an entry level. But if it is an ascending level, then it is an ascending level. Although the power can be strengthened again, the time required is also quite a headache for this blood drinker. If it can save time, this blood drinker would be happy to do it. But he knows how powerful the climber is. He will never choose easily. But what if there is a flaw in the mind of this climber? That would be a godsend. Thinking of this, a sinister smile appeared on the face of this blood drinker. The next moment after this sinister smile appeared, bang bang bang, Yakaz, Lelia, Leon Desai, and even Daniel, who was controlled by the blood drinker Heber, exploded together. There was no effective resistance. The difference in strength was too great. Compared with the possession control, it was still possible to delay it for a moment with one's own will. The four people under the blood mist of descendant of the ascending class, faced with the blood explosion that was amplified 10 times at a very close distance. The Arcana class could not resist it at all, and could only turn into blood mist in the sound of explosions, merged into the previous blood mist of descendants. The 4 heroes of Einhaz all died in battle, just like the 4 heroes of the previous generation. But such death is far from over. Baron Tammy, who was about to escape the range of the blood mist, suddenly turned pale and gloomy. The Baron grabbed Baron Harlan. Blood reversal. Using the secret technique of the blood clan to control the reverse flow of the blood of the 2 barons, making the 2 lose the power to resist, the blood drinker, who was reading Baron Tammy's memory, suddenly found something incredible. And these things were exactly what it wanted. After having the idea of getting Marquis Einhaz's body, it firmly believed that it could find a secret from the other party's closest followers that would be enough to shake the other party. In fact, that was the case. It found it. So, it did not hesitate to pretend to be surprised and said, "Huh? It turned out to be like this? Your 2 sons are not your own, but you secretly adopted them?" The words were full of amazement, and an exaggerated tone of fussing. "Shut up," Marquis Einhaz shouted loudly. The Marquis used this to hide the secret in his heart. But the more this happened, the more the blood drinker would not let the Marquis get what he wanted. The exclamation continued. "You, young man, in order to make the awakened sword body go further, you actually wanted to improve the double sword slash without knowing the sky's high and the earth's depth, and then you actually lost the ability that a man should have." Chapter 776. Harsh. The exclamation from Baron Tammy's body was so harsh. Marquis Einhaz subconsciously slashed with his 2 swords. But when the blades were an inch away from Baron Tammy's head, they stopped. The restrained sword wind blew the Baron's hair and clothes. Amid the rustling sound, the blood drinker laughed very wanly. It knew it won again this time. As a human, there are weaknesses. As long as you grasp that weakness, you will definitely win. Without any pause, the blood drinker manipulated Baron Tammy's arms and pushed hard. Puff! Puff! The bodies of Baron Kama and Baron Harlan were pierced by the 2 swords of Marquis Einhaz. The 2 barons opened their eyes wide, their eyes filled with disbelief. It was obvious that the 2 had thought about their own death. It was just that they could not imagine that they would die under the sword of Marquis Einhaz. Subconsciously, the 2 opened their mouths, wanting to say something. But with the twisting of the arms of the blood drinker behind them, their bodies were directly split in 2, without leaving a word. Watching this scene, Marquis Einhaz's nasolabial lines trembled, and the blood drinker laughed even happier. Death always makes me happy. But meaningless death makes people upset. Only this kind of death accompanied by the pain of the living makes me excited. Marquis Einhaz, do you know? Your ancestors also faced the same painful choice as you. Amusement began to emerge in the voice of the blood drinker. Marquis Einhaz's pupils shook violently. The Marquis wanted to chop down with the sword in his hand to stop such words. But looking at Tammy's face, the Marquis's sword couldn't chop down at all. He hesitated like a normal person, just like his hated father. In his opinion, the reason why his father lost to the father of the old lion in Niwen, it was just that his father's sword was not fast enough, and not fierce enough. So, his sword had to be faster and fiercer than his father's. He really did it, although it cost some price. But compared with the result, it was nothing. Children? It was the same if they were adopted from the side branch. They were all the blood of the Einhard family. As long as he didn't fall, everything could continue. What's more, he succeeded. It's just, his sword was fast and fierce enough. Why can't I cut it down? Bernakin? Is it you? Is it you who did this? Come out. Take your power back. I have my own power. I don't want yours. Marquis Ines shouted loudly. Faced with such a roar, Blood Drinker showed a smiling face in the form of Baron Tammy, and his voice was even softer. My lord Marquis, have you ever heard a saying? Power can change a person. Don't deny it. This is true. Standing in front of the sword of Marquis Ines, the Blood Drinker spoke slowly. Each kind of power has its own characteristics. When this characteristic reaches its extreme, it will become a path. Only those who are extremely consistent with this characteristic are qualified to walk on the path represented by this power. Then, what about the other way around? You who have accepted the Witcher's path. Have you been affected by the Witcher's path? The Blood Drinker said half-truthfully. If the natures match, it is true that you can achieve twice the result with half the effort. The choice of power can also really affect the character. But the essence will not change. The so-called change? It's just an excuse. And now, the Blood Drinker is giving Marquis Ines an excuse. An excuse that allows it to smoothly seize the other party's body. The Blood Drinker senses the disorder of Marquis Ines' spirituality. The abnormal beating of his heart. A smile appeared in his heart. Although compared with those weirds that peek into the deep fear of others in the shadows, in order to disturb others' spirituality, and achieve the purpose of predation, its method is naturally much worse, but compared with those weirds that follow instinct, it knows how to choose better. It knows that those words can break the opponent's defense, rather than taking a chance. After all, everyone's most fearful things are different at every moment. Some people strongly love all kinds of horror stories, and they can sort out the logical points calmly. But they dare not walk at night. They turn pale and scream like ghosts and wolves at the slightest noise. Some people are big and strong, and can bench press 100 kilograms. But when faced with the words "I'm so tired," they kneel down directly. At that moment, the fear is really different. The former may be useful. But what about the latter? For those weird things in the shadows, they don't understand why they punch and kick. The fear of the prey target dropped abnormally quickly. However, the Blood Drinker does not need this. It captures everything. It confirms the opportunity. Then it crashed directly into the blade of Marquis Ines. Do you feel that you can't breathe well now? Is your heart aching? Your sword body is about to stagnate, right? Baron Tammy, who was hanging on the blade, spit out blood, but this did not prevent the Blood Drinker from using this to make Marquis Ines psychologically worse. Lord Marquis, save me. Marquis Ines' subconscious retort was interrupted by Baron Tammy's words. Baron Tammy's face was pale due to blood loss, but he was no longer gloomy. At this time, Baron Tammy was really Baron Tammy. After Marquis Ines confirmed this, he immediately wanted to let Baron Tammy down. The Marquis wanted to let Baron Tammy lie on his side, and then use healing potion to plug the wound. But how could the Blood Drinker let him do it? Just when Baron Tammy was knocked down, bang! Baron Tammy exploded. Blood was everywhere, splattering Marquis Ines' face. Amid the warm touch, the voice of the Blood Drinker echoed in the ears of the Marquis. You can't save anything. You can't change anything. These two sentences were like a knife stabbing into Marquis Ines' heart. The opportunity that the Blood Drinker had been waiting for appeared. Without hesitation, the Blood Drinker directly entered Marquis Ines' body and launched an attack on the Marquis' consciousness. The Blood Drinker was confident that with its proficiency, even if it was fighting away from home, it could still kill the Marquis' consciousness. However, the Blood Drinker did not realize that. It was waiting for an opportunity. Someone was also waiting for an opportunity. It regarded Marquis Ines as prey. But that person regarded it as prey. Arthur walked out of the shadows on one side, looking at Marquis Ines, who was stunned in place, raised his hand and touched his throat. The next moment, the highest level noise perfectly imitated Lord Daniel's voice. My lord, it is my honor to follow you. Chapter 777 The Secret of Blood. Daniel's voice was clear and sincere, even though it was Arthur's noise. But the level 5 noise was enough to perfectly imitate this lord. Of course, not only this lord. There are also 3 lords. Akaz, Laria, and Leon Desai. Sir, it is my long-cherished wish to die on the battlefield. Sir, it is not your fault. Sir, please hold the sword tightly. The voices of the 3 lords appeared one by one. Although the level 5 noise has 3 recording restrictions for imitating sounds, but it can eliminate one of them after using it. For the current situation, Arthur does not think it has any impact. In fact, when he saw the immobilized Marquis Einhas, Arthur had to hold back and did not attack. He really wanted Carol, who was loyal to him, to inherit the Einhas territory. The sons of the two marquises are already dead. If this Marquis dies too, as for his nephew, Carol, there was no obstacle. However, Arthur's reason told him to be careful. Although the temptation was great, the danger was also great. The young Nanlos medium who watched everything with the help of the crow's eyes subconsciously cared about the Count Bernaken. Undoubtedly, the old Count was worthy of admiration. After burning the flesh and blood, the soul was burned again. Even, guided by the soul, Marquis Einhas returned to the Witcher's path, and became the master demon hunter of South County. These are all worthy of admiration. Arthur could see that the old Earl might have a little impulse, but this did not prevent the old Earl from being fully prepared. Simply put, the original target of the old Earl should not be the Marquis Einhas, but the other party's disciple, apprentice or something like that. However, because of the sudden appearance of the blood drinker, all plans were disrupted. This forced the old Earl to choose Marquis Einhas. As his strength increased, and he became more and more familiar with the mysterious side, Arthur did not believe that the guiding by the soul thing could be easily accomplished. It must require a long time of preparation and many conditions. So, the scene just now was, the target changed, but the previous preparations did not change. And among those preparations, would there be a backup plan? For example, protection just in case. After all, the old Earl wouldn't want his successor to die halfway. Right? Therefore, Arthur was extremely cautious. He chose a very flexible character to appear. In fact, the next moment, Arthur's caution proved the necessary existence. A glimmer appeared on Marquis Einhas. An illusory old Earl, only the size of a palm, appeared. Nanlos medium? The other party confirmed Arthur's identity. Yes, Your Excellency the Earl. Arthur smiled in response. The old Earl immediately showed helplessness on his face. Because, the old Earl saw the kind of cunning and greed that only belonged to a businessman in Arthur's smile. Obviously, this is not a young man who can be easily convinced. I need some help, the old Earl said frankly. I can see it. Marquis. Arthur pointed at Marquis Einhas while speaking, and asked the Marquis about his current situation with his eyes. The old Earl replied immediately. Don't worry, when facing the enemy. This bastard Einhas is more tenacious than you think, especially the concept of time inside is different from ours, which can make us more calm. After all, you gave him enough encouragement. As he said, the old Earl looked at Arthur with a complicated look. While bringing Marquis Einhas back to the Witcher's Road, the old Earl's prepared backup plan activated a small piece of soul fragment. Everything was just as Arthur had guessed. Just in case, the old Earl really made preparations. The old Earl used his own will to infuse the method of evil breaking / mixed with the soul secrets of Miss Tower, hiding a safety on the Witcher's path. This is a special power. When the successor safely steps onto the fourth stage, he will appear and teach more core knowledge of Witcher. Then, help the successor to take one step further, quickly step onto the fifth stage. If there is danger, the knowledge is retained, and this power will become a shield. The old Earl hopes that his successor can grow up safely. After all, he originally chose Lin In. This apprentice, who has followed him for 30 years, is really worrying. And after the target was changed to Marquis Einhas, such defensive measures are naturally in place. But what the old Earl did not expect was that this defense measure would be triggered so quickly, and in such a thrilling way. The evil and insidiousness of the blood drinker Heber once again exceeded his expectations. Just like the appearance of Arthur, the old Earl never thought that the Nanlos medium would appear here. Although, he had heard that the other party's ship had arrived near Port. Originally, he had planned to use his own reserve power to help Einhas overcome the difficulties. But the appearance of Arthur gave the old Earl a new idea. It seemed that he could use Arthur's power, and his remaining power could better help Einhas reach the 5th level that he had never reached. After all, only when he reached the 5th level could he be honored as a demigod. He was a demigod in the true sense. Not a guy who took shortcuts and was just a show-off. A demigod was enough to ensure that the inheritance of the demon hunter would not be destroyed. Thinking in his heart, the old Earl looked at Arthur with a humble smile on his face. This is what I can do. It's just some tricks of the medium. If possible, I am very willing to help you and Marquis Einhas with the fair way of the medium, Arthur said. and bowed slightly, continuing to show his humility. The fair way of the medium? The old Earl asked. Yes, the fair way is fair trade. Arthur's smile became brighter. The old Earl felt a headache. If he still had a head. Demon hunters hate fair trade. Even if they have been working in exchange for wages. You know. Only demons believe in fair trade. Although this is an ancient saying from the Holy Age. As the only master demon hunter in South County, the old Earl naturally knows it. Moreover, I don't know if it's an illusion, looking at the smiling Nanlos medium, I always feel that this guy has horns on his head. Almost subconsciously, the old Earl is a detector of evil. No red appears. The old Earl breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately not. But what the old Earl did not see was that, in the field of vision that only Arthur could see, the bluff, that had already broken the rules, was flickering slightly. That color is red to black. But as a young, honest, simple and kind Nanlos medium, Arthur would not admit this. He just said softly, I am a medium, so fair, fair, fair. Chapter 778. Faced with Arthur's constant emphasis, Earl Bernacan became more and more helpless. The old Earl seemed to see a lion with its mouth wide open. No. To be precise, it was a lion with a fox tail, and its mouth wide open. But even so, the old Earl still took the initiative to say, There are my two swords. They are both good mystical weapons. Steel swords can become hot and bring flames. Silver swords can effectively kill ghosts and invisible weirdness. The old Earl raised his hand and pointed. That was where his warhorse, Radish, had originally been lying. But at this moment, Radish had already disappeared. Obviously, the demon hunter's Radish had long since left the category of normal creatures. Arthur looked at the two swords under the scarlet blood mist, and his heart was calm. He was not short of sword weapons, especially those of the arcane level. If it was a hero level or a higher level, he would still think about it, but if it was only the arcane level, it's really not necessary. Although he has many hands, the only one that can really work with the hand of nothingness is Tyr's caress. That's his god of shadowlessness. As for more, it's far better to put it there. As for weapons, I like them very much. But I don't want to change my sword. It has been with me for too long. And you don't want your sword to be displayed as an exhibit in my study. Right? Arthur politely refused. Take them, and go find my apprentice Lin, and tell him everything that happened here. He will teach you the Witcher swordsmanship on my behalf. At the same time, if you want, you can also learn the Witcher secrets, even the core secrets. The old Earl continued. Arthur was even less interested in this. In order to quickly climb the ladder, what he lacked most now was XP. There is no extra XP to learn additional swordsmanship. A brand new swordsmanship, to catch up with the current Swiftbird swordsmanship. That would be a lot of XP. Moreover, Arthur does not think that the swordsmanship taught by others can be comparable to the Swiftbird swordsmanship. That is broken through the level limit. Unless it is the most core inheritance within that kind of organization. But if you want to learn this kind of core inheritance, it is definitely not just a simple talk. Just like at this moment, even with the endorsement of the old Earl, Arthur was also very sure that after he met Lin, he would have to face many challenges if he wanted to learn the core secrets of the demon hunter. Of course, in addition to this, it was unknown whether his ritual conflicted with the demon hunter ritual. But even if it did not conflict, he did not have enough XP. The problem was back to square one. Moreover, there was another question. After he learned the core inheritance of an organization, what would his identity become? The answer was obvious. Become a member of that organization. Even if you don't admit it, it's useless. A person who uses the salt brick oil sword, who can break evil with a wave of his hand, and who can cast a curse with a raise of his hand, anyone will only regard him as a demon hunter. Strength is the best mark. Arthur looked at the illusory old Earl. He had seen before that this old Earl was not a guy who followed the rules. And at this moment, Arthur was more and more certain of the old Earl's cunning. In order to pass on the demon hunter tradition. Do you want me to become a demon hunter? Arthur guessed in his heart. It's a pity. He is just a medium. And he plan to change this identity for the time being. Therefore, Arthur smiled and said, The swordsmanship and secret arts of the Kratos family are like the vast galaxy. What I have learned is only 1 or 200 of the family's. Even my genius uncle and aunts have mastered only so much. Only my grandfather, old Charlie, only then can I master 1/10 or 1/12 of it. Before I have mastered the swordsmanship and secret arts passed down by my family, I will not learn other swordsmanship and secret arts. Arthur declined again. This time, the old Earl had obvious disappointment on his face. Obviously, he felt sorry that he could not lead this talented young man into the demon hunter. At the same time, the old Earl was also a little curious about the Kratos family. Is it really a 1,000-year family as rumored? Only a family that has been secretly passed down since the Empire era can collect such an exaggerated number of swordsmanship and secret arts. Only in this way can a young man with outstanding talent like Arthur feel that he has learned only one or two of them. The Kratos family? I really want to see it for myself. The old Earl sighed in his heart. But he said very quickly, although I have the title of Earl, I am just a ruined nobleman, and I don't have more property in the Ines territory. My most valuable thing is my knowledge. And you rejected my knowledge. Do you want that shabby manor? Knowledge could not impress Arthur. The old Earl began to use wealth, and the so-called shabby manor is naturally a humble word. Those who can own a manor in Port, of course, will not be bad. Perhaps it cannot be compared with the manor outside South Lowes, but it is enough to make anyone covet it. So, after speaking, the old Earl stared at Arthur. The old Earl wanted to see more. But to the old Earl's disappointment, the young Nanlos medium sighed. The inheritance of the Kratos family is as vast as the galaxy. And wealth? Even if the Kratos family did not deliberately collect it, the wealth they have is enough for us to live a stable life. In fact, I am not interested in money. Arthur said it loudly, as if he was not moved by money at all. The contempt in his eyes, the disdain at the corners of his mouth, this made the old Earl believe that this was the case. Suddenly, the old Earl was in a dilemma. Finally, the old Earl simply threw the question back to Arthur. What do you want? What I really want. Are you sure you want to listen? Arthur immediately showed an eager look when facing this question. The old Earl immediately had a bad premonition in his heart. Immediately, the old Earl was about to stop him. However, Arthur spoke first. You have disciples. Right. Besides Lord Lynn, whom you just mentioned, you should have other disciples. Right. If possible, can you call them together? I need their help. At this point, Arthur paused, but the expectation and excitement in his eyes made the old Earl's heart beat. The old Earl's apprentice. Lynn has 16 apprentices, and of course, he also has more apprentices according to the relationship and tradition of the demon hunter. But looking at Arthur's appearance, the old Earl dared not let his apprentice step into the fire pit. Even though Arthur hadn't said anything specific, the old Earl instinctively resisted. Their power is not enough to help you. We can change someone. The old Earl refused directly. Then, he began to quickly recall what Arthur needed. He decided not to let Arthur take the initiative. Who knows what exaggerated conditions Arthur will put forward? But Arthur has the support of the Kratos family, and he has neither the inheritance of secret arts nor the money. What else does he lack? Wait! Arthur has nothing to lack. But what about the people around Arthur? Suddenly, the old Earl thought of someone. Carol! Chapter 779. Count Bernakin knows a lot about Carol. Since the other party appeared in the port of Palti in the Ines territory, the old Earl has secretly observed this young man more than once. And he is very happy, because Carol's talent is the best talent he has seen in the past few decades. Even the bastard Ines can't compare with him. As for arrogance, in the eyes of this old Earl, it is even less of a problem. On the contrary, for demon hunters, the arrogance of youth is a positive effect. However, after that, the old Earl found that Carol's secret development of his power was not within the scope. The acceptable kind, but developed in a vigorous, ambitious way. And the old Earl hesitated. In the end, the old Earl chose to give up. Not only did he no longer have the energy to correct an ambitious young man, moreover, after entering the pioneer era, demon hunters have found it increasingly difficult to move forward. Demon hunters at this moment can no longer bear any setbacks or disasters. Once an accident occurs, the old Earl cannot afford it, and is unwilling to accept it. Therefore, even if it is a pity, he will not accept him as an apprentice. The original decision was abandoned, but the old Earl's attention is still there. He even poured in some extra manpower. In the eyes of other demon hunters, it is an insignificant matter. Therefore, Kaler's every move can hardly be hidden from the old Earl. The original purpose of the old Earl was just not to let Carol affect the demon hunters in Ines territory. But who knows, the old Earl unexpectedly discovered the relationship between Carler and Jim Hayes. Jim, the son-in-law of the second daughter of the Marquis of West Berlin. Hayes, the nephew of Count Beth. In short, as time goes by, in the eyes of the old Earl, Carol has already completed the formation of his own forces. He even believes that soon a civil war will break out in the territory of Einhaz. After the little lion in the inner bay contacted Carol privately, the old Earl believed this more and more. Because of this, the old Earl was ready to nip the danger in the bud. But, with an unexpected trip, everything changed. When Carol returned from the Jar Mountains, he frankly admitted his arrogance and ignorance, and brought shame to the family. Even facing the expulsion of Marquis Einhaz, he did not resist at all, and went straight to the inner bay. In the eyes of others, this was what Carol deserved. It was also a manifestation of Carol's superficiality. Many people would even say that Carol was a complete clown. However, the old Earl knew that it was not true. If Carol was all superficial, then every young man in the territory of Einhaz, they are all good-for-nothings. The old Earl was very curious about what Carol had experienced in the Jar Mountains. But he was out of reach. The power of the demon hunters had not developed that far. The information he had obtained was only one-sided. But even if it was one-sided, the old Earl also paid attention to a name, Arthur Kratos. The unique intuition of the demon hunter told the old Earl that the owner of this name had a problem. Later, an in-depth investigation further proved this point, especially when the rumor came that the Kratos family might be a 1,000-year-old hidden family. The old Earl was extremely wary of Arthur Kratos. In the eyes of the old Earl, Arthur Kratos, the Southlows psychic, was a more ambitious person than Carol. And he was more fully prepared. Only in this way could he convince Carol, and let the young man Carol charge into battle. That's right. Charge into battle. According to some targeted changes made by the Old Lion of Niwen to the South County Sword Competition. The old Earl. He has already smelled a different smell. He is sure that the South County Swordsmanship Competition is the stage that this Nanlo psychic wants to seek. What happened in West Berlin 2 days ago made the old Earl believe that the ambition of this Nanlo psychic is far beyond imagination. The other party has just left Nanlos. And there is such a momentum. When he arrives at Niwen, what a terrible appearance he will be. Therefore, the old Earl tried his best to avoid Einhaz from getting involved. For this reason, the old Earl had made a lot of arrangements. But the sudden appearance of the Blood Drinker Heber broke these arrangements. Could the appearance of the Blood Drinker Heber be caused by this guy? The old Earl looked at Arthur in front of him. It was too coincidental. It was so coincidental that people had to doubt it. However, the old Earl threw such doubts behind his mind the next moment. He did not think that Arthur could drive the Blood Drinker Heber. You know, the Blood Drinker Heber is a god in the eyes of ordinary people. Even if he is just a half-god, he is not something that Arthur can control. Moreover, the Blood Drinker Heber is notorious for being rebellious. Want to control him? Impossible. Unless a real god descends. Moreover, he must be a higher god of the blood status. Obviously, Arthur is not one of them. As we all know, if you want to obtain the blood status, at least you need the identity of a blood clan. Thinking in his heart, the old Earl calmly performed the secret technique of detecting blood clan. After confirming it again, the old Earl kept a smile on his face, and continued. Arthur, you don't mind if I call you Arthur? Of course I don't mind. Arthur smiled casually. So how is your relationship with Carol? The old Earl continued to ask. Not bad. Arthur's smile remained. As for the fact that Carol swore allegiance to him with the Lionheart ceremony, it was of course necessary to keep it secret, but he would not hide his relationship with Carol. Arthur knew that if he wanted to hide a leaf, he would have to find a forest. He needed to hide the fact that Carol swore allegiance to him with the Lionheart ceremony, which meant that he had to expose his good relationship with Carol. Of course, the latter was not something that everyone could know. Only a few people know this. Only in this way can we attract people's attention. Only in this way can we conceal the fact of the Lionheart ceremony. Looking at Arthur's smile, the old Earl, whose guess in his heart was confirmed, said directly without hesitation, what if Carol returns to the Einhaz territory and becomes the first heir? The secret of the Marquis of Einhaz was exposed by the Blood Drinker Heber. The old Earl knew it. Arthur also knew it. The old Earl was therefore confident that he could persuade Marquis Einhaz to do so. And Arthur? He wished for such a result. Under the premise that there was no way to kill Marquis Einhaz, Carol became the first heir, which was a very good choice. Of course Arthur, as a young, honest, simple and kind psychic, even though he wished for such a result in his heart, he still showed the humility of a psychic. He said, What about me? I have a good relationship with Carol. We have also had some private cooperation. But this does not mean that, After Carol becomes the first heir to the Inez territory, I will be able to gain anything in the true sense. In fact, it may even backfire and affect our previous cooperation. After all, human greed is very terrible. Chapter 780. Hearing Arthur's words, the old Earl was not surprised. Arthur and Carol must have cooperated. Otherwise, why would Carol charge into battle for Arthur? Moreover, the old Earl was very sure that Arthur had promised Carol something like helping Carol obtain the heir of Inez territory. Even, maybe it was directly obtaining Inez territory. These were what Carol was seeking. Only if what Carol seeks is satisfied, Carol will choose to cooperate with Arthur. This is basic logic. It can't be that Carol was infected by the personality charm of the Nanlos medium in front of him, and then chose to charge with his own dry food? How is this possible? Arthur Kratos is only a Nanlos medium, not from the Newing Golden Lion family. Moreover, even if it is the Newing Golden Lion family, except for the old lion, no one has shown a talent similar to the lion group. Arthur as an outsider? That's even more impossible. With these thoughts in his mind, the old Earl sensed that the will of Marquis Inez was beginning to waver under the attack of the blood drinker Heber. And the old Earl had no intention of continuing to beat around the bush. I can assure you that even if Carol becomes the first heir to the Inez territory, it will not affect your previous cooperative relationship. Similarly, I will also let you get the most real benefit, the private treasure house of that bastard Inez. There are many rare things in it. Maybe there is what you want. Is his situation dangerous? Arthur looked at Marquis Inez. Although the Marquis did not show any expression, but the promise of the old Earl was enough to show that the situation of the Marquis was not optimistic. Only in this way, the old Earl dared to make such a promise. As for the promise on behalf of Marquis Inez? How is it possible? The two sides must have communicated in a way that Arthur didn't know. With the premise that the burning soul was guiding Marquis Inez, Arthur was not surprised at all that some unknown secret technique appeared between the old Earl and the Marquis. Well, I can't hold on any longer. Blood drinker Heber is a disgusting guy. The old Earl nodded, without hiding anything. He knew that facing a sharp guy like Arthur, it was impossible to hide anything. It would be better to admit it openly, and obtain the basis for the next step of cooperation between the two parties. At the same time, the old Earl couldn't help but sigh. Why are his disciples all such stupid guys? Even Lin In, the disciple he values most, is not half as sharp as the psychic in front of him. Then sign 2 contracts. One guarantees my safety. One guarantees my legitimate income in the future. Of course, it must be emphasized in the contract that I will never enter the consciousness of Marquis Inez. I will not enter any spiritual realm. I am just here to assist you. If you do the above, you must suffer the most serious backlash, and your relatives, friends, will also suffer misfortune. Arthur said with a smile. Other people's consciousness, the danger of the spiritual realm, Arthur knew dooming well. He would not risk entering it. Suddenly, the old Earl's emotion deepened. If it were his disciples, I am afraid that after signing the contract, they couldn't wait to start the action. As for more, there won't be any. Don't they have a contract? They can't even think about the rest. But they always forget that the contract can be circumvented. Without a safety net, how can we be assured? Okay. But you also have to guarantee that when I force out the blood drinker Heber, I can't let it enter the body of that bastard Inez again. The old Earl didn't mention the requirement to kill the blood drinker. Because, in the old Earl's opinion, this is far beyond the limit that Arthur can reach. Blood drinker Heber, but he is a demigod. Even if he is mixed with water. Even if he is seriously injured. Even if he has no body. But it is still not something that a little guy like Arthur can deal with. So, temporary expulsion is the best choice. And as long as Arthur can delay for a breath, he will have a way to severely injure the bastard blood drinker. Just severely injure. As for killing him, he had no way. The blood drinker was in a bad state. He was the same. In fact, to some extent, he was not as good as the blood drinker Heber. The blood drinker Heber could recover through time, secret medicine, blood sacrifice and other means, but his power was really reduced by using a little. In order to let the bastard Inez step steadily into the 5th stage, he had to be careful with his calculations. Moreover, the old Earl suspected that the blood drinker Heber had any other tricks up his sleeve. The old Earl still remembered the cunningness of this guy. Therefore, the best plan was to let the bastard Inez reach the 5th level before killing the blood drinker Heber. At least, that was the old Earl's opinion. The contract was signed. The old Earl's shadow disappeared. However, the shadow did not disappear. Instead, It showed the appearance of Marquis Einhaz and the Blood Drinker Heber. Or to be more precise, it was the appearance of the Blood Drinker Heber, who kept asking Marquis Einhaz to kill his 3 barons and 4 lords. My lord Marquis, what about the promise you made to me? Why do you want to kill me? The shadow of Baron Tammy said, and rushed towards Marquis Einhaz, but was killed by the shadow of Marquis Einhaz with a sword. I'm sorry, I don't want this either. The shadow of Marquis Einhaz murmured in a low voice. My lord Marquis, I didn't expect that I would die in your hands. I thought I would die in the charge. The shadow of Darnell on one side had a bitter face, and the shadow of Marquis Einhaz holding a long sword had pain in his eyes, and the murmurs in his mouth were endless. I'm sorry. Not only these two, Baron Harlan, Yakaz, Laria, Lord Leondis' shadows were also killed at the same time. That's right. It was happening at the same time. The real Marquis Einhaz watched his phantom constantly beheading his subordinates, and began to swing his sword. He rushed towards his phantom. Stop! This scene made the Blood Drinker Heber laugh out loud. It's really bad. Arthur watched this scene and commented. Similarly, Arthur naturally understood why the old Earl showed him these. Of course, it was not to see Marquis Einhaz's embarrassed look. It was to allow him to better grasp the opportunity. Arthur would definitely not waste it. Moreover, in order to show his sincerity as a partner, he planned to strengthen the Blood Drinker Heber first. The next moment, the young Nanlo's psychic looked up at the blood mist, his mouth curled up slightly, and said softly, Action! Chapter 781. The blood mist filled the sky, condensed and flickered, like snowflakes, floating and scattering. And above the blood mist, the descendant of blood stood on the back of the blood bat, and took out the gem of the blood clan, Blood of Night. All of a sudden, the blood mist filled the sky began to be absorbed, transformed into the purest vitality, and stored in Blood of Night. The whole process went very smoothly. After the death of Viscount Windsor himself, the operator Blood Drinker Heber also had no time to be distracted. This blood is just blood. Besides being more spiritual than ordinary people's blood, it greatly increases the value of stored vitality. It cannot resist the absorption of Blood of Night. In less than 10 seconds, the blood mist in the sky dissipated. And this brought 1,000 points of vitality reserved to Blood of Night. Is a step climber only equivalent to 1,000 vitality? Arthur was a little surprised. This value is much lower than Arthur imagined. In Blood of the Night. Note 3, it is clearly written that the whole body blood of an adult can be converted into 4 to 5 points of vitality. And the vitality value of a climber obtained at this moment, according to the maximum value of 5 for adults, is equivalent to 200 adults. Even if there is loss due to the blood mist created by the Blood Drinker Heber, the value will not be much different. And this is too little. Not to mention that it is easy for a climber to kill 200 ordinary people, according to Arthur's guess. This value should start at 5,000. Or even higher. Blood? Blood. Just blood. Arthur was slightly startled. And then he reacted. In his previous scientific cognition, a person's composition is extremely complex. A combination of multiple elements and cells. But in the mysterious side, there are only 2 types of people. Flesh and soul. At this moment, flesh and blood are far from the expected power of the step up. Naturally, there is only one left. In other words, is the soul of the climber more important? Arthur thought to himself, but his heart was filled with sighs. Although the death of Viscount Windsor was caused by others, which made his soul gift. Soul binding. Ineffective, but Viscount Windsor had been dead for less than an hour. His soul extraction could still be used. If no one was paying attention around, Arthur would definitely not hesitate to use soul extraction. After all, the soul of a climber is still very valuable. But unfortunately, there are more than one person paying attention to this place. Not to mention those he doesn't care about. Just the old Earl and Blood Drinker Heber here, which makes Arthur unable to let go and perform. As for Devourer Imola, facing a demigod, Arthur will never touch the other's soul before he really ascends. After all, in the knowledge Arthur has learned and the understanding of the mysterious side, the soul of the gods and the soul of ordinary people are definitely different. Even if the soul ritual, soul binding, that Arthur has mastered, and the soul extraction technique that the Halflich has explained are extremely extraordinary, it is still the same. Obviously, there is already an absolute advantage, so you must not be careless. This is Arthur's most simple understanding. So, although Arthur feels pity, he will not really care. Therefore, the next moment, Arthur smiled in response. The young Nanlos medium said directly. Well done, Auburn. Just cooperation, the blood descendant replied. Then, the blood descendant looked at the shadow of the blood drinker with a very complicated look, and turned away. The whole process took less than a second. However, Arthur was sure that although the voices of the two people talking were not loud, but people nearby can definitely hear it clearly. And the descendant of blood in midair just now, people nearby can definitely see it clearly. Those noble secret guards, followers of the Ainhas territory, Arthur needs them as the best witnesses, so that more people can really separate him from the descendant of blood. This is the second time. If there are 2 or 3 more times, it should be about the same. No one will doubt the true relationship between me and the descendant of blood in the future. Thinking of the perfect performance at Port Pulte on the inland river before, and at this moment. The performance was halfway through. Arthur looked at the shadow emerging from Marquis Ainhas. The smiling blood drinker Heber suddenly frowned. My blood mist? The blood drinker whispered to himself. His scarlet eyes flickered. It was obvious that the blood drinker sensed the dissipation of the blood mist. But Arthur saw more. Not only did the other party sense the dissipation of the blood mist, but as the blood mist dissipated, sensing Arthur, the arrival of the descendant of blood. Undoubtedly, such self-talk was just for Arthur, the descendant of blood, to see. The other party wanted to paralyze the two, in order to escape better. That is right. Escape. Arthur was sure that, as the blood drinker Heber discovered his appearance and the departure of the descendant of blood, the other party had given up on continuing to defeat the consciousness of Marquis Ainhas and achieve the purpose of controlling the body. With the other party as cunning, it is absolutely impossible to put your own safety on the hesitation of others. Especially for someone like him, who has an unclear relationship with Marquis Ainhas. And this is what Count Bernaken wants to see. Only in this case, the old Earl can use the least consumption to make Heber, the blood drinker, retreat. Arthur knows this very well. Therefore, he will ask for a high price. Otherwise, how can he get the private treasure house of Marquis Ainhas? Do you really think that the treasure house of a 100-year-old Marquis family is a vegetable market? As for Carol's first-line heir, this is just a byproduct. Both the old Earl and Marquis Ainhas think so. But this is what Arthur really wants. Hide the real purpose in what others think of as the purpose, and complete it smoothly, and achieve a win-win situation. This is the real way of trading for psychics. It is fair, isn't it? Arthur thought silently in his heart. This was not what old Charlie said, but the medium's words that Arthur summarized based on himself. It fits Arthur's heart very well. It is enough to make Arthur feel happy. So, the young psychic took out the spider's claw. This standard half-hand sword, which is all black, looks even deeper under the moonlight. Arthur twisted the counterweight, and wiped the sword with the poison hidden inside. The whole action was neither slow nor slow. Just like an executioner sharpening a knife before an execution. The blood drinker Heber, who was mumbling in the shadow just now, disappeared instantly. The next moment, a scarlet color appeared in front of Marquis Ainhas. Arthur did not hesitate at all, thrust his sword forward. Puff! The blade pierced through the scarlet color. A sound like piercing flesh and blood was heard. Then, the mocking voice of the blood drinker Heber was heard. Don't you know that I am immortal? Chapter 782. Under the night sky, sarcasm echoed. The blood drinker Heber, who said such words, gradually emerged in the scarlet, becoming real. This is a very handsome young man. The pale face and scarlet eyes did not affect his handsomeness at all, on the contrary. It brought a touch of evil to him. However, the lower part of his legs was still illusory. Everyone could see that this is a phantom. But such a phantom has a physical body. At least, Spider's claw is inserted into the opponent's chest. An increasingly weird feeling spreads. It is enough to make people shudder. Do you know about immortality? Once again, blood drinker Heber spoke. His voice is cold, and his tone is even more careless. Everyone who hears such words will think that it has a sure win. However, the next moment, I know. There are 3 similar secrets in Kratos' family that can achieve the effect of immortality. If combined with a certain item, you can become truly immortal, but it requires a huge price. Arthur nodded, and said very straightforwardly. This straightforward statement made Heber, the blood drinker, who had prepared his words later, almost unable to control his expression. Isn't that right? Is there really an immortal body? I just want to use verbal skills to just break through your defense. Then, try to take over your body. Why are you still answering seriously? This script is different from what it imagined. Blood drinker Heber was confused. The other party suddenly paused, didn't speak. But Arthur didn't. Arthur knew what the blood drinker wanted to do. It was nothing more than wanting to change a target to attach to. Marquis Inez couldn't do it. Then let's try him instead. The other party was out of the body in this state. Is the body necessary? Arthur guessed in his heart. But on the surface, he started to talk nonsense seriously. Among the 3 secret techniques of the Kratos family, the first is to completely abandon the flesh and blood body. Let the soul absorb the power of the moon. And after reaching a certain extreme, absorb the power of the sun to achieve a balance of yin and yang. The second is to selflessly train the flesh and blood body. And after reaching the extreme, nourish the soul with the power of one's own flesh and blood, so as to achieve a balance of yin and yang again. As for the third one, it will require some accidents. But no matter which one, it is not what you are now. So your immortality is fake. It should be a disguise in a special state. Arthur's endless narration attracted the blood drinker Heber. Yin and yang balance, this word, it heard for the first time. But it somehow felt it made sense. Balance. It, who mastered the distortion, is always looking for balance. That kind of balance can maintain the distortion. And looking at the attracted blood drinker Heber, Arthur smiled slightly. Although his words just now were nonsense, they were made up by combining some knowledge from his hometown with the knowledge of the mysterious side world in front of him. Even if it was fake. But it sounded very reasonable. However, Arthur did not dwell on this topic anymore, but the situation began to change the topic. After all, if he continued to make up, he also had to be exposed. A qualified psychic would not put himself in such an embarrassing and dangerous situation, especially when delaying time. Arthur was waiting for the poison on the sword to take effect. That was Ms. Windsor's blood. Arthur had just used the spider's claw to wipe it with a weight. The original poison had long since become a substance that covered the color and smell of blood. After mixing, Ms. Windsor's blood was a little diluted, and this pushed the time for the blood to take effect a little bit later. So, you didn't sense the change? Arthur asked, frowning. He didn't play tricks, but asked directly. But isn't this the most correct way to delay? No words will change the changes in the body of the blood drinker Heber. It's better to let the other party feel that everything is under his control than to be sensed by the other party, and thus change the situation. Arthur didn't believe that the blood drinker Heber, who had just been changed the script by him, could ignore his slightly surprised cunning. Arthur saw it. But more was pride. In fact, that was true. Facing Arthur's question, blood drinker Heber chuckled. You never know what you are facing. Why do you think those rumors appeared? Of course, I spread them on purpose. To attract fools like you. Just as Arthur expected, blood drinker Heber looked like he had everything under control, and started a new verbal offensive. Arthur frowned even more. He said, there are many rumors about the blood drinker, many of which are absurd, but the rumor that the blood drinker Heber was severely injured and sealed by his own blood is true. Because it appeared in the records of the Kratos family. Then, it can't be wrong, Arthur said, looking up at the blood drinker Heber. His voice was loud and clear, and his eyes were not shaken. Arthur watched the scene just now. He also heard the words. How could I be hurt by the same method for the second time? Of course, Arthur also saw the result of blood drinker Heber. If this rumor was not true, how could the other party become a stone statue, and stay away from the secular world? So, the information held by Marquis Inez was true. But just as blood drinker Heber said, how could I be hurt by the same method for the second time? The other party avoided such harm in some way. For example, distortion. Arthur also got the core secret of that psychic order. He even planned to learn it. Therefore, Arthur was sure that if the distortion really reached a very high level, it would be possible to distort some fatal injuries. But this kind of distortion must have extremely strict restrictions. After all, it was just a distortion process, not a complete change. Then, combined with the changes of Viscount Windsor, Arthur had a bold guess in his mind. The blood drinker Heber could not change the result of being hurt by the descendants, but made a certain degree of twist. For example, only the blood of female descendants can really hurt it. Otherwise, the change of Viscount Windsor would be too abrupt. In a Viscount's family, the selection of heirs is extremely cautious. If Viscount Windsor has such a special hobby, then the father of Viscount Windsor would never choose Viscount Windsor as his heir. Even if he gave birth to another heir and trained him again, he would not let the Windsor family sink. So, Viscount Windsor was normal at the beginning, but he became abnormal later. But in the territory of Inez, Who can influence Viscount Windsor? Almost no one. Except the blood drinker Heber as the source of blood, my own change, that is a reminder of my own spirituality. But Viscount Windsor didn't notice these. It's highly likely. He thought he had found true love, so he changed. What a selfishness and greed, Arthur thought in his heart, turning the spider's claw in his hand. However, the fatal injury still did not appear on the blood drinker Heber. More importantly, the blood drinker Heber's face actually showed a look of sudden realization. It was a kind of sudden appearance of certain memories, recalling certain things. Even, the next moment, Arthur heard the other party's words. It turned out to be like this. Chapter 783. Cheating and concealment are different. To cheat, you only need to deceive yourself. And then, you can basically deceive everyone else. But concealment is different. No matter how you conceal, there will be flaws. Even if you hide a leaf in the forest, you will encounter elementary school students wearing glasses, and high school students with pigtails, who will tirelessly find the difference. If you encounter an adult with a pipe in his mouth and a deerstalker hat, then congratulations, you hit the jackpot. The blood drinker Heber had experienced something similar. So, when facing his absolute fatal point, it chose to forget. That is right. It was to forget. When using distortion to change the blood of its descendants can kill it into the blood of its female descendants, within 5 generations will cause fatal damage to it. It forgot part of it. That part is extremely critical. It is also what it hides layer by layer. That part is that only members of the blood clan, who have the blood of their female descendants within 5 generations can cause fatal damage to it. This part, blood drinker Heber used the secret technique of the blood clan to make himself forget. Then, when it comes into contact with its female descendants within 5 generations, it will remember. Other than that, there is no possibility of being spied on. After all, it itself does not remember. It is indeed me. The memory that suddenly emerged in his mind made blood drinker Heber almost laugh out loud. It admired its own decision. It even laughed at the ignorance of the Nanlos medium in front of it. Finally, ha ha ha. This former demigod couldn't help it and laughed out loud. The complacency and mockery in his laughter, and the micro-expressions on his face, made Arthur's mouth curl up. Similarly, Arthur also chuckled. What are you laughing at? Blood drinker Heber stopped laughing, and doubt appeared in his eyes. What are you laughing at again? Arthur asked back. I'm laughing at something ridiculous. Blood drinker Heber narrowed his eyes. Same, I'm laughing at something ridiculous too. Arthur's eyes narrowed slightly. Looking at the appearance of the Nanlos medium, blood drinker Heber always felt that something was wrong. Almost subconsciously, the demigod wanted to temporarily distance himself. But, it was too late. In its field of vision, a hint of blood red appeared in the eyes of the young Nanlos medium. That was the symbol of a member of the blood clan. Heber could recognize the blood drinker. But how could the Nanlos medium be a member of the blood clan? Subconsciously, the demigod looked at Arthur's left hand that was not holding the sword. That hand was not only tucked into the sleeve, but also covered by the body. The demigod could not see everything clearly. However, the demigod was certain that the finger of that hand must be wearing the blood of doting. The demigod did not know where the young Nanlos medium got the blood of doting from. I don't know why it didn't sense the incomplete blood-sucking ancestor. After all, these are not important. What's important is, this demigod wants to know, how did the Nanlos medium find it? It was hidden perfectly. Why? Why could the Nanlos medium in front of him find it? With reluctance, this demigod spoke. How did you know? Arthur smiled. He answered as a matter of course. I'm a medium. Hearing such a matter-of-fact statement, blood drinker Heber was speechless. Or it could be said that it was reduced to ashes, and could not refute it at all. Arthur would not tell him that the quick exit of blood descendant was just some speculation in his heart. For a suspicious guy like Arthur, since blood drinker Heber distorted his weakness, causing the conditions to change. Would the distortion be greater? Change the conditions a little more. For example, add the blood family. After all, the final result will not change, so why not make the conditions that can be changed more stringent? With this premise, Arthur will certainly be more careful. After blood descendants left the stage, he asked his dog to bring him doting blood. This is just in case. Even if it is wrong, what's the big deal? But what if it is right? Arthur lowered his head and looked at the gradually dissipating ashes. Then, his eyes turned to the spider claw in his hand. A cold and hot feeling emerged from the bottom of his heart. The outside was ice. The inside was wrapped in flames. In just a moment, Arthur's eyes changed. in the luxurious manner. Handsome young men and women were arguing, playing with him like a doll. Enough. We don't need those extra conditions. If it weren't for the Marquis's interest in the port's management rights, you wouldn't have become my wife. The young man impatiently stopped his wife from speaking. Humph. Do you think I would have married a 30-year-old blood clan like you who can't even enter the ranks if the Marquis hadn't come to visit and expressed his sincerity? The beautiful wife said, as she bared her teeth fiercely. The sharp teeth, like a wolfhound, represent the status of the blood clan. The scarlet shadow that appeared faintly behind him further indicated his wife's identity as an enterer. Faced with the scarlet shadow, the young and handsome man retreated again and again. This caused his wife to laugh at him. The angry husband rushed out of the door. Only the idle wife was left. Dressing up their son? It was fun just now. Now? Without that guy to ridicule, everything became boring. It would be better to find a male servant to play some games. Heber, put on your clothes, Boots. Remember to tie your bow tie nicely. If you can't do it, I will lock you up with those blood pigs. Faced with his mother's words, Heber acted quickly. He didn't want to be locked up with the blood pigs. But in the end, he messed up. The 3 fingers that were broken by his mother last night made it impossible for him to really tie a bow tie. He was not taken to the banquet. After being slapped twice by his father, he was still locked up with the blood pigs. Those women who provided fresh blood for the blood clan, they are called blood pigs. Most of them are girls who have made mistakes. A few are girls bought at a high price. He and a girl, Elizabeth, who was bought, were locked in the greenhouse. In order to ensure the deliciousness of blood, the living environment of blood pigs is not bad, and the food is also very high quality, even if it is mainly vegetarian. But many people think that blood pigs can enjoy such treatment before death. They should be thankful. However, this does not include Elizabeth. Elizabeth does not want to die. So, Elizabeth kidnapped Heber. The girl thought that Heber, as the son of a big man, could buy her a way out. But it's a pity. Heber's parents wished he would die. Chapter 784. With Heber's familiarity with the manor, Elizabeth successfully got a horse. They won't care about my life or death. If you want to escape, it's better to go alone. A horse with 2 people can't run fast. Heber's kind advice was not taken seriously by Elizabeth. In the eyes of the girl, this was just a trick of the young nobleman in front of her to get rid of her. So, she glared fiercely at the young nobleman, who looked only 7 or 8 years old. Get on the horse. At the command, Heber, who was accustomed to obeying, got on the horse. Elizabeth also got on the horse. The 2 of them escaped from the manor miraculously. This seemed incredible to Heber. The guards of the manor were not just those on the surface, not to mention the secret guards. But they really got out like this. Not only did they escape from the manor, but they also escaped from his family's territory. However, the initial success did not make Elizabeth relax. The girl took the young nobleman on the journey day and night. After 3 days, Elizabeth finally relaxed. Can you find your way home? The young nobleman asked. The young nobleman shook his head repeatedly. Very good. Since you can find your way home, let's say goodbye here. After saying that, the young nobleman got on his horse and left. The young nobleman was left standing in the wilderness, looking around in confusion. Until dark, the young nobleman did not leave the spot. He really didn't know where to go. Go home. In his heart, he didn't want to go back. The moon gradually rose. The girl came back with injuries. The girl was very surprised to see him still there. You didn't go home? Just a question, followed by a long silence. Obviously, the girl thought of the fact that the young nobleman appeared in the pigsty. As if to eliminate her embarrassment, the girl immediately said, I have good news for you. To make you happy. The bloody Marquis and his wife hunted down the family that their son was about to be engaged to. It seems that it was because the lady who was about to get engaged humiliated their son. You are so lucky you didn't go to that banquet. Otherwise, you who are so stupid would probably be executed, along with your family. Listening to the girl's words, the eyes of the young nobleman lit up. Executed along with his family? This is really great. He had enough of this family. He hated his parents even more. If they could die together, it would really be great. Silently, the young nobleman remembered the name of the blood Marquis. Although his parents had mentioned the Marquis more than once, this time the young nobleman remembered it. The girl did not notice the young nobleman's abnormality, and was still looking for topics to eliminate the embarrassment. Do you know about demon hunters? I want to be a demon hunter. Only in this way can I kill you, Blood Clan. Of course, you who are stupid will definitely survive, but like those bastards who kill innocent people with a bloody ritual from time to time, I must kill them. I just don't know where those demon hunters are. Under the night, the two talked a lot. Most of the time, it was the girl who talked, and the young nobleman listened. When it was dawn, the girl rode away on horseback. The young nobleman went home. He remembered the way home. And after he went home, his parents still didn't come back. Obviously, the matter of the Blood Marquis slaughtering the Branch family, far more serious than imagined. And this also made him feel relieved. At least, there was no need to explain. A week later, his parents came back. They did not find the blood pig escaping. They just scolded him for leaving the pigsty at will. His legs were broken, and he was thrown into the pigsty again, and had to stay there for a year. This was his punishment for leaving the pigsty at will. Such punishment became more severe in the following year. Why should I eat with my right hand? After his right hand was broken. Why did he eat with his left hand? After both hands were broken. Why didn't he eat with his hands? His father and mother bullied him as if he were a toy. And his punishment time was changed from 1 year to 200 years. He knew that under normal circumstances, he would never be able to leave the pigsty alive. So, he ran away. He escaped from the family manor, and went straight to the Blood Marquis manor, where he wanted to assassinate the Blood Marquis. Naturally, he failed. He was caught before he even approached the Blood Marquis. After hearing his reason for assassination, the Blood Marquis asked him with great interest whether he wanted to truly master the power, and use his own power to kill his parents. Without hesitation, he nodded and agreed. After that, the Blood Marquis began to teach him not only the secret arts of the Blood Clan, but also the secret arts of the Psychic Order, and let him watch the diagram of the Blood Road. Not only the diagram of the entry level, but also the diagram of the ascending level. He was confused, but he absorbed this knowledge like a sponge. He knew he wanted to kill his parents. Sizzle! Sizzle! He wanted to kill the Blood Marquis. Sizzle! Sizzle! No, kill his parents! Sizzle! Sizzle! A strong electric current sound appeared in his memory, making the picture suddenly filled with a strange distortion. Arthur, who was watching, frowned slightly. Is this memory affected? Or is it because of the chain reaction caused by the previous memory deletion? Arthur guessed. Then, everything was normal again. But only the last scene remained. Do you think I will give in? He roared at the smiling Blood Marquis in front of him. Then, he used the distortion secret technique to break free from the Blood Marquis's restraints, and turned into blood mist, and disappeared on the spot. When Heber appeared again, the out-of-control twisted secret technique has turned him into her. Not only has his gender changed, even his personality has changed. She named herself Elizabeth. She is ready to take revenge with the most vicious means. So, she is going to find a demon hunter who can deal with the Blood Clan. The memory stops here. The strong sound of electricity appears again. It is several times stronger than before. When everything stops, the Blood Marquis appeared in front of Elizabeth again. A healthy child. Get out of here. Don't touch my child. Elizabeth blocked the child behind her. But the next moment, she was grabbed by the neck by the Blood Marquis. Of course I don't need this child, I need you, my dear Heber. You will never know how important you are to me. Whispering softly, the Blood Marquis seemed to have discovered something and began to look around. At this time, the sound of electricity appeared again. No! It was not the sound of electricity anymore. It was thunder. Boom! In an instant, Arthur's memory completely disappeared. He once again appeared outside the Port of Pulte in the Inhas territory. He could feel the softness of the ground under his feet through his boots. And the slight flicker of death intuition. What a terrible Blood Marquis. Can you detect it in your memory? Such power. Arthur frowned. Then, he immediately cleared his mind. As he thought about the Blood Marquis, the flashing frequency of death intuition began to speed up. In order to completely forget about it, Arthur immediately shifted his attention. Fortunately, this was not difficult for Arthur now. He lowered his head again, looking at the spider claw in his hand, which had changed drastically. Huh? Chapter 785 Rest and Renovation in Port Pulte. Originally, the blade and hilt of the spider's claw were both black. At this moment, a hint of scarlet appeared from the edge of the blade, especially the red streak in the middle of the sword's spine, which was like the narrowed eyes of a fierce beast. The silver-white weight became crystal clear, like a colorless crystal, and the guard suddenly became larger, and sharp barbs expanded irregularly outward, just like the teeth of a fierce beast. Under the moonlight, when the black and red colors intertwined, an unprecedented sense of weirdness emerged. When Arthur slightly turned the hilt of the sword, the blade also turned, the red on the sword's spine flowed. It was as if the beast opened its eyes, and even an extremely terrifying roar appeared in the ear, and finally turned into an evil whisper. Huh? Arthur gently swung the sword. There was no discomfort. No. To be precise, it was too suitable. It was like a complete part of himself. The next moment, a large amount of text began to appear. Name: Spider Blood Claw. Type: sword weapon. Quality: legend. Requirement: Arthur Kratos. Attribute: 1. Sharp blade. 2. Light body. 3. Bloodthirsty fang. 4. Poison bag. 5. Evil whisper. 6. Blood mist spirit. 7. God-killing nature. Note: this is a long sword used by an assassin. This assassin has great ambitions. When he forged this long sword, he had the idea of challenging the gods. In the assassin's mind, even the legendary gods cannot escape his assassination. However, he overestimated himself. After assassinating 2 West Coast generals, his assassin career and life came to an end. But this sword did not. The little girl with the orange cat thought the sword was pretty good, so she threw it away. Finally, it was picked up by a soldier. The soldier did not show off, but hid it silently, preparing to take it out and make a fortune after the war. Unfortunately, the soldier died in the war. This sword was obtained by a farmer. The farmer exchanged it for 6 pancakes and a jar of honey. He was very happy. He was happy to have luck. It appeared in the hands of Lady Longnight and was given to you. It fulfilled its instilled obsession in your hands. No, that was already its wish. It killed the demigod blood drinker Heber in your hands. It fulfilled its wish. It was promoted. It has become different. But it is your sword, and always be loyal to you. Sharp blade. Its sharpness can easily pierce, cut through any fine gold, mithril, and other special armors. When facing a protective force field, any force field below the level of ascending will be shattered by it with one sword. When facing a force field of the first, second, and third levels of ascending, the power of the sword holder can also be used as an auxiliary to cut through the force field. When reaching the 4th level of ascending, the special effect of the sharp blade will lose its effect. Lightness. It is not only much easier than ordinary weapons, it allows you to swing effortlessly. And it also gives you a certain degree of lightness effect, making you more agile and gaining extraordinary lightness. Even if you fall from the air, you will not be damaged. When you walk across the water, you will not fall like a feather. Bloodthirsty fang. The upgraded blade and special blood group make it impossible for the opponent's wound to heal itself. Secret medicine and special treatment methods must be used to heal it. The blood flowing out of the wound will be absorbed by the sword's spine, healing your wounds and restoring your physical strength. Poison bag. The unwillingness and resentment of the souls of the creatures you killed will be transformed into the most vicious curse power and stored in this counterweight. When you need it, as long as the poison bag is full, you can launch a howl of the resentful soul, causing an instant death attack to the creatures with a physical strength and spirituality below 5 within a radius of 300 meters with you as the center. When the creature under attack meets one of the conditions, it will be seriously injured. Only when both conditions are met can it be truly immune. Evil whisper. The strong wind brought by the swing of the long sword is filled with twisted whispers. The enemy will continue to suffer mental shocks. Initially judged as spirituality 5. But as time goes by, the judgment will gradually increase until it reaches the height of your spirituality. Blood mist spirit. It can turn into a ball of blood mist to follow you or hide beside you. In the blood mist form, the spider blood claw is immune to most physical attacks, and can release entry-level corrosion. God-killing nature. In your hands, after having a god-killing experience, the spider blood claw has built up unprecedented confidence. Even when facing gods, it will not tremble, and can still look directly at those gods and face them with the sword. Is this a legendary weapon? Arthur looked at the spider blood claw in his hand. Although it is only one word different from spider claw, its power is really different. Not to mention sharp blade. Ignores the defense under the stairs. Bloodthirsty fang. Alone makes Arthur feel more secure. Among the various concepts of the young Nanlo's psychic, being besieged is always the most common one. Before, he always had to design some ways to save energy. Now, he can use the most economical method of exchanging injuries for lives. Not to mention Evil Whisper. As long as the time is long enough, you can really drag the opponent into your own rhythm. And Venomous Bag? It completely makes Arthur not have to worry about the human wave tactics. As for God-killing nature? Very good. He will try it. And now, Arthur prefers Blood Mist Spirit. With a thought in his heart, Spider Blood Claw disappeared in Arthur's hand and was hidden in Arthur's shadow in an imperceptible manner. At this time, the Marquis Inhas on the opposite side finally woke up completely. The shadow of Count Bernaken disappeared in the true sense with the appearance of the blood drinker Heber before. At this moment, there was no movement. It was obviously reducing consumption. You killed it? The Marquis was very surprised, and his nasolabial folds trembled a little. Of course, after all, Count Bernaken showed considerable sincerity. And me? Always believe in fairness. Arthur's mouth curled up. His face was full of humility. Marquis Inhas frowned. There is no doubt that the feelings of the Marquis towards the old Earl are extremely complicated. The two are friends and opponents. And now? The two are almost indistinguishable from each other. This awkward feeling almost made the Marquis's sword body stand up. But deep in his heart, the Marquis is really grateful to the old Earl. The old Earl not only saved his life, but also gave him a path to move forward. In a sense, the latter far exceeded the life-saving grace. Therefore, the Marquis would not regret what the old Earl promised. However, facing Arthur who killed the blood drinker Heber, the Marquis hesitated, because he knew that Bernaken's deal was to expel rather than kill. But the Nanlos medium completed the killing. Moreover, the Nanlos medium also believed in fairness. This is a bit difficult, Marquis Inhas said in his heart. Arthur, who was watching all this, laughed out loud in his heart. This is really great. Chapter 786. As a qualified psychic, there will always be some temptation in the words. That is a professional instinct, and even more a survival instinct. Just like just now, Arthur met Marquis Inhas for the first time in a real sense. As for this Marquis, Arthur has observed him. But what does he look like? Who can know? People are complex, always beyond imagination. Even if Count Bernaken has already bet everything on this Marquis, it is still the same. Count Bernaken is Count Bernaken, Arthur is Arthur. The two are different. Not only in life goals, but also in positions. They are all different. So, Arthur tried from the beginning. And the result of the test? Satisfied. Very satisfied. Arthur saw the inner awkwardness and face of the Marquis Inhas. There is nothing happier than getting along with a person who cares about face. If there is, it must be that this person not only cares about face, but also awkward. For such a person, you don't need to say anything or do anything. If he owes you, he will definitely not be able to sleep well, and will definitely double it for you. It's just like the fat guy who seemed shameless when Arthur met him in his hometown. After treating him to a barbecue, the guy disappeared for 2 weeks, and then, when he appeared again, he treated him to 3 barbecues in a row. I'm short of money? You're kidding. I was a real rich man back then. I'm not bragging. I have to make dumplings for you if you're jealous. The fat man was chewing kidneys as an old man passed by the roadside. He suddenly said, I have collected all the bottles in the community for you. They are at the door of the basement in the corridor. Remember to get them. Okay, old man. You are really reliable. Let us play a game tomorrow afternoon. You have to give me a car. Otherwise I can't beat you. You are too good at chess. The fat man stood up and bowed, which was unbearable to watch. After a while, an old lady passed by. I've collected the paper shells in the community for you and put them at the south gate of the community. Remember to pick them up. Okay. Auntie, you really care about me. Before the square dance tomorrow morning, shall we do another set of Baudouin Jean? You taught me before. But I didn't remember all of it. I have a bad memory. If it weren't for your help, I don't know what would have happened. The fat man nodded and bowed again. And his appearance was even more unbearable. In short, I met 3 acquaintances during a barbecue. It's not bottles, paper, or walking the dog, or helping to bring water and buy cigarettes. Facing his surprise, the fat man was even more confident. What's wrong? Didn't the man say it was back then? Back then was back then. And now is now, the fat man said, with a look of desolation on his face. How is it now? Arthur couldn't help asking. Now? Everything is fine. My wife is in charge. When the fat man said this, he drank a sip of pure draft beer. He took a sip first, and then drank it all in one gulp. It was just an ordinary Touillon glass. But he felt free and easy, like drinking all the rivers and mountains. If it weren't for the crystal tears flashing in the corners of his eyes, everything would be perfect. Arthur didn't know what the fat man's life was like. But Arthur knew that this time, he didn't need to spend much effort. In fact, it was also the case that Marquis Innes had the family guards, and the guards of his retainers blocked this place. 1 viscount, 1 earl, 3 barons, and more than half of the 4 lords were dead. There is no doubt that this will cause a great disturbance in the entire Innes territory. It may even attract some attention. In response, the Marquis had a cold face. There was murderous intent in that cold face. Undoubtedly, the Marquis had already made up his mind to chop off anyone who dared to raise his claws at this time. Arthur did not doubt whether the Marquis could do it. The Innes territory seemed to have suffered heavy losses. But in fact, its strength had increased dramatically. The people below were gone. But the people above were still alive. Moreover, they were getting stronger. Without the people below, they could be cultivated slowly. The strength of the people above was something that could only be encountered by chance. There were just some things that needed to be explained. My Lord Marquis, there is one thing I need to tell you. Arthur told the Marquis of Innes what had happened outside Port Pulte, Devourer Imola. After hearing Arthur's explanation, the Marquis looked at Arthur with a strange look, as if he was looking at a mobile disaster. It has nothing to do with me. It's Grace, a hamlet of the Inner Bay, who is causing trouble. Arthur immediately passed the buck. Although Arthur was not sure of Grace Hamlet's specific role in this matter, he could roughly guess it. This little lion of the Inner Bay was not a broad-minded person. After what happened at the Dorted port in West Berlin, the other party really wanted him dead. So, with the help of the Lady of Pain, would the other party encourage the young nobles of Innes territory? The answer is yes. Maybe. The other party will make a big bet. However, no matter what, the other party must have participated. And this kind of participation must leave traces. These traces are enough. Marquis Innes faced Arthur, who was so sure. He raised his hand immediately. Immediately, more than a dozen secret guards left the scene without making a sound. Rory Burton. Marquis Innes whispered the names of his 2 sons twice, then he shook his head silently. Arthur was sure that the Marquis must have noticed the little actions of his 2 sons. However, because of his feelings, the Marquis did not take any action. He just found Rocker. The Marquis hoped to use Rocker to stimulate his 2 sons. But the effect was not great. The other party wanted a qualified heir, and wanted the brothers to be harmonious. But is this possible? When the family was divided, a basin could make them bleed. It was difficult for ordinary families to do this, not to mention such a noble family. This is what awkward people are like. Arthur remained silent appropriately. Even if the Marquis asked his men to bring 2 horses, the 2 rode on horseback, entered Port Pulte, and entered the Marquis's castle. It was the same. Similar to the castle of the Marquis of West Berlin. The castle of Marquis Innes is also full of the style of the Silver Age, with towering walls and arrow towers, the moat gurgling under the drawbridge, and unknown fish with sharp teeth in the river. Cross the drawbridge, corridor, pass through the hall, back garden, and then enter the core of the Innes family. The study. According to the agreement between you and that old bastard, everything in here is yours. And some of my personal collections. As he spoke, Marquis Innes opened the door to the secret room in the study, took off a ring on his left index finger, and placed it in front of Arthur. But Arthur didn't really look at the ring, because his peripheral vision was completely attracted by a protruding corner in the secret room. It was a huge horn. Chapter 787. This horn is very big. From the outside of the secret room, just a part of it is enough to block most of the vision of the people outside the door, making it impossible for people to see the rest of the items inside the door clearly. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the moment he saw this horn, Arthur's spirituality became excited, making him see a giant dragon. The red dragon soared into the sky. The scales on its body flashed with a luster like magma. When it raises its head, it is invincible. When it lowers its head, it exhales flames and wailing, heat and death. It was once the theme song of an era, and it was also the symbol of that era. It was active in the Golden Age, which was far beyond the emergence of the human empire. Its descendants respectfully called it the wings of blazing flame. People of that era called it the disaster of flame. in the war between dragons and elves. It even blocked wave after wave of attacks from the High Elves alone. It bought precious time for the Dragon's Elders meeting held on Dragon Island. Even though it was seriously injured, a team consisting of double-bladed dark elves, hammer dwarves, cunning dwarves, and treacherous humans raided it. Its blood flowed all over the Delsat fortress. Its horn was even pierced off by the treacherous human with a spear. It fled from the Delsat fortress wailing. It will definitely come back. It wants revenge. At this moment, its chance has come. Arthur did not touch the dragon horn, but he had already felt so much. The young Nanlos medium could not help but exclaimed, "The collection of the Inhas family really surprised me. Such exaggeration is not water. Arthur is completely sincere, and from the heart." Dragon horn. One of the important base materials for his promotion to the steppes. It is also a base material that has long been extinct in the world. Originally, Arthur wanted to ask Grandma Susan to see if there is such a thing in the treasury of the Countess of Nanlos. For the collection of the nobles, Arthur was quite confident. Others don't have it. But I do this mentality is fully reflected in the nobles. In fact, it is not wrong. Before he really asked the Countess of Nanlos, he found it in the treasure house of Marquis Inhas. I still underestimated the nobles. As the rulers of an era, their wealth is beyond imagination. Arthur thought in his heart, looking at Marquis Inhas, who was slightly proud. Facing Arthur's praise, the Marquis straightened his back and said directly, "This is what my grandfather, the ancestor who founded the Inhas family, obtained during an adventure. At that time, it was a laboratory of the Holy See. It once belonged to a cardinal. But the cardinal went further and further on the road of playing with little boys. Moreover, he also pursued immortality. He hoped to use the boys' flesh and blood and organs to help himself. He found a notebook in the Mist Tower that used young flesh and blood organs to replace his own flesh and blood organs, and thus obtain a way of immortality. He was so overwhelmed that he tried it immediately. The experiment was successful, but his strength was only 1/10 of that under the new flesh and blood organs. In the end, it became the laboratory of the evil wizard. At least that is the name. In the end, I was conquered by my grandfather." Marquis Inhas gave a general explanation. When talking about what the cardinal did, the Marquis had a look of disdain on his face. Arthur agreed with this. It is unknown when the corruption of the Holy Age began, but most people think it started when the bishop's strange habits were discovered. They are all doomed, aren't they? Arthur said with a smile. Arthur was sincerely happy to have accidentally obtained the dragon horn. Yes, they are all doomed. Marquis Inhas nodded, and then immediately said, "After acquiring this collection, my grandfather also wanted to create an amazing piece of equipment. But the dragon's will on it was too strong. My grandfather was sure he could tame it. But he couldn't find a craftsman who could tame it. My father was like this. And so am I. It will probably become a decoration." The Marquis told the fate of this item. Arthur smiled and agreed. In the medium study, how about an extra dragon horn? Of course. Including the things inside. And the things inside are all yours. Marquis Inhas nodded very straightforwardly. For the Marquis, although these things are precious, compared with his own life and path, what are they? Looking at Marquis Inhas, who was still normal despite his test, Arthur walked into the secret room calmly. The young Nanlos medium wanted to see if there were any items worth paying attention to in the secret room. It turns out that luck always has a time limit. The Nanlos medium, who had just been favored, was not favored at this time. In the secret room of Marquis Inhas's house, besides the dragon horn, there were some secret materials and scrolls, but none of them were what Arthur needed. However, its value was quite high, and Arthur decided to buy it. In addition, there were many gems, gold. Arthur will also decide. After all, this is what he deserves. As for the hypocrisy of just taking the dragon's horn and exchanging it for a few words of praise, Arthur will not buy it. As for the relationship between the two sides, isn't it friendly enough now? As long as there is value, and there is an interest exchange between the two sides, then they can continue to be friendly. On the contrary, favors exchanged for hypocritical praise are the least valuable. Once an accident occurs, if an outsider shows malice towards you, and is willing to pay some compensation, then the person who praised you before is the sharpest knife stabbing you. Because you are kind. Because you are easy to bully. Kind people are easy to bully, so they suffer more bullying. Ridiculous? Yes, it is ridiculous. But it is the fact. When a woman who has no power to resist swallows the bullying of a bully, a good person stands up. But then, he was betrayed by this woman. Until his death, the good man didn't understand why he was clearly helping that woman. But why did she betray him? Many people couldn't figure it out either. So, many people died in obscurity. Arthur understood. So, he put the horn in his pocket, in addition to the dragon's horn. There are 73 valuable secret materials, 131 secret scrolls, 6 of which can reach the entry level. There are about 50,000 gold coins. There are about 100 gems of all kinds. Arthur estimated silently. Then, the young Nanlos medium looked at the ring. He knew that the more valuable ones were inside. After carefully checking to make sure there were no problems, Arthur picked up the ring. Then, surprise flashed in his eyes. Chapter 788. When his finger touched the ring, Arthur saw information flashing in front of his eyes. Name, Ms. Abel's warehouse. Type, other items. Quality, epic. Attributes, 1, space, 2, constant temperature, 3, solid, 4, alert. Note, in the middle of the Silver Age, the alchemist Ms. Abel truly completed the magic wand fighting technique, and then turned his attention to the ring that was originally refined. For this ring named Abel's medicine box, the lady did not intend to modify it. She needed this box to store the freshest potions and keep them active. At the same time, she also needed a space that was large enough to hold them. So, she thought that she should have a warehouse. And this is the origin of Ms. Abel's warehouse. For the base material of this warehouse, Ms. Abel cooperated with the prestigious Nanlos family, helped them improve some medicines. However, in the face of the Nanlos family's retention, the lady hesitated. Staying in one place for a long time will make me exhausted, the lady always said so. Space. This is a 10m times 10m times 10m space. Constant temperature. This space has a low temperature. Strong. Its strength is far beyond imagination. The attack of the high-level climbers cannot destroy it. Warning. You who wear this ring, facing anyone who is greedy for this ring, I will be very sensitive. Note 1. The space cannot contain any more space props. Note 2. The space cannot contain living things. Note 3. Ms. Abel's warehouse is constant at 7G at this moment. There are 2,000 gold coins inside. Violent Bear Ball X1. Severe Injury Healing Potion X10. Medium Injury Healing Potion X30. Minor Injury Healing Potion X100. Severe Injury Healing Scroll X10. Scrolls for healing moderate injuries X30. Scrolls for healing minor injuries X100. Statue of the Healer X1. Marquis Einhaz's space props are bigger than Arthur imagined. 1,000 cubic meters. This volume has already surprised Arthur. Not to mention, this space ring comes from Ms. Abel. The lady has a very friendly relationship with the Nanlos family. In Arthur's original guess, the lady should spend her old age in the Nanlos family. But this ring told Arthur that maybe this lady had stayed in South Los for a long time. But she should have chosen to leave in the end. What a freedom-loving lady. Arthur admired this lady in his heart. That kind of admiration was really expressed in her appearance. After all, if she didn't love freedom, how could she have obtained the bear of the violent bear? Arthur thought about this bear of the violent bear, and roughly understood it. It should have been prepared by Marquis Einhaz for his son. After ordinary people take the bile of the violent bear, as long as they don't explode and die, they will enter the Arcanal level. And if someone who has awakened spirituality takes it, the effect will be even more significant. If there is a magician to cooperate in refining secret medicine, it will achieve a certain extreme effect. Thinking about this clearly, Arthur looked at the healing potions and healing scrolls. And then, doubts appeared in his eyes. According to common sense, there may be healing potions here, scrolls. But they shouldn't be all. There should be at least some other types of scrolls, for emergencies. Obviously Marquis Einhaz, who had been watching here, noticed the doubts of the young Nanlos medium. I only have swords. Marquis Einhaz's palms gently rested on the hilts of his 2 swords, and the deep wrinkles on his face revealed unspeakable pride and pride. The sword body of the Einhaz family, the first and most important step, just believe in yourself and the sword in your hand. Arthur showed respect and understanding for this. But he would never do that. Who knows? What will I encounter? Arthur thought, and put on the Ms. Abel's warehouse. And then, he put everything in the secret room except the dragon horn into it. This was really easy for Ms. Abel's warehouse. And the dragon horn? It requires a process. I will stay here. In the name of the sword in my hand, you will never be disturbed by anyone. Marquis Ines said and turned around. Arthur certainly did not believe in the name of the sword. But Arthur believed more in the power of the contract. With the constraints of the contract, the Count Bernacan was enough to let Marquis Ines understand what to do and what not to do. Huh? Arthur took a deep breath, raised his hand, and placed it on the dragon horn. Then, the scene in front of me suddenly changed. Wind. Strong wind. The strong wind from above blew off the roofs of the houses around. The horses screamed miserably, and the knights on their backs were swept into the air, and then fell heavily. Everyone screamed in fear, wailed, and begged. They screamed, grieved for their deceased relatives, grieved for their own fate. Their wails were louder, and they hoped that this disaster would have some mercy. They knelt on the ground, begging the disaster to spare them. Unfortunately, it was useless. The red dragon named Flame Disaster raged in the sky, with flames billowing, burning everything it could see. Because of anger, it was ambushed by those low-level creatures. Not only did it lose one of its horns, its body, wings, and claws were all injured to varying degrees. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. How dare you? The defeat of the Delsat fortress made the Flame Disaster need to vent. So it came here. It wanted to attract those despicable guys to come here. It wanted to avenge its previous shame. Then, it saw a hint of depth. The depth in the panic became darker and more obvious. Are you one of them? The different temperament made the Flame Disaster stare at Arthur instantly. Arthur was slightly surprised. He thought the illusion he entered was similar to the disaster of flame in the fortress of Delsat, where he would challenge part of the dragon's consciousness. Who knew? It was somewhere else. Is it because it was so unforgettable there? Once you appear there, the so-called double-blade dark elf, hammer dwarf, cunning dwarf, treacherous human group you mentioned will appear there, destroying your last respectability? Arthur guessed. Shut up. The roar that suddenly sounded in the air proved Arthur right without a doubt. Arthur, who was originally very excited, also became bored with the roar. He raised his head and looked at the 100-meter figure swooping down, whimpering softly in his mouth. There is only one disaster in the world, that is death, that is me. Chapter 789. Arthur groaned silently, and the death aura rolled back. The bodies that were lifted into the air by the dragon's wings, and then fell to the ground. The bodies that wailed in the flames, and turned into charred charcoal. And, trampling, falling into endless fear, completely at a loss, running around like headless flies, the old men, children, women who eventually died in this chaos. They and their unwillingness, at this time, there is a confession. Arthur is willing to listen. Arthur is willing to help them. They take revenge. All they need to do is send out their death energy. Then, what else is there to hesitate about? Whoosh! A strong wind suddenly appeared. It was a wind composed entirely of death energy. It was the true wind of death. This wind is cold and lifeless. This wind is gray and endless. This wind rapped the red dragon. Roar! Ah! Angry roar. Then, there was only a continuous scream. The existence called Flame Disaster was like a bomber that was hit by a fuel tank, tumbling and falling to the ground, passing by Arthur. Such power. You are not human. You are the son of death. You are? The voice stopped abruptly. Arthur did not hear the rest of the words. He had already appeared in the private treasure room of Marquis Ines. Arthur's expression was normal. He did not change or become impatient at all, because the words of Flame Disaster were not finished. Because Arthur knew very well what the other party wanted to say. It was nothing more than about his talent. He knew that. He also knew that the illusion just now was also completely completed by the residual consciousness of Flame Disaster. The degree of reality surprised Arthur. The power of Flame Disaster at that time was definitely far beyond the power of the initial step up. At least mid-level, maybe even high-level ascender power. From this, the strength of the dual-blade dark elf, hammer dwarf, cunning dwarf, treacherous human group is also extremely strong. They are definitely not unknown people. Perhaps some legends he had read were based on the four people. Thinking of this, Arthur looked at the dragon horn in front of him, which was 5 meters high, and at its thickest part. It took 2 people to hold it together. Name, dragon horn complete. Type, special base material. Quality, epic. Attribute, extension. Remarks, blazing wings, also known as the disaster of flame. This is a complete dragon horn, which contains the power that belongs only to dragons. After all, for dragons, The horn is their crown. Once the crown is damaged or lost, they will never reach the pinnacle of dragons in their lifetime. Extension. The dragon horn has a very special and excellent ductility. It can be used as a base material for weapons and armor, as well as a base material for potions and rituals. The specific situation depends on how the user needs to use it. Of course, no matter whether it is alchemy, enchantment, or potion, the user must have superb skills to match it. Otherwise it will only waste its magic. Is this the dragon horn that can be used to make the base material of the god-killing spear? Arthur stroked the dragon horn that looked like a pillar, muttering to himself. The dragon horn is not as rough as it looks, but it is smooth to the touch. It felt like touching fine pebbles. But the stiffness was far beyond that. God-killing spear? That kind of thing is just a trick. If you can become a true dragon slayer, then becoming a god-killer is not difficult. Marquis Ines commented on the side. When talking about tricks, the Marquis showed disdain in his eyes. In response, Arthur still smiled. This was naturally another test by Nalos' medium. Being able to find out a person's true temperament through some trivial matters, for Arthur, it was really a good deal. God-killing spear was a weapon loved by the elves during the Golden Age, especially the lords of the High Elves, who were proud to own a god-killing spear, because it represented brilliant military exploits. The Golden Age was an extremely long period before the establishment of the Empire. According to statistics from later scholars of the Empire, this era lasted about 2,000 to 3,000 years. During this long era, 99% of the time, the protagonists were high elves and dragons. The two sides fought endlessly. You were the king for a while. I was the hegemon for a while. It was an endless cycle. At that time, both the high elves and dragons thought that everything would continue like this. But that 1% of time was seized by humans. Humans built their own empire. The proud high elves were expelled. The powerful dragons that were as powerful as gods were slaughtered. What was left? Only the god-killing spear. There were 13 god-killing spears recorded in the early days of the empire. These 13 god-killing spears were obtained by the high elves at the cost of countless manpower and material resources, and the sacrifice of hundreds of thousands of people. But what was the use of getting them? They were just exhibits? No high elf would use such glory. This is putting the cart before the horse in the eyes of the imperial people. It is a manifestation of extreme vanity. Therefore, god-killing spear quickly changed from honor to ridicule. And among the current nobles, many people maintain this sarcastic attitude. Of course, there are also some nobles who think that a god-killing spear can be called an honor. However, most nobles do not have the opportunity to obtain such an honor. The 13 god-killing spears in the early days of the empire were gradually lost. Until now, the only place that can be clearly recorded is Sidian Castle, which is in the treasure house of the Yaojin family. However, the god-killing spear has long been renamed the Yaojin spear. According to rumors, the Yaojin spear has saved the Yaojin family several times at the most critical moments. The Yaojin family was able to rule Sidian Castle because of the Yaojin spear. The specific deeds, Arthur has studied it. Basically, whenever the Yaojin family falls into danger, it may be internal strife, it may be external enemies, there will always be a man of destiny who stands up, gains the recognition of the Yaojin gun, and saves the entire family. In this regard, Arthur simply thinks that the Yaojin family is gilding itself. It is a way of using legends to maintain its rule. However, Arthur does not despise it. Making the best use of things is the style of psychics. Of course, in front of Marquis Ines, the medium was extremely flexible. That's right. Only when you are strong. You are truly strong. The rest are just minor details, Arthur said. This statement was naturally recognized by Marquis Ines. The Marquis's nasolabial folds were about to stretch. The Marquis immediately gave Arthur a guarantee. Tomorrow, when the Orient appears in Port Pulte, it will receive the most grand welcome. Chapter 790. When Marquis Ines's carriage brought Arthur back, there was another commotion on the Orient. The family emblem of the double swords was too conspicuous. Especially on this land, even more so. Because it represents the will of the owner of this land. And the hundreds of cavalrymen in uniform behind him made the people around understand that the owner of this land can still carry out his will. Not only after dawn, the most grand welcome ceremony on the Orient. Even if Arthur was sent back, it was the same. In fact, if too many things happened tonight, the Marquis Ines would definitely hope that Arthur could stay and practice by candlelight. For Arthur's swordsmanship, the Marquis had an incomparable passion. And even if he couldn't see such swordsmanship immediately, the Marquis invited Arthur to wait until everything was settled, and practice with him. Arthur was helpless about this. Once the medium-S sword is unsheathed, it will be accompanied by disaster. And I don't want the disaster to spread in the Ainhas territory. But if I don't show my true strength to face you, I have no chance of winning. And this will be the greatest insult to you. Hearing Arthur's words, the Marquis immediately raised the standard of escorting Arthur back by one level. The Marquis thought Arthur was a good person. A good man with his own persistence. Just like him. In the world before him, there is no word confidant. However, this Marquis believes that Arthur can be his best friend. Because Arthur understands him. Sir Kratos, I wish you a good dream. The knight who escorted Arthur back said so. The cavalrymen around the knight put the rich food and drinks on the boat, and sent them all to the Orient. Of course. Please also pay attention to safety. I can sense that there are guys with bad intentions hiding in the dark. Please tell Marquis Ainhas to be careful. Arthur warned. Faced with such a warning, the knight did not dare to neglect it, and nodded repeatedly. The knight in front of him had experienced the battle with the blood drinker Heber with Marquis Ainhas before. This knight had seen the weirdness of the blood drinker, and the magic of Arthur. Then the strange blood drinker was killed by Arthur with one sword. If it's not a miracle, what is it? Adding to the instructions of Marquis Ainhas, the knight, who was already respectful to Arthur, became even more respectful. I will definitely convey it to you, the knight said, and saluted again before getting on the horse and leaving. Arthur watched him, and the cavalry disappear. This knight acted as the chief guard of Marquis Ainhas. For Marquis Ainhas, who had the paranoid idea that self-strength is the real strength, auxiliary roles such as the chief guard, the chief swordsman, and the chief hunter are not needed. If he did not really need to manage this land, the Marquis might prefer to stay there with two swords. After all, in the view of the Marquis, the pursuit of self-strength is the happiest. However, the land left by his grandfather and father also needs to be inherited. Therefore, the Marquis chose a way that suits him. After the escort team went away, Arthur boarded the boat. The one rowing the boat was Albert, the first mate of the Orient. The captain of the Orient, Barry, was naturally with the young first mate. At this moment, both of them were looking at Arthur with respect. The previous sword had long been engraved in the depths of their souls. The grace of that sword would never be forgotten by both of them until they died. And now the courtesy of Marquis Ainhas seemed natural to them. Marquis Ainhas was very powerful. But how could he be as good as his boss? Arthur felt the two people's tangible respect. The young Nanlos medium certainly would not explain. It is always a good thing for subordinates to respect him. Moreover, he did not mind raising the bar a little more. Send these foods and drinks to the kitchen. And let our chefs prepare some exquisite dishes for our guests as a token of my apology. They were frightened just now. It was my momentary pity that caused them unnecessary fright. I thought it would retreat when it saw the difficulty. Arthur sighed as he spoke. Boss, how can you be blamed for this? Your kindness is beyond doubt. If anyone is to blame, it should be the cruelty of the monster. Old Barry said immediately. Yes. Boss, you don't need to do this at all. The young first mate nodded repeatedly while rowing, with more respect in his eyes. For Albert, what could be better than his boss being a strong man? That is naturally because the strong boss is kind. Is that so? Arthur said, and stood at the bow without saying anything. After the short distance, when Arthur boarded the Orient, he spoke again. Prepare some of those foods and drinks for our crew members. Of course, those on duty are not allowed to drink. If I find out, I will make him swim to the inner bay during the next journey. Such slightly teasing words immediately attracted laughter from the crew members around. Amidst the laughter, Arthur continued with a smile. However, if the guy who is not on duty today can move enough cargo, I will reward him with a bottle of wine from the collection of the Marquis of Ainhas. Believe me, it is absolutely delicious. With just one sentence, the crew around him immediately took action. Everyone rushed to the deck. Even the guests were eager to try it. You know, that is the collection of wine from a marquis. It must be priceless. Arthur saw it and said again. As guests, if you are lucky enough, you can also get a bottle of Barry. Invite the guests to the banquet hall. When the food is served, we can organize a lottery. The person whose name is drawn can also get a bottle of Marquis Ainhas' wine. As for the rest, of course, they are all mine. I think you don't mind. Right? Of course. You are generous enough. Thank you. Amidst all the compliments, Arthur walked towards the observation deck with a smile on his face, and then he went straight to the room that originally belonged to Lucius, Eula, and Joe. After the three of them left, there was no one here, which was very suitable as a reception room for those who were not very close. And in the reception room now, there were already guests waiting. Outside this first-class cabin, old John was guarding. Looking at Arthur coming, the old pirate immediately bowed his head respectfully, hiding the shock in his eyes compared to the ignorant crowd. The old pirate knew very well what the existence that Arthur had just killed with a sword was. The devourer Imola. It was a being called God. Such a being was killed by Arthur with a sword. Then he would never be his opponent in his life. That kind of power was like a mountain and a sea. And after seeing it, he could not help but surrender. At this moment, the old pirate felt a wave of inexplicable feelings in his heart. The old pirate did not think about his contract anymore. He just felt that. It seemed that this was not bad, but immediately, a feeling of unwillingness surged in his heart again. The old pirate lowered his head and thought he was hiding, but Arthur saw it clearly. Arthur was not in a hurry. After all, hadn't they reached the inner bay yet? Now, he needed to deal with more important things at hand. After nodding slightly at the old pirate, Arthur pushed the door open and walked in. He wanted to expand the harvest tonight again. Chapter 791. Inside the cabin, Miss Windsor sat quietly on the sofa. For this lady, even if she believed in the curiosity of a cat, she was mentally prepared for being left behind. After all, she knew her own layout very well. As long as those people were used properly, they could control the entire Port of Pulty in an instant. And as long as they controlled Port of Pulty, how far would it be from Inez territory? Miss Windsor believed that anyone would be tempted, including the Nanlos medium. However, she was not worried about her own safety, because her father was still alive, still in the cemetery with his damn lover. Oh, maybe this is your only use. The use is really not small. Miss Windsor smiled self-deprecatingly. Then, she became quiet again, at least on the surface. And in her heart, the lady began to calculate her losses. These people can't be kept. She felt bad. But what hurt more was that her plan would fail in this way. And more importantly, the vigilance of Marquis Inez. Although the Marquis was not a harsh person, he would definitely not be soft-hearted in such a situation. Therefore, it was necessary to negotiate with a noble method. Simply put, compensation. No! Simple compensation is probably not enough. At least some industries must be given. The farm belonging to the Windsor family outside Port Pulty is likely to be lost. And 2 valuable secret items must be taken out. Miss Windsor calculated. And she couldn't help but feel distressed. You know, she had carefully managed that farm. Not only the mill, the fields, the livestock, but also the 2 military camps. More than 300 soldiers under her command came from there. As for the remaining 600 people, some were recruited. The other part was annexed. South Los has a place like Rat Street. And Port Pulty also has one. In Pearl Alley. More than half of the gang members are related to her. It is precisely because of the existence of these guys that she dared to have such thoughts. After this incident, the Inez family will definitely not allow Pearl Alley to exist. If I need manpower. River pirates? Ms. Windsor thought. And frowned. Compared with gang members, although the more brutal river pirates are useful, they are extremely difficult to control. This is why she chose the gang members in Pearl Alley instead of those river pirates. She didn't want to see robberies and bloodshed because of greed. But now, she had no choice. But even if she chose the river pirates, she still hesitated. Blood Knight. This famous river pirate showed his submission to the Nanlos medium. She thought she was not wrong about this. In other words, traditional river pirates are no longer effective. Even if she spent a lot of effort to train river pirates herself, it would be difficult to work. The performance of the rookie facing the old man was enough for the river pirates to quickly distinguish, and then find out who was the real person behind the scenes. Such a result was something she absolutely did not want. It's really difficult. The difficulty has suddenly increased to an unprecedented level. But this sense of accomplishment is also unprecedented. It is enough to prove me. Ms. Windsor raised the corner of her mouth. An excited smile appeared on her face. For this lady, nothing can prove her better than such a challenge. She must prove herself to her father. Tap, tap. On the deck, footsteps continued. The subsequent shouts informed the lady that the Nanlos medium was back. Immediately, The lady adjusted her thoughts and sat up straight. She was ready. Give up something, in exchange for her own safety. Especially after hearing Arthur's words to win people's hearts. The lady was full of confidence. For a collaborator who didn't like killing and knew how to win over his subordinates, using benefits in exchange, that was the best choice. Immediately, the lady was more confident. About a few minutes later, the hatch was pushed open. Nanlo's medium came in with a cane, hung his hat on the hanger beside him, and then put the cane aside. There was no affectation, very natural. Therefore, Ms. Windsor acted more naturally. What's the situation? The lady asked calmly, as if this was her room. But immediately, the lady found something wrong. The eyes of the usually straightforward Nanlo psychic showed an inexplicable complex emotion, and there was an expression of hesitation on his face. A bad premonition appeared. The lady immediately asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" Arthur asked Hand of Nothingness to move a chair and sat opposite the lady. He paused for 2 seconds, as if thinking about how to start. Then, under the questioning eyes of the lady, he said, "Your father is dead." "What?" The lady was stunned and immediately retorted, "Impossible. He has been staying in that cemetery. It is impossible for him to leave. How could he die?" As she spoke, the lady stood up, as if she wanted to go to the cemetery to verify that her father was still alive. The calmness on her face had long been replaced by panic. Arthur sat there without moving. He did not stand up to stop her, nor did he speak out to stop her. He just watched quietly. For Arthur, this was also a consideration. He was thinking about how to face this Lady Windsor in the future. As for the childishness of Lady Windsor, who hasn't been childish before? When he was in his hometown, he had imagined that if everyone donated $1 to him, he would become a billionaire. This fantasy was nothing. What was important was whether he could get rid of this childishness and face the difficulties. Under Arthur's gaze, Miss Windsor had already walked to the door, with her hand on the door handle. However, the lady withdrew her hand, turned back, and sat on the sofa again. "Sir Kratos, can you tell me what happened?" The lady's brown eyes were filled with pleading. Arthur nodded. "Of course." He said this, but Arthur did not answer immediately, but asked back, "How much do you know about your family history?" "Family history?" Miss Windsor was stunned. This lady is not ignorant of family history, but she is just a bastard who knows how to borrow family honor. But the sudden question, this made the lady full of doubts. She didn't understand why Arthur asked this. As for Miss Windsor, who passed the first level, Arthur started the second step. He wanted to tell her about the greatness of his family. Otherwise, how could the other party be motivated? So, the next moment, the voice of the Nanlos medium became low and powerful. He slowly said, "Your family is great beyond imagination." Chapter 792. Sitting on the sofa, Miss Windsor listened to Arthur's story. She knew the history of the demon hunters. Her father had said more than once that her ancestor was one of the best demon hunters. But why was he related to the blood drinker Heber? He was a fellow called a god, just like the devourer Imola. More importantly, she was actually the descendant of the blood drinker. In this regard, the lady did not feel any honor. She only felt fear. At this moment, the lady finally understood why Arthur asked her for blood. It was to kill the blood drinker. If the other party did not die, then she would be the one to die. Ms. Windsor believed that the blood drinker would never allow his flaws to be exposed. Simply put, if the blood drinker did not die, she would be dead. Normally, at this time, Ms. Windsor would definitely stand up and thank him, and quickly use this opportunity to close the distance between the two sides. But at this time, Ms. Windsor was a little confused. Or, in other words, confused. She couldn't imagine that her father died in such a conspiracy. It could even be said that it was silent. In an instant, a part of the persistence in the heart of this lady collapsed. "I am sorry for the death of Viscount Windsor." Arthur comforted him. More importantly, he reminded him. At this moment, Arthur's second level came. 10, 9, 8, 7. He counted silently in his heart. He wanted to see the lady's reaction. Before she counted to 0, she was qualified. In fact, when Arthur counted to 5, the lady reacted. "Sir Kratos, you don't need to apologize. In fact, I should thank you. I thought you needed my blood for something. Even, I had some bad guesses. But now, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me." Ms. Windsor stood up from the sofa, then, performed a lady's noble salute. Then, the lady raised her head, looked at Arthur with her brown eyes, and continued. Verbal thanks are too vague. I hope to express my gratitude with more practical actions, but your relationship with Miss Caesar is something I envy. I have absolutely no intention of offending you. So, the 1,000 men I have in Port Palti are yours. 300 of them are well-trained soldiers. Among the remaining 700, some are people with unique talents recruited by me. The rest are gang members from Pearl Alley. I believe that after you have them, you can better manage Port Palti, Ms. Windsor said, and walked to the desk beside her, and began to write a list of these people. Seeing this scene, Arthur almost applauded. This lady reacted too quickly. Or, her desire to survive was really full. First, in the name of gratitude, she narrowed the distance between the two sides, and then used Melinda as an excuse to block his possible covetousness in his heart. Then, she directly took out a 1,000-man armed force as a bargaining chip. It was really a series of rings. It was worthy of being called aristocratic education. Rarely, Arthur gave a little appreciation in his heart. Naturally, this lady also passed the second level. Windsor, who walked to the desk and began to write a list of his subordinates, was quietly observing Arthur. After finding that Arthur did not show any abnormality, but instead looked at her with admiration, the lady was slightly relieved. Her father was dead. Her greatest support was gone. She knew very well that she would have to rely on herself in the future. But this afterwards would take some time. And during this time, she not only needed to ensure her own safety, and she had to ensure the safety of the Windsor family. And it was not so easy to do these two things. She believed in her own mind, but she believed more in the greed of others. Especially when she exposed the 1,000-man armed force. With the style of Marquis Ine has, he would definitely not mind getting rid of them, and use this as an excuse to get rid of the entire Windsor family. And she? It was even more impossible for her to survive. So, she had to find a backer. Arthur Kratos immediately became her life-saving straw. At this time, there is no one more suitable than Arthur. But, she can't really see what kind of person Arthur is. So, it can only be a test. It's not bad at the moment. At least Arthur is not like those disgusting guys. But, it's not enough. This is not safe. Thinking in her heart, the lady wrote the list faster and faster. She didn't write down all the 1,000 people, but wrote down the big bosses and small bosses. Among them, the 4 mysterious people, especially their abilities, personalities, etc. After writing, the lady turned and looked at Arthur. Then, knelt on one knee. I, Elizabeth Windsor, swear by my own name, and my own blood, to the man before me, Arthur Kratos, I will be loyal, fearless, and fight to the death. Glory is my life. Picture and language. Driven spirituality. Lionheart gift. This is the safest way that Lady Windsor could think of. She became a knight of the Kratos family. She used her talent to exchange for living space. She used the savings of the Windsor family to keep the Windsor family alive. Looking at the spiritual light that appeared before his eyes, Arthur smiled. He clapped his hands gently. Paw paw paw. The loud sound made Lady Windsor tremble in her heart. She thought something had happened. Or maybe she didn't have enough chips. Panic appeared in the heart of this lady. Arthur saw it, and immediately said, You passed. As he said this, a long sword flew out from the box of Athos. Still the weapon that Arthur had collected in the Battle of Moon Street. The long sword touched Miss Windsor's shoulder, and then the hilt turned upside down. Miss Windsor grabbed the hilt, just like a drowning person grabbing a life-saving straw. Huh? At this moment, the lady realized that her breathing was so rapid, and her clothes were already soaked with sweat. Is this feeling like surviving a catastrophe? The lady said to herself in her heart. But, she has already remembered this feeling. She wants to make herself remember it. Only in this way, she can become stronger faster. And only then can she truly understand her previous naivety. And, in the future, she will have to rely on herself. She respectfully took the courtesy sword. The lady did not stand up immediately, but waited for Arthur's instructions. The night followed. The master rewarded. The contract was established. It was natural. Now, she needed to show herself. They are still your subordinates. You are now the leader of the Ines branch of Mischio's security company. I will arrange the specific matters later. And now? You can take out the communication stone and tell Carol the good news. Arthur said, and winked at the lady. Miss Windsor was stunned. Then, the lady's body shook. Could it be? Chapter 793. Figured it out. Miss Windsor finally figured it out. The sight of Carol leaving Ina's territory, she finally figured it out. If he surrendered? No. It was Carol who swore to the adults, and after the adults accepted the oath, then Inez really had nothing to miss, or in other words, Inez would eventually be hers. This is actually the case. Isn't Carol the only heir to Ina's territory now? Is this a coincidence? Or did the Lord foresee this? If it is the latter, it is really unbelievable. Ms. Windsor was in a state of confusion. Too many thoughts came to her mind. Even, for a moment, she thought that everything that happened in Ina's territory was caused by Arthur. However, immediately, she threw this thought out of her mind. It is impossible. Whether it is the devourer Imola, it is impossible for a human to command Heber, the blood drinker. Not to mention that he would be involved in the game. The former. The lady is not sure. But the latter? The layers of arrangement are enough to show that the other party does not want to die. So, everything is a coincidence. Thinking in her heart, the lady subconsciously looked at Arthur, who was sitting there. Arthur's white shirt in the high back chair was shining under the candlelight. Especially the calmness and indifference on his face. It seemed that everything was under control. And nothing could escape those deep eyes. Then, Arthur lowered his head, watching Pendragon jump onto his lap. Choose a comfortable position. Curl up. And yawn. Unconsciously, the corner of the South Los Medium's mouth curled up. And he quickly raised his hand. The next moment, the index finger of the South Los Medium's right hand had already poked into Pendragon's mouth. This was not the first time. But Pendragon still looked shocked. The naive little cat thought that Arthur's last action was unprecedented and had already reached the bottom line. But this time, Arthur actually crossed the bottom line. Meow meow meow. Pendragon protested strongly. He stuck out his tongue while protesting, as if he had eaten something unclean. Pan, you are being very rude. You know you lick your own ass. Are my fingers dirtier than your ass? Arthur looked at his kitten seriously, and asked solemnly. Pendragon, who was sticking out his tongue, was stunned, and the whole cat was stunned. Pendragon had never thought about this question. After all, it was instinct. When no one raised it, Pendragon did not think there was nothing wrong with it. But once someone raised it, especially when this person was Arthur, immediately, a strong sense of shame surged in his heart. Of course, most of them were at a loss. However, as a cat of Nanlos's medium, how could it be an ordinary cat? Pendragon jumped off Arthur's legs, landed steadily on the carpet, and walked out with a cat step. The whole process was extremely elegant. It seemed that nothing had happened. Arthur looked at this scene and smiled even more brightly. Thick skin, in this era, is not a disadvantage. On the contrary, it is a rare advantage. Especially when they were about to approach the inner bay, Arthur didn't know what would happen in the end. He was worried that he would not be able to take care of Pendragon. So, he needed to teach Pendragon real survival skills. But, Arthur obviously found that he was overthinking. A shameless little cat, why did he need to teach it? It's worthy of being my cat. Arthur admired it in his heart. At the same time, he was thinking about whether to let Ms. Anna come too. Plans never change quickly. He did not expect that before he actually arrived at the inner bay. So many things would happen. Although there were dangers, there were also opportunities. And he even gained enough benefits and reputation from it. Especially the latter, which made Arthur have some ideas in his heart. For example, the name of disaster. For example, the name of monster. He wanted to use such a reputation, like a snowball, to gain more XP, and mislead some guys, so that these guys firmly believed that he was so outstanding just to vindicate his mother. For a son, in order to clear his mother's name, it must be reasonable to let the whole world know. And if he does this properly, he will gain more in Niwen, even beyond his imagination. It is not impossible to move into Leo Palace. Of course, the danger will also increase sharply. But how can you get benefits without taking risks? If such a thing happens, it must be the biggest danger in itself. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Only traps. Thinking of this, Arthur couldn't help but smile. That smile, full of confidence and sure of victory. Ms. Windsor, who was secretly observing Arthur, naturally saw this smile. In fact, at the beginning, the lady was a little confused. She didn't understand why Arthur, who seemed to be in control, would do such a childish thing. But, when the smile suddenly appeared at this moment, the lady understood a little. Extraordinary people do extraordinary things. Only such people will be favored by fate. Yes, favored by fate. When confirming that everything was a coincidence, the lady thought of fate. Only these can explain why there are so many coincidences after Arthur came to Ina's territory. And following a person favored by fate is definitely not a bad thing. In fact, it will be a great thing. After all, if she follows someone who is favored by fate, she will also be favored by fate. Right? Thinking of this, the lady moved faster and faster. The 10 gold coins were divided into 2 piles. 5 in each pile. And then, the communication stone was placed on top. The communication stone also needs to be charged. The best way to charge is of course gold coins. However, this expensive charging method also means that the communication stone cannot be used by the public. The communication stone flashed, and the gold coins were consumed quickly. It didn't disappear completely, but turned into black powder, which looked like soil and incense ash. Arthur, sitting in a high-back chair, waited quietly. The young man, Los Medium, of course, saw the change in Ms. Windsor's expression just now. Arthur shrugged his shoulders. He chose to default, facing such a good thing for him. Arthur would never explain. When the message stone was completely lit up, Carol's voice came directly. Windsor? The voice was full of temptation and uncertainty. It's me, Ms. Windsor responded. And then? She answered in a more determined tone. I swore allegiance to you. In the form of Lionheart Salute. Chapter 794. Inner Bay, Stormin. Kara heard the voice in the communication stone, and after a slight pause, he immediately asked. Lionheart? Sir? Which sir? The tone was urgent, and it was obvious that Carol wanted to get a definite answer. And the voice of Ms. Windsor in the communication stone had a hint of arrogance. Tell me, who else is the sir? Besides Sir Arthur Kratos? Is there anyone else I can call a sir? At this point, Ms. Windsor snorted. Next time we meet, I will tell you the details. The 4 words tell you the details. Even if Carol didn't see Ms. Windsor, he could instantly see the lady gritting her teeth. In the suite, Jim winked at Hayes lying on Manta's legs. Hayes laughed immediately. I thought Carol didn't like women. The voice was very light, but Manta beside him heard it clearly. The lady raised her hand and patted her lover's forehead. Hayes immediately held his forehead and looked at Manta with tears in his eyes. Manta smiled with her head down and stared at Hayes. Hayes leaned forward and kissed upward. This scene made Jim roll his eyes. It was both contempt for Hayes' nagging and contempt for Hayes' stupidity. Or, this guy instinctively used this method to cover up his true emotions. After hearing Windsor also swear allegiance to the adults and the Lionheart Salute, Jim was sure that Hayes' heart would be shaken. Being different. Sometimes it is praise. But sometimes, it makes people feel uneasy. It's like a husky mixed with wolves. Even if they look the same on the outside. What about their hearts? I'm afraid they are terrified. Especially for a proud guy like Hayes. How could he not have thoughts? Of course, this kind of hiding is an instinct. It is for self-protection. It is also for gaining more. This is not wrong. He was like this before. But it is different now. Now, they are all the adult subordinates. If such a guy appears again, it is better to kill him. Jim thought in his heart, but his face did not show any sign. Even after rolling his eyes, he could still raise his middle finger to Hayes. However, Hayes still found clues. It was not that Jim didn't cover it up well enough. On the contrary, Jim covered it up too well. It was so good that it didn't match Jim's character. With the Lionheart gift as a bond, Jim's protection of Arthur was sincere. At this time, it was impossible to be so silent. And choosing this kind of silence, it must be that he had the intention to kill. Immediately, Hayes turned over and sat up. The nephew of Earl Bet looked at Jim seriously. Jim reacted when Hayes turned over and sat up. He was overacting. But it doesn't matter. Some things are better to be made clear. The son-in-law of the second daughter of the West Berlin Marquis smiled and took 2 steps back, exposing Carol. The heir of Einhard, who was still talking to Miss Windsor, had his hands on the hilts of the 2 swords. At this moment, Carol's respect for Arthur has reached a whole new level. Because Miss Windsor told him everything that happened in Einhard's, including the fact that he became the first heir to the Einhard's territory. This matter had a great impact on Carol. That was the status that he had been seeking but could not obtain, and even had to take risks to obtain. Even after he swore an oath to Arthur, he had not truly forgotten it. He just postponed the goal a little bit and changed the order. He believed that, after he followed Arthur and completed the goal that an adult should have, the status of the heir to the Innes territory would still be his in the end. But reality told him that his intuition was not wrong. Moreover, it came much faster than he thought. A moment of emotion made the young man bow his head slightly. He was hiding the true feelings on his face. Even if no one around could see it, his hiding had already become an instinct. Just like his observation of the surroundings. Jimmet. The short scene that happened in Hayes naturally could not escape Carol's eyes. And Carol? Naturally. He stood with Jimmet. Both of them swore allegiance to Arthur with the Lionheart salute, born to be in the same camp. Click. The two swords were slightly unsheathed. The moment the crisp sound rang out, Hayes raised his hands to show his surrender. If he had kept his distance, he would have had a 30% chance of defeating Carol. But in his suite, he would have died for sure. Hayes cherished his life very much. What's more, he had no intention of rebelling at all. If he died because of such a small misunderstanding, he might be able to crawl back from the eternal resting place. Ahem. Excuse me, Ms. Windsor. Can I interrupt you and Carol's reminiscence? I want to say a few words to the Lord. Hayes coughed twice. Apologetically. Of course, Ms. Windsor replied with a smile. In her heart, she was guessing what had just happened. The sound of the sword being unsheathed was heard by this lady. The person the sword was unsheathed to was Hayes now. The relationship between the three of them was extraordinary. Otherwise they would not have listened to the message stone together. And he called Arthur Sir before. But the three of them were obviously different. Carol and Jim were obviously closer. That is to say, Hayes joined later. And he didn't have the Lionheart salute either. So just now, after hearing that I pledged allegiance to the Lord, and the Lord accepted my Lionheart salute, his expression must have changed. And Jim noticed it. And then this scene appeared. In an instant, Ms. Windsor confirmed what had just happened. It was as if she had seen it with her own eyes. Moreover, the lady was certain. Jimmet's initial killing intention was real, but now, it must be half true and half false. After all, she knew Jimmet. He looked kind and smiling, but he was extremely proud inside. If he really wanted to kill Hayes, he would definitely do it himself, and there was no need to wait for Carol to join the battle. So, this was to force Hayes to be loyal? No. Hayes has already called the adults adults. There is no need for such coercion. Such coercion may be counterproductive. Gimp is smart, and will not do this. Then it is for Beth. Ms. Windsor thought quickly, and got the answer. And Arthur, who had been watching, also guessed the answer. Immediately, the young manless medium could not help but complain. They are all honeycomb coal spirits. Right? One by one, 800 minds. As he complained, Arthur's mouth curled up. He was very happy that his men were so capable. He liked smart people, just as he admired simple people. As for stupid people, he did not reject them. After all, those people would bring him benefits. However, he would never allow stupid people to appear among his men. That would give him a headache. Fortunately, such a thing did not happen. So, at this moment, Arthur had a little expectation. He expected Hayes to give him an answer. I'm here, Hayes. Arthur spoke calmly. Immediately, the voice from the message stone came back. Sir, please forgive me for being rude, and not meeting you in person immediately. I am very terrified. So, before I meet you in person, I want to prepare a gift for you. The heads of Bethel and Gracia Hamlet. Chapter 795 Sword and Bug. Gracia Hamlet's head. Ms. Windsor's heart trembled when she heard this. Hayes sought Beth County for Arthur. This lady had expected it, but when the head of Gracia Hamlet suddenly appeared among them, everything became different. As the eldest son of the old lion, no matter how the outside world views and evaluates this little lion, the other party is still the first among the young nobles in South County. This is recognized. The hierarchy among the nobles is far more strict than the common people imagine. The fathers take half. The remaining half needs to be fought for by oneself. This process is cruel and bloody. It is not easy to be the first heir. The first heir also dies the most. It has been 25 years since Gracia Hamlet was declared the first heir. In these 25 years, he has experienced too many things. Among them, there have been more than 20 assassinations, 15 times a frame-up, many of which were certain death. But all turned out well for Gracia Hamlet. And these are only what she knows. What she doesn't know. There will be more. After all, as we all know, the tip of the iceberg above the sea is always the tip. Just like Gracia helped her father, the old lion of the Inner Bay, to manage some of the affairs of the Inner Bay when she was an adult, including the extremely important intelligence department. And from that moment on, the spies in the inner bay began to become a headache. It is hard to guard against them, and there are so many of them. You have no idea who will be the spy in the inner bay. At least, Ms. Windsor can guarantee that there are definitely no less than 100 spies in the inner bay in the territory of Einhas. Other territories? Places like Nanlos will only be more. The local lords are naturally dissatisfied with this. But it is useless. The old Earl of Nanlos was very dissatisfied, and after several private struggles, they did not completely eliminate these hidden players, and instead suffered heavy casualties. They even almost lost control of the entire South Los. It was not until the Countess came to power that things got better. But everyone knows that there are more and more hidden players in the inner bay of South Los, even though the Countess had a thorough cleanup of these hidden players not long ago. As time goes by, these hidden players will definitely appear again. Because, not only is Grisa cunning and treacherous, he also inherited the old lion's generosity. When facing people who need to be won over, this little lion will never be stingy with gold coins. More importantly, Grisa can afford the price. No one will doubt this. After all, there are gold mines in the inner bay. These are Grisa's achievements. No one will underestimate this little lion. Therefore, everyone regards this little lion as the first among the young generation of Nanjun nobles. As for the fact that this little lion is much older than other young nobles, is it unfair? No noble would say such a thing. Once someone says it, and his father hears it, he will be deprived of the right of inheritance. No family needs such a naive guy to be the heir. So Ms. Windsor knows very well that, unless she can really kill him, she should never attack Grisa. Otherwise, it will only bring endless revenge. And the old lion will take action. Once the old lion takes action, it will involve a war of the entire South County. And this is why Ms. Windsor is trembling. This lady is not afraid of war, but this lady thinks that if the war breaks out now, it will be disadvantageous to her side. Except for Arthur. The high-end combat force, the people below are too far apart. Even if they are the victorious side in the end, they can't get more substantial benefits. For example, land. These all need to be managed by manpower. But Hayes said this. This guy has prepared everything. Ms. Windsor was a little unbelievable. But Jim, Carol was not overly surprised. Because they really have a card in their hands. Alvis Hamlet, the member of the Golden Lion family, who used the pseudonym Dorn in South Los, and whose ship was bombed on the way back to the inner bay. After saving this Alvis Hamlet, whether it was Jimmet, Callel, or Hayes, they were all using their own methods to train this member of the Golden Lion family. At this moment, the four of them had already become good friends who could talk about anything. And it gave the young man some illusions. For example, they not only hit it off at first sight, but also, Jimmet, Callel, Hayes were all convinced by him and were willing to submit, especially Jimmet, who was a kind person, and was willing to go through fire and water for him. Anyway, there is a chance. But it is not absolute. It is even more impossible to stop the old lion's revenge. Subconsciously, Carol looked at the woman next to Hayes. Manta. Hayes's woman. She is the old lion's hidden pawn in Beth's territory. With Manta's help, the chance is a little higher, but it is still not enough. Carol pondered for about a second. Then, the two young men thought of the 17 women that Hayes brought back from Grisa before. There must be a hidden trick of Little Lion here. The two young men were very sure. Because only in this way, Hayes would be so absolute. Hayes noticed the gazes of his two friends, and immediately touched the tip of his nose. Don't look at me like that. Limo is Manta's sister. If I dare to let Limo participate in this matter, Manta will probably never let me sleep with her again. In the midst of the explicit words, Manta raised her hand again. It was different from the previous light tap. This time, it was placed on the lower back and twisted. Hayes grimaced in pain, but he did not dare to make a sound. He pointed at the message stone and put his hands together, begging for mercy from Manta. Manta let go of her hands with satisfaction. Hayes rubbed his lower back, looking in great pain. Then, when Manta thought she had been too heavy-handed and began to worry, the nephew of Count Bet said to the message stone, Sir, do you mind if your name of disaster becomes more exaggerated? The words of the nephew of Earl Bet were full of temptation. Hearing such temptation, Arthur couldn't help but laugh. Proud guy. Are you trying to test whether I am truly worthy of loyalty? Arthur was sure that if he minded, then in Hayes' mind, he was unqualified, not suitable to follow. And if he said he didn't mind, it was also between qualified and unqualified. Everything depends on his subsequent performance. The nephew of Earl Bet will make a real decision. Simply put, yes and no are both wrong. And the correct answer? Arthur's mind is floating. It's not that Arthur is so smart, but Arthur is too familiar with the method used by Hayes. Therefore, the next moment, the young Nanlo psychic said, "Do you want to provoke a war between Grisa and Bet?" Chapter 796. Arthur's words rang out from the communication stone. And Hayes? His eyes lit up. Just as Arthur guessed, the question just now was a very hidden test by Hayes. No matter whether Arthur answered yes or no, Hayes would choose to stand by Arthur. But in a way that hides his own light and goes with the crowd. After all, Hayes doesn't think that a person who answers follows other people's thinking will be a suitable leader. He is someone worth following. As for Jimmet Carl, Hayes is sure that after he makes the two believe that he has solved the hidden danger, they will be content to enjoy themselves. After all, if Manta is pregnant, everything will become reasonable. And Jimmet Carl's recognition of Arthur? What does it have to do with him? He doesn't know why Jimmet Carl want to recognize Arthur. But without his test, he will never recognize Arthur. Of course, if he passes, he will follow him wholeheartedly. The next moment, Hayes knelt on one knee, even if it was just facing a message stone. The Earl's nephew's voice became extremely respectful. My three cousins are all secretly connected with that Grisa to some extent. When you arrive in Beth County with the reputation you have gained from South Los, West Berlin, and Ein has, even if you do nothing, they will definitely be terrified. At this time, Grisa, who had experienced 2 failures, will definitely jump out. Grisa is not a person who can easily accept failure. He will definitely try his best in Beth territory. Even, he will go down in person. And at that time, it will be our chance. When Hayes said this, his eyes flashed with coldness. He will create a sure kill situation, waiting for the eldest son of the old lion. Well, it's easy to kill Grisa. Even, it's not difficult to kill the old lion. What's important is, what can I gain? Arthur nodded, and did not object to Hayes' words. His subsequent words shocked Hayes. Jimmet, Carol, Ms. Windsor, and Manta. It's not difficult to kill the old lion. Does the Lord have a more detailed plan? Yes. It must be like this. Otherwise, why did the Lord make such a big fuss in West Berlin and Einhard after setting sail in South Los? The master is planning a plan for the old lion. Hayes thought subconsciously. Then, the Earl's nephew once again admired his master. He was only paying attention to Grisa. But his master was already paying attention to the person behind Grisa. This is totally not taking Grisa seriously. As expected of the master, Hayes thought so. Carol thought so too. The two thought roughly the same as Hayes. But Lady Windsor and Manta were different. It was right to swear allegiance to the Lord. Lady Windsor was filled with relief. This lady couldn't imagine what would happen if she didn't swear allegiance. Even if the Lord showed mercy and kindness, in the face of the chaos that was about to break out, how could she stay out of it? She would definitely be dragged into it. And then? She would be crushed to pieces. Fortunately, Lady Windsor breathed a sigh of relief. Compared to Lady Windsor's relief, Manta was full of worry. As Hayes' woman, Manta knew Hayes' style of doing things too well. Join the game. It was like this in the past. This time, it would be no exception. But, the opponent this time was not the same guy as before. Compared with Grisa, those guys were just minions. Not to mention the old lion. They were simply not in the same league. What should I do? What should I do? Manta thought. The lady was thinking about how to help Hayes get through the difficulties. As for persuading Hayes, unless she really wants to leave Hayes. Otherwise, it is impossible to do so. The 5 people reacted differently. Arthur shrugged secretly. What he said was not for these 5 people, but for the listener, the eavesdropping demigod, or Lady of Pain. That's right. The Lady of Pain in the lead box coffin did not stay quiet, but started to act again. Arthur had a premonition of this after he killed the Devourer Imola. Arthur did not stop the other party, and naturally hoped to pass on the news. As long as it was passed to the old lion, it would definitely make the old lion suspicious. As long as it reached this step, Arthur's plan would succeed. He needed an opponent who was afraid of him. Only in this way could he be at ease. As for Lord Beth, he would naturally not let him go. And the Lady of Pain wanted to pass the news to Grisa? No! Only by passing it on to the old lion can the benefits be maximized. The lady knows this. Arthur also knows this. So, without waiting for Hayes to answer, he continued to ask, "Have you found anything in the Inner Bay these days? Or, what have you arranged? There are some unusual movements in the St. Joan of Arc Girls' College. I have asked Limo to go there in the name of studying. I believe there will be an answer soon. The special status of the St. Joan of Arc College in Niwan, as long as we take advantage of it a little, organize a college inventory, the young nobles in Niwan will definitely come to participate. They seem to have nothing to do, and they will definitely not be able to resist such temptation, and they will be caught by us in one fell swoop. And then, everything will go smoothly," Hayes said immediately. "The plan of the Earl's nephew is bold and a little crazy, but there is no doubt that the profit is very high." However, Arthur did not leave the conversation. He continued to listen. "There have been many new faces at the Kilber Harbor dock in the Inner Bay recently. The people I have deployed have been keeping a close eye on them. They should be pirates, disguised pirates. There are not many of them, but they are enough to attract the power of the Inner Bay secret police. In fact, they are doing very well, and many people are paying attention to them. And this may be a trap. The pirates are targeting Niwan. But it is an opportunity for us. The cult can wreak havoc in West Berlin, so why can't it wreak havoc in Niwan? Your arrival, sir, brings glory. The glory that dispels the haze of the cult," Carol said loudly. Carol did not abandon those men who developed in the territory of Einhaz, but sent them to Niwan as outposts before he left Port Pulte. Especially the docks, where gangs gather, are the focus. And his men did not disappoint him. Well done. Arthur praised in his heart. A capable man will never disappoint. And just as Arthur was praising, in the suite of the Storm Hotel, Carol, who had finished his speech, Hayes had already looked at Jimmet, who was smiling shyly. Facing the gazes of the two, Jimmet scratched his cheek and said softly, "My lord, I found 3 mistresses of Grisa, one of whom is the mistress of Barrow Hamlet." Chapter 797. Gim's words were very abrupt. However, the information content was huge. Everyone living in Nanju knew that the nobles were untrustworthy. And besides this, the private lives of the nobles were chaotic. After all, those who were born wealthy and powerful often stood at the end point that others could not reach even after 3 generations of efforts. In addition, the hopeless future, especially those who did not have the real right of inheritance. In the perception of the nobles, if they are not among the top 5 in the order of succession, then they have no real right of succession. Most of them are just acting with the heirs. When the heirs complete the inheritance, they will be exiled and become roles such as wandering knights. Some are even more miserable. And they need to become wandering knights after they become adults. Of course, even so, these wandering knights are still beyond the reach of ordinary people. You know, not everyone can get an original fund of about 500 gold coins when they become adults. At the beginning of the Silver Age, as the nobles who had reaped the fruits of victory, they were not stingy with their descendants. However, with the development of the times, especially after the beginning of the Pioneer Era, the amount of this wandering fund that was accepted by everyone began to be greatly reduced. From the initial 500 to 450. 400. And when new routes were discovered and it became increasingly difficult for the old nobles to awaken their bloodlines, this amount had gradually changed to about 200 gold coins. This was unacceptable to too many young nobles. Therefore, they became the representatives of hedonism. Before becoming a wandering knight, they squandered wealth that did not belong to them. And the pleasure was definitely doubled. The most extreme ones, before becoming a wandering knight, had already squandered all their family wealth. Therefore, in recent decades, many noble families would inform family members who needed to become wandering knights in advance. And the original funds obtained when they started to become wandering knights would be used. Once the expenditure exceeds the amount, then the original capital will be consumed. The original capital is consumed? Then it will start wandering in advance. However, this did not really curb the extravagance of those young nobles. It is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. Many nobles who become wandering knights can sleep on the streets in just 2 or 3 weeks. Among the huge expenses of these guys, in addition to holding salons and buying rare treasures, they also keep lovers. The trend of comparison brought from Niwan, leading all this. Some people once said that this was the conspiracy of the old lion of Niwan against all places. But many people enjoyed it. The happiness of having money and leisure time, ordinary people really don't know. Of course, there are also people who work hard. It is human nature to be unwilling. But the endings of these people are not very good. In addition to factors such as arrogance, high expectations, and low skills. It is more because the first heir does not allow people who threaten his position to appear. Once they appear, then it must be removed. So, this aspect further boosted the enjoyment among the nobles. Dances all day and night. Salons that lasted for 3 days. Lots of food, fine wine, rare animals. The female companions around must be beautiful. At this time, keeping mistresses became a necessity. However, it was still a little surprising to Arthur that the little lion Graça and Barrow Hamlet had the same mistress. It was not surprising that mistresses could be used by all. It was an accident, Graça Hamlet's skill. She was able to plant such a hidden player next to Barrow Hamlet. Hidden player. Yes, it was a hidden player. Arthur was absolutely sure of the identity of the mistress, a role similar to Swallow, but he was not sure whether Barrow Hamlet was really fooled, or took the sugar coating and threw the cannonball back. For Barrow Hamlet, because the other party was Albus Hamlet's father, Arthur also investigated. Ambitious, but not calculating. Bad temper, and not knowing how to advance or retreat. But when faced with problems, he is strong on the outside but weak on the inside. This is the evaluation of the outside world. Even, many people think that if it weren't for the old lion's consideration of the old friendship, this brother would have died countless times. At the same time, this is also one of the evidences that many people advocate the kindness of the old lion. But is this really the case? Arthur would not easily draw a conclusion before he actually saw this Barrow Hamlet. In the suite of the Storm Hotel, Kaler's eyes lit up, and he obviously thought of something. Hayes even had a complete plan. Even Miss Windsor beside Arthur was eager to try. In the eyes of the three, this would be a great opportunity. Provoke Graça and her uncle to tear each other apart, or even have a big fight. If the operation is appropriate, maybe it can provoke a civil war in the Inner Bay. If this step can really be achieved. Graça's death, it's nothing. Even, the old lion may fall. Right. You three have your own ideas, so you three should do this according to your own ideas, Arthur said. Gimpt, Carol, Hayes were stunned. Then, the three people's eyes really lit up. Before, the three of them thought that they were cooperating this time, but Arthur's words seemed to tell them that they were not cooperating. But, competition. My lord, are you looking forward to my performance? The three of them thought at the same time, and subconsciously, they looked at each other. When they saw the look in each other's eyes, the three of them laughed together. They had wanted to compete for a long time. Before, either the venue was not suitable, or there were outsiders around, and more importantly, a real competition, it is easy to have accidents. But this kind of ability competition is too suitable. For a moment, the three of them were full of fighting spirit. Although Arthur did not see everything in the suite of the Storm Hotel, he had expected such a situation. And this was what he wanted. He hoped to see cooperation among his subordinates, and even more so, competition. Especially in the situation in Niwen, in someone else's territory, if they were all together, the target would be too big. Only by separating and doing things at the same time, could Niwen become chaotic, and his enemies become overwhelmed. Only then can he find the real opportunity. Of course, it can only be healthy competition and pay attention to safety. So, the next moment, Arthur said directly, remember your identity. At the same time, when you encounter unavoidable danger, I allow you to give up the mission. Remember, your survival is what I need. Don't take the temporary failure to heart. The three knelt on one knee again. Thank you for your kindness, the three said at the same time, and at the same time reviewed their plans in their hearts. They don't want to accept failure, that is. There must be no unavoidable danger. Therefore, the three became more careful. Then, Arthur ended the call. The young Nanlo's psychic looked at Ms. Windsor, who had been hesitant to speak since the beginning. Are you lost? Chapter 798. Yes. Ms. Windsor nodded, facing Arthur, to whom she pledged allegiance with the Lionheart tribute. The lady had no intention of hiding anything. Arthur looked at Ms. Windsor in front of him, looking at the eagerness in her brown eyes. He couldn't help but feel his temples swelling. Others were worried about their subordinates' laziness and uselessness, but his subordinates were too hard-working and useful. Gimpt, Carol, Hayes, and Windsor are all very good at hiding. But their personalities and styles of doing things are slightly different. Gimpt is used to pretending to be gentle, like a smiling tiger, eating people without leaving any bones. Carol is fierce under the arrogance, a bit like a sword in a sheath. Once the long sword is unsheathed, it will be a fight to the death. Hayes didn't have much contact, but according to the other party's style of doing things, Arthur felt that this nephew of Earl Bet was a bit like a snake. Simply put, the most sinister and poisonous method appeared in this person's hands, Arthur was not surprised. And Miss Windsor was completely different from the three. Because, after this lady had experienced those things because of her female identity, she didn't care about the same sex, but she was absolutely unwilling to accept men. Just like now. If one is not handled well, it will cause a rift between these four very important subordinates. Arthur will not be so careless. He had already thought of everything. Windsor, do you know why I appointed you as the head of the branch of Miss Jo's security company in Ina's territory? Arthur asked with a smile. Because I am familiar with IHAS, I also have the corresponding manpower and the noble status. Ms. Windsor analyzed calmly. Yes, but not comprehensive. Arthur nodded, without rebuttal. Then, under the puzzled eyes of the lady, Arthur lowered his voice and said, There is a team that needs to rest in Ina's territory. After that, they will go to the inner bay. During this process, they cannot be discovered. Among all my men, only you, Windsor, can do this. Arthur's words inspired Miss Windsor. The lady enjoyed the feeling of being trusted. At the same time, the lady did not get carried away. She asked very calmly, How many people are there in this team? 50 people. Arthur answered simply. These 50 people are naturally his death squad. No, they are his zodiac. 7 generals of the sea and 108 stars of death. Although the number of people has not yet been gathered, there will always be a day when they will be gathered. Their specialness makes Arthur absolutely relieved. For him who is short of manpower in the inner bay, it is also indispensable. 50 people? No problem. Ms. Windsor thought about it and gave a guarantee. The caravan she controlled was enough to integrate these 50 people into it silently and go to the inner bay. But 50 people. For the inner bay. Is it not a little too little? Ms. Windsor did not hide such emotions. Arthur saw it. Immediately, she laughed. They are not ordinary. Arthur said this and walked out the door. Most of the things in Einhardt's territory were completed quite smoothly. But there was one thing that he needed to do personally. If it was done well, maybe his income would increase tenfold. Arthur put on his coat again, picked up his cane, put on his hat, walking out the door. Pendragon jumped off the sofa and followed behind. Miss Windsor, who was just thinking about Arthur's words, immediately stood up and saluted, watching Arthur leave. Creak! The hatch door closed slowly, with a barely detectable friction sound of the door hinge. The figure of the dark orange cat disappeared outside the door. Miss Windsor stood there for a long time without coming back to her senses. Are they not ordinary? Could it be that all 50 people are mysterious people? Or even, they may be quite powerful? Aren't they all arcana level? The lady thought about it, and felt more and more that it was possible. After all, the rumored Kratos family is a 1,000-year-old family. Suddenly, the lady was full of expectations. And the moment the door behind him closed, Arthur looked helplessly at Pendragon, who jumped on his shoulder. Pan, do you know how heavy you are? Dad's shoulders can't bear your weight. Meow meow meow. Pendragon kept calling softly, it was like a clamp. Moreover, it kept rubbing Arthur with its cat head. Arthur, who wanted to say something, sighed helplessly. Undoubtedly, compared with the 4 problem children, Pendragon was the one that really gave Arthur a headache. He really had no way to deal with Pendragon. Raising his hand, and rubbing Pendragon's forehead twice with his fingers, Arthur turned and walked towards the top cabin of the Orient. At this moment, music was playing all over the Orient. There were also people's laughter. No one could refuse delicious food and drinks, especially when these foods and drinks were all free. What's more, there were also small games. The bottle of wine from Marquis Ines should be more delicious. Right? Arthur whispered to himself, and his pace quickened. The young psychic pushed open his cabin door. At first glance, the lead box coffin appeared in front of him. Before Arthur could take off his coat again, the voice of the Lady of Pain has already sounded. You let your men talk about the future plans in front of me. Are you still trying to use me to reveal your plans to the old lion and the young lion? Let me tell you, I suffered a loss once. It will never happen this time. I will never let you succeed. The lady's voice was sharp and full of anger. Of course, it was angry. The situation that it originally thought was a sure kill was resolved. No, it was not a simple solution, but it completely became the opponent's helper. This feeling is more uncomfortable than killing it. And it was insulted again. It had been fooled once. Did the bastard psychic in front of it think it would be fooled again? How is it possible? So, it heard these conversations, but it did not expose them at all. It Absolutely could not let the bastard psychic in front of it get what he wanted again. Oh! Faced with the anger of the lady, Arthur, without any reaction, after a very ordinary response, she began to put away her coat, hat, cane, and then poured herself a cup of orange tea with double honey. While sipping it gently, she unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of her shirt. This feeling of being ignored made the Lady of Pain feel even more humiliated. You? The rest of the words were not spoken, and the voice stopped abruptly, because Arthur placed a sword and a bug on the table. Sword, spider blood claw. Bug, drooling blood. The dark and scarlet long sword hummed. The bright red crystal ring trembled continuously. Both were so impatient. They were filled with hunger. Chapter 799. Hunger is always the most real feeling. When a person loses even the feeling of hunger, then he is no longer a person, or he will be a dead person. Of course, it can also be called a walking corpse. Michaelu, known as the Lady of Pain, changed from them to him, and from him to it. But even it has hunger. In fact, it enjoys the process of satisfying hunger very much. It was not just swallowing, filling the stomach. It was also a psychological enjoyment. The thrill of hunting and chasing had always made it addicted. Therefore, this Lady of Pain knew very well what hunger looked like. Therefore, when she saw Arthur take out a sword and a bug, the Lady of Pain, who had even shouted in her previous words, became silent. It was terrified. But immediately, it growled again. Do you think you can scare me? Hearing these words full of arrogance, Arthur smiled. As a god, you are really arrogant. I heard that you became a god from a mortal. Do you still remember the humility of your mortal days? Arthur seemed very curious. But in fact, Arthur's curiosity about this Lady of Pain had already quickly diminished. Arthur knew a lot about the other party. And some secret information? Arthur thought he could get it. As for the other party's power, experience, etc., the other party's power is not suitable for him. Arthur is quite clear about this. Because the initial stage of the other party's power is not a real ritual, but similar to blood. And the secret technique? Arthur has some ideas about this. But given their relationship, even if the other party teaches, Arthur dare not learn. Even this kind of secret technique with mistakes, he couldn't even increase his knowledge, and could only lead people into a ditch. He needed to broaden his horizons. As for experience, this might be the only thing that interested Arthur. This was also the most important bargaining chip for the Lady of Pain. Arthur really wanted to know. Miha, how did Iroh become him? Becoming a god? Arthur had thought about it. Even if according to common sense, the 5th level was enough to be called a demigod. And he already had the 17th level. Because Arthur knew very well the difficulty of the 17th level. Arthur, who had watched Mimi climbing the level, had an understanding of this that ordinary people could hardly imagine. He knew that at the beginning of the level climbing, levels 1, 2, 3, and 4, because Mimi burned herself to pave the way, he could accomplish it in one fell swoop. But what about the 5th level? The Earl of Bernacan burned himself, and under the premise that Marquis Inez himself was a 3rd level climber, it was only then that Marquis Inez could become a demigod more smoothly, with this identity. The inheritance of the demon hunter was guaranteed. Marquis Inez did not hide these words from Arthur. Because, in the eyes of the Marquis, Arthur knew all about this. Otherwise, he would not have taken away his private treasure house and treasure ring so calmly. And the discussion with Arthur was that the Marquis hoped that Arthur could give some guidance. As for the old Earl, Marquis Inez knew very well that the last moment was the moment when the old Earl disappeared. He hoped that the old Earl could stay. Of course, it was true that he hated the old Earl. However, he was also grateful. What could Arthur do about this? He could only smile. And he pointed to the sky and then to the earth in a mysterious way. Ordinary people might not understand, but Marquis Inez understood it in an instant. Contract? Arthur, you can't tell me more because of the contract, right? Sure enough, there is no shortcut on the road to success. Marquis Inez accepted Arthur's statement very smoothly. Moreover, the Marquis had no doubts. In the eyes of the Marquis, this was the only right thing to do. Knowledge was priceless. And it was not just empty talk in Nanjun. At the same time, the old Earl also recognized this. Because he did the same thing. The news about the 5th stage of the Witcher's Path and the information. All those who knew about it had signed a contract. Any idea that wanted to be revealed to outsiders would be countered. If there is any behavior, then the person will die on the spot, and such death will spread. In short, the people present cannot escape. They will only be attacked by death. This cautious approach has minimized the risk of exposure. Marquis Inez did not ask any more questions. Instead, he continued to communicate with Arthur in depth. Moreover, because he asked a stupid question, the Marquis felt guilty. As if to make up for it, he told me all the knowledge he knew about the steps to demigod, including those demigods who took shortcuts, absorbing the power of faith, and then being devoured by the poison of faith. When you become him, you will also lose yourself. Arthur silently said this in his heart. Then, he shook his head secretly. He has the 17th step, and he will never take this path. However, it is okay to learn about it. But Arthur knew that asking directly would only be counterproductive. Although the Miss Payne was a little stupid, she was not completely stupid. If she reacted, it would be more trouble than good. So, Arthur did not wait for the lady to answer, and picked up the spider blood claw. If you forget, I can teach you. The wailing of a former demigod is a good sleep aid for me. I hope you can hold on for a few more days. As he said that, Arthur raised his lips. The smile was full of excitement, expectation, and the deep eyes, at this moment, reflected the light of the candle, as if they suddenly lit up. A perverted feeling arose spontaneously. Bluff flashed continuously at this moment. If the hunger of one sword and one bug made Lady of Pain panic before, then Arthur's appearance at this moment made the Lady's scalp tingle, a memory that she suppressed deep in her heart, and she dared not think about it at all. And Arthur was targeting this memory. When these ladies were sisters, they were probably a pair of witches. Whether it was the fact that they were familiar with the grass, or that they used parasitic fluff to sew themselves together, they were full of witch style. So what happened to these two unknown witches before they became demigods? Think of the North during the Holy Empire period. And it really goes without saying, or it can be said that, since they have the heritage of witches, they still chose to take the shortcut way. So what happened to them at that time? Arthur didn't know. But Arthur knew what to do. This method was useless for normal demigods, even for dying demigods, but it was very effective for demigods who took shortcuts, even if they were only seriously injured. Under the poison of faith, these demigods who took shortcuts were not only twisted into lunatics, but also had irreparable flaws in their hearts. Marquis Inez said. Arthur believed that the Marquis would not lie to him about this. In fact, that was true. The next moment. Stop! Stop! Father Mapulou. Please don't hurt my sister. A scream rang out. It was no longer the voice of the Lady of Pain, but the voice of a young girl. Or to be more precise, Mija. Chapter 800. Mija and Ilo are twin sisters. Mija is the elder sister. Ilo is the younger sister. When Mija's voice came from the lead box coffin, Arthur's face showed just the right amount of surprise, and then he became more excited. You suffered a backlash? Such a serious backlash, and you are still here? That's great, Arthur said, licking his lips. The young Nanlos medium put down the spider blood claw. He turned around and picked up the blood of drowning. He gently stroked the bright red crystal ring and whispered, Go and bite her hard. I want to hear her wail. This must be very interesting. Buzz, the blood-sucking ancestor in the blood of drowning, twisted its body repeatedly. It felt a little physically uncomfortable facing the perverted Arthur. However, immediately, it agreed repeatedly. Not only agreed, it also looked greedily at the lead box coffin, to show that it could not wait. Undoubtedly, this blood-sucking ancestor worm was also a little frightened. But what could it do if it was frightened? It had signed 27 contracts. It had long been locked up here with Arthur. It didn't want to. Sensing the cowardly look of this blood-sucking ancestor worm through the contract, Arthur secretly curled his lips. Sure enough, only cowardly worms can live longer. Thinking in his heart, Arthur had already approached the lead box coffin with blood of doting. Immediately, the whole lead box coffin began to shake. It was a slight tremor, just like a person shaking with fear. Don't come over. Don't hurt Mija. I won't allow you to hurt Mija. Another crisp female voice sounded. Although they were both female voices, the previous female voice was louder. And this time, the female voice was a little lower, or a little lighter. Hearing this voice, people would unconsciously feel that this person is easy to bully from the bottom of their hearts. However, even though he was easy to bully, he was still firm at this time. Another one? So interesting. So fun. I suddenly realized that you are my biggest gain so far. Originally, I just wanted to use you to attract some useless demigods to feed my sword and insects. But I didn't expect you to still be here. Arthur put his right hand on his face, covering his right eye, and kept laughing. The laughter went from low to high as he laughed. Arthur's body kept leaning back, and when an exaggerated angle was formed, his laughter began to become hoarse, especially the exposed left eye, which actually had a hint of blood. Excited? Too excited? I can't wait to play with my new toy. This is the most intuitive feeling of Miha and Ilo at this moment. They already have similar painful memories, and they are not him at this time, let alone him. Even if it is it, when this painful memory appeared, it was suppressed instantly. He could suppress this pain, but it couldn't. Its hiding made them completely exposed. What's worse, they met someone as terrible as Father Mapulu. This made the two panic. But immediately, Sister Miha stood up again as she did in the past. Come to me if you have anything. And Sister Ino was the same as before. What do you want? I promise you everything, Ino said. This almost unyielding promise made Arthur pause as he approached the lead box coffin with the blood around love. Although he returned to normal immediately, Miha and Ino caught this scene. In those days, they also had similar opportunities. But they were too weak back then, without any bargaining chips. So they fell into the hands of the madman Father Mapulu. But now it's different. They do. Miha and Ino, who were in tune with each other, immediately said, Your mother's birth was a conspiracy. No, not just your mother. Your grandfather is the same. We can tell you part of the truth of that year. We hope to exchange it for our own safety. Hearing such words, Arthur immediately sneered. Part of the truth? Do you think I don't know? Do you think I haven't investigated Glaster? Of course you don't know. What you don't know even more is, I killed Glaster, Arthur said slowly. And such words made the remaining souls of Miha and Ilo tremble. The smell of fear quickly spread. The dog hiding in the corner smelled it clearly. The incomplete blood-sucking ancestor worm also smelled it. However, unlike the death hound that looked like a silly dog, the blood-sucking ancestor worm twisted its body again. Why is it so scary? My own great-grandmother can be killed at will? What about me? Will I also be abandoned, just like those toys that have been played with enough, thrown into the sewer that never sees the sun, where I am washed by sewage, and then slowly rot, and eventually merge with the sewage, become indistinguishable from each other, and quietly wait for the arrival of the next me? The murmur in the heart of the blood-sucking ancestor worm almost made Arthur slap the other party. How can a worm become as melancholy as those poets? Moreover, cowardly, and cowardly, how can these words be associated with a poet? Arthur complained in his heart. Miha and Ilo were completely shocked. To be honest, Arthur, who looked calm at this moment, was more frightening to them than his crazy appearance before. Mad men are not scary. What is scary is that mad men can still be calm. A calm madman is not scary. What is scary is that this calm madman will not reflect on himself, but torture others with the most violent means. Miha and Ino did not dare to imagine what it would be like if they were the next person to be tortured. Glaster. They knew this woman too well. The other party who did everything to her was like a cockroach that could not be killed. But now she is dead. Moreover, she must have suffered unimaginable abuse before she died. They did not want to die, nor did they want to be abused. So, Miha and Ino immediately spoke again. Don't you want to know why she did this? Don't you want to know why she started the 7 Years' War? Don't you want to know who is behind her? This time, Arthur did not stop. He continued to move forward with blood drowning. He didn't even frown. It seemed that he didn't care about Miha and Ino's questions. But in his heart, the young Nanlo psychic was very happy. Woohoo surprise. Unexpected gain. After Arthur was surprised 3 times in his heart, his face became calmer. He said, Don't want to. Chapter 801 Miha and Ino. The straightforward refusal surprised Miha and Ilo. The twins had never expected Arthur to give such an answer. According to their thoughts, Arthur should have agreed very straightforwardly at this moment. After all, they were very curious at the time, which led to it. Wait! This guy made us miss the biggest clue. Miha and Ilo, who were thinking, suddenly thought of something, and their spirituality. Observed blood drowning. The moment they saw blood drowning, the twins understood why Arthur simply refused. Arthur was certainly not uncurious. As a human being, one would be curious, unless one knows the answer. Arthur naturally knew the answer. Not only did he know the answer, But he might have already taken action, looking for a way in, just like they did at the beginning. Sure enough, the person who could design a trap for them was definitely not as simple as he seemed. Even, maybe, what they can see is what they want to see. The familiar feeling of oppression appeared, making the soul of Iroh, the twin sister, tremble. The disorder of spirituality made it appear again. But it finally chose to refuse. It was also trembling. Or fear. The buried memory appeared again, defeating the many seals it had set, which made its spirituality completely fall into disorder. In this state, as an independent it, although it has become more independent, it has no power to resist, especially when facing Arthur. It does not want to face Arthur. Moreover, it has become independent. Why should it help them? Why should it become a useless umbrella? It will not do that. It is independent. It can also be promoted to him. The same roots, Elua felt the malice of it at the first moment. Immediately, the twin sister cried for help. Sister, don't worry. You keep an eye on it. I will strive for the best situation for us. Mihawk comforted her sister. Then, the twin sister spoke again. Sorry, I am rude. Yilo and I are not in a good state. It is easy to ignore some facts in front of us. Please forgive me. If it is here, it means that you already know the situation at that time. We certainly can't use these things to exchange with you, Mihawk said clearly. Arthur remained calm. As a psychic, Arthur knew too well that silence at this time was the best choice. Even if he was extremely curious about the person behind Glaster, it was the same. Resisting his curiosity, Arthur picked up the pipe that Melinda gave him and rubbed the tip of his thumb on the small words wrapped in the weighty pattern. The name is Melinda. Arthur believed that Mihawk and Iroh could see it. So, the young psychic began to adjust his breathing. From the rapid, became long. The indifference on his face, the madness was completely restrained, became calm. Only the deep eyes seemed to have not changed, just staring straight at the name Melinda. Melinda? Did that lady make the crazy psychic in front of him feel at ease? So that's how it is. No wonder there is such a strong love. The psychic in front of him must have discovered that his condition was not right. So he needed someone he loved to calm his emotions. Mihawk was delighted to discover this. Crazy people cannot talk, let alone trade or cooperate. However, calm people can. Just like this moment. It is a rare opportunity. As we all know, a person who has completely calmed down will be a tough nut to crack during negotiations. So, the best negotiation opportunity is at this moment when things are about to calm down. But not really calm down. Sir Kratos, you may have investigated who is behind Grast. And you also know why Grast provoked the 7 Years' War. However, I can guarantee that you absolutely do not know why the person behind Grast is doing so, Mihawk said confidently. Hearing Mihawk's confident words, Arthur frowned as he pretended to adjust. Arthur certainly knew that Mihawk had used some negotiation skills, but he was more concerned about why Mihawk was so sure. Contract? Or everyone present knew each other? In fact, they were in a very strange space at that time, so that everyone present knew each other? Arthur slowly pieced together the answer in his heart. He was inclined to the latter. Although the contract was convenient, it was not 100% safe. Especially since Mihawk could actually say it at this time, it was obvious that there was no contractual constraint. Thinking in his heart, Arthur's brows relaxed quickly. Although it was only a moment, but Mihawk caught it. Mihawk was quite sure that Arthur cared about this, but Arthur didn't know this. And this was her and her sister's opportunity. Iroh, have no intention of being your enemy. We are just poor people, and we were just passively counterattacking at that time. And now? I hope to live safely with my sister, Mihawk said very sincerely. Arthur sneered. Verbal promises are not the best guarantee. Moreover, your status, even if it is a contract, it is easy to escape. If you want to make a deal, I hope you will show your sincerity. Mihawk understood Arthur's words. Obviously, their status was not right, which made the psychic in front of them extremely alert. In response, the twin sister hesitated for a moment, and said directly, It was created by my sister and I to protect us. It originated from my sister and my flesh and blood soul. But now it is no longer of any use, but has become a poison to my sister and me. It has become independent, and has become a spy on everything about us. Before, our special state was caused by it. And now, it is still spying. Mihawk explained. Split personality? Twins split out one personality together. TSK? Should I say it is worthy of the mysterious side? Arthur sighed in his heart, but he said, I don't need such an explanation. I know your situation very well. So, I need something more practical, which can make me feel at ease. And this is the basis of our cooperation. After roughly understanding the personalities of the twins, and their current situation, Arthur began to press on step by step. Miha and Ilo must have suffered inhuman abuse since childhood. So, they formed a passive character. Even the strong Miha, it was just a little stronger. As for Iro? Without Miha, at this time, it is estimated that there would be only crying. In fact, that is also the case. Facing Arthur's step-by-step pressure, Miha did not have any disgust, but felt that it was natural. Then, the twin sister said, We need to peel it off, which will make me weaker. We hope you can protect us during this period. We will sign a contract with you. Hearing such words, Arthur smiled. However, it was a sneer. Chapter 802. After Arthur sneered several times, he restrained his laughter, and his words became gloomy. I am negotiating with you seriously, are you kidding me? It is urgent for you to strip it. But you use it to complete the deal with me. You have no sincerity at all. After the gloomy words, Arthur's fingers stroking the pipe trembled slightly, and then stopped quickly. The young psychic carefully placed the pipe on the table beside him, and then, picking up the spider blood claw, his calm face was filled with impatience, as if he wanted to end the matter that was making him so irritated with one sword. Miha, who saw the scene, exclaimed repeatedly, Wait! You misunderstood? Your blood-sucking worm needs it, and we will infuse it with some power, so that after your blood-sucking worm eats it, it will become completely complete. Miha spoke very quickly. The twin sister saw it. The psychic in front of him, it should be similar to their state. It's just that it has not been split yet. Did he come into contact with Shadow? Or forced? The twin sister couldn't be sure. But what she could be sure of was that Arthur in this state should never be provoked, because he might really kill them without caring. Not enough. Killing you is the same. Maybe he can make him complete and get promoted again. Arthur shook his head, and the irritation on his face became more intense. This made the twin sister more frightened. Without hesitation, the twin sister said, Iro and I can be your servants. We will serve you for 10 years. What are you kidding? You are so weak. And you still serve me? 10 years? I'm afraid you have just recovered in 10 years. Right? Arthur raised the spider blood claw in his hand. After we recover, I will serve you for another 10 years. No, 20 years. The elder twin sister quickly changed her words. But this time, Arthur seemed too lazy to answer, and just aimed the spider blood claw in his hand at the gap of the lead box coffin. With the sharpness of spider blood claw, this lead box coffin certainly could not block its sword edge. With just one stab, the lead box coffin would be pierced like paper. Naturally, the same would happen to my Hajlo in the coffin. Arthur seemed to be considering which angle to stab in, as if he could make my Hajlo suffer more, and he kept adjusting the tip of his sword. My Hajlo, who was being aimed at by the dark red tip, was extremely frightened, and her spirituality began to overflow to some extent. She immediately shouted, 50 years. 100 years. 150 years. The voice was trembling, and the numbers were reported one after another. When the number 200 came out, Arthur stopped aiming. The young Nanlos medium frowned again, as if thinking whether this deal was appropriate. In the end, the Nanlos medium gave a number. 300 years. It doubled the original amount. This is the basic operation of a medium. Miha faced this number. Even as a demigod, 300 years is not a short time. However, facing Arthur's spider blood claw, the twin sister knew what to do. Okay. Following these words, contracts appeared one after another, just like the incomplete blood-sucking ancestor in the blood of drowning. 7 interlocking contracts appeared in front of Mahalo in a way that would benefit Arthur to the greatest extent. In these 7 contracts, Arthur did not need to bear any responsibility, but had almost unlimited rights. Mahalo had expected this. But when he saw the words in the contract, when Arthur Kratos had ill intentions towards Mahalo and Ilo's bodies, the two of them will be able to fight back indefinitely. The twin sister was stunned. A strange feeling came over her. But for some reason, she felt safe. At this time, the twin sister was grateful to Arthur. At the same time, the twin sister believed that Arthur was a good man in the true sense. As for Arthur's cruel methods, what kind of cruelty is this? In her era, it was normal for people to eat each other. When Miha informed Iro of the news, the twin sister immediately exclaimed with joy. Great! Great! This is really great! But it was different. Damn it! How dare you! Heal you! Heal you! It roared. Immediately, the flesh and blood in the lead box coffin began to twist and expand. In a breath, the flesh and blood expanded to the extreme of the lead box coffin. It seemed that it would burst the lead box coffin in the next moment. It and them, who were originally of the same origin naturally. He knew what they wanted to do. But facing such twisted roars, Miha spoke coldly. Kill us? Didn't you try? But you were born from the flesh and blood. Souls of Iroh and me. You can't kill us at all. Once you kill us, you will lose your foundation and die. No! There is no way. Just wait for death. At this point, Iroh on the side also stared at it viciously. In front of the it that only Miha and Iroh could see. Its momentum immediately stagnated. Then, if you kill me, you will also suffer irreparable damage. The roar of it was full of cowardice. Until now, you still don't understand. Miha's right hand took Iroh's left hand, and they both said, one person will suffer irreparable damage, but if two people bear it, it will be much weaker. As long as there is enough time, we can recover again. Of course, you can't see it. As soon as the words fell, a light flashed in the spiritual space of the two people. It was like a precise scalpel. When the light disappeared, a blood-red crystal the size of a thumb rolled out of the lead box coffin. Then, a little girl's head stretched out from the lead box coffin. Long black hair, green eyes, white skin. Panic and anxiety were hidden in the green eyes. Sir Kratos. Call me master, Arthur said, throwing in 2 sets of clothes. He could hear another breath in the lead box coffin, more rapid than the one in front of him. Okay, master. Miha nodded repeatedly, then shrank back into the coffin. After the sound of dressing, Miha pulled out a more timid girl. The face, eyes, hair color were exactly the same as Miha's. But she looked extremely timid. At this moment, huddled behind Miha, like a frightened hamster, Arthur glanced at the two. His eyes lingered on their clothes that were obviously much larger. Immediately Miha said, Iroh, and I will alter the clothes. Well, very good. You sleep here, do some chores. At dawn, a lady will come to teach you more. Saying these words, Arthur stood up, picked up the blood-colored crystal, and walked into the bedroom. As the bedroom door closed, Arthur immediately looked at the words in front of him. The next moment, the corner of the psychic's mouth curled up. Chapter 803, Ascension of the Insect. The blood-colored crystal was cold to the touch. Words flowed out of Arthur's eyes, like a spring name. Division of Mahalo, perfect. Type, other items. Quality, legend. Attributes, 1. Enhancement, 2. Parasitism, 3. Resurrection. Note, the unexpected awakening of Mahalo in Ilo forced it into a desperate situation. It never thought it would encounter such a thing. It believed that it would always be him, even if it was a little later. However, accidents often come first. It was cut directly by Miha and Ilo. Miha and Ilo fell into a long-term weak state. But it also made the crystal more perfect. It contained a trace of divinity. And it? Of course, it would not give up. Reinforcement. When actively touching an item with Mahalo's cutting, it will bring eternal strengthening effect to the item. Parasitism. The strengthened item will be parasitized by it. Resurrection. Absorb enough flesh and energy, it will be resurrected on that item. And it will have the full characteristics of that item. Note 1. When strengthening, the item does not need to have spirituality. And the perfect Mahalo's cut will not only greatly increase the item level, but also give the item additional attributes. Note 2. The perfect Mahalo's cut can truly upgrade the legendary level items. And it is very likely to upgrade the level of the item to be upgraded to the Myth 1 level. Note 3. The perfect Mahalo's cut can strengthen living things, but it will speed up the parasitism. Note 4. During the parasitism, there will be no abnormalities. Note 5. Resurrection is divided into 3 stages. The first stage will increase appetite and master power that does not belong to oneself. The second stage will be worn away, and the flesh and blood will begin to reshape. In the third stage, the body will be completely transformed by it into a suitable container, and will still appear in the form of Miha and Iroh. Note 6. When the parasitism is completed, the whole process is irreversible. Arthur looked at the Mahalo's cut, perfect, in his hand. Even though his palms were cold, his heart was filled with infinite heat. This crystal was enough to make the blood-sucking ancestor worm in drowning blood complete. and as long as it was complete, then a one-time gift would appear. At that time, will XP still be a problem? Once again, Arthur saw millions of people shouting his name. However, before feeding Abel, Arthur asked again, "Is there any problem? Master, have you ever seen a fish on the chopping board resist?" Yes. The man was slapped several times by the fish's tail. Abel, facing Arthur's answer. The vampire ancestor really wanted to shout loudly, "I am just a metaphor. Do you understand metaphors? It didn't really happen. It was just a very reliable assumption. Moreover, as a vampire ancestor, how could I be slapped by a fish? Impossible. Master, your humor always catches me off guard." Abel used laughter to cover up his embarrassment. Arthur was quite serious. "Be careful, so that you don't make a big mistake." Faced with such an admonition, Abel was slightly stunned, and then he became serious. Understood. Then, Michaelo's cut was placed on drool of blood, and a broken blood-sucking ancestor crawled out of the ring. It was like a thin red worm. When the red worm touched the red crystal, the crystal began to tremble. Then, the shadow of a fish appeared directly. It appeared in the sight of the blood-sucking ancestor worm, and Arthur saw this scene with the help of the power of the contract. The fish was very big, more than 2 meters long. It looked like a grass carp, but it had extremely sharp and dense teeth, and at this moment, these teeth bit towards the blood-sucking ancestor worm as the fish opened its mouth wide. Abel was stunned. It really didn't expect to encounter such a thing. But with Arthur's reminder, the blood-sucking ancestor worm reacted very quickly. It dodged the big fish's attack with a flash, and its entire body jumped onto the fish's body and drilled into the gap between the fish scales. Then, it ate. It ate at a speed beyond imagination. When the big fish ran out of strength and fell from midair, most of its body was eaten by Abel, leaving only bones. Abel's body also became thicker. If it was a red worm before, it looked a bit like an earthworm now. Of course, the most important thing is completeness. Abel felt the completeness of his body and almost burst into tears. After so many years, it finally had a complete body again. Moreover, its memory might also become complete. Abel looked at the fish that was still half gone, and immediately shook his body, like a whip that whipped the fish on one side. Paw! The fish was smashed to pieces. The meat and bones were scattered everywhere. Want to run? Abel imitated Arthur's emphasis, sneered, and suddenly opened his mouth wide. Whoosh! A strong wind suddenly rose. The huge suction force sucked the meat and bones into his mouth, and directly into his stomach, and digested them quickly. Arthur was not surprised by this. From the very beginning of Touch of Mahalo, Arthur could see that the blood-sucking ancestor was its natural enemy. Even though they were several times stronger, the relationship between them as natural enemies did not change. Because Abel was also getting stronger. Especially at this moment, Arthur could clearly use the power of the contract to see Abel's complete body being repaired more precisely. The activeness of his spirituality showed that his memory was also becoming complete. However, with the familiar sound of electricity, the memory of Abel that Arthur expected became distorted. No! To be precise, it was snowflakes. It was like when the TV reception signal was completely cut off. And it was different from the previous blood drinker Heber. Heber recovered quickly that time. But it took a long time for Abel. It was as if his memory was erased. Arthur frowned. Abel's body also twisted. Abel also found something wrong. Its memory was too strange, blank, nothing. But its existing memory told it there should be. Obviously, someone has done something wrong. This made Abel extremely angry. His earthworm-like body began to twist faster and faster. Damn it! Asshole! I'm going to kill you! Don't let me know who you are. Otherwise, I will definitely make you understand that death is also a gift. Abel roared in his heart. Then, this blood-sucking ancestor worm became self-pitying. What will be in my blank memory? Will I have a wife? Is my family harmonious? Maybe I am already a father? Thinking of this, the blood-sucking ancestor almost cried. Arthur checked Abel's mental activities through the contract. Out of kindness, the young psychic coughed lightly in his heart and said, Don't worry, you will definitely not have a wife and children. Chapter 804. Abel was stunned, then he shouted repeatedly, Master, are you insulting the bugs? Why can't I have a wife, children? Or do you not understand that the blood-sucking ancestor bugs also have family values? And I work so hard, why can't I have a wife, children? As for the family values of the blood-sucking ancestor bugs that Abel mentioned, Arthur learned a little about it through Abel's fragmented memories. It is roughly monogamy. Why roughly? Because some vampire ancestor worms have both husbands and wives. Some vampire ancestor worms, because they cannot truly show their charm, choose to live alone until the end of their lives. After all, for vampire ancestor worms, the cost of raising offspring is too high. Not only will their strength decline, but they will also be bound by invisible forces because of the existence of their children. The combination of the two will make the powerful vampire ancestor worms completely passive. It is precisely because of this that the number of vampire ancestor worms has become extremely rare. Even though the father of the Blood Duke, the Blood Prince, tried his best to cultivate him, it had no effect. Of course, Arthur did not judge Abel to be a lonely old man because of these. He just connected the actual situation. Abel, what role do you think you are playing? Playing a role? Abel was stunned. And then, the blood-sucking ancestor worm began to think. And Abel, who was not stupid, guessed the answer in just a few seconds. I am the bait? Yes. Arthur nodded in approval. He did not continue to say it clearly. Abel was silent. Arthur did not say it clearly, but Abel understood. Someone used the blood-sucking ancestor worm to make a plan, so this blood-sucking ancestor worm must not have a family, otherwise. With the simple family concept of the blood-sucking ancestor worm, there will definitely be big trouble. It is not unheard of for a female worm to take her larvae to find her husband. The planner would never let such a thing happen. So, it is better for Abel not to have a family. If there is, it is likely that he will be silenced. Faced with such a thing, Abel would rather be a single insect. But, uncertainty and uneasiness permeated the heart of this blood-sucking ancestor insect. Then, it turned into anger. Blood Marquis, IXXXX. Amidst a series of curses, Abel stood up. His bloody body became even redder because of anger. In Abel's view, this is the method of the Blood Marquis. Just like the Blood Drinker Heber. However, Arthur had a different opinion. The means are similar. No! Even if the means are the same, it doesn't have to be the Blood Marquis. After all, the Blood Clan was exterminated. Arthur said this, and he leaned back on the recliner. Abel immediately reacted. Master, you mean, if it was the Blood Marquis who planned it? Even if the process was very tortuous, the result would definitely be that the Blood Clan prospered greatly. And the Blood Clan was exterminated. This means that the Blood Marquis has failed. The Blood Marquis, who is a loser, may be the one who was set up. Abel began to analyze. Arthur recalled the memory of the Blood Drinker Heber that he had seen before, while saying, Don't forget the meaning of your existence. The meaning of my existence? Give it to the Blood Marquis' son? Let him disguise himself as a real Blood Clan. His. Abel immediately thought of something. Suddenly, the blood-sucking ancestor insect stopped talking, although it does not have the death intuition. But the powerful spiritual is also telling it that it can't think too much. There will be danger. Instinctively, Abel looked at Arthur. As Arthur nodded, Abel went straight back into the drowning blood. At the same time, a brand new drowning blood appeared. Name, Drowning Blood. Type, Ring. Quality, Legend. Attributes, 1, Son of Blood. 2, Contract. Requirements, Arthur Kratos S. Notes. The ring forged by the Blood Marquis and his wife for their son, but the hidden Abel inside made you understand that the Blood Marquis' hunting of the engaged family members was not as simple as the rumor said. It was definitely not about washing away the shame, but had a deeper purpose. As Abel's body was completed, after discovering that Abel's memory was erased, you had more guesses, but danger was always around, making you more cautious. Son of Blood, when you wear this ring, the complete blood-sucking ancestor will use its own power to disguise you as a step up. 1. Like the Blood Clan, not only can you fly, your palms sharpen, turn into mist, bats, borrow the power of frost, ignore gravity and walk on vertical walls, you can also control bats to become your eyes and ears, and on moonlit nights, your abilities will be enhanced. When the moon is full, this enhancement can reach its peak, entering the true meaning of Ascending Step 2. The wearer will have a physique at the level of Ascending Step 1, above, and can also use his own blood to create a complete blood bride and complete blood slaves. Blood fighters. Blood warriors. Contract. The existence of 27 contracts makes Abel obey you and be your loyal servant, especially when it is willing to call you master. Everything has changed. Note 1. The blood bride can be made entirely with its own blood and living flesh, while the production of blood slaves, blood fighters, and blood warriors has become simpler, requiring only a little blood from the wearer. And at the same time, because the incomplete able has become complete, the abilities of the blood slaves, blood fighters, and blood warriors you created have been further enhanced. Note 2. The created blood brides have become very stable. Not only are they extremely powerful, they retain their own wisdom, and their emotions are extremely stable. Note 3. At this moment, you can have 3 blood brides. 0/3. The number of blood slaves you created has increased significantly to 200. 0/200. The number of blood fighters is 60. 0 out of 60. There are 10 bloody warriors. 2 out of 10. At the same time, you can choose 13 people from them to become your next generation of blood relatives, and you have 1/13 at this time. When they become your blood relatives, you will get a certain ability increase. Note 4. And because of your suggestion, the complete Albert specially opened up the one-time blood slave ability. You can have 500 one-time blood slaves. 0/500. Note 5. One-time blood slaves can only master ordinary secrets, unable to reach arcana level because there is no spirituality. A one-time blood slave will use his own life to replace spirituality. After each use, he will be exhausted and must undergo a long period of recuperation before he can receive your granting again. Note 6. Complete able is suppressed by too many contracts. Without your permission, he cannot suck blood. Note 7. When the wearer dies, complete able will devour the wearer's corpse. When you die, the complete able will explode together. Blood of drowned love has changed from a crystal texture to a full metal texture at this time. Red metal, under the moonlight, glows with a faint and different brilliance. Looking at Note 5. The burning in Arthur's eyes became real at this moment. He knew that from this moment on, he had finally embarked on a smooth road. The next moment, Arthur's figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. Chapter 805. Late at night, outside Port Pulte. The sound of the river is clear to the ears. The followers of the river god cult, under the arrangement of their respective leaders, are on guard and patrol. Although some older believers have the privilege of resting early, these believers will not do so. On the contrary, they are the most active and persistent, not only because of faith, but also because they hate being told that they are old. The older they are, the more so. However, there was one person who was an exception. Mr. Gwyn. This old man who called himself a historian was half leaning on the soft couch at this time, allowing his feet, which had taken off their boots, to be completely stretched out, and leaning on the brazier. Before, he had been on the road, and was hiding. Even though Mr. Gwyn's boots were made of cowhide, they had been soaked through. The cold river water made this old man thoroughly experience what ice-chilling meant. "Lisa, do you have hot cocoa? I still feel a little cold," Mr. Gwyn asked his wife, and his tone was inexplicably a little bit coquettish. Mrs. Gwyn rolled her eyes at her husband. "I told you not to come, but you insisted on coming," she complained, but Mrs. Gwyn quickly brought the hot cocoa. Mrs. Gwyn had already made hot cocoa outside when the brazier was lit. "Why not on the brazier in the tent?" Mrs. Gwyn said that hot cocoa with foot odor is really hard to swallow. Even if someone has pursued coffee with shit smell, it is still the same. Mrs. Gwyn said that she is just a normal person, and her hobbies are also ordinary. The most adventurous thing in her life is to join the inner river god cult with her husband. More? Really nothing. Thank you, Lisa. Without you, I don't know what to do. In the next life, let me meet you again. Okay. Holding the hot cocoa cup, after taking a sip, Mr. Gwyn laughed. Mrs. Gwyn poked Mr. Gwyn with her finger several times, and added firewood to the brazier. These were just delivered by the young people in the church. Also delivered were dried meat, corn and fresh vegetables, including hot cocoa. When Mrs. Gwyn saw the fresh vegetables, she was very surprised. In the eyes of this lady, the Inland River God Cult was originally an organization that huddled together for warmth. It was to fight against river pirates, and also to have more room for maneuver under the taxation of the nobles. But now it has changed, becoming more and more powerful. I don't know what will happen in the future. Inexplicably, the lady was worried. But the next moment, the lady's hand was held by her husband. Mr. Gwyn still smiled, but his voice was lowered. Don't worry. It won't happen. That gentleman and that lord are far greater than we imagined. The devourer Imola in the river was slashed by that lord with one sword. I can't think of anything else that can hinder that lord. Moreover, That Lord's kindness is enough to let everyone know what to do. Moreover, at this point, the old man did not speak again, but pointed to the fresh vegetables in the corner. These seemingly ordinary vegetables, appearing here, represent too many things. That is the complete team of local brothers. It is also a fact of unity. As long as the next step is successful, Inland River Church will definitely take another big step forward. Marquis has? Mr. Gwyn muttered in his heart. The old man could see that. The Nanlos medium must have been well prepared and had ideas before he stood up and walked to the stage. He didn't know about the former. He could guess about the latter. He must have formed an alliance with Marquis has. Or killed Marquis has. Only in this way can the Inland River Church become more upright and more handy. The old man did not like to use the word ambition, and in order to cooperate with the kindness of the Nanlos medium, he chose handy. Very tactful. Just like what he told his wife. That kind of tactfulness is more of a strategy than a worry. He didn't know if his words now could be heard. But it is better to be careful. Subconsciously, Mr. Gwyn put his boots closer to the brazier. Dry boots can help him walk further. Of course, muskets, medicines, and dry food are also essential. If you go from the inner river, the target will be too big. Moreover, it will be difficult for Nanlos to go back. So, just in case, it is better to go to the inner bay by land. As for more, the old man also thought of it. For example, the most basic coins, he could borrow some from the brothers around him. However, this is the worst case scenario. What if this doesn't happen? What if this is the best direction? The old man thought to himself, drinking hot cocoa, waiting for news, and at the same time, motioning his wife to eat more food. Those fresh vegetables are good. Let's make vegetable porridge, the old man said. Mrs. Gwyn didn't think more, but she didn't mind showing off her cooking skills to her spoiled husband. Looking at his wife's back, Mr. Gwyn lowered his eyes the next moment. We need to find a car. A donkey cart is best. Otherwise, Lisa may not be able to reach the inner bay. But the target is too big. It won't be safe along the way. Do we need to win over people? Mr. Gwyn thought. And at this moment, footsteps appeared outside the tent, followed by a young voice. Mr. Gwyn, the high priest asked me to tell you that Mr. Grindelwald is here. Suddenly, Mr. Gwyn opened his eyes. His eyes were shining. The worst thing did not happen. The best thing happened. If it was the worst thing, Grindelwald would definitely not appear at this time, and it must be the cavalry of Marquis Hard. Unable to help it, the old man let out a long breath. Then, he drank the hot cocoa, put on his boots and walked out. Lisa, I'll be back in a while. The old man walked to the curtain of the tent and circled back. He hugged his wife and kissed her hard. After being patted by his wife, he continued to walk out. The tent curtain fell down. Mrs. Gwyn, who was cutting vegetables and washing rice, began to select dried meat and put some of it into this meal. The rest was hidden in the luggage. Her vision was not as good as her husband's. But she knew her husband's habits. She knew that kind of comfort. She also knew the joy just now. She knew that things must be developing in a better direction. But what if there are twists and turns? So, she needs to prepare more for her husband. At any time, it is always right to prepare more. Thinking in her heart, Mrs. Gwyn also hid more salt in the luggage. Chapter 806. Tolan sat cross-legged on a woolen felt. On his left hand was a long sword with a sheath. On his right hand was a musket. The new high priest was still recalling the scene where the devourer Imola was cut in half by the Nanlos medium. Before, the high priest had always been skeptical about the Nanlos medium being his friend. But from that time on, the high priest no longer had any doubts. After all, it is too normal for a medium who can kill gods to have a friend like His Majesty. Therefore, he firmly believed in the news that Grindelwald asked him to wait here. The entire Inland River Church did not disperse and withdraw like the river pirates of the Red Knight. Instead, they all waited here. First, they could not break up into small pieces like the Red Knight. Second, this time, the brothers in the church in Port were truly exposed, even if it was out of devotion to His Majesty. If he went back like this, he would surely die. The third, and most important point, His Majesty was in the river not far away. So, after receiving the news that Grindelwald asked him to wait, Tolan did not hesitate at all and waited here. His pious heart made the high priest have no doubts. As for the long sword and musket beside him, that was just in case. At any time, bloodshed and sacrifice may happen. Especially when facing the rumored extremely old-fashioned Marquis Einhas, this is even more true. But for your majesty, I am willing to give everything. Thinking in his heart, there was a sudden noise behind Tolan. Subconsciously, our high priest grabbed the musket and aimed at the back. Arthur, who appeared in Grindelwald's vest, looked helpless. He picked up the cane that had just been poked into the ground and asked softly, "Can't we put the cane here?" Of course. I overreacted. Sorry, Mr. Grindelwald. Tolan was serious in the face of Grindelwald's teasing. Arthur did not feel disgusted with this. After all, didn't he choose him to be the high priest of the Inner River Church because of his seriousness? Different from his other subordinates. The special nature of the Inner River Church meant that the head of this organization could not be too smart. Active, you can't even have too many talents. Be obedient. No. Piety is the most important. I should be the one to say sorry. According to the rules, I should have informed you. However, this matter is too secretive. It must be kept secret, Arthur said in a low voice. After hearing these words, Tolan's eyes condensed, and there was fanaticism and murderous intent in his eyes. When do we start? How many people do we need? We brought artillery. If it is not enough to deal with Marquis Einhas, please tie the explosives to my body. I will die with the other party, with the glory of his majesty. As he said this, the high priest began to take off his clothes. Then, he took out a box of explosives from under the bed and began to tie them to his body. Arthur watched this scene, his eyelids twitched. He, after all, underestimated the power of faith. But as a psychic, he really liked people who supported him with this kind of power, so... Snap, snap! Grindelwald clapped softly. Tolan, you have lived up to the expectations of the Lord and his majesty, but Marquis Einhas is our ally for now. We don't need to point our swords at our allies. What? Tolan was stunned. Brothers and sisters from Port Pulte can return home safely, and can also admit to the outside world that they are believers of the Inland River God in the future. Marquis Einhas allowed us to have our own chapel in Port Pulte, although it is only a small chapel. This was one of the contents of the previous contract between the two parties. Marquis Einhas was very surprised about this. This Marquis does not understand how Arthur could be related to an organization like the Inland River Church, but unlike traditional nobles, although Marquis Einhas dislikes organizations similar to the church, he does not hate organizations similar to the church. Therefore, when faced with Arthur's words of returning a favor, the Marquis nodded very carefully. It is not easy to repay a debt of favor. This Marquis has a deep understanding of this. And looking at Arthur's appearance, this understanding is even deeper. After all, facing the blood drinker Heber, Arthur is risking his life. Tolan did not know about these things. When the nobles of Einhas territory and the blood drinker Heber broke out in battle, they had already begun to evacuate. However, this does not mean that Tolan did not understand the meaning. A base that can be put in the open, for any church organization. It is extremely important. It can even be called the foundation. Great. Really great. Tolan was so excited that he danced with joy. But the next moment, the high priest froze in his place. Because in view of this achievement, His Majesty has bestowed divine grace on you. About 100 people can choose to learn some divine arts. The upper limit of the blood-sucking ancestor Abel is 500 people. But for the first operation, Arthur will not increase the number of people to the maximum. He needs to be more careful to deal with possible accidents. After all, the followers of the Inland River Church are truly valuable materials. The loss of any one of them will make Arthur feel distressed. This is really great, Torin stuttered. Later, the high priest's eyes began to turn red. For this high priest, divine arts are naturally heard of. Divine arts, the foundation of the church. It is the foundation of the establishment of the shrine era. In fact, if it were not for the decline of divine arts, even if the shadow was horrible several times, the church would not have fallen. And with the end of the sacred age, divine arts have long become a thing of legend. But now, they can actually bathe in the grace of God and master divine arts. The excitement in his heart made the high priest kneel on one knee and pray loudly in the direction of the inner river. The god has a shape, like a snake, very long and thick. The breath of God is highly poisonous. The command of God is obeyed by all snakes. You are the king of all snakes. You are the lord of the inland river. Your roar is the surging waves. Your gaze is the place where the inland river flows. When the prayer ended, Tolan's face became more resolute. His eyes became brighter. And he looked at Grindelwald. Sir, please tell me the candidate, Tolan asked loudly. Looking at Tolan, who seemed to have been reborn in an instant. Arthur was very satisfied. At the same time, Arthur felt the horror of faith. Immediately, Arthur began to warn himself in his heart to be careful. Then, the South Los medium whispered, "As for the candidate, let's do this." Chapter 807. When Mr. Gwyn walked outside the tent, he did not go in directly. "Archpriest Tolan, Mr. Grindelwald," the old man shouted. At the same time, he bent down, lowered his head, with a respectful look. No one noticed that the old man's eyes were rolling around, and his ears were erect. He already had a guess, but it needed to be confirmed. Unfortunately, he was already old. His ears were not deaf, but not as sharp as when he was young. He could not hear more noises in the tent. "It's okay now, but in a few years, I'm afraid not wetting the bed will be the best. Time flies so fast." The old man sighed. "Come in!" Tolan's voice rang in the tent. The voice is steady, without tremolo, not impatient, sharp. Mr. Gwyn speculated in his heart, and the idea became more and more firm. And when he entered the tent, when he saw Tolan, whose eyes were filled with joy, the idea was confirmed immediately. We won. The situation in Ina's territory was completely opened. Thinking of this, the old man breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was sure that he could bring his wife to the inner base smoothly, the twists and turns along the way were not pleasant, and it was better not to experience them if possible. "Mr. Gwyn, we need you to do something," Tolan said, as he pulled out the explosives from under the bed. The moment he saw the explosives, Mr. Gwyn almost laughed out loud. Of course, he knew what was going on. It's just that Tolan's acting was a little off. Or rather, Tolan couldn't act at all. The young high priest was too straightforward. And that's why Arthur suggested that Mr. Gwyn be the interviewer for a while. This old man is not only knowledgeable, but also has a lot of life experience. And smart. In this regard, Arthur thinks highly of him. The other party must have experienced the 7 Years' War at his age. If he is not smarter, how can he survive until now? Moreover, Arthur does not mind if the other party is smarter. It is really that Tolan is too straightforward. With such a smart assistant, the Inland River Church will be better. As for loyalty, Arthur is not worried at all. He believes that, with a layout in a while, these people will be the most loyal. "Okay, Torin. Mr. Gwyn is trustworthy. Your Majesty once told me that. The old man is the opportunity of destiny of the church." Looking at the uncomfortable expression of Mr. Gwyn, who tried his best to cooperate with Torin, Arthur knew that this was the other party acting for him. Without any surprise, he just spoke slowly in the tone of Grindelwald. Although he was not a medium of Nanlos, but with the endorsement of the god of the inland river, and Grindelwald's excellent appearance, with the added temperament, this speech immediately attracted the attention of Tolan and Mr. Gwyn. Tolan looked at Mr. Gwyn with surprise. But there was no jealousy. On the contrary, the high priest began to secretly swear to protect the old man's safety. The church's opportunity of destiny. He has secured it. And Mr. Gwyn was in doubt. He is the opportunity of destiny? But he is just a war orphan who has survived until now. How could he be the opportunity of fate? The old man bowed modestly without showing his confusion. "I am willing to sacrifice my life for your majesty." Tolan expressed his approval of such words. As the first person to stand up and support your majesty, Tolan believed in this old man very much. The test just now was just because Mr. Grindelwald said that he was not suitable to be an interviewer. But this dissatisfaction did not have any anger. After confirming that he was not suitable, the young high priest immediately told Mr. Gwyn everything. "What? Divine magic?" Mr. Gwyn's pupils widened, and he couldn't hold back the words in his mouth. But he covered them with his hands as soon as they came out. However, the old man's heart was beating fast. What is divine magic? No one knows it better than Mr. Gwyn, who claims to be a historian. It is a sign of the times. It is also the cornerstone of an empire. If the Inland River Church possesses divine arts, can it reach the glory of the Holy See in the past? No. It doesn't need the glory of the past. As long as it has 1/10, it is enough. Boom, boom, boom. The old man's heartbeat became more and more intense. Arthur heard such a heartbeat. He laughed secretly. This scene is what he wanted. Opportunity of destiny. Yes. Isn't it enough in front of us? If that's not all, he'll have to say more. The charm of language, always at this time, is brought to the fullest by Arthur. But as a young psychic, what bad intentions could Arthur have? He really just wants to expand his influence and gain more XP. Although all eating, there are more ways to gain XP, but as a psychic, Arthur knows his advantages very well. He won't suffer without hardship. They could have won easily, but they created a difficult life for themselves. And then, they fell into endless self-admiration. In Arthur's opinion, such people are really sick. They bought fruits but didn't eat the good ones, but had to eat the rotten ones first, and ended up not eating any good fruits. Then, they rubbed a pair of shoes while complaining that their waist was about to break. The washing machine was left unused and rusted, and they didn't turn on the air conditioner even when it was over 30 degrees. And they got heat stroke. And the whole family was around. If you don't enjoy your blessings, you will suffer when you don't have any. You are just playing with your life. If you don't have any disease, you will find a disease. If you have a disease, you will resist it. Arthur said that whoever wants to go can go, but he won't go. As for those who advise others to suffer, please be polite to them. After all, if they are not tired of suffering, how can they advise others? People always like to teach others and intervene in the cause and effect of others. Then, when they bring disaster to themselves, they can't help but sigh about the misery of life. Finally, I have to sigh, maybe this is life. Arthur thought of himself unconsciously. He is retired, but he lives a good life, eating skewers and drinking wine, occasionally getting a foot massage, drinking tea, and living a comfortable life. But he is a teacher, can't control his mouth, and instructs others. What as the result? He was taught a lesson by a dump truck. Arthur left the tent with a strong sense of self-mockery. The things here, with Tolan and Gwen here, there will be absolutely no problem. He certainly doesn't need to stay here. After all, there are many smart people. If he stays here, it will be a flaw. And selecting 100 people will not be completed in a few minutes. For Arthur, who doesn't like to waste time, he will not wait. He walked towards the inner river. Before he really got close, the big snake Nidhogg sensed it. The big snake that regarded Arthur as a father and brother immediately transmitted joy from its blood. Feeling this joy, Arthur was stunned. Is this okay? Chapter 808, Snake Transformation. Intense joy, mixed with dense information, began to emerge in front of Arthur Nidhogg, mutated Titan Divine Python, a special python transformed by the crazy Master Geppetto. The moment it met you, the blood of several ancient snakes in its body sensed the greatness of the snake of death, unchanged from time immemorial, which made it regard you as a relative, a father and brother-like existence. And you fed it Devourer Imola, it makes it respect you even more. Worship you. At this moment, it has digested most of the Devourer Imola with its most special blood. Promoted to a legendary mystical creature. It can't wait to show you. Effect 1. Mutated body. 2. Dragon armor. 3. Snake breath. 4. Command. 5. Strong stomach. 6. Divinity. Mutated body. Nidhogg has a body far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. And it is still growing. The huge body not only makes it extremely powerful, but also fearless of fire, frost, poison, and hallucinations. Even when facing thunder, it will only hesitate, but will not be timid. When in the river or sea, Nidhogg's strength, resistance, defense, and breath will gain +1 characteristics. At this stage, 80 meters long, 6 meters thick. Dragon armor. The blood of the dragon gives Nidhogg special scales, which not only ignores all physical attacks under the steppes, facing fire, frost, and poison attacks, it is even more at ease. Even facing the attack of the steppers, it will be safe and sound, and can activate a force field shield covering the whole body, which is enough to withstand 3 attacks of the step 3 level. Snake breath. It can spray out a cone of poisonous mist with an angle of 30 and a length of 600 meters. It can also spray out fireballs and ice balls with a diameter that matches the thickness of the body. But it cannot spray lightning. The maximum attack power does not exceed the step 1 level. Command. It can command the snake group within a radius of 200 kilometers. Strong stomach. The stomach of the Devourer Imola, it was integrated into Nidhogg's stomach, which made Nidhogg's stomach's digestive power even more terrifying. And it could store items, but it could not store living things. Divinity. A trace of the divinity of Imola, the Devourer, was integrated into Nidhogg's flesh and blood, allowing it to ignore the power of the demigod in the traditional sense. Note 1. Nidhogg has an amazing appetite. But as he climbed the stairs, he could increase his satiety by basking in the moonlight more efficiently. However, real food would make Nidhogg feel happy. Gold will make Nidhogg feel unprecedented deliciousness. and accelerate the growth of Nidhogg's body. When Nidhogg eats a lot, his body will grow rapidly. Note 2. Dragon armor. Snake breath becomes stronger as Nidhogg's body grows. Note 3. The sprayed cone-shaped poison mist can become a normal poisonous miasma, covering certain areas, or moving with the wind. Note 4. The snakes under command, provided that their level does not exceed Nidhogg, will not be able to resist it. Note 5. In Nidhogg's stomach, there are 217,111 gold coins, 200 jewels of various types, 20 broken mystical items. Note 6. This trace of divinity brings a glimmer of opportunity to Nidhogg, and it will use time to chase it. Giant. 80 meters long, 6 meters thick. It can be called a giant. This is not a fisherman who catches a fish over 1 meter long and gets lost for 5 hours, after wandering around the busiest place in the city for 3 rounds. No matter what you ask, you have to answer. How do you know I caught a big fish? If you ask again, you have to answer. Giant, unprecedented giant. If the fishermen catch Nidhogg, wouldn't they be so happy that they would fly to heaven? Arthur raised his hand and stroked the top of his pet snake's head. According to Arthur's instructions, Nidhogg appeared silently, just revealing the top of its head. Then, the snake spit out something. A crystal. And this crystal was what Arthur found incredible. As for Nidhogg's growth and digestion ability, although Arthur was surprised, he also expected it. Only the crystal in his hand, which was the size of a thumb, was crystal clear and still shining before dawn. Crown of the Barbarian King. Devourer Imola was considered the patron saint of the South County barbarian tribe for quite a long time. For this reason, the barbarians would offer sacrifices to Imola with the highest level of etiquette. That was the heart of the tribal warrior. In response, Imola expressed his love. The heart of a powerful barbarian is the source of the barbarian's power, and it is also the best tonic for Imola to treat himself. Over the years, the power unique to the barbarians began to condense. Imola discovered this, but it did not choose to digest it in the true sense, because it found that this would be one of its escape routes. If the snake path is not possible, then the barbarian god is not impossible. No! It should be the god of the wilderness, god of the blizzard. No! Maybe even, it can become the god of war. It is so impatient. Until it is chopped into pieces by your sword. Note, this is a disposable item. Looking at the words in front of him, Arthur's breathing became rapid. Barbarian god. God of the wilderness. God of blizzards. God of war. Each name made the Nalos medium excited, especially the god of war. A god who can bear the name of war is definitely not a demigod, or a god must be a higher god. In fact, according to Arthur's understanding, it must be an extremely powerful existence among the higher gods. Of course, more importantly, discover the special item Crown of the Barbarian King. Judging. Judgment passed. Yes/no consumption of the Crown of the Barbarian King. Complete the secret art Barbarian King's ceremony. Incomplete? Barbarian King's crown is being judged. Judgment passed. Barbarian King's crown is full of power, and can directly upgrade the complete version of Barbarian King's ceremony to the extreme. Barbarian King's crown is being judged. Judgment failed. After upgrading the complete version of Barbarian King to the extreme, the power in Barbarian King's crown cannot break through the stage-specific shackles of Barbarian King's ceremony. Grandma Selena's secret art and Barbarian King's crown complement each other. Arthur looked at the judgments in surprise. Obviously, if he wanted to, he could bring the ritual of the Barbarian King to its peak in an instant. Moreover, it was a complete version. However, Arthur did not do so. He was not lacking in strength now. At the same time, it was not the end of his rope. So, he wanted to leave a way out for himself. The power of the 17th stage was unquestionable. So what about war? The latter was a backup. And it was also qualified. Therefore, Arthur must use XP to push Barbarian King's ceremony to the extreme, and then use XP to repair Barbarian King's ceremony. Then use Barbarian King's crown. Only in this way can it be maximized. Maybe once you use it, you will be a demigod. Thinking of that picture, Arthur couldn't help but curl up his lips. But immediately, reality pulled Arthur back. Learning Barbarian King's ceremony. Level 1 requires 3000 XP points, and this is an incomplete version. If there is no special situation, upgrading to LV5 is a headache for Arthur, who is extremely short of XP. If there is a special situation, a qualitative change will be an astronomical figure. And if you want to make barbarian king's ceremony complete, it seems that Arthur will definitely spin this astronomical figure. Sure enough, the future is beautiful. But the reality is cruel. We must work harder. For a moment, Arthur's pride in establishing a church that can be recycled and increasing XP mining disappeared. He felt more and more urgent. His XP was not enough. This made Arthur feel uneasy. However, Arthur soon thought of another way. Chapter 809. Arthur thought of another church. The Church of Suffering of the Lady of Pain. Of course. He thought of much more than the Church of Suffering. Does Blood Drinker Heber have followers? Does Devourer Mora have followers? Yes. As the demigods of the past, even if they became them, they still have followers. So these followers are his. He, Arthur Kratos, as the reincarnation god that these demigods once followed, took the followers of the original followers into his pocket. Which is reasonable. Right? Of course. It's not just them. There are more demigods. Arthur's mind was spinning rapidly. Although he had a general idea, Arthur knew very well that it would not be easy to really do this. The most direct point is who is the reincarnation god. This requires not only a reasonable explanation, but also convincing people. Not only strength, but also characteristics. Or in other words, authority. And for him, the easiest thing is death. But facing this death, Arthur still remains vigilant. At least, he needs to know more before he can make a plan. Otherwise, it will really capsize. The same is true for war. There is too little information. So little that he was almost completely in the dark. However, this phenomenon will change soon. Because Miha and Ilo, the twins, the former Lady of Pain, will definitely tell him everything he wants to know. Through skillful communication. Thinking of this, Arthur took out a book. Nanlos Nursery Rhymes. This is a widely circulated nursery rhyme in Nanlos, which not only collects some stories from remote places, more importantly, it was compiled into a nursery rhyme and widely circulated in South Los. As for the author? Hulk, the master known as the god of magic potion and the god of alchemy. When Arthur first learned this information, he was not surprised. Others might not do this. However, given the character of this master, who could create stone bullet technique for marbles and gliding technique for ice skating, it is very likely that he would collect nursery rhymes. As for why? Of course, it was because of interest. Whenever he thought of this, Arthur was full of envy. He envied this kind of casualness. This kind of doing things completely because of interest. Not with a purpose. Not to mention playing. When can I achieve this? Arthur took out another notebook and charcoal while thinking, and began to write and draw. He was making up his own code book. Since he was acting, he needed to do the whole set. Otherwise, Miha and Iro would probably find out. Even with the contract, Arthur still habitually positioned the relationship between the two parties in the category of balance rather than slavery. This is not hypocrisy. It is to give more. What a bad guy. Arthur thought of Melinda's evaluation of him, and immediately laughed. And the speed of the charcoal pencil in his hand became faster and faster. When the sky was about to brighten, Tolan and Mr. Gwyn led hundreds of people to the river. On Tolan's sleeves, there were dried bloodstains. Not much, but enough to show what the high priest had just done. Killing. Or, to eliminate the disloyal. The test was conducted with Mr. Gwyn as the interviewer and Tolan as the executioner. Those who passed appeared here. Those who failed. The water of the inner river was enough to cover everything. For those who failed, no one cared. These 100 people were already surrounded by fanatical faith. Their eyes were burning, their expressions were crazy, and everyone was praying to the god of the inland river in a low voice. Seeing this, Arthur nodded slightly. He straightened his clothes. In Grindelwald's language, he said softly, "Welcome to all those who have passed the test. I'm sorry, I have to do this. It's really some things that happened in the past, which taught us a painful lesson." After saying that, Grindelwald took off his hat, revealing his pale hair and face, and a trace of compassion appeared on his face. The existence of the test is necessary in itself. Old Mr. Gwyn said the proverb of Nanlos. Those who cannot pass the test are not worthy of the grace of His Majesty. Damn it! Tolan was much more direct. Moreover, when he said this, the fanaticism and murderous intent in Tolan's eyes boiled together. That was anger. Obviously, some of the people who failed the test were beyond Tolan's expectations. In fact, this was true. Toland really wanted to go back and chop those guys again. Those guys he thought were extremely pious in the past were actually fake. Those guys were pious to His Majesty. But they were just trying to get rich. Thinking back to the way those guys wanted to bribe him with gold coins before they died, Toland felt extremely disgusted. Fortunately, Grindelwald proposed this test. Otherwise, it would be a disaster. When Toland thought about his reluctance in his heart before, he suddenly felt ashamed. The young high priest once again realized his shortcomings. But he would change. He would work hard to become a qualified high priest of the church. All for Your Majesty. Toland's eyes showed determination. That kind of piety made Grindelwald nod slightly. This is what he wanted. It is also what Toland must have. Then, the leader of the Black Cats looked at the people around him. He tried to remember everyone's face. Then, he tapped the stone he had just sat on with his cane. Snap! The wooden cane and stone made a unique sound. Then, Grindelwald sang a long chant. The eternal monster, the heir of the rebellious bloodline, the creator of Ragnarok, the reverend of the northern gods, the ruler of the Chaos Blade, the owner of the Leviathan axe, Kratos calls out to his former followers. The chanting is endless, like the breeze blowing on your face, more like the water of the inner river, flowing endlessly. Most people present heard this kind of chanting for the first time. They were all shocked by the prefix Kratos. This included Toland, old Mr. Gwyn. Especially old Mr. Gwyn. This old man who calls himself a historian knows much more than others. He knows Ragnarok. They even know the term Northern Gods. And the term Eternal Monster, which also appeared once in those big books. Just once. This old man confirmed that. Many people didn't even know this term. After all, he considered himself to be knowledgeable. Only a knowledgeable man like him could know. The rest of the people? It's impossible for them to know. But this old man never thought that. Arthur had a grandfather who could be called a versatile person. The eyes of old Mr. Gwyn, who had a preconceived idea, flickered. This old man noticed the term follower once. Could it be? An idea that made this old man unbelievable came to his mind. Unable to help it, this old man took a breath of cold air. Chapter 810. God. No. It's the descendants of gods. In Mr. Gwyn's mind, he instantly connected the Kratos family with the legendary descendants of gods, but immediately, the old man shook his head again. Because, even if it is a true descendant of gods, it is impossible to make a god a follower. Unless, the other party is a god. After getting this answer, Mr. Gwyn immediately took a breath. Arthur Kratos is a god? No. Definitely not. But if not, why would it be? Wait. The current Arthur Kratos is not a god. But what about before? What about the former Arthur Kratos? Could he be a god? The sword that killed the devourer Imora exclaimed Ikaros. It is said that Ikaros is one of the 27 heroes. And in the Holy Age, every hero was considered to be the reincarnation of a god. Recalling the knowledge he had read in the past, Mr. Gwyn's eyes began to change, becoming doubtful, frightened, and awe. That's right. Awe. The gods in the legend are worthy of respect. And the one who can be followed by the gods in the legend must be an existence that cannot be truly described in human history. An existence that was regarded as a totem in the Golden Age. And the Supreme. I actually encountered such an existence. Mr. Gwyn was so excited that his whole body trembled. The old man felt like he was witnessing history. No, not witnessing history, but participating in it, becoming history. The next moment, the old man's eyes were a little hot. Nothing could make a historian more excited than participating in history, becoming a historical record. If there is, it would naturally be to participate in more history, becoming more historical records. Thinking of this, the old man knelt down on the ground without any hesitation. Not one knee. 2 knees. The old man prostrated himself there, chanting in a low voice. Eternal monster, heir of the rebellious bloodline, creator of Ragnarok, fearer of the northern gods, ruler of the Chaos Blade, owner of the Leviathan axe, Kratos. The old man chanted the name of Kratos. As a believer of the river god, the old man hid his followers. But the many prefixes and the name of Kratos are enough. Having a leading role is enough. The 100 people knelt on the ground and imitated the old man to chant. Although these people were not as knowledgeable as Gwyn, they could still understand the meaning of followers. Moreover, there had been rumors that the master of the inland river god was Arthur Kratos. Now, it was only confirmed. The inland river god, Let them believe in it. The master of the inland river god. Let them worship it. Including Tolan, all joined the prayer. Borrowing Grindelwald's eyes to look at the scene in front of him, Arthur's heart was calm. Everything in front of him was normal for Arthur. It's not that Arthur had calculated everything. As a psychic, he didn't have any calculations. He just slightly integrated the resources. Crash! When the first ray of sunlight appeared in the sky, the giant snake Nidhogg emerged from the inner river. Different from the previous cautiousness. This time, with the permission of his father Arthur, the snake Nidhogg stretched his body to his heart's content. The shot brought by the 80-meter-long, 6-meter-thick giant appearing in front of anyone cannot be described in words. Imagine the feeling of a moving skyscraper appearing in front of you. Anyone would be scared by it. The huge size difference is enough to make anyone's scalp numb. At this moment, it is no exception. Looking at the huge body shining in the morning light, feeling the cold light on the dark scales, listening to the strong wind caused by each tongue spitting. Everyone present was stunned. They stared at the big snake Nidhogg blankly. After 3 seconds, Tolan and Mr. Gwyn finally reacted. Your Majesty! Tolan and Mr. Gwyn shouted together. Your Majesty! The rest of the people shouted together. Then, they prostrated themselves on the ground again. Looking directly at the gods is a great sin. As believers of the Inner River Church, they certainly knew this. And Arthur was waiting for this opportunity. Before anyone noticed, Arthur had already appeared above the head of the great snake Nidhogg. Feeling his father's presence, the great snake Nidhogg couldn't help shaking his body with joy, stirring up more waves in the inner river. Arthur smiled and touched his pet. Then, he raised his hand. The blood of drowned on his hand began to emit a faint red color. These red colors seemed like misty air under the morning light. Then, it merged into the sunlight, shining on the believers in front of them. All the believers noticed something strange, but they would not resist. Their faces became more fanatical. Divine arts? They were given divine arts in order to be able to perform divine arts better in the future. No matter how many strange things there were, they would endure them. Like the feeling of being bitten by a mosquito? It was nothing. Abel controlled it delicately, carefully sucking the blood of these believers, while giving them some mystical abilities. According to the original pattern, it should suck Arthur's blood, then suck the blood of the person who received the gift, and then turn them into blood slaves, blood fighters, etc. But does it dare to suck Arthur's blood? No. That's not sucking blood. That's courting death. Fortunately, its master is a kind master, and when it applied to suck some believer's blood to make up for itself, its master agreed. It hadn't tasted real blood for a long time. It was so fragrant and sweet that it wanted to suck blood freely. But it could clearly feel its master's gaze. So, it was very honest. It was just cowardly. But as a worm, what's wrong with being a little cowardly? So, Abel controlled the amount of blood sucked very carefully, so that the believers whose blood was sucked would only feel slightly strange, but would not really feel uncomfortable. In this process, Abel needed to fight against the instinct of the blood-sucking worm. A bit tired. But compared to giving these people mystical powers, it's nothing. It's not hard to give ordinary mystical powers, but its master requires that the gift should be as close to the giftee's talent as possible, which makes Abel feel troubled. If these people really have talent, is it necessary to do this? But it can't disobey the master's order. So, it can only be as close to what these guys already have as possible, something that barely approaches talent. For Abel, this was troublesome but not difficult. After all, he had already obtained all the information about these believers from their blood. This one has well-developed muscles, suitable for giant strength. This one has a good brain, suitable for secondary memory. This one is a chef. Then it's the fire arrow. Abel began to classify them. Arthur looked at the scene in front of him with a calm face. Behind him, the sun completely jumped out of the horizon. At this moment, the sun rose in the east. Chapter 8:11. In the morning, Port Pulte. Today is a sunny day. The remaining chill completely dissipated under the sunlight, leaving only the extremely gentle spring breeze. Neither cold nor hot. It was like a mother's hand caressing everyone. Marquis Einhaz, who had not slept all night, rode on his horse, with his back straight, looking out of the harbor. Behind the Marquis is Lady Windsor. Behind him are little AKAs, little Lelia, little Leondesai. These nobles whose fathers died in battle inherited their fathers' titles very smoothly. As for those whose fathers died in battle, and whose sons also died in battle, the inheritance was passed down according to the right of succession. Of course, this is a long-lasting process, which requires careful consideration and investigation. During this period of time, the debts of these families will inevitably explode. When the real heirs appear, they will most likely obtain the ancestral house and some shops. The ancestral house is naturally empty, the kind that would make mice cry when they see it. Shops? They are also the least valuable ones. However, no heir would refuse. For these heirs who could not inherit, having these is already a pie in the sky. Just by selling one of the shops, you can maintain a decent life. If you have a little brains, you may be able to restore the glory of your ancestors. When nobles talk about restoring the glory of their ancestors, this is generally how it comes. Naturally, there are also those who are unwilling to accept, and are unwilling to give up. Then, just change another successor. That's what Ms. Windsor did at this moment. The Akazi family, Laria family, Leona family are fine. As for the Daniel family, it needs to be cleaned up thoroughly. Ms. Windsor pondered in her heart. As for the title of 4 heroes of Ina's territory, that's all in the past. Since it's in the past, let it completely enter the dust of history. As for the Tammy family, Kama family, Harlan family, there are still many heirs ahead. Let them fight first. And then I will take action. Ms. Windsor thought so. This kind of behavior is a bit unscrupulous. But Ms. Windsor is not worried at all. Not only because of the psychic standing behind her, but also because of the tacit consent of Marquis Ine has. With the alliance between the psychic and the Marquis, it is even possible to open up an area as the parish of the Inland River Church. Ms. Windsor knew that Ine's territory had completely opened its arms to the psychic behind her. This was not to mention that Carol had become the first heir of Ine's territory. Carol had pledged allegiance to Arthur. Or he pledged allegiance to the Lionheart. With the existence of the Lionheart, Ina's territory was still called Ina's territory, but in reality, it should be called Kratos. In this regard, Ms. Windsor, who was quite clear, naturally knew what to do. After all, she also pledged her loyalty. It was also the Lionheart tribute. So, at this time, after the lady had sorted out everything in the Ina's territory in her mind, she was thinking about how to support her master to reach the inner base smoothly. No! It was to leave the inner base smoothly. As for transporting the guards of the Kratos family, more than 50 people, it's really not a big deal. But it is extremely difficult for her master to leave the inner base safely and smoothly. That old lion will not let go of the fat meat at his fingertips. Should we persuade the Lord to return to South Los? This thought just came up when the lady shook her head and denied it. This lady didn't know how long her lord had been planning, but she knew that if this trip was abandoned halfway, it would be extremely detrimental to the reputation of the Kratos family. It would even leave everyone with the impression of being cowardly and bluffing. This would be a huge blow to the Kratos family. What else more, is her master timid? Is he bluffing? No. Her master is a real strong man. He will never worry, and will never bluff. Woo! Woo woo woo. The horn sounded. Here it comes. Ms. Windsor, who was thinking in her heart, immediately looked up. On the dock of Port Pulte, everyone was looking forward to it. When the White Orient appeared, cheers immediately rang out. These people are all members of the Inland River Church. After receiving the order from the high priest, they had been waiting here for a long time. Then, the ordinary people came. When they confirmed the friendliness of the Lord to the Nanlos medium, they naturally expressed their friendliness. Of course, there must be no lack of voyeurs in the crowd. They stared at everything at the scene, recorded it, and passed it to the big shots behind them. Marquis Ine is clearly locked onto these guys. The Marquis waved his hand calmly. The secret guards behind him quietly moved. These guys are really more numerous than locusts, and they can never be killed. Count Bernac inside in the heart of Marquis Ine has. They have to be killed. Otherwise, the territory will become a mess. Especially the old lion. When Marquis Ine has mentioned the old lion, his brows frowned undetectably. That guy is really a trouble. I don't know if our young collaborator can deal with him. I really want to see the Nanlos psychic fight the Niwin old lion. The old Count's words were still full of sarcasm. But Marquis Ines was different. Did that guy really take that step? The Marquis asked. Even though they were communicating with each other through their minds, the old Earl could feel the other party's solemnity. The old Earl wanted to say no, you are overthinking. But lies cannot face reality. Well, after the end of the 7 Years' War, he chose to solve the chaos in a gentler way, not because he was weak, but because he was restrained. This bastard must have got some enlightenment in that battle. Otherwise, it would be impossible to do so. More than 30 years have passed. With this bastard as talent, he must have taken that step. Even one step further. When the old earl said this, his voice was full of bitterness. In that battle, almost all the demon hunters in Nanjun were killed. Not only did his teacher Zeppelin die in the battle, but many demon hunter masters also died in the battle. But the final result? A complete defeat. They were all fooled. They were fooled by that bastard. That bastard is not the old lion. Compared to that bastard, the old lion is a good man. What happened back then? Who is that bastard? Marquis Inez asked. The Marquis is also upset about what happened back then. Because his father was seriously injured and died because of that battle. Why do you think your father didn't tell you until he died? It's not that he didn't want to. It's that he couldn't. And also, he didn't dare. When the old earl said this, I couldn't help but think of the old lion again. Why is the old lion feared? Because the old lion broke through the dilemma left by that bastard. Not only can he speak, but also dares to speak, and nothing will happen after he speaks. It is precisely because of this that the old lion has become a symbol of the pioneer era in the true sense. The conversation between the two fell into silence. In the distance, the Orient docked. As the gangway was lowered, Arthur stepped down. The old earl who saw this scene through the eyes of Marquis Inez was stunned. Huh? Chapter 812. The abnormality of Count Bernacan could not be hidden from Marquis Inez. What is wrong? Marquis Inez asked. It's different. Arthur is completely different from a few hours ago. Although he was calm before, he had an indescribable sense of concealment, and now this sense of concealment is filled with confidence. Just like an old lion. At first, Marquis Inez was still able to remain calm. But as the old earl continued to speak, the Marquis frowned again. Like the old lion? Yes, like the old lion. Not in terms of strength, but in terms of spiritual strength. This change. In just a few hours, what did he experience? The old earl couldn't help but mutter to himself. But Marquis Inez narrowed his eyes. The Marquis said directly, Kill the blood drinker Heber. Starting from the port of Nanlos, to the shallow port of Westrand, then to Port Dordet, then to Port Pulte, this young man walked all the way, victorious all the way finally. When he killed the blood drinker Heber, he completed the true spiritual transformation. He killed the demigod with the sword in his hand. Then, he can naturally become a demigod. His path to becoming a demigod is no longer hindered. Speaking of this, Marquis Inez's eyes were filled with envy. Even with the help of the old earl, he asked himself that becoming a demigod was not an easy journey. But Arthur did it. At a younger age than him. And in a more independent way. Immediately, the vague idea gradually became clear in the heart of the Marquis. The proud sword intention quickly appeared in the heart of the Marquis. Inez? The old earl was the first to discover it. I want to try it my way. Marquis Inez said. Must try? The old earl asked again. Must try. Marquis Inez was very sure. Can we not try? The old earl asked unwillingly. If I don't try, I would rather die. Marquis Inez answered decisively. Such an answer made the old earl completely give up persuading, and he could only mutter to himself again. Why are they all so stubborn? Then, the two ended their spiritual dialogue. And full of joy Arthur, who was walking down the gangway, noticed the difference of Marquis Inez. Although he was sitting on the horse motionless, his aura became sharper. If Marquis Inez looked like a long sword before, then at this moment, he looked like a sharp sword. What happened? Arthur was puzzled. But his eyes did not leave the words that just appeared. The Inez County Daily published your friendship with the Lord. This surprised the residents of the entire Inez territory. They had heard your name before. But this time, they began to take your name seriously. XP plus 1000. Many river pirates saw the Red Knight surrender to you, and saw you draw your sword. They were afraid and in awe of you. XP plus 1000. The Inland River Church became fanatical about you. They believed in everything you said. XP plus 5000. Everything that happened in West Berlin, it continues to ferment. The gratitude of the residents in West Berlin towards you is growing day by day. XP plus 8000. With the preparation of West Berlin territory and Inez territory, Beth territory is terrified and overwhelmed by your upcoming arrival, and with the promotion of those who care, your name gradually approaches disaster. XP plus 1000. More people have heard your name. XP plus 1700. A very impressive XP value, at this moment. It is recorded in the account. Moreover, Arthur knows that this is not a one-time thing, but a sustainable one. Whether it is Einhardt's territory or West Berlin territory, the most important thing is the Inland River Church. It is obvious that the gift has made the Inland River Church completely his private property, not only the XP provided at the moment, but also on a larger scale. Perhaps that team of 100 people, in some cases, is not as good as a musketeer team, but the meanings represented are different. Simply put, the strategic significance is higher than the actual combat, and the direct acquisition of 5,000 XP made Arthur more confident. This is just one Inland River Church. If the Church of Suffering and other demigod churches are brought in according to the established plan, the limit 17th level that seems to take a long time to complete will become very simple. Arthur was extremely confident about this. After all, in addition to the above, Arthur also had an unexpected surprise, killing the severely injured and weakened Devourer Imola, XP plus 8,000. Killing the severely injured and weakened Blood Drinker Heber, XP plus 10,000. As his strength increased, the XP gain from killing the mysterious people was almost negligible, but the two severely injured and weakened demigods told Arthur that he could look up. This is a win-win situation for Arthur. He cannot be sure that all demigods are as naive as Miha and Iroh. So, killing is inevitable. When killing, you can get XP, and after killing, the other party's believers can continue to provide him with XP. This win-win feeling fascinates the young Nanlo psychic. Especially when he found that his accumulated XP had reached 54,000 points, he was even more excited. Before he knew it, he had already reached half of the XP required for the extreme level 17. Winter is here, can spring be far behind? Arthur's steps became brisk at this moment. He jumped onto the warhorse provided by Marquis Einhaz, and put Pendragon on the front of the saddle. Nice cat. Marquis Einhaz praised, clearly seeing Pendragon's extraordinariness. Well, Pit is my family. Arthur nodded, directly indicating Pendragon's identity. This surprised Marquis Einhaz. He originally thought Arthur would say it was a pet or something. He didn't expect it to be called family. He could see that. Arthur was not joking, he was serious. Arthur, you are really surprising. Marquis Einhaz sighed. Psychics are always accompanied by surprises, Arthur said half-jokingly. This kind of joke made Marquis Einhaz laugh, and as his nasolabial folds relaxed, the two walked side by side. And this scene made the people of Port Palti cheer even more. Everyone could see the good mood of their lord. This also made them look at the boy with the orange cat with more curiosity. When their lord provided drinks, barbecue, and welcomed the boy, the joy of the people around them went up a level. Watching this scene, Arthur was also smiling. He knew that tomorrow's XP would go up a level. However, everything in the world is conserved. When Arthur was feeling happy, Grisa Hamlet was staring at the information in his hand with a gloomy face. The next moment, the little lion clenched his palms, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. Damn the psychic. The clown who is trying to attract attention. The roar continued, and the cup on the table was smashed to the ground. Pa! In the crisp sound, the surrounding male and female servants were silent. And standing outside the cabin door, the three sons of Count Beth, who came to visit specially, laughed immediately after learning the whole story. Their chance has come. Chapter 813, Morning in Beth County. Late at night, when Grisa Hamlet's ship entered the port of Lundohat, the three sons of Count Beth got the news. Then, the three of them came to the dock at the same time. The three of them had met the little lion more than once. But the relationship between the two sides was not close. The reason for such diligence was because of the little lion's generosity. Although they only met a few times, each time, the little lion would give the three people enough gifts, each of which was very valuable. The three were quite satisfied with this. Until Hayes received the gift from the little lion. 17 young and beautiful maids. Moreover, Hayes also rented a holiday estate on the outskirts of Niwen with 17 young and beautiful maids. When they received this news, Earlbeth's eldest son Depro, second son Diliwan, third son Peggy were so jealous that their eyes turned red. Those were 17 young and beautiful maids. And they were gifts from Little Lion. So their quality was beyond doubt. You know, they had never received such a gift. Moreover, the news they had obtained included the fact that the 6,000 gold coins spent on the holiday estate rented by Hayes were also paid by Little Lion. This news made the three Earl's sons unable to remain indifferent. They had to meet Little Lion. They had to tell Little Lion that Hayes was just an idle playboy. They are the real talents. Simply put, they deserve better. And now, a better opportunity has come. What do you think about the Nanlos medium? As the eldest son of the Earl, and the first heir to the Bet territory, Depro asked his two younger brothers in a tone similar to that of his staff. Dillywin frowned slightly. Peggy lowered her head slightly. However, the next moment, they both laughed. The name of Disaster is not a good name. His approach is enough to make the civilians panic. This is something we can use, Dillywin said. Brother is right. Let the civilians deal with the Nanlos medium. We don't need to pay any attention to him. Doesn't the Nanlos medium have a reputation for kindness? He is facing hundreds of civilians, so he can't use violence. Right? And us? As long as we show up at the right time, it can not only calm the other party's anger, but also win the hearts of the people. It's killing two birds with one stone. Peggy nodded repeatedly, hearing the words of his two younger brothers. Depro did not object, because the eldest son of Count Bet thought so. Through various channels, the eldest son of Count Bet knew what the Nanlos medium had done recently. The Inland River Church, the Suffering Church, the killing of the Devourer Imola. It also seems that the death of the blood drinker Heber was related to the other party. All these things are enough to show how powerful the other party is. But the eldest son of the Earl was not panicked. Even if the Nanlos medium was more powerful, could he be stronger than his father? With his father around, he only needed to treat the Nanlos medium with rules. And what better rules are there than those of the common people? They are numerous and unreasonable. A little guidance. It will be a disaster. Oh! A disaster? He may not have seen a real disaster. We need to let this new noble understand what the noble game is. Depro sneered. Dillywin. Peggy nodded again. The three showed extraordinary malice towards Arthur, because the three wanted to get more benefits from the little lion. Those benefits, Arthur, the new noble, did not have. Those benefits were enough to make them ignore more dangers. Moreover, they did not think it was dangerous. They thought they had a sure win. Especially when they heard the sound of the broken vessel and confirmed that the little lion was angry because of the Nanlos medium. The three of them smiled. My lords, please follow me. The little lion's manservant opened the hatch. The three sons of Count Bet saw Grace Hamlet in hunting clothes. The cabin had been cleaned up at this moment. But the little lion still looked unhappy. Only when he saw his guests. He stood up and said, Good morning, Depro, Dillywin, Peggy, friendly greetings, as always. But the sadness between his brows was obvious. Grisa, are you sad because of the psychic? Depro couldn't wait to get to the point. Dillywin behind him. Peggy also at this moment, he looked at the little lion. Facing the gazes of the three people, the little lion did not deny it. Yes. That bastard, he ruined my good deeds several times when he was in South Los. Then, he destroyed my years of arrangements in Dordat Port. Then, outside Port Pulte, he made me lose face. The little lion said, and smiled bitterly. Then do you want to take some revenge on this psychic? His reputation of disaster has made the civilians in Longdohat Port extremely panic. Depro lowered his voice, and a sinister look appeared on his slightly narrow face. What do you mean? The little lion looked uncertainly at Depro, and Dillywin and Peggy behind him. The three of them had narrow faces, their eyes were like green beans, and their looks were absolutely not handsome. They could be called ugly. If it weren't for the next plan that needed these three idiots, the little lion wouldn't even look at them. Yes, it's just as you think, Depro said with a smile. The little lion immediately showed his emotion on his face. Depro, my dear friend, thank you so much, the little lion said while gesturing to the manservant. The next moment, several waiters came out carrying two boxes, one large and two small. Moreover, the lid of the box was immediately opened, full of gold coins and jewels. In the morning sun, these things sparkled. It also attracted Depro, Dillywin, Peggy's eyes. The little lion said with guilt, I only brought this much for now. When I return to Niwen, I will definitely give you 3 gifts that will satisfy you. These are enough. I will teach the Nanlos psychic the rules of the game. As he said that, Depro raised his hand and put the 3 boxes of jewelry into the bracelet and turned away. Dillywin, Peggy's face suddenly became ugly. Brother? Peggy asked. What's wrong? Depro stopped, turned around and asked. Those things. Of course they are mine. You don't think that the 3 boxes should belong to 3 people, do you? You? The third heir? Depro said, his voice rose, his tone became heavier, and his eyes were full of contempt. Then, he ignored his 2 younger brothers, who looked increasingly ugly, and continued to walk out. Dillywin, Peggy's face changed repeatedly. Finally, with unspeakable anger and red cheeks, the 2 left the cabin. The little lion watched this scene as if he was watching a play. Then, the little lion began to count silently in his heart 3, 2. The silent count was still 0. Peggy, who had just left, came back again. Chapter 814. Different from the previous cautiousness, even with a little bit of timidity. Although Peggy's face was gloomy at the moment, her temperament seemed to have changed. In her green bean-sized eyes, there was a hint of coldness. It was not only murderous intent, but also a kind of tyranny from the bottom of her heart. Yes, it was tyranny. Grisa had seen similar tyranny more than once. In the cell of the inner bay, those guys with twisted mentality, there was this sense of brutality. The most memorable thing was that one of the guys bit off the nose of the guard who served the food. Even though people around him punched and kicked him, the bastard chewed his nose and swallowed it. At that time, 11-year-old Grisa was very curious. He ate the other person's food mixed with lettuce and beans. It was not very delicious. It was woody and fishy. It was far less delicious than roasted elbow. However, from then on, he became obsessed with the days of going to the cell. He likes to see those guys who are filled with murderous intent and violence panic when they see him. For this reason, sometimes, he doesn't mind changing the menu. Of course, Peggy is different. Peggy is not in the cell. Peggy is in the port of Londo Hat in bed. So, when he saw Peggy return, Grisa smiled. Peggy, have you thought about it? Grisa asked. Well, I agree to your request. Kill Depro after Dilliwan. I will give you half of the port of Londo Hat. When do we start the action? Peggy nodded, and the voice was completely squeezed out from between her teeth. He was still hesitating whether to cooperate with the little lion in front of him. The third son of Count Bet knew very well how the little lion in front of him was. But? Bastard Depro. You forced me to do it. Peggy roared in her heart. Such a silent roar echoed in Peggy's own ears. With such a roar, he seemed to see himself becoming the only heir to the Bet territory. Suddenly, the third son of Earl Bet couldn't help but feel hot-headed. And his heart also became hot. So, the third son of Earl Bet didn't see the amusement flashing in Grisa's eyes. If the journey is not delayed, the Orient will appear in Londo Hat Port tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow. I need you to let the tax officer at the dock embarrass the Orient a little bit. The little lion said. To embarrass the Orient? This clause was not included in our previous deal. Peggy frowned. If possible, Peggy definitely did not want to confront the Nanlos medium head-on. The power displayed by the other party really made the third son of Count Bet panic. Before was before. Now is now. You don't think that the words I just said were just talk? I am no less angry than you now. Grisa said, as a matter of course. Then, the little lion spread his hands easily, and continued, I didn't ask you to really embarrass the psychic. You just need to delay the Orient for half a day, or a day, on the pretext of investigating contraband. Facing the tax officer who greeted us with a smile, our psychic will not blame us. After hearing Grisa's explanation, Peggy nodded. Okay. Peggy did not hesitate. There was no refusal. He knew very well that when he returned, he would no longer be qualified to refuse. Then, a secret contract was signed. Peggy left. After rechecking the contract, Grisa put it directly into the second to last drawer on the left under the desk. In this drawer, similar contracts were almost full. The last drawer? It was full 10 years ago. After doing all this, Grisa continued to wait patiently. About half an hour later, Dilliwan came back. The second son of the Bet family wore a cloak, concealing his figure and appearance, and walked into the cabin more cautiously than before. It's safer here than outside. Grisa looked at Dilliwan, who walked into the cabin without taking off his hood, and laughed immediately. Of course. I know. It's just necessary caution, which is the key to our success. Are the terms of the deal you gave me before still there? After Dilliwan whispered. He did not take off his hood, but asked directly. Yes. I told you. As long as Dilliwan needs it. This transaction condition has been to kill Depro. You will get the inheritance right of Bet territory, and I will get trade convenience. When you really control Bet territory, I will have half of Londo Hat Port. The little lion answered with certainty. Okay. Let's sign the contract, Dilliwan said immediately. However, the little lion smiled and waved his hand. Before signing the contract, Dilliwan, can you promise me one thing? What is it? Dilliwan became alert and unconsciously lowered his voice. I need to prevent the Orient from getting any supplies in Londo Hat Port, even if it's just a glass of water, a piece of bread, the little lion said viciously. After hearing this, Dillywin immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The second son of Count Beth was originally worried that Grisa would make some impossible demands. I didn't expect it to be just a supply problem. Although it might bring some unhappiness to the Nanlos medium, but as long as it is handled properly, there is no need to worry. Thinking of this, the second son of Count Bet nodded immediately. No problem. After that, another secret contract was signed. The contract was still placed in the second to last drawer on the left under the desk. Dillywin left carefully, just as carefully as he came. The second son of Count Bet, he thought, he would not be discovered by anyone. In fact, that was true. The stealth skills of the second son of Count Bet were extremely outstanding, and with the coordination of the props on his body, he really reached the expert level. But Depro still knew it. Grisa Hamlet held a communication crystal in her hand, and said in a joking tone, "Your two brothers, they wish you dead. Hee, they thought they had encountered an opportunity to change their fate, but they never thought that I gave them this opportunity. My collaborator, I believe you have arranged everything." The eldest son of Count Bet looked confident of victory. Of course. They will get into a conflict with the medium, and then be killed. I believe that even the kindest people will be angry when faced with continuous provocations. At that time, the people you arranged among the civilians can take action, Grisa said with a smile. Then let's see their final performance. According to the agreement, your caravan will be tax-free in Londo Hat Port from now on. After that, the communication stone went out, and Grisa's face showed an ambiguous smile. Why did he stop at Londo Hat Port? Why not return directly to the inner bay? Isn't it just for this moment? He doesn't have the time to play games with the three sons of Count Bet's family. What tax-free? What half? He wants the entire Londo Hat Port. He won all. Chapter 8:15. Hayes directly rejected Jim Carroll's invitation for breakfast. It's not that Hayes doesn't have the habit of eating breakfast, but Hayes is really not interested in the breakfast provided by Stormin. Fried fish, French fries, fried potato nuggets are fine. What is fish eye cream coriander soup? The moment he saw this soup, Hayes's spirituality was almost distorted. On the thick green soup, there were eyeballs floating one after another. There were so many eyeballs, completely densely packed, layer upon layer. The soup with cream infused in it was still bubbling on the charcoal fire. That scene, just one glance, made Hayes completely lose his appetite. For the elaborate cooking of the chef of the Storm Inn, the nephew of Earl Bet refused. This made the chef of the inn very unwilling. You don't like it? Then you missed the delicacy. You know, my two apprentices opened a restaurant on the most prosperous street in South Los. They told me that their business is very good, and customers are coming in an endless stream. The chef's words did not win back Hayes' heart at all. On the contrary, the nephew of Earl Bet walked faster. In the carriage, Manta took out a sandwich and a pot of orange juice. I borrowed the hotel kitchen to make it. The chef also gave me some advice. He thought that the sandwiches I made were too conventional and should be boldly broken through. At this point, Ms. Manta laughed. She recalled the chef's suggestion that fresh, live octopus could be put into sandwiches, so that when the hungry diners' mouths were completely filled with octopus, the satisfaction brought by the fighting feeling would exceed the simple taste buds, and would definitely make the diners very satisfied. Ms. Manta did not refuse. Of course, she did not do it. She just made the most ordinary egg sandwich. As for the octopus sandwich, she noted it, but she won't make it. At least not for the current Hayes. Thank you, Manta. Don't listen to the chef's advice. He's a good chef, but his cooking skills, I think he needs to understand the meaning of food correctly. Food, first and foremost, fills the stomach. Only by extending on this point can the characteristics established be called characteristics, otherwise, it's just a useless effort after putting the cart before the horse. Hayes was eating a sandwich and drinking orange juice. Manta just looked at Hayes. Not only because Hayes was eating the breakfast she made, but also because she liked to listen to Hayes' analysis. She thought Hayes was the most charming at this time. In fact, he was. Unlike the three sons of Count Bet, who were all ugly, Hayes was handsome, especially the contempt hidden in his eyes and mouth, which unconsciously attracted the attention of the opposite sex. That's how Manta was attracted. Of course, she wouldn't admit it. What she admitted was that she was caught by Hayes, and then she fought secretly 7 times, and after losing every time, she chose Hayes. Supporting her chin, tilting her head, Manta agreed while looking at Hayes. Yeah. There were no more words. For Manta, now is the happiest time. She hopes time will stop. But she knew even more. At this moment, it was just the calm before the storm. Soon, everything would be sucked into the invisible vortex. Some people would ride the wind and rise, sitting on the clouds, while others would be torn into pieces, leaving no trace. What would happen to her and Hayes? She didn't know. The confusion of her mind made the lady breathe a little faster. Hayes noticed it immediately, and the nephew of Earl Bet immediately laughed. Worried? Yeah. Don't worry. We are safe. Or rather, facing Depro, Dillivan, and Peggy, we have already been invincible. They maintained superficial harmony. But the secret struggle has already exceeded imagination. Depro hopes Dillivan and Peggy die. Dillivan and Peggy also hope Depro die. As long as there is a spark, they will fight to the death. Hayes laughed. Little Lion? Manta guessed. Well, Little Lion. When Grisa met Depro, Dillivan, Peggy several times before, he had already made a promise. This is the seed, and now it is time to take root and sprout. Otherwise, he would not stay in Londo Hatport. His goal is always Londo Hatport. So Depro, Dillivan, Peggy are dead. Hayes nodded. When mentioning this Little Lion, the long-standing contempt in the eyes of Count Bet's nephew instantly dissipated. Although those encounters were secretly arranged by him, and it was very successful, but Hayes never doubted that the Little Lion had discovered a clue. The Little Lion was just going with the flow, and, using this as a handle, prepared to catch him at the critical moment. It was because of this that he was able to kidnap 17 maids including Limo from the Little Lion. Otherwise, even the Little Lion would not be so generous. Only when the purpose is clear, the generosity of the Little Lion is truly generous. The Little Lion needs Depro, Dillivan. When Peggy died, he took over the Beth territory. At the same time, he framed Arthur for the deaths of the 3 people. Let his uncle attack Arthur. Then, the Little Lion is the winner. Hayes turned the Little Lion's plan in his mind, and, rethinking his entry point again. For this, it was naturally not difficult for Hayes. As early as when he confessed the plan to Arthur, Hayes knew where his entry point was. According to the speed of the Little Lion's boat, it will be able to return to the inner bay in the afternoon. The master should rest in Port Palti for a day today, and set off again tomorrow morning. So, Manta, please help me invite Aldous Hamlet to attend the dinner party at my manor. Okay? When I was being controlled and forced by the Little Lion, I definitely needed a bystander. The appearance of Aldous was really just right. Only he could tell my uncle Depro, Dillivan, the truth about Peggy's death. The most suitable person, Hayes said, looking at Manta. At this moment, the contempt in Hayes' eyes reappeared. That strong sense of contempt made the lady immediately guess what Hayes wanted to do. And this made the lady full of worry. Will it be too dangerous? Manta hesitated. Dangerous? Everything can be dangerous. But everything can be non-dangerous. Because we are not betting on the kindness in people's hearts, it's the evil in people's hearts. If I bet on good, I will lose. If I bet on evil, I will definitely win. Hayes laughed. Manta nodded, then disappeared into the car. Hayes took a deep breath, patted his cheek lightly, and said in a voice that only he could hear clearly, I really can't wait to see your performance. Chapter 8:16. The huge roast meat with bones was served on the table, along with coarse bread, sweet soup, and a large bowl of lettuce, and the seasonings included butter, honey, cream, coarse salt, and black pepper. This meal was rich enough for commoners. But for a great noble, it was not enough. Anyone invited would feel despised. At the very least, there should be a roasted deer. The best thing is that the horns of the roasted deer are filled with all kinds of roasted fruits. However, people who are familiar with Marquis Inez would not think so. They might even be flattered. Because this Marquis used the tradition of the Inez family. A tradition that belongs only to the Witcher. Simple, direct, or in other words, large quantities, and enough to satisfy your hunger. As a guest, Arthur was very glad that Marquis Inez retained a tradition of the Witcher. At least this Marquis did not use a grand ball. The long salon tortured him. That's right. For Arthur, this kind of socializing and relaxing scene with others is torture. Because Arthur needs to keep an eye on all directions, and listen to all directions. Not only does he need to secretly record everyone's expressions, he also needs to review them repeatedly to infer some things that may or may not be about him. Tired? Of course. However, no matter how tired, it's better than dying in obscurity. Right? Just like at this moment, Marquis Inez signaled his personal valet and cook to leave together. Arthur's heart trembled. He knew that the Marquis must have something important to say. Or to ask him something. Whether it was a conversation or a question, it made Arthur concentrate. Arthur didn't think that after both parties signed the contract, they could sit back and relax. If something went wrong, it would lead to big trouble. At least, the Marquis in front of him would never let it go. The character of this Marquis was just as sharp as the opponent's double swords, and easy to understand. He was paying more attention in his heart, but on the surface. Arthur tore off a piece of roast meat without caring. After covering it with coarse salt, he stuffed it into his mouth and chewed it. As for the sweet soup in front of him, he drank it like a cow. In almost one mouthful, the bowl of sweet soup in front of him was empty. Looking at Arthur's appearance, Marquis Inez did not feel offended at all. On the contrary, the Marquis admired Arthur's style. Therefore, the Marquis swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth, and waited until Arthur finished the third piece of roast meat, and a satisfied look appeared on his face before he spoke. And the straightforward questioning also became gentle at this time. Arthur, what do you think about that matter? That matter? What matter? I don't know. What should I think? Of course, I can't bear to watch it. Facing such a nonsensical question, it is enough to give anyone a headache. Arthur was no exception. In fact, Arthur hated this kind of riddle man. However, Arthur was not short of this kind of riddle man. Therefore, Arthur had long been accustomed to it. Even though he was extremely critical in his heart at this moment, but on the surface, Arthur frowned slightly. Habit is inevitable. Only the right medicine can produce results. Under the watchful eyes of Marquis Inez, the young Nanlos medium took out the first three of the salt brick oil sword exorcist, holy salt, evil repelling brick powder, blocking oil. Surprise immediately appeared in the eyes of Marquis Inez. This Marquis obviously did not expect Arthur to have exorcism holy salt, evil repelling brick powder, blocking oil. Moreover, the way he used it was so skillful. If exorcism holy salt and evil repelling brick powder were excusable, these two things were not rare. But blocking oil was the core inheritance of the demon hunter. Is there a demon hunter in Arthur's family? Subconsciously, Marquis Inez asked the old earl. I don't know. After that incident, the demon hunters had already fallen apart. It is not uncommon for Arthur's family to inherit a demon hunter legacy. However, Arthur is so careful, it seems that he really knows some of the things that happened back then. The old earl replied. In response, Marquis Inez nodded slightly. This scene was seen by Arthur out of the corner of his eye. It was not seen accidentally. It was seen with real attention. Facing the question from Marquis Inez, why did Arthur take out exorcism holy salt, evil repelling brick powder, boundary oil? Isn't it just to attract the attention of Marquis Inez, the demon hunter successor? And Count Bernaken, the demon hunter master? Then, guess more from Marquis Inez's reaction. This affirmation shows that that matter is still being watched, and it cannot be discussed casually, otherwise, it will be heard. And with Marquis Inez's current strength, you are so sure, which means this matter is related to gods? Arthur felt his temples swell. For a small person like him, who has just entered the ranks, it is a big step for him to come into contact with demigods. Now demigods are not enough, and he has started to come into contact with gods. If this goes wrong, I am afraid it will really be the end. Arthur complained in his heart, but on the surface, he was serious about using boundary oil to encircle himself and Marquis Inez. Then, a spark flashed across his fingertips. Boundary oil was ignited. In the unique glow of the flame, Arthur sat back in his chair. The young Nanlos medium rested his left hand on the armrest of the chair, his right elbow on the armrest, his right palm on his chin, and his right finger slid gently on his upper lip with his breathing. What price are you willing to pay? Arthur asked. This question, Marquis Inez was stunned. You won't forget what I said, right? Fair trade. This is the psychic code. It is also my motto. Facing the stunned Marquis Inez, Arthur said, as a matter of course. I thought we were friends. Marquis Inez emphasized. It is precisely because we are friends that I am willing to answer your question. If we were not friends, believe me, you would not have the opportunity to ask this question. After all, it involves too many things. Related, even more. This makes its value simply inestimable. Leaving a lingering aftertaste, sometimes it is better than saying it clearly. The vague words made Marquis Inez start to think seriously, what should he use to get the answer? This made Marquis Inez very distressed. Because all his property was given to the medium in front of him. And this is the situation Arthur wants. When faced with unanswerable questions, one of the customary solutions raising the price. Raise it so high that the other party will be deterred. What if the other party still insists on his decision? Arthur doesn't mind swinging the knife and facing a person who has already given him all his wealth. Arthur will wait for the other party to fall into his trap. Arthur, who is soft-hearted, will not hurt others. It's just that Arthur lacks people. He needs a high-end combat force. It just so happens that Marquis Inez is very suitable. This is fate. Arthur sighed, and his eyes looking at the Marquis became more and more complicated. And this complexity made Marquis Inez frown. Chapter 8:17 That matter. When all of his property is given to the other party, what else can he take out? For this answer, Marquis Inez is very clear. Himself. Himself. He can only take out himself. Except for this, he can't take out anything. Similarly, he is also very confident in himself. This confidence comes from strength. It comes from the confidence of the climber approaching the 4th level. So, Marquis Inez already had the answer in his mind. He also had the same expression as Arthur. That expression would be joyful. Even complacent. But definitely not complicated. Joy, of course, was because of the promise made by him as the climber. Complacent, also because of the promise made by him as the climber. But unlike the former, the latter was just a little more arrogant. But complicated? Marquis Inez was puzzled. This kind of complicated expression could only appear between friends. But are he and Arthur friends? No. Without the tempering of time, the word friend is too illusory. They are allies at most now. Allies based on common interests. More? None. Marquis Inez thought about it with his own understanding, but the more he thought, the more confused he became. At this time, the old Earl popped up again. Don't think about it. The complexity of this young man Arthur is not directed at you. No, it should be said, it's not all directed at you. But at the demon hunter. He knows what happened to the demon hunter back then. So, when you asked him about that incident, and wanted to get to the bottom of it, he had this complicated expression. In his heart, he must be lamenting the fickleness of fate. The old Earl's words were full of bitterness. Marquis Inez reacted completely. So that's it. Just now, Arthur also used exorcism holy salt, evil repelling brick powder, boundary oil. He may have learned about it from the demon hunter who taught him. In fact, his family had been paying attention to this matter, which was why they were able to save the demon hunter, and the demon hunter, in order to repay his kindness, began to teach Arthur. Marquis Inez instantly made up a complete story in his mind. The old Earl had no objection to this. As for the inheritance, the nobles guarded it strictly, and the various schools and forces cherished their own possessions. But demon hunters are different. Family-oriented demon hunters are more spontaneous. They will teach a non-family member to repay their gratitude. Afterwards, they will invite the benefactor to join their family, and treat them as brothers and sisters. Of course, this is a traditional demon hunter. As for those new demon hunters, who have been trained by the church and then separated, if they don't stab someone in the back, they are considered to have high moral character. And undoubtedly, the old Earl is a traditional demon hunter. So, the old Earl's advice to Marquis Inez at this time was be careful with your price. Don't just put it all in. After Marquis Inez gave a positive answer in his heart, he relaxed his brows, looked at Arthur, and raised the index finger of his right hand. Once, I can promise you that, without harming the interests of the Inez territory and the South County demon hunters, I will go all out once. Marquis Inez said. After hearing Marquis Inez's words, Arthur smiled. The scene in front of him was not beyond his expectations. Marquis Inez was very easy to understand. But the old Earl was not. So, Arthur's complicated look was just testing the old Earl. From taking out the exorcist salt, evil repelling brick powder, boundary oil, to the subsequent words, eyes, every step of Arthur was a test. At the same time, he was also looking for a way out for himself. Just like at this moment, Arthur raised his hand and dipped in some clean water, right on the table. Conspiracy. Then, Arthur raised his hand to wipe it off. This scene made Marquis Inez stunned. Then, the Marquis became angry. Arthur, are you kidding? Conspiracy? Of course, he knew it was a conspiracy. In fact, Arthur didn't need to say anything about this matter. Anyone who is not a fool knows that the matter is full of conspiracy. Marquis Inez, who felt that he was being played, had anger in his eyes. But Arthur remained calm. The young Nanlos medium pointed at the still burning boundary oil, and said softly, "You are the one who joked first, Inez. What do you think that thing is? Is it a game played by children? Do you think the things involved can be settled by a single move of a step climber? I believe in fair trade, not in permanent contribution. Arthur's voice gradually rose, and disappointment and anger also appeared in his deep eyes. Then, after he finished speaking, the young Nanlos medium stood up. Thank you for your hospitality. Our cooperation will continue. But that thing, please don't mention it again. After speaking, Arthur turned around and was about to leave. Marquis Inez immediately stood up and said hurriedly, Sorry. Arthur, you misunderstood me. My all-out attack is the kind that does not care about the consequences. I can burn my life. I can also burn my soul. This is my all-out effort. Facing Arthur, who was about to leave, Marquis Inez directly pulled out his trump card. For Marquis Inez, the feigned compromise and probing back and forth was not his character. He preferred this kind of straightforward approach. After confirming that Arthur knew more about that thing, the Marquis directly put all his money on it. The old Earl sighed helplessly. However, the old Earl did not stop him, naturally showing his approval. What is wrong with young people nowadays? Why are they all so impatient? Can't they sit down, drink some tea, eat some snacks, and discuss in detail? Alas, times have changed. The old Earl muttered in his heart, and his eyes looking at Arthur became complicated. As the master of the South County Demon Hunter, he did not hate impatience. On the contrary, this Demon Hunter master admired impatience. Because this Demon Hunter master stubbornly believed that impatience was a sign of courage, as long as he is well trained and does not become stupid. He will be a good Demon Hunter. Seriously speaking, half of Demon Hunters are impatient. The reason why the old Earl is nagging is that Arthur did not choose to learn demon hunting skills from Lin. If he had learned, Arthur would be the better successor. Right? Thinking in his heart. The old Earl began to wait for Arthur's answer. Hearing the explanation of Marquis Inez, Arthur's heart was already full of smiles. But on the surface, his expression was slightly relieved. Arthur retracted his steps and sat back in his chair. The young Nanlos medium looked at Marquis Inez and took a deep breath. Then, he wrote down an answer that surprised Marquis Inez and Count Bernacan, but was also reasonable. Chapter 8:18. Arthur dipped his hand in water again and wrote down a place name, Nanlos. Looking at this place name, Marquis Inez and Count Bernacan suddenly felt a sense of enlightenment. They almost thought of it at the same time, why the Kratos family settled in Nanlos. So that's it. It's because of that thing. But Nanlos is really too big. Not only is the place big, there are also many people. If you want to get accurate information based on the place name Nanlos, it is obviously impossible. Humans, it is simply impossible to do it. No. Let alone humans. Even the gods can't do it. However, with a previous experience, Marquis Inez didn't complain this time. It is obvious that he burned everything, and could help with all his strength without regard for the consequences, but he could only get the place name Nanlos in return. Nanlos. That incident didn't happen in Nanlos. So, is this a follow-up? Marquis Inez thought in his heart. He couldn't help but get excited. The Marquis had a new understanding of Arthur's fair trade. If it was really the follow-up of that thing, then he really made a fortune by burning everything and helping without regard for the consequences. But how could a place name be enough? He wanted to know more. But he couldn't come up with anything. For a moment, Marquis Inez was restless. The kind of thing that was so close, but he could see it. The feeling of being unable to touch is really uncomfortable. The same is true for Count Bernacan. Even without a body, the old Earl felt as if tens of thousands of ants were crawling on him. Without hesitation, the old Earl jumped out. Marquis Inez had nothing left. He still had something. After the illusory and petite old Earl appeared in front of Arthur, he said directly, "Are you interested in my collection of books? Perhaps not as good as those so-called inherited nobles. But my collection of books is much better than that of ordinary nobles." Interested, Arthur answered very confidently. And what was even more certain was, then added, "But it's not enough." Not enough? The old Earl frowned again. His collection of books is his most valuable thing. In fact, the old Earl has already planned to put his unique Witcher heritage into these books. Arthur is such an outstanding young man, the old Earl is reluctant to give up. Maybe Arthur has his own heritage. But this does not conflict with the Demon Hunter. What if Arthur is interested in the Demon Hunter's heritage? However, the old Earl cannot say it clearly. Arthur has rejected him once before. He said it this time. If he refuses again, will he lose face? He, Earl Bernacan, the only Demon Hunter master in South County. So it must be done quietly. Just when the old Earl was thinking, Marquis Inez spoke. Arthur, your sword is powerful, but your sword spirit is not strong enough, so your sword energy is scattered and not sharp enough. I have a book of experience here, you can take a look. As he said, the Marquis took out a palm-sized notebook. However, Arthur did not take it, but his eyes showed questions and fear. This made Marquis Inez stunned. Sorry, Inez. Melinda is a good girl. We are not really married yet, Arthur said. Ha ha ha. Don't worry. Although the things inside are related to the sword body, the disadvantages of the sword body will not appear in it, and the real sword body has no disadvantages. It's just that I was impatient at the time. And now, I have slowly repaired it. Marquis Inez laughed out loud, and the pride on his face was obvious. For this Marquis, offspring, and the like are not important at all, he had already decided to spend his life with his two swords. Especially the further improvement of his sword body, which was enough to make the Marquis extremely happy. Offspring? Not as important as the sword. That's good. Arthur breathed a sigh of relief and took the experience book. Then, his eyes turned to the old Earl. Lynn will send the collection of books to your Orient in a while, the old Earl said without hesitation. Arthur nodded slightly. Then, he dipped his finger in water again and wrote, Elta Square. After writing it, making sure that the two had seen it clearly, Arthur raised his hand again to erase it. This is the limit of what I can tell you. The rest, you need to investigate on your own, Arthur said. Marquis Inez and the old Earl nodded. They knew Elta Square. Of course, it was the largest square in South Los, and most of the celebrations were held there. Although it was also large, there are a lot of people. But compared to the entire South Los, it is really not a big deal. Moreover, as the largest square in South Los, whatever happens there will be noticed. If you really want to investigate, the difficulty will drop sharply. Immediately, the two looked at each other. If Arthur was not there, they would definitely take action immediately. In response, Arthur laughed heartily in his heart. Born the youngest member of the Blood clan? I hope you can feel my kindness. You will, right? Arthur's laughter in his heart became louder, but it was filled with only coldness. That coldness came from the warnings of death instinct. Several times. It came from the incomplete memory of Blood Drinker Heber. It came from the erased memory of the blood-sucking ancestor Abel. Repeated reminders are enough. If this can't alert Arthur, then there is something fishy about the so-called Blood clan extermination. Then it really wasn't Arthur. Arthur was very likely to determine that the youngest member of the so-called Blood clan, born, was the backup left by the Blood Marquis. Even, it was part of the plot. However, he would not try. The incomplete memory of Blood Drinker Heber was enough to make Arthur understand that this Blood Marquis was far more terrifying than he had imagined. So he needed help. Marquis Inez and the old Earl were good choices. As for the fact that Blood Marquis has nothing to do with that thing? Impossible. How could a guy like Blood Marquis ignore that thing? The other party must have paid attention to it, and might even want to take advantage of it. So, it must be related. And therefore, Arthur did not deceive others. As a young, honest, simple and kind psychic, how could Arthur deceive others? Can I have another serving of barbecue? When it comes to such serious matters, it always makes me stressed. And only food can relax me. Arthur glanced at the completely extinguished boundary oil, and asked in a relaxed tone. Of course. Marquis Inez responded with a smile. The lunch afterwards was naturally held in a cheerful atmosphere, and the happy time passed quickly. Soon night fell. On the outskirts of Newen, at the gate of a manor, Aldous Hamlet, dressed in a gorgeous dress, got off the carriage. Hayes, who had been waiting at the door, immediately greeted him with a smile. Welcome, my friend. Chapter 819, Victory of Malice. Hayes and Aldous Hamlet smiled and hugged with aristocratic etiquette. This was an almost demanding action, rigid and precise. However, it was highly praised by the nobles. In addition to the really beautiful posture, it was also difficult to practice, and was not easy to imitate, making them stand out from the crowd. As for the hard work, is a friendship without hard work worth cherishing? The common people recognized this. The nobles? Some of them recognized it. Especially the new nobles, who were proud of it. But most of them sneered at it. Just like Hayes. Hayes looked down on this kind of etiquette. But because he looked down on it, Hayes practiced harder. He knew it would be very useful to him. In fact, Hayes, your etiquette is really excellent. Aldous Hamlet praised. There's no way. If you don't study well, You will really be beaten. The first time I studied, I was distracted and my butt was swollen. I didn't get out of bed for 3 days. Hayes teased himself. Alves laughed immediately. Believe me, you are not the only one. I am also. And it was my father who beat me. The cane was broken. The member of the Golden Lion family shrugged. Then, the two smiled at each other and walked side by side into the manor. Today's holiday manor, there was no more decoration. It was just a simple dinner. The food was quite rich, but there was no band accompaniment, nor the charming dance of the ladies. It felt like a family dinner. This made Alves feel satisfied. He thought it was a symbol of his friendship with Hayes. The relationship between the two sides went a step further. Alves was not surprised by this. After all, since he was rescued by the other party, the relationship between the two sides has become extraordinary. Alves was full of gratitude for the life-saving grace, especially after knowing the identities of Hayes and the other two. This gratitude was accompanied by a passion. Try today's chef's special recommendation, venison and fish. Hayes introduced the main course. A venison dish cooked in fish soup. A large amount of seasoning covered up the fishy smell, making this main course delicious and the meat tender. Obviously, the venison was also specially processed. I really want to know the chef's special secret recipe. This venison is really delicious. Alves sighed. Hayes nodded in agreement. Although he had already got the secret recipe, which was a mixture of salt and water, Hayes would not say much at this time. Moreover, the next moment, the nephew of Earl Bet stopped smiling. What's wrong? Hayes? Alves keenly noticed that something was wrong with Hayes. I need to return to Bet territory, Hayes said. Why? The South County swordsmanship competition is about to begin. Are you going to give up at this time? Alves looked puzzled. Something happened. I have to return to Bet territory. Alves, I hope we can have a chance to meet again. These days in Niwan are the most unforgettable days in my life. Thank you for your company, my friend, Hayes said sincerely. However, Alves could clearly see the pain and struggle in Hayes' expression. What happened? The young Golden Lion family member was puzzled. But just as the young man was about to ask, Manta walked in quickly. This lady had always been calm and elegant, but now her face was anxious. Under Alves's gaze, the lady came to Hayes and whispered in his ear. Alves could clearly see that Hayes' face had changed. Then, Hayes stood up and walked quickly to his side. Sorry, Alves. Something unexpected happened. We need you to hide for a while. Don't worry, it's safe inside. Saying this, Hayes directly opened the secret room hidden behind the tapestry and pushed him in without saying anything. Alves was completely at a loss. What happened? Once again, the young man asked in his heart. Fortunately, the secret room was covered by a mystical barrier, which was not only safe, but also had a hole that could see outside. Subconsciously, the young man moved over and Ms. Manta sat in his seat. Hayes returned to his original position. The two smiled and whispered softly. They were like a sweet couple. However, soon, this sweetness was broken. An uninvited guest broke in. Graza Hamlet. The moment he saw the little lion, Alves clenched his fists. Alves knew what happened before. Of course, he was naturally jealous of the little lion. However, Alves did not rush out. He still had his reason. He began to hold his breath and concentrate. He stared at the outside. Good evening, Hayes and Ms. Manta. Grisa strode in, as if he was the master here, pulled out a chair, sat down. Then, after glancing at Manta, he set his sights on Hayes, and said, Ms. Manta, can you give Hayes and I a private space to talk? It seemed like a question, but it was actually a notice. The little lion was here, showing his dominance unscrupulously. Manta looked at Hayes. Hayes nodded. After Manta stood up and saluted, she left the small restaurant, and closed the door. A good woman. Hayes, you don't want to implicate Ms. Manta because of your affairs, right? By the way, and her sister. The little lion praised. Then, the topic changed, becoming dangerous. Hayes' eyes changed. But the next moment, there was only a bitter smile. You know everything? Hayes asked back. Of course. After all, you kidnapped 17 maids from me, but treated one of them, named Limo, differently. It's hard for me not to notice. Limo has made a lot of friends at the St. Joan of Arc School for Girls. She's very happy, the little lion said straightforwardly. In his words, it was obvious that he knew everything about Hayes. This made Hayes smile even more bitter. I will leave the inner bay immediately. At the same time, I am willing to compensate you for your losses. Hayes stood up, slightly bowed, and said very sincerely. And watching this scene, the little lion laughed out loud. Hayes, you have been playing tricks until now. Don't you know why I am here? Don't tell me that the 2 times I met privately with Depro, Dillivan, and Peggy, the peeper was not your man. Yes, but I have no ill intentions. I just want to protect myself. And Hayes did not deny it. But before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by the little lion. I don't want to know that. And I don't want to investigate your actions. I just hope you can sign a contract with me to transfer the Rondo Hat port in Bet territory to me. As for the rest, it's your reward. Chapter 820. Hiss. After hearing what Grace Hamlet said, Alvis took a deep breath in his heart. At this time, the young man from the Golden Lion family finally understood why Hayes was in a hurry to leave Newin, even giving up the South County swordsmanship competition. It was Grace. This bastard had set his sights on Lord Beth. No! To be precise, this bastard had already set his sights on Lord Beth, and was just waiting for an opportunity. And now, the opportunity has come. Alvis is sure that Depro, Dilliwan, Peggy, none of these 3 guys will survive. Only if these 3 guys die, Hayes can smoothly inherit the Bet territory and cede the port of Londo Hat. Isn't this bastard afraid of Earl Bet's revenge? Wait! Arthur. Kratos. This Nanlos medium is about to arrive in Bet territory. This bastard wants to provoke a fight between the Nanlos medium and Earl Bet. Then complete the harvest. Instantly, Alvis figured out everything. Alvis was not sure who would be the final winner of the battle between the South Low Psychic and Count Bet. But according to this plan, the biggest winner would definitely be the bastard Grisa. This is absolutely unacceptable to Alvis. What should I do? What should I do? I absolutely don't want Grisa to win. Facing his enemy, Alvis began to think. And in the small restaurant, Hayes looked painful. Can you let me think about it overnight? And give you an answer tomorrow morning? Hayes begged. The little lion refused very straightforwardly. No! Just as I have a way to isolate the communication stone, you must have a way to contact Count Bet. For this Count, I have respect for him. I absolutely do not want to face him directly. So, you not only need to sign a contract with me now, but also, the contract must include a clause that you cannot tell the Earl in any way from now on. The little lion laughed as he spoke. It was a happy smile. What Grisa liked most was this situation where everything was under control. Grisa enjoyed this kind of almost rampant tyranny. The feeling of being carefree was really great. At this moment, the depression that Grisa had experienced with Arthur was almost swept away. And he was looking forward to it. Grisa is looking forward to the battle between Count Bet and Arthur. Grisa saw Arthur's strength, but as he said, he has respect for Count Bet. And there is only one thing that can make people like Grisa respect him. That is strength. Count Bet is very strong. His ability is extremely strange. He is the opponent Grisa is most reluctant to face. It is precisely because of this that Grisa is very cautious about the Bet territory, not only restraining his hidden pieces, and gave up on diversified development. However, those are not important. This time, we can solve the problem once and for all. Thinking about it, I still have to thank you, Arthur. Then, you must have a good fight with Count Bet. It would be best if both sides were injured. Of course, one death and one injury is also acceptable. I will clean up the mess. The little lion thought in his heart. His eyes looked at Hayes again. His face showed a lot of disdain. Hayes, you don't have a good relationship with Depro, Dilliwan, and Peggy. Even your relationship with Count Bet has long been estranged. Your hesitation now is not because you can't ignore the death of 3 fools, Depro, Dilliwan, and Peggy, nor is it because you can't sit back and watch Count Bet fall into the trap. You just can't accept that the port of Londo Hat, which you think is in your pocket, is taken away by me, the little lion said, his eyes full of provocation and teasing. I can take away the port of Londo Hat. Why can't you take it back? Oh, you don't have the confidence to take it back from me. Do you? Even if I give you the other lands of Bedland, you still don't have the confidence. Do you? Hayes, you are really a hypocritical and cowardly guy. Shut up. Don't say it. Hayes stood up from his chair, slammed the table hard, and growled. Did I get it right? Are you anxious? Then, sign a contract with me. You are a smart guy, you know. You can't run away unless you choose to die now. As long as you die, you can break the deadlock. But, are you willing? The little lion emphasized the pronunciation. The provocation in his tone became stronger. He didn't ask if he dared, but if he was willing. Grisa was sure that a guy like Hayes, who had been developing quietly for so many years, would not be willing to die like this. Especially if he died for a potential competitor. Such a person, it's not that there isn't one. But it definitely won't be Hayes. In fact, that's true. Hayes stood there in a daze. Then, he sat down in the chair, as if all his strength had been drained away, and his eyes were dull. The little lion stood up, walked around the dining table, and came to Hayes' side. Don't be so desperate. The person you lost to is me. Grisa Hamlet, the only heir to Inner Bay. Why should you despair? You should feel honored. Because I look you in the face. As he said this, the little lion raised his hand, and a contract appeared in front of Hayes. This time, Hayes did not say anything more. Hayes signed his name. Looking at the signature, the little lion laughed again. Be happy, Hayes. Believe me, you will be glad for your choice tonight in the next few decades. Then, wait for the good news I will bring you later. The new master of Lord Bet. With these words, the little lion left, just as suddenly as when he came. But what remained unchanged was the unquestionable dominance. Really just like a lion. Hayes sat there in a daze. He didn't even notice Alves coming out of the secret room. Until Alves coughed a few times, the nephew of Count Bet came back to his senses. And when Hayes, who had just come back to his senses, saw Alves, his eyes suddenly lit up. Just like a drowning man seeing a life-saving straw. Pray. Hayes looked at Alves with pleading eyes. Don't worry. I won't let Grisa succeed. I will tell Count Bet the truth. For our friendship. Please leave everything to me, Alves said solemnly. Hayes nodded gratefully. Alves, you will be my lifelong friend. Alves immediately laughed. The young man from the Golden Lion family patted Hayes on the shoulder and walked straight out. His carriage, after dropping him off, left. He was originally going to stay here. His carriage would pick him up tomorrow at noon. At this moment, the young member of the Golden Lion family was extremely grateful for this. If his carriage was still here, how could he seize the opportunity in front of him? Alves looked back at the holiday estate, and a trace of apology appeared in his eyes. But the next moment, it was replaced by burning heat. That was ambition. Chapter 821. How big is a person's ambition? Infinite. So, when ambition appeared in Alves' heart, everything was doomed. The young member of the Golden Lion family neither sent anyone to Bet territory, nor did he try to contact the Earl of Bet, nor did he go there in person. Alves returned to his home in Niwen, and went directly to see his father. The young member of the Golden Lion family knew very well what would happen next. It is definitely not something he can handle alone. He must get the support of his father. Anyone who knows Lord Barrow Hamlet will doubt whether this lord is a member of the Golden Lion family. After all, compared with the other members of the Golden Lion family, who are tall and strong, have thick eyebrows and big eyes, and look majestic, this lord is extremely thin. Not only is he thin, his face is also pointed and monkey-like, his hair fell out early, let alone his dignity. He would not be a decent person among ordinary people. Therefore, this gentleman was very averse to others talking about his appearance. In order to show off his presence, he even did a lot of stupid things. For example, in order to show off his military power, he charged at the mill on a warhorse. Another example, in a heavy rain, when the water level of the river rose sharply, he jumped into the turbulent river. In short, everyone thought that Barrow Hamlet, as a member of the Golden Lion family, it is a shame for the Golden Lion family, and even more so for the old lion. It seems that he was affected by these remarks. Although the old lion still took good care of his younger brother, he had not seen him for a long time. And what about this Lord Barrow? He was at ease. Not only did he not restrain himself, but he became more and more serious, because someone cleaned up his mess. No! In the eyes of others, it was a kind of indulgence. Such indulgence made it unfair for the old lion to be criticized. But more nobles thought that this was normal, and even more merciful. Under the indulgence of the old lion, Barrow Hamlet lived a very comfortable life. At this moment, he was blindfolded and playing the game of you chase me, and I run away. If you are caught by me, you will be hee-hee with 6 blonde maids in gauze. My lord. Come here. I'm here. Come and catch me. The 6 maids separated and shouted continuously. Barrow Hamlet followed the sound, but was always attracted by the voices of other maids. And then, he was a step slower. and he rushed straight to nothing. But this gentleman did not give up. Even if he fell to the ground, he would jump up without any care and hug the mate closest to him. Hey, this size. It's Yada, right? The gentleman did not take off his blindfold and asked loudly. It's me, my lord, the captured maid replied delicately. At the same time, she raised her hand and lifted up Barrow's blindfold. Seeing that he guessed correctly, Barrow immediately laughed, very loud, with an indescribable joy. However, the happy time did not continue. With the appearance of Alves, Mr. Barrow's little game could not continue. Ahem. Is there something wrong? Didn't you see that I was working? In the future, remember to wait for the notification. Otherwise, you will disturb my thoughts. Facing his son who barged in without notification, the gentleman was a little embarrassed, but he was thick-skinned enough. He coughed twice, waved his hand to signal the maids around to temporarily retreat, and then he began to scold his son seriously, looking at the serious father. If the father was not wearing only a pair of shorts, and he had seen the scene just now, Alves would have believed it. Why is my father like this? Alves felt a little sad. This young man from the Golden Lion family had imagined more than once how good it would be if his father was the Old Lion. At least, if it was the Old Lion, he would never have such a hard time. No, it's not that it wouldn't be so hard. It's that he would soar to the sky. Look at that bastard Grisa. Doesn't he just have a good father? At this moment, Alves was jealous of the little lion, reached an extreme. However, the young man took 2 deep breaths and calmed down. He had more important things to do. Alves said respectfully. Father, something happened. The young man from the Golden Lion family told everything that had just happened. Barrow, who was putting on his pajamas, was stunned. Then, the Lord laughed out loud. Opportunity. A great opportunity. As long as old Bet knew that his 3 sons were killed by Grisa. No, it was killed by Grisa himself, then with old Bet's character. He will definitely take revenge. Grisa is dead. And my brother will never sit idly by. Once my brother takes action, then our chance will come. Barrow was so excited that his face turned red, and he paced back and forth in the room, muttering like a lunatic. Then, without waiting for Alves to speak, this gentleman took out a ring he carried with him. Alves, you take my secret guards to bad territory now. Make sure to let old Bet know that it was Grisa who killed Depro, Dilio and Peggy. Remember? It was killed by her own hands. The Lord repeatedly reminded. Yes, father. Alves took the ring with both hands. The young member of the Golden Lion family knows very well what this ring means. His father has been raising assassins and recruiting talents in secret. And this ring, it is the token of the contract. With this ring, he can mobilize these dead men and people. Similarly, this is also the strongest power in his father's hands. Should I reveal my whereabouts a little bit? Unconsciously, this thought came up in Alves' heart. Grisa is dead this time. But in addition to Grisa, the Golden Lion family has the 2nd and 3rd heirs. Grisa's 2 younger brothers, Deudon Hamlet, Pestry Hamlet. These 2 people are also stumbling blocks for him to truly obtain the Golden Lion family. However, the next moment, the young man denied this idea. Grisa is not an idiot. If he leaks his whereabouts, it is likely to attract the attention of the other party. Once the other party finds out, then the effort will be in vain, and the gain will outweigh the loss. After denying this idea, Alves left quickly. But the young man did not notice that, behind him, his father's eyes flashed with amusement. Or rather, everyone did not see it, including the monitor. All they saw was that the Lord gathered the maids again and played the blushing little game. The monitor left quietly. Afterwards, the message was delivered to Grisa Hamlet. Chapter 822. Looking at the news in his hand, Grisa Hamlet smiled contemptuously. Hayes, is this your backup? This is what you rely on? Rely on 2 pieces of trash? You are really too naive. While talking to himself, the little lion threw the news aside. For the little lion, since he wanted to force Hayes to submit, he naturally had to control everything in his hands. Otherwise, if he failed to force him, that would make an enemy. So, the little lion knew that Hayes had invited Alves. The little lion's men followed Alves when he left. The carriage was disguised. But the dressed-up Alves looked like an elk painted with colorful paint, not only big, but also conspicuous. The little lion even knew how to enter and exit the secret room of the holiday estate. Only when you have everything under control can you be superior. The little lion's confidence comes from here. My useless uncle is so impatient to play all the cards in his hand, which makes me really want to kill you. Without that secret guard, it would be too easy for Little Lion to kill Barrow. In fact, Little Lion doesn't need to use the hidden guards around Barrow, he can directly dispatch someone from outside to kill Barrow. However, Little Lion just thought about it, but didn't he do it? Because his father clearly forbade it. Don't allow him to do so. Merciful father, Grisa whispered to himself. Then, he said directly, add more people, keep a close eye on Udon and Bistri. No one answered. But the Little Lion knew that his people had already taken action. Compared to the useless Barrow father and son, Grisa cared more about his two younger brothers, especially when he needed to devote himself to Beth territory in the next few days. This kind of attention was even more necessary. If something unexpected happened, he didn't mind using some extraordinary means. Even if his father didn't allow it, my dear brothers, please don't make it difficult for me. With such a sigh in his heart, the Little Lion immediately issued a new order. Keep an eye on Donphan. I want to know all the movements of that damn psychic. After saying that, the Little Lion narrowed his eyes slightly. There was coldness and ferocity in his eyes. I don't care if you are a member of the Golden Lion family. Nor do I want to know if you are. And I won't ask who is standing behind you. You are dead. After the words fell, the Little Lion clenched his fists. At the same time, in the holiday manner, Hayes picked up a can of liquor with orange juice, pomegranate juice, and pineapple juice, and was shaking it very skillfully. Sweet, sour, and spicy. It's enough. The nephew of Earl Bet whispered softly. Manta on the side rolled her eyes. The lady could see that Hayes was sure of winning. Otherwise, Hayes would have gone to rest by now, instead of mixing his own win a victory. Why are you so confident every time? You bastard? Manta thought of the bet she had made with the bastard. Although she had already accepted the bet. Even if a woman accepted the bet, she would still cause trouble for you. If you don't deal with it, small troubles will become big troubles. People like Hayes who hate troubles, naturally know how to deal with them. Hayes put down his own victory wine, walked to Manta, and pulled Manta up from the sofa in a court dance posture. Then, he began to dance with Manta in this small hall. Manta, I am not always confident. And I know that. The people around me will give me absolute support. For example, you? At this point, Hayes stretched out his arms and pulled them back. The nephew of Count Bet looked at the lady in his arms, and his voice became softer. The support you gave me, and the skills I learned from you are the source of my confidence. Without the long record of Grisa and Alves that you provided me, how could I have planned this? Thank you, Manta. Hayes' eyes were filled with tenderness and sincerity. At this moment, in the eyes of the nephew of Count Bet, there was only Manta. And Lady Manta? She had already raised her hands to hold Hayes' neck, then raised her head and tiptoed. After a hot kiss that was enough to suffocate ordinary people, the lady let go of Hayes with a blushing cheek. But she was unconsciously worried about Hayes' plan. What if Hayes' plan failed? What should she do? She didn't want Hayes to fail. Therefore, some unnecessary factors must be eliminated. Hayes saw Manta's expression. Immediately, the nephew of Count Bet knew that he had not only overcome the difficulties, but also helped Manta to have something to do recently, so that at least she would not bother him again in the next few days. As for me, I just want to have some peace and quiet. And I won't be lazy. Hayes pleaded for himself in his heart. Then, the nephew of the Earl took Manta's hand again and walked towards the bedroom. With the other hand, then he took the victory wine and said, Manta, you have done enough. Please leave the rest to me. Besides, we are not fighting alone now. Ms. Manta blushed for 2 seconds before she realized that Hayes was talking about Jimt and Carol. Ms. Manta approved of these two. Therefore, she nodded slightly. Then, the bedroom door was closed. When the night watchman in the manor walked by, the oil lamp in his hand dimmed unconsciously. At midnight, isn't it supposed to be like this? Hayes, this bastard. After Carol returned to his room, he cursed directly, which made Jimmit, who had just returned to the room, stick his head out again. This suite in the storm has 2 bedrooms, located on the east and west sides, the living room in the middle, the corridor. What's wrong? Jimmit asked. Carol said nothing, and handed the note written by Hayes to Jimmit. It's not a common language, it is not Tufu language, but encrypted text. It is a type of text commonly used by 3 people to communicate. On it, Hayes fully explained his plan, as well as the next actions of Grisa and Alves. This note was naturally left long ago. It was before the contract. The contract is terrible. But the contract can always be circumvented. Everyone knows this. But many people cannot do this. However, Hayes is not included. Hayes, who had anticipated this, naturally, he had made preparations early. As for the purpose of Hayes leaving this note, in addition to reminding the two, and hoping that the two would tell Arthur, it was to remind the two that your actions should not ruin your plans. For the former, Carol naturally had nothing to do, as it was his job. But for the latter, Carol could not stand it. Because Carol was sure that Hayes' real intention was not to remind, but to show off. Show off that he was one step ahead. Moreover, why leave a note for him? And not for Jim? This bastard. Suddenly, the young man felt that he had to tell Miss Manta about Hayes' affair with the daughter of the owner of the storeman. But that was later. Now, it was time to inform the adults. The two did not use the communication crystal to contact Arthur immediately. Although the communication crystal could not be monitored, the traces of using the communication crystal would be detected by the spiritual, sensitive people. And the two knew that among the stalkers around the storeman, there must be more than one such guy. So, the two of them need these stalkers to help them. After all, these stalkers are part of their plan. Hayes' plan has begun, and they also need to speed up. Cal and Jim looked at each other. Then, they both smiled. Chapter 823. Late at night, Stormin suddenly became lively. One carriage after another arrived here. One after another. The ladies in fancy clothes got off the carriages, and hurried upstairs with surprise and excitement. They knew. There is a big customer today. Not only is he generous, but he is also young. The most important thing is, aristocrat. It is said that he is a young noble who came to participate in the South County swordsmanship competition. In just a moment, these ladies who are engaged in special professions are extremely excited. Marriage or something, of course. It is impossible. But becoming the lover of a young noble, that will be their ultimate goal. Of course, not all ladies think this way. Among these 17 ladies, at least 3 have sparkling eyes. They are also heavily made up. Mixed in with these ladies, you can't see anything. But these 3 ladies came with a purpose. They are all stalkers targeting Carol. Jim's stalker. Especially the stalker belonging to Little Lion. He was very excited. His master was about to make a big move. Carol. Jim had a reaction. Especially these two people had a great relationship with Hayes, who was targeted by his master. Is there any connection here? If so, she has done a great job. In just a moment, the stalker belonging to Little Lion started to associate. But soon, the stalker was filled with astonishment. Not only this one, but also the other 2 stalkers among the ladies. Because the atmosphere in the suite was very strange. A young man placed his swords on his knees, with a gloomy face. Another young man, with a slightly fat face, smiled and greeted every lady who entered the room in a friendly manner. However, all the ladies would not have any illusions. Because, beside this young man stood a beautiful lady with excellent temperament. The ladies present felt ashamed when they saw this lady. Thank you ladies for coming. Fate is so wonderful. I can meet you all because of a bet with my good friend. Now he lost. So you are here, Jim said with a smile. Then, he looked at Carol. My dear friend, Lord Kratos not only successfully arrived at Port Pulte, but also gained the friendship of Marquis Einhas. You lost? Jim's voice became gentler, and the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up. Everyone who saw this scene could feel the happiness of the young noble. The 3 stalkers were shocked. Kratos. Arthur Kratos. According to the information they knew, Kratos, who was related to these 2 people, it could only be the Nanlos medium. And the Nanlos medium was the one they were keeping a close eye on. Especially the stalker who belonged to the Little Lion. He pricked up his ears completely. I know. He was just lucky. Carol looked stubborn. Carol, you have to face your failure. Once was lucky. Twice can also be considered lucky. But 3 times? What about 4 times? Jim asked back. Faced with this question, Carol frowned, looking like he didn't want to admit it, but in the end, Carol sighed, obviously giving up the rebuttal. Because, the facts cannot be refuted. If he continued to refute, it would only be a loss of grace. Everyone present thought so. At the same time, they also looked at each other. They knew that the main event was coming, and they became competitors from this moment on. As for betting with them, these ladies don't mind. After all, Jim paid. It was a high price. In fact, just as the ladies guessed. I'm just unlucky, Carol said to himself. Jim ignored his friend who still wanted to show his toughness. The young noble stood up from his chair. He looked at the ladies around him with a gentle expression and said with a smile, "Ladies, thank you again for coming. I believe you all know that. I made a bet with my friend. I think he is an impatient guy who is not easily satisfied." Coincidentally, he had previously expressed his disdain for my other friend, who had 17 ladies following him. From that moment on, I thought it was necessary to give my friend some correct outlook on life. So you all appeared here. My other friend was quite generous. After knowing our bet, he also gave an extra bonus. Please rest assured. Ladies, there is more than one prize. Which one of you satisfies Carol, you can get 100 gold coins. Speaking of this, Gimp took his fiancée's hand. I wish you all a wonderful night. Of course, I'm next door. I hope you won't make too much noise. After that, Gimp and the second daughter of the Marquis of West Berlin walked straight out. Looking at Gimp leaving the suite, the three stalkers were very anxious. Their professional instincts told them that the situation in front of them was not right. Especially Gimp, who left. There is a high probability that there is some conspiracy. We must keep an eye on him. But I am entangled. At this moment, I can only rely on the outsiders. But, can they do it? The three proud stalkers thought at the same time. And at this moment, Carol, with a gloomy face, suddenly said, "Change your long skirts, it is not conducive to activities. Except for Jim's room next door, I have booked all the rooms on this floor. There are clothes I prepared for you inside. And you can use the bathroom at will." The three stalkers were immediately surprised. So good? No. Such a coincidence? The three stalkers were a little confused. However, when they were alone in a room, without anyone watching, the three of them still couldn't help but use the communication stone to contact their own people. For a moment, the extraordinary spirituality brought by the communication stone covered the entire Stormin. As for the remaining 14 ladies, these ladies looked at the hunting suits hanging on the hangers, but they didn't feel anything strange. As for the taste, they all understood it. So, not only did they not feel uncomfortable, but they felt more familiar. However, when they returned to the suite again, they were surprised. No! To be precise, it was shocking. Because Care, who was sitting on the sofa, said, "I am a very strict person. It's not that easy to satisfy me. I will make your legs so weak that you can't walk after dawn. Now, do 100 squats for me first." Chapter 824. Ha ha ha. In the next suite, and Otto von Seiberling laughed out loud without caring about her image. If it weren't for Jimmit's support, the second daughter of the Marquis of Seiberling would definitely be lying there and slapping the floor hard. It was really funny. The lady didn't expect Carol to be so mean. 100 squats. Is this something a normal person can think of? And this is just the beginning. What's next? Should we add another 100? Gimp, who was supporting his fiancée, looked at and who was smiling so happily, and could not help but curl up his lips slightly. The last time and smiled so happily was when she left West Berlin. Right? And after that? And was always worried about him. So, Gimp did not tell his fiancée Kara. This smart guy seemed to be making trouble for no reason, but he was actually screening. Screening the stalkers? Most of the stalkers, not only is the perception sharp, but the physical strength and willpower are far superior to ordinary people. Even if it is disguised. In this face-to-face situation, it can be seen. At least, Carol can definitely do it. And this is the second thing Carol needs to do tonight. To screen the stalkers and make some use of them. As for the first thing, when these ladies changed their clothes, Carol had already used the cover of the stalkers using the communication stone to inform Arthur with the communication stone. It can be said that Kaler's mission has been mostly completed. Next, it's up to him. Of course. The stalkers outside have been waiting for a long time. How could he let these guys down? Ms. and instantly discovered the difference in Gimp. After getting along for a long time, you don't need to see his expression, you can find something wrong just by intuition. Are you going? Yes. Don't worry. It's not dangerous. Gimp comforted his fiancée. Go early and come back early. Ms. and gave Gimp a hug. As for stopping him? No. As a noble woman, Ms. and knew that she should treat Gimp with the attitude she had at this time, not crying and begging for no reason. This would only make Gimp's task more difficult. She only needed to give encouragement. Then, just wait for Gimp to return. She was confident that Jim would be safe. He would be. Of course. Jim showed his habitual smile then. The whole person got out of the window at a very fast speed. And with good skills. Under normal circumstances, the heavy curtains would not move at all. However, Jim's heel deliberately touched the curtains. Immediately, the curtain shook slightly. Of course, it was only a slight shake. For ordinary people, it is impossible to detect such movement. However, for those excellent stalkers, it is enough. Especially for the three forces after being reminded. Similarly, at the moment when the stalkers from these three forces followed, the stalkers around who reacted a little slower also followed. Jim clearly noticed these stalkers. However, the son-in-law of the Marquis of West Berlin did not care. On the contrary, he wished that more people would follow. Because only in this way, he could accomplish his goal. He would go to Barrow Hamlet in a while. He would tell him that he and Little Lion shared a mistress. He wanted to provoke the other party. He wanted to make the other party make a big fuss. The other party could not refuse. Because it was related to the dignity of the nobles. This news, if this Lord Barrow was really as bad as the rumors said, he would definitely make a big fuss in Niwen without thinking. If the other party was pretending, he would definitely make a big fuss at this time to continue to pretend his personality. And no matter which one it was an opportunity for the adults. Thinking of this, Jim's smile deepened. This was his test. He not only wanted the other party to follow his script no matter what, but he also wanted to know the other party's true face. For this Barrow Hamlet, who was rumored to be very bad, Jim always felt that he needed to test him again. Otherwise, he would feel uneasy. At any time, you need to see it with your own eyes. What's more, seeing is believing. And it is not necessarily true. For example, this big fuss. If this Lord Barrow is really angry, he will shout immediately. If this Lord Barrow is pretending, he will hesitate for a moment before shouting. Jim is very sure whether he can capture this moment. As for whether the other party rehearses in advance, it is also very likely. Even if he is shrewd, he can practice it to be natural. If this happens, the difficulty will undoubtedly rise sharply. So, before going to find Barrow Hamlet, Jim will go to the mistress first. There is nothing important. Just expose the other party. Then, he believes that there must be a little lion among the stalkers behind him. What will the little lion do after the hidden chess is exposed? For the hidden chess, kill him to silence him. For Mr. Barrow, strike first. The two are likely to be carried out at the same time. He wants to use the stalkers behind him to inform the little lion of the news of the other party's exposure. Grisa, please don't let me down. Otherwise, I'll be dead. Jim thought silently in his heart, but the smile on his lips never disappeared. In fact, on the contrary, the smile of this young noble became brighter and brighter. The more dangerous, the happier. This is not a perverted hobby. It's seeking danger in danger. At this moment, Gimt's behavior is extremely dangerous. Barrow is likely to kill people. Whether the other party is disguised or not, they could have lost their minds and killed Jim because of the cuckold. As for Grisa, the little lion is even more cruel. If you are not careful, there will be no body left. But Jim still did it. In a very risky and immediate way. Because he needs to think about the future. His talent is far inferior to Carol, and his financial resources and manpower are even inferior to Hayes. He is just a wandering knight, with some gold coins on him, and a fiancée to support. This is already a beautified appearance. In fact, he is a guy who is expelled from his own territory. He needs to win the favor of the master. It's okay if he doesn't have Carol's talent. It's okay if he doesn't have Hayes' financial resources and manpower. He is loyal and dares to take risks. He wants to join the game for his master to completely open up the situation in the Inner Bay. Here it comes. Here it comes. Disaster is coming to the Inner Bay. He steps on the shadows, his name Death. Ghosts call his name, the dead crawl at his feet. And I am the pioneer. Chapter 825 Waiting. H.U. 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 Arthur, holding the message stone in his right hand, couldn't help but rub the tip of his nose with his left hand. Obviously, someone is missing him. I hope the result this time won't be too bad. Arthur thought silently in his heart. Everyone hopes for an excellent result, but if you are obsessed with an excellent result, something terrible will happen. It's far better to be almost. Something almost, similar people, similar days, and similar money. It seems confused, but it is actually happy. It is rare to be confused. not a state of mind. It is a life attitude. Arthur really wants to have it. But it is impossible. Carol has just told Arthur about the matter. Hayes asked him to tell him the whole plan at midnight, and what Jim wants to do. As for Carol himself, he also said something roughly. Compared to Hayes, Jim's plan, Carol is more simple and crude. This nephew of Marquis intends to take advantage of the situation to start a rebellion. He wants to incite the sudden pirates to make a big fuss at the dock of the inner bay. Of course, making a big fuss is not the purpose. Pirates burning, killing, and looting are not the purpose. Carol's goal is to let Arthur appear as a hero. In order to let the Little Lion die with more regrets, Carol targeted all the properties owned by Little Lion, including, but not limited to companies, warehouses, etc. How to say it? Arthur knew that Jim, Carol, Hayes were all bold and scheming guys, and he also knew that when the three of them got together, some wonderful chemical reactions might occur. But this was too bold. It was like walking on a tightrope. Each of them, they were all so reckless. You guys are really a little crazy for not taking other people's lives seriously. Nor your own lives seriously. Arthur commented like this. But his eyes were twinkling. The layout of the Little Lion. The layout of Alvis Hamlet. The layout of Barrow Hamlet. The layout of the three sons of Count Bet. And the layout of Hayes, Gimt, and Carol. One layer is inside another. One ring is hooked. They are now separated from each other. But soon, there will be a collision. At that time, it will be shattered to pieces. Arthur sat here and seemed to see a huge chessboard. These planners appeared on the chessboard one after another, vivid and clear-cut. He raised his hand and pointed in the air. He placed the chess pieces that might appear in the most likely positions one by one. Then he looked at the deepest part of the chessboard. There was a golden lion. The lion lay there lazily, unmoved. But every time his eyes opened and closed, they brought a thrilling breath. What would be your reaction? Continue to stay as you are now? Or take advantage of the situation and show your fangs again? Arthur, who had no more information, narrowed his eyes at this moment. Arthur was not thinking about countermeasures. Instead, he was waiting for news. Before, the crow that stayed in Nanlos had flown over early, but this crow did not bring the Ms. Anna with him. It's not that I can't bring her. It's that Ms. Anna refused. Because Melinda hoped that Ms. Anna would wait a little. This was briefly written on the note brought by the crow. She could have told him directly, or sent a message through the crystal, but she chose the most primitive way, which made Arthur understand the seriousness of the matter. There must have been some changes in Nanlos. This change made the entire Nanlos feel like it was facing a great enemy. Even a semi-official figure like Melinda, all must go. Because of this, Arthur already had a guess. So he said Fukin and Muni out directly. First, the two crows took turns to carry the load, so that they could bring back Ms. Anna as quickly as possible. Second, give a message stone to Merlin. During the time when Ms. Anna left number 2 Kirk Street, Merlin, as a male servant, had to take on more things. In order to be on the safe side, a brand new message stone was necessary. As for the third one, of course, it is safe. Fukin and Woody will not appear at the same time. If one appears, the other will hide. The unusual note has already made Arthur, who is already vigilant, raise his alertness to the extreme. Pendragon seemed to feel his father's anxiety. He immediately jumped from Kaliki's back to Arthur's knees again. Meow? Arthur smiled and touched the cat's head, feeling the furry touch in his palm. The corners of his mouth curled up unconsciously. Pan, is Kaliki's back more comfortable? Or is Keely's back more comfortable? Immediately, the two dogs in the shadows became alert. Will their reunion with their brothers this time begin with a disaster? This is too unfortunate. Sure enough, cats are troublesome creatures. The two dogs exchanged glances and communicated their thoughts with each other. And this exchange did not escape Pendragon's eyes. Pendragon, who was still thinking about whose back was more comfortable, roared and rushed towards the two dogs. Arthur watched his three pets fight with a smile. Isn't this enough to relieve stress? It is enough. Thanks to Pan and the two dogs. The young psychic thought in his heart, and began to shout loudly. Pan, grab Kaliki's crotch. Yes, that's it. Eye-sucking. Eye-sucking. Hurry up and eye-sucking. On the top deck of the Orient, Arthur shouted loudly, and no one was disgusted by such shouting, because except for the necessary staff on duty, everyone was attending the lottery salon in the banquet hall of the Orient. This was deliberately arranged by Arthur. Not for this moment, but for tomorrow's arrangement. And now? Just a side event. The cat and two dogs were fighting fiercely. And Arthur raised his head. A doll fell from the sky. It was Miss Anna. Miss Anna brought some homemade snacks. These snacks were baked by Miss Anna while waiting for news from Melinda. And this is what Arthur likes the most. Good evening, Miss Anna. I haven't seen you for a few days, but I feel like I've been away from you for a long time. I have imagined countless times how painful it would be for me to be away from you. In fact, I thought too much. The days away from you are 10,000 times more painful than I imagined. Arthur opened his arms and hugged Miss Anna. Such a hug is very awkward. But the two parties don't think so. Arthur regards Miss Anna as his family. Miss Anna? The same is true. Moreover, she also regarded Arthur as a role similar to a younger brother. So, when Arthur opened the basket in front of her and took out the snacks from it, the lady was smiling, but she did not forget to give Arthur the note from Melinda. Arthur unfolded the note directly. There was shock and realization in his eyes. Then, the corner of his mouth curled up. Chapter 826 Boomerang. The note written by Melinda reads. Lion arrives. There are only 2 words, and the handwriting is extremely sloppy. It is obvious that, when writing these 2 words, Melinda was in a hurry. Yes. How could she not be in a hurry? After all, the old lion has arrived in South Los. Before, Arthur did not guess that the old lion would go to South Los, but made a guess through a series of reactions of Melinda. But even so, when confirming, Arthur was still shocked. What did the old lion come for? Peace? War? Or peace through war? But no matter which one, the Countess must stand in front. I don't know if this tigress can bear it, Arthur thought in his heart. But the answer was obvious. Since the old lion dared to come, he must be fully confident. The young tigress would definitely not be able to bear it. But with the character of the tigress, she will definitely fight to the death. At least, there will be a battle. It will start with the old lion and the tigress fighting alone. And then, the nobles and knights in the territory will fight for advancement. When the civilians join the battlefield, it will be the real prelude to the war. But Arthur does not want the war to break out, because he is not ready yet. After countless casualties, the tigress will most likely negotiate for compensation. Then, recuperate. Just like before. And the old lion? Naturally, he will enjoy a higher reputation again. Inner Bay will become superior again. But Arthur does not want this kind of peace talks between the two sides. Because his foundation is in South Los, this kind of peace talks is not conducive to his development. So, it is necessary to bring both sides back to the same starting line. Earl Bet. Arthur thought of an excellent off-field aide. Then came the second one, Barrow Hamlet. Then, the third one, the fourth one. Marquis of West Berlin. Marquis of Einhaz. Arthur's brain was spinning rapidly, and his palm was slightly raised. Swish. The note quickly turned into ashes in the heat of his palm. Then, when the night wind blew, the ashes drifted away. Arthur's eyes followed the ashes and looked at the distant Beth territory and even further. Inner Bay. The plan was completely formed at this moment. However, when Arthur turned around, the smile appeared on the face of the young psychic again. Thank you for your hard work, Miss Anna. Although I really want you to take a break, I still have to arrange 2 apprentices for you. Miha and Iro. As Arthur spoke, Miha and Iro, who had been waiting for a long time, walked out of the room. The 2 ladies of pain who looked to be about 7 or 8 years old changed into maid costumes, with pure white hairpins and head scarves on their heads, and their long black hair was all hidden underneath. When they looked at Miss Anna with their green eyes, full of curiosity, even the former demigods, faced with the existence of Miss Anna, were also surprised. When Arthur said he would find a home economics teacher for them, Miha and Iro had already begun to be curious, and with the appearance of Miss Anna, this curiosity reached its peak. Miss Anna is not a human. This can be seen at a glance. However, Miss Anna has the feeling of a human. This is the feedback given by spirituality. An inexplicable familiarity. For some reason, Miha and Ilo felt a sense of familiarity the moment they saw Miss Anna. It was like seeing an old friend. But Miha and Ilo could confirm that. They had never mentioned Miss Anna before. After all, with the appearance of Miss Anna, as long as you see her once, you will never forget her. The bottom of your heart is full of curiosity, surprise, and confusion. However, this did not prevent Miha and Iroh from respectfully bowing to Miss Anna. They could see that this lady had a special relationship with her master. They had signed 7 contracts. The term was 300 years. They definitely did not want to encounter anything uncomfortable in these 300 years. They definitely did not want to fall into that kind of desperate situation again. One Father Mapula was enough. If their current master also becomes such a person, it would be too scary. Ms. Anna looked at Mihha and Iroh, and her lively eyes showed scrutiny. Ms. Anna looked at the two of them, and felt the same familiarity. However, this familiarity was definitely not the familiarity between friends. But, warning, beware. This feeling was so clear that Ms. Anna wanted to try whether Mihha and Iloh's bones were as hard as she felt. However, Ms. Anna did not do so. Ms. Anna cared about Arthur. So, Ms. Anna asked Arthur. Arthur? Given the relationship between the two parties, Ms. Anna spoke directly. Don't worry. Mihha and Iroh signed 7 contracts with me. They can be trusted at this stage. Arthur waved his hand and said so. 7 contracts? It's safe for the time being. Ms. Anna nodded slightly. However, the lady was not really relieved, because she heard the meaning of Arthur's words. The word at this stage explained everything. Similarly, Mihha and Iroh also understood. Immediately, they knelt on the ground and swore. We will never betray you. Similarly, we will not go against you. We are willing to do anything for you. Mihha and Iroh said together. As the elder sister, Mihha, then, he added a sentence. Anything. His firm look made Arthur roll his eyes. He was not a scary priest, nor would he have any evil intentions towards children. He was just a kind medium. Definitely not a big villain. So Arthur handed the Nanlo's nursery rhymes that he had prepared long ago to Mihha and Iroh. This is the new code book I compiled. You need to learn the code above in the shortest possible time. Then, write down everything you know and can write down. Arthur said so. Although it was strange why Arthur asked the two to write, instead of directly retelling, Mihha and Iroh nodded without any hesitation. How is the first task assigned to you? Arthur continued to ask. This task, naturally, is to attract more qualified demigods to feed the long sword, insects, to get more XP, and if possible, Arthur will use Blood Rebellion to solidify a blood armor talent. Of course, before the situation is clear. Definitely not for himself. But as a reward, we have sent the message. I believe those guys will reply soon. As the elder sister, Mihha immediately replied. Arthur nodded with satisfaction. Then, the young Nanlo psychic asked. Mihha, Iroh, what do you think about that matter? Chapter 827. That thing. Arthur also began to ask questions in the way he hated the most. People will eventually live the way they hate. But this is also part of life. Just like Arthur at this moment. Although he has set a goal for Marquis Einhaz and the old Earl to push the Bloody Marquis. No, it should be Born who is related to the Bloody Marquis to the front. But this kind of push, all of this is based on Arthur's guesses. There is no substantial evidence to prove all this. So, Arthur needs more information. And who is more suitable than Mihha and Iroh? As former demigods, they know much more than ordinary people can imagine. If that thing really has a special meaning, then they will definitely know. Of course, the most important thing is that they are very safe. 7 contracts, although it was not really safe. It was far better than others. So, after finishing the conversation between Marquis Einhaz and the old Earl, Arthur had the idea to ask the two of them. And, in order to get more, Arthur chose the same way of asking as Marquis Einhaz. It was definitely not to maintain his medium persona. After all, he was just an ordinary psychic. Not the kind of weird guy. When the voice sounded, Arthur stared at Mihha and Iroh. The young psychic could clearly see a look of astonishment and surprise on Mihha and Iloh's faces. This astonishment and surprise were full of surprise. But there was no confusion. It was obvious that the two knew about that incident. And that incident was really a metaphor. Immediately, Arthur felt a sense of pleasure in stealing a chicken. A smile rose at the corner of his mouth. It made Arthur look like a fox. He looked at Mihha and Iroh with a smile. He quietly waited for the two former demigods to give him a satisfactory answer. Under Arthur's gaze, the two former demigods spoke at the same time. This is a conspiracy. Whoosh. There was a sound of wind in his ears. That was the sound of a boomerang flying. And this boomerang, after a short flight, directly stabbed Arthur's face. Is the boomerang so fast? Arthur almost rolled his eyes. The young psychic began to complain in his heart. His face still kept a smiling look. But when Miha and Ilo saw this smiling look, it made their hair stand on end. If Arthur looked like a smiling fox before, now he looked like a smiling snake. Can snakes smile? Miha and Ilo didn't know, but they were sure that if snakes could smile, they would look like Arthur at this moment. Panic and fear spread in their hearts. Sir, it's not that we don't want to talk about it. It's that thing has a great binding force. Any existence that actively talks about it will suffer backlash. Miha explained. He even pulled his sister to kneel down again. She was terrified. And Iluo? Even though he was being pulled by his sister, he trembled at this time. Iluo was a timid person. It was also Miha's weakness. It could even be said to be a fatal weakness. In fact, if it weren't for Iroha's existence, some things that happened back then would probably not have happened. Nor would the distorted it have been born. And there would be no him. However, Miha did not regret those choices. Because she was the elder sister. She promised her father and mother that she would take good care of her younger sister. Then she would naturally do it. It was like this before. Now, it is no exception. Therefore, a look of determination appeared in the eyes of this former demigod. She was going to use her own life in exchange for her younger sister's life. Backlash? She can bear it alone. Immediately, the former demigod was about to speak. But just as he opened his mouth, before he could utter a word, he was interrupted by Arthur. A contract is a contract. What kind of restriction is that? Miha, you have to learn how modern people speak. As for the backlash, it's really terrible. Arthur said this, and then waved his hand. This matter ends here. Arthur looked at Ms. Anna after he finished speaking. Ms. Anna, I need you to teach Miha and Iro some basic etiquette, then cooking and some sundries. At least, when my clothes need to be ironed, there should be no holes. Of course, I look forward to their cooking talent. Arthur ordered. Leave it to me, Arthur, Ms. Anna showed a smile that could scare a child to tears. When Miha and Iro saw this smile, they let out a long sigh. Although the smile of Ms. Anna was scary, it was not malicious. Compared to those priests, who had warm smiles, but were extremely dark and cruel, she was really like an angel. In addition, the two of them were familiar with Ms. Anna, which made them feel at ease at this moment. Of course, the real peace of mind came from Arthur. Arthur's generosity was beyond Miha and Ilo's expectations. My lord, you are really a good person. The two sisters looked at each other with tacit understanding. I felt extremely grateful. Then, the two sisters followed Ms. Anna and prepared to enter the cabin, starting their first private contact. Just like a private tutor from an aristocratic family meeting his students. When the real employer left, the first lesson began. This lesson would not teach any knowledge, but to get to know each other, to get a general understanding of the student's personality. Then, of course, we should teach students in accordance with their aptitude. The door of the cabin was pushed open by an invisible force. Ms. Anna had already walked in. When Miha and Ilo were about to walk in, Arthur spoke again. Blood Marquis. He did not ask by name, but just called her. But this name was enough. Miha and Ilo's bodies trembled together. They looked at Arthur in disbelief. And Arthur? He smiled in response. The contract cannot be violated. If it were in the sacred age, there would be an extra sentence contract. It is sacred. But no matter how sacred a contract is, it has loopholes. You cannot say it actively. But I can let you tell me passively. Under the gaze of the two former demigods, the young psychic pointed at Ms. Anna, who was waiting, and signaled the two sisters to follow quickly. Miha and Ilo turned around immediately. Helplessness appeared in Miha's eyes. Ilo's mouth was flat. At this moment, Arthur had a more specific image in the eyes of the two sisters. The adult is a good person. But good is limited. Miha and Ilo followed Ms. Anna and started the first lesson. Arthur lay back in the recliner, took out the communication crystal, and said in the most affectionate tone, I miss you, Melinda. Chapter 828. Anxiety. Melinda paced in her study room with a restless heart. Although the pipe was not lit, it was always in her mouth. Melinda hoped to use the smell of tobacco to soothe her heart at the moment. But it was useless. No matter what kind of tobacco, it could not solve Melinda's anxious heart at the moment. After all, the old lion is here. At dusk yesterday, the old lion entered Nanlos openly. There was no sign. It was so sudden. With the arrival of the old lion, the whole of Nanlos became strange. All those who knew that the old lion came to Nanlos did not know why the old lion came to Nanlos, but everyone knew that since the old lion appeared, it was with full confidence that he could control the situation. Even the Countess of Nanlos would not deny this, because the Countess felt the old lion's strong fighting spirit and hidden strength. The strong will to fight is eye-catching, and the looming strength? It is enough to surprise people. At this moment, the Countess confirmed that the old lion came to fight, and even more to take back his reputation. As the old lion got older and the Countess grew up, the whole South County believed that in the near future, the Countess would replace him. In fact, many people believed that the current Countess was stronger than the old lion, and the Countess also thought so at some point. But obviously, the old lion doesn't think so. As the initiator of the pioneer era, the old lion doesn't want it to end like this. This caused enough trouble for the Countess. I will do my best to prepare for the war. This is what the Countess told all her subordinates. The following words. We didn't say, but smart people can feel from this simple sentence that the Countess is not completely sure. And once the Countess loses, Nanlos will return to the early days of the pioneer era, becoming a blood bag in the inner bay. Not to mention the control of the dock. Even most of the fleet of Nanlos will become the Golden Lion family, including Melinda's, or, as a relative of the Countess, being regarded as a die-hard member of the Nanlos family. Melinda can only retain the last bit of dignity. For example, a manor in the suburbs. 1 or 2 decent shops in Nanlos. More? No more. Moreover, Melinda will most likely not have any chance to host a salon in the next few decades. Because she needs to stay indoors. The manor is her place of activity, and when she dies, it will most likely become her cemetery. And this is already an agreement between nobles. Melinda absolutely does not want to face such a situation. This lady has wanted to go out to sea more than once. But at this time, if she goes out to sea, it is not just as simple as becoming a pirate, but completely abandoning the Nanlos family. At that time, given the character of the tigress, she would definitely chase her down desperately. As for her staying behind and sending some people out, it was even more impossible. Because, if such a thing were discovered, she would be deprived of her last bit of dignity. Can I just leave it to fate? Melinda thought silently, feeling powerless. This feeling of powerlessness aggravated the lady's anxiety. Then, the lady picked up a communication crystal. This communication crystal was used by her to contact the forces on the overseas islands. Once Nanlos was controlled by the Golden Lion family, this force will become her trump card. So she must make this trump card more hidden. She can't stay near the sea. Then go to the far sea. The moment her finger touched the communication crystal, Melinda inexplicably thought of Arthur. With such an obvious clue, this guy should be able to guess what happened. With this guy's intelligence, he will definitely guess it. Maybe he has already started to run away by now. But this guy should be even angrier. Right? When Melinda thought of Arthur's plan that he had arranged for many years, it was obviously going very smoothly in the early stage. But it failed at this time. She felt very sorry for Arthur. What made her even more sad was that the two of them would probably never meet in this life. When she thought of this, Melinda felt her breathing was not smooth, and her chest was even more painful. Unlike a relative of the Nanlos family, Arthur was just an ordinary little noble. Not to mention the friction with the little lion after leaving the port. Just when he was in Nanlos, he had repeatedly disrupted the plans of the Golden Lion family. Arthur must not be alive, even if there is an agreement between nobles. But an explanation is necessary. Then who is more suitable than Arthur? No. Melinda knows her cousin's character very well. When she thought of Arthur being pushed out as a scapegoat, Melinda couldn't help biting her lip slightly. She didn't want to see such a situation. But she couldn't change anything. Even, to a certain extent, she couldn't protect herself. Why don't we run away with Arthur? We can't stay in South County anymore. Let us go to North County. Let us not go to the prosperous city in North County, but to the far north. Even with the power of the old lion, it's impossible for him to find us in the far north. Suddenly, an impulse rose in my heart. Subconsciously, Melinda picked up the communication crystal between her and Arthur. However, the lady did not connect immediately. Because, the lady was not sure of Arthur's idea. What if Arthur didn't want to live in seclusion? What if Arthur had other plans? While hesitating, this lady who should have been decisive, began to worry about the outcome. She not only thought that Arthur had other plans, but also thought about her identity. She was just his collaborator. Those seemingly intimate behaviors were just for others to see. How could she take it seriously? How could such a thing be taken seriously? It was so funny. Where did this fool come from? Melinda raised her hand and slid the match. However, she never lit her pipe. Arthur didn't like her smoking. She would quit smoking unless she had to. Why did you think of that bastard again? Melinda frowned. Then, she laughed at herself. Sure enough, the sudden arrival of the old lion made me lose my mind. Melinda thought to herself and began to take deep breaths. She had to adjust as soon as possible. She had to calm down. Otherwise, the ensuing battle would. The already tilted balance of victory and defeat will completely fall to the old lion. And they will not have the slightest chance. If I borrow the power of my father and mother, there is only a 10% chance. And I will definitely die. I will not be willing to let that dwarf get away with it. How about letting that dwarf sign a contract with me? But I am dead. What is the use of such a contract? Will the inheritance be left to Arthur? Damn it! Why did I think of that guy again? Melinda slapped her cheek hard. The lady was about to correct her thoughts again. At this time, the communication crystal flickered. Subconsciously, Melinda answered the call. Immediately, Arthur's voice sounded inside. I miss you, Melinda. Chapter 829. As soon as Arthur's voice sounded in her ears, the affectionate words began to echo in Melinda's study. The corners of Melinda's mouth began to curl up. Then, a smile bloomed. The anxious heart was instantly calmed. The uneasy mood was swept away. Melinda felt unprecedented peace of mind. Arthur knew that the old lion came to South Los. Melinda was not surprised at this. What surprised Melinda was that, after Arthur knew that the old lion came to South Los, still willing to contact him actively. This initiative made Melinda feel more impulsive than ever before. She took a deep breath and spoke directly. Melinda was more impulsive than ever before at this moment. As soon as she spoke, she was interrupted by Arthur. There was no order of the two is. However, Melinda's subsequent words took the lead. You go first. In order to cover up, the lady tried to keep her words as calm as possible. Are you sure you want me to say it here? Shouldn't we say it face to face? By the way, bring me a midnight snack. I haven't tasted Aunt Mary's cooking for a day. After saying that, Arthur ended the call. And Melinda finally broke free from her own complex emotions. Her rationality, IQ returned to her again. At this moment, she reacted. No. Arthur's tone is wrong. No urgency. No tension. Could it be that Arthur has found a solution? Although reason told Melinda that this was impossible, her instinct made Melinda choose to believe that Arthur really found a solution to the current dilemma. In an instant, Melinda's breathing became rapid. The lady got up and walked to the kitchen. Because of staying up late for a long time, Aunt Mary always prepared enough food in the kitchen. At this moment, naturally no exception, Aunt Mary, who was leaning against the stove, had her eyes closed, but even in her deep sleep, her brows were furrowed. Seeing this scene, everyone could feel the woman's worry and nervousness. Melinda certainly understood that. Her emotions affected the people closest to her. For this reason, Melinda did not disturb the woman, but picked some of Arthur's favorite food and put it in the basket, and then quietly left the kitchen. Melinda called softly. Sir. In the shadows, the hunter leader came out and knelt on one knee. Plan A is on hold. Everything will wait until I come back. Melinda said so. Although the hunter leader was stunned, he did not disobey. Yes, sir. After answering, the hunter leader directly began to contact those hidden men in the inner bay to stop the suicide attack plan. Suicide attack. This is the struggle of Melinda when she is helpless. It was her attitude. And it was her choice. This would anger the old lion. She knew it. Of course. But, in desperation, she was ready to die. She, absolutely, did not want to be a prisoner again. If she was imprisoned, she would rather die. Melinda carried the basket and walked into the smoke ring. Edwin on the side clearly noticed the difference in his master, which was a sense of relief. I hope there will be a good result, Melinda as driver thought silently. The coachman was undoubtedly the one who wished the best for Melinda. For this reason, when Melinda proposed Plan A, the coachman was the first to stop it, but when Melinda made it clear that it could only be done this way, the coachman was the first to take action. Death? The coachman was certainly afraid. But he was more afraid that He would not be able to repay Melinda's kindness. Everything will be fine. After all, that was Arthur Kratos, who created miracles. The coachman certainly understood where his master had gone. But precisely because of knowing this, the driver was full of expectations. For Arthur, the driver had considerable confidence. And this confidence made Arthur the driver's hope. However, not all people were like this. As Bonaparte Nanlo sat in the chair, closing his eyes, his legs that used to swing habitually now stepped on the beam. The beam between the chair legs was specially added by the Countess. The feeling of having both feet hanging in the air was not pleasant. The female swordsman Julie scratched her head and wanted to say something. But Kathy stopped her with her eyes. The female guard was dressed as a swordsman. But she did not carry a long sword. She had a slender figure, white fingers, and no expression on her face. Facing Kathy's obstruction, Julie chose to obey. Kathy's strength made Julie obey. The same was true for the hunter leader Valerie. The three of them just looked at their masters quietly. The Countess, watched by her three subordinates, waited patiently. Why did she close her eyes? Isn't it because she didn't want to see this anxious scene? Damn old lion. Damn. Asshole. In the heart of the Countess, she kept cursing. The old lion appeared too suddenly. She really didn't have any defense at all. Everyone was telling her that the old lion was old, and the old lion's strength was not as good as before. She didn't believe it at first, but everyone was saying that. Gradually, the Countess believed it. Because the Countess had tested the old lion several times. Each time, the old lion gave in. And this made her firmly believe that the old lion's strength was really not as good as before. She had already caught up with the old lion. Moreover, as time passed, the years would make the distance bigger and bigger. But what was the result? Although it was just a glance from a distance, she woke up instantly. The old lion was very strong. Stronger than she expected. Her so-called pursuit was simply a scam. And the increasing distance was a trap. The old lion had set a trap for her. What was worse was that she really stepped into it. I am such a fool. The Countess cursed herself again. But the Countess knew that it was useless to curse herself now. What was really useful was to turn the situation around. She was no match for the old lion. She was sure of this. But she would never surrender. She would hold the old lion back on the front battlefield. And then let her men open up a second battlefield. The war could not only burn in South Los. It had to burn in the Inner Bay. As long as she could delay it long enough, it would end in a draw. As for the aftermath of the war, the Countess didn't think that much. If she could not even get past the present, there would be no aftermath. Of course, the Countess still had a little bit of luck. It was not aimed at the old lion. It was aimed at the reinforcements. It certainly was T. Arthur. Although Arthur looked good, the Countess's understanding of Arthur was just good. Want to turn the tide of the battle? Impossible. So, the Countess was waiting for other reinforcements. The next moment, the Countess looked outside the door. Chapter 830. Nanlos Earl's Mansion, Underground. Densely packed Fuyu. Flying like fireflies in the entire enclosed space. If someone from the mysterious side saw the scene, they would be shocked. Because, in order to create such a phenomenon, it is necessary to superimpose at least hundreds of defensive secrets in one place to form it. Moreover, these defensive secrets must complement each other. Not only is it costly, but the slightest mistake will lead to failure. According to rumors, the last Pope's secret room in the Holy Empire had this kind of defense. But it was just a rumor, and no one had ever seen it. But at this moment, this 100-meter ultimate secret appeared in Nanlos. More importantly, Madame Susan walked in it. After passing through this 100-meter ultimate defense, the lady stood in front of a downward passage and said the code to open the door in a secret language. Lightning and thunder. After the unique code to open the door, the downward passage opened silently. Inside are 3 communication crystals lined up side by side. Compared to ordinary communication crystals, these 3 communication crystals are much larger. Not only are they as tall as a person, but they require 3 people to hold together. And it is even more expensive to activate such communication crystals. Madame Susan took out a 3-pound gold brick and placed it in front of the communication crystal in the middle, trying to activate it. The communication crystal was activated. But no one answered. Madame Susan was not surprised by this. Because Mrs. Susan knew very well who she was contacting. The Bell Tower. To be precise, a member of the Bell Tower. And this was the only admirable backup left by the old Earl of South Los. Mrs. Susan didn't know why the foolish old Earl would get to know the members of the Bell Tower. But Mrs. Susan knew very well that, as long as she could contact the members of the bell tower and pay enough, she could resolve the South Los crisis. That's right, it's a price to pay. It's not free help. Although the old Earl of Nanlos got to know the members of the bell tower, he didn't have that much face. But this is enough, Mrs. Susan thought. She firmly believed that with Nanlos's wealth collection, it was enough to meet the requirements of the bell tower members, even if the members of the bell tower were not greedy. The members of the bell tower have their own hobbies. But they are really just hobbies. Because that would make them live like people. So, if you want to impress the three, you must have something really good. Coincidentally, Nanlos really has it. In fact, there are many rumors about the bell tower, but these rumors are only spread among a small group of people who are all at the top of Nanjun. And this is the threshold to know the bell tower. Only by crossing this threshold can you know the name of the bell tower. Only then can we know the recognized secret of the bell tower. That is, the members of the bell tower are all godlike beings. It is not an adjective. It is a statement. Every member of the bell tower is a demigod. A true demigod. If one of the members of such an organization helps to deal with the old lion, Mrs. Susan believes that the battle can be dragged on until the day when Nanlos is in favor. If two people take action, it will greatly reduce the time. Even, just turn the tide of the battle. As for the three people attacking at the same time, even if Mrs. Susan had enough confidence in Nanlos's wealth collection, she didn't think Nanlos could pay such a price. Thinking in her heart, Mrs. Susan walked to the communication crystal on the left and began to take out a new gold brick. But the result was the same. No one responded. Mrs. Susan's heart sank, and a bad premonition emerged in her mind. And when this lady tried to walk to the last communication crystal, when nothing came of it, the lady's heart completely sank. What happened? Why didn't the three people in the bell tower respond? Did something happen? Or was it the old lion's doing? Mrs. Susan subconsciously thought of the old lion. After all, the sudden appearance of the old lion was too sudden. Suddenly, everyone was caught off guard. Everyone was guessing the reason, but no one could confirm it. But at this moment, Lady Susan felt vaguely that the old lion's bold appearance must be related to the clock tower. Even if it was not a direct relationship, it must be an indirect relationship. But Lady Susan did not think about it. She had to tell the Countess about this news. Things were heading in the worst direction. In fact, Lady Susan did not need to say more. The Countess, who had been waiting for a long time, knew the outcome of the matter when she saw Lady Susan's face when she pushed the door open. She was not sure that she could not be contacted, but it was certain that the members of the bell tower would not show up. Next, follow my arrangements, the Countess said. Yes. Kathy, Julie, Valerie all responded. And Lady Susan frowned slightly at this moment. The lady thought of her beloved grandson Arthur. The lady had regrets, and also felt fortunate. Regret that she could not continue to help Arthur. Fortunately, Arthur is not in Nanlos. This is really great. I will die with Nanlos. But Arthur is still alive. It's great. Thinking of this, the lady looked at the Countess. She was waiting for her task. I need a chance. A chance to hold the old lion for 10 seconds. The Countess said. I'll do it. The female swordsman said directly, but the Countess ignored it and looked at Lady Susan. Because the Countess knew that her female swordsman could not stop the old lion for 10 seconds, even if she risked her life. In this study, there was only one person who could do it besides her. The Countess looked at Lady Susan. Lady Susan smiled calmly. Let me do it. The old lady came out. Her eyes swept over the people present. And finally, she looked at the Countess. I have a request. Say it. The Countess was a little surprised by the old lady's words. It was not that she doubted the old lady's sincerity and loyalty. It was unexpected that the old lady would have someone or something that she couldn't let go of. Although she was small, the Countess was not a fool, and she could guess it. But what the Countess couldn't guess was, help me take care of Arthur. I hope he can be safe and sound, marry and have children in South Los, and spend his old age in peace. I hope he can enjoy a rich and comfortable life happily and without worries. The old lady looked at the Countess. The determination in her eyes surprised the Countess. Arthur? It was Arthur? The Countess could never have imagined that the person who made Lady Susan worried was Arthur. She could feel Lady Susan's care for Arthur. But this? It was beyond her expectations. The Countess even felt a little jealous. But I promise you, the Countess said. After that, the study completely entered the rhythm of war. Outside the room, The wind was stronger. The wind blew along the inland river. It blew on the Orient. On the top deck, the candle swayed left and right. But as Ms. Anna raised her hand, the invisible force field began to prevent the candlelight from being disturbed. Thank you, Ms. Anna. Without you, I really don't know what to do, Arthur said in a coquettish manner. Ms. Anna smiled immediately. Then, the lady looked up suddenly. A carriage came across the night sky, and in the bright moonlight, Melinda jumped down.